Chapter 1 Dream Off Floating. Wither Sounding Crash. Thes soundo fama bilophone plummeting to thef river be rata throughout heatum lilatrum. Itwazel ria ditten na clock at night, and in a quiet corner of t countryside, thestil nasof tonight waspir said be a serious saw furious roars. Money, money, money. Every time I jet a call, it's about money. Where am I supposed to find some ukeza pour laborer? After a barrage of complaints, Yifeng, clad online a pair of boxer sand emaciate in stature, rolled out toft, panting gasheretri vidisfin from the floor. Gazing at the cracked crino fis fruith med device, hetender la caressed it, hisher thievi withrit. Itways a purchase he had painstaking, lysavid for over 3 months, toiling like a beast. Gulyulu, Galululu. At that moment, his shallow stomach began to protest montly. Having barely a tenal day, Yifeng patted his gaunt belly and reluctant lapulida continerof instant les from under the bed, pouring hot water over it to soak. The hand-soft he old-fashioned wall clock ticked steadily. Yifeng's eyes, blood-shotan fixate dont hela doff the noodle container, slow lie blinked upon and closed. The noodless who'd be about treddy, hemmer mured to hilf. However, up an opening guises, he was met note with noodles, boot with an expansio fray, endless void. Panic-stricken, he'd ted to call out, onlato discover theta's mouth produced a sound. No tomlathat, have found himself ader liunable to control somebody. Huas no os lifeless son voidas theory surroundings. Wadi shapening. Ami. Dead? AI. After prolonged jedsolence, a sigh echoed through TMTness. In this drudgery o falaf, what difference is there between living gone dying? I wonder how long it will take for my corpse to be discovered. O heavens, please spare from the polis opening me browser. Ta think that a soul could retain consciousness after death the talus the village yielder stole in my loin true. How unfortunate that those suhanuthstruth have long since past. I wonder if me prince will mourn for him? Will they? Probably not. Just as Yifeng's thoughts drifted far beyond the clouds, suddenly, a brilliant light erupted before him like thunder, shattering the boundless gramus stand eliminating the expanse of nothingness. At that moment, a voice fled with murderous intent, resonating like thunder, thundered into Yifeng's ears. Old demon, Stepford hand facey our demise. Today marks the day off frecken and 40-hour night clan. Int the void before Yifeng, Heba held that figure clad in oniscient wider a materializing gutof thin air. Themons too to land imposing, his long hair flowing like ink, his features obscured be a shroud off mist the trender dem unrecognizable. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding void began to ripple and expand, akin to the tumultuous died as sofa majestic sea. Hey ha! Suddenly, a killing, ancient voice echoed through the void, resonating like hediathnal. This low, sinister laughter cemento a manitef from at abyssal depth, sending shivers down on a spiny and causing hairs to stand an end. Before the towering figure in white, the ancha tranquil space began to tremble violently. Then, a pale, foreboding gelderclad in black robe appeared before Yifeng like a spectre. The black and white figure's locked eyes, and foramet, time might self simed to freeze. After a brief pause, the terrifying elder broke silence. With therapy, deep voice lay said with the sinister amusement, he spoke. Hey ha, GTon, you young pup, to think you could secret lie achieve jacharium without my knowledge, truly remarkable. Up in hearing this, Thwite Cladman's voice sethendered across he void. Old demon, it talents today. Ishal eradicatia, this sourcey off darkness, for the sake of living beings. In response to Thwite Cladman's declaration, the terrifying elder merely sneered mockingly. Hey ha, GTon, you are a beauty child, and you are bravadoim amusing. Doy how think you can blow me away with mere words? Ignoring Fielder's derisive taunts, Thwite Cladman fell thysterified gao rajergensmarie. These overwhelming energy seemed poised to tear the heavens apart. It's here for sea causing the cosmos da tremble in awe. Event the previous lycom voix begin to quiver, as if unable to withstand pressure. Old demon, there is no need for further words. Lead us battle. Thwite Cladman spearsigaze Berenta Fielder, and has shouted with fury. With that, he took a bold step forward, unleashing an unparalleled wave off pressure at that surged tortherkelder. Hey ha! Seeing this, the terrifying elder's facet twisted into agrime of delight. Hera is a disarmed slightly, fingers splayed, and a long, pitch-black knife, reeking goth blood, materialized in his grasp. Themament Fielder grasped the hilt, a terrifying Gowrer up Tedforth from misbeing, engulfing the void in an overwhelming wavy of malice. Such ominous presence and chill soft terror reventathi heartsoft, several celestial emperors engaged in battle in a distant triumph. GT and Stooge resolute amidst he chaos, wielding isword with a single hand, has struck the air with a powerful slash. A radiant sword-like cleaved through the void, shattering laws and obliterating everything on its path. The explosive brilliancy of this word instant dispersed the surrounding malice. With that singular strike, Thwite Cladman cast stone last glance toward the direction of Night Clansham planet, where his brothers and countless followers fought valiantly, along with his beloved wife. After a deep, lingering gaze, he stepped forward into the void, vanishing instantaneously. Theodor Refiangilder, witnessing this, cackled maniacally. Hehehe, so caught to pine your own affairs thoughty and neglect a live soft-hosy insignificantance outside. Very well, I shall entertain you a while longer. Ash's words faded. Fielder stepped forward, his formalcy disappearing from sight. Chapter 2 The Situation. Once Atetwo figures vanished, the scenery before Yifeng dissolved into a hazy void. Just when head hot this bizarre vision had come to an end, suddenly, Eitwazes thought Fascina from a distant twirled unfurled before him. A dazzling ray of colors burst forth, illuminating the heavens and earth. Then, this radiant spectacle was swiftly engulfed by deep, impenetrable darkness. At that moment, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Hein voluntarily sensed there were a fabric of universe a trembling gal creation in it. In this vast, void-like expanse, the light and darkness wrestled violently. Yet, this terrifying to be outed not last long before Euphorius, aged voice erupted. Gtion, your wretch. Ta cultivatita therilmof celestial emperor, and diatudereta transformio yourself into seed. Ha 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 ha. Thelaf tirof twite clad manecoeden response. Old spectre, you have discovered the truth fardelate. If I cannot eradicate darkland in this life, then I shall take ya, the greatest source of darkness in this universe, to the grave with him. Aslongasiu, Theodrelic, perish, there will always be spark to extinguish the dark clan complete line the future. You dare, you young pup, the terrifying elder bellowed. Ha ha. Let us embark in this journey together, you'll dretch. Thwite Cladman's slaughter rang out. Ash's words faded, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating everything around. Yifeng could hardly fathom the brilliancy of such colors, radiant beyond imagination. Eitwazes the fit were a source of illumination for all things, a display thetana highlight till that thing. Asp the light gradual dissipated, Yifeng murmurednes. Is this the light the fiend of my life? Why is it so extraordinary? I wonder if I will meet Ming Point Hounder world later. Lost in his thoughts, an overwhelming wavy off fatigue over Yifeng, plunging high monts marine tas lumber. Welcome back, our ancestor. Welcome back, our ancestor. Welcome back, our ancestor. What is that noise? It's so annoying. Yifeng furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself fascia slowly opened his shivy eyelids. As the light before him have found himself gazing upon an expansive, boundless world. Theska loomed higabove, unfathomably vast, as the fifth had known in sight. The earth stretched infinitely, a unbroken expanse with no discernible horizon. At that moment, a chorus of fervent cheers resonated. Welcome back, our ancestor. The voices rose and fell, ceaseless and thunderous, akin to the roaring wave soft Hesia. Gradually Yifeng acclimated to Thessina before him, casting gag lands surround with his peripheral vision. Only at this moment did he realize that they was seated in the very center of a place resembling an altar. Welcome back, our ancestral celestial beings. Welcome back, our ancestral celestial beings. The deafening voice continued to chur relentlessly. Asha gazed down in the direction of the sound. Yifeng's previous sly haze, yai suddenly would he net in shock. To his astonishment, he found indistinguishable silhouettes beneath him. Moreover, these individuals surreal kneeling on the ground, their gazes fled with fervor and excitement directed towards him. Before Yifeng could comprehend how could see so clearly from distance. Boom! A powerful surge of divine memories flooded into Yi Feng's mind like relentless tide. Day after day. Until the 10th day. Yi Feng maintained a posture refresting, skinanoni handish overlooked the throngs below. Thrug how the setten days, not a single person among the countless kneeling, figure shade parted. Bade digesting gond absorbing the memories that surged through his mind over its 10 days. Yi Feng a gradually grasped his current predicament. It must have traversed into another realm. From the memory of soft he original owner of this body. Yi Feng learned that the had arrived in a world in expansive teeming with countless race and beings. Most importantly, these world dolos for cultivation. In other words, on a camp pursue immortality. In this world, therium seredivid into 29 stages. Thellower forium's chi blood, condensed dan, divine awakening, and spirit return. Themid letherium's sacred realm, imperial realm, and cycle realm. The upper therium's immortal mortal realm, divine mortal realm, and void transformation realm. At the pinnacle of void transformation, one Akanasin Toth supreme emperor realm. The emperor realm consists of 9 transformations, each representing a progression off to previous realm, with the difficulty being exceeding lie. At the pinnacle of the 9th transformation of temporal realm, one has the opportunity to transcend heavenly path and attain thetitately of immortal emperor. The immortal emperor also has 9 transformations, each with its own realms. In the immortal emperor realm, each brain eye through Natan Lyre acquires some a cultivation resources budal sodomans the overcoming of fly fan death tribulation samamits earless. Thepeth following the peacock Tanina transformation, soft immortal emperoris in a thought, few being, shave traversed throughout hedges. The heavenly emperor. After acquiring the basis information about his surroundings, Yi Feng gluka down at the shand, wikapir dasage de strebark, and was momentarily taken aback. This hand, how can it be sold? Ins hoc, here I zedishand and waved it, casually. Before him, a glimmer of flight materialized, and a mere forjed from profound is appeared to thin air. He gazed at the reflection of himself for an extended period. After the initial shock, an involuntary smile crept across his face. He was so accustomed to yielding such powers to thedid to vin register naturally he could manifest them. For theta g diaterifying visage usal to familiar to him, deeply a chedden in his mind. The body that Yi Feng so occupied belonged to the formidable Ilderho had battled Themanine. Through heavest memorious in his mind, Yi Feng gal sounder stewed Theriasin with the terrifying elder had survived that fire second confrontation. According to records left by beings from Ian's past, before a the bird hoff thys universe, twol extrema force emerged, and everything within the myriad realm, event the loss of heavenly path, wash formed from the colossinoft hesatwa powers. The suaret woe forces the tremining comprehensible to obeying even at this day. Chapter 3 In place of gazing down at the seemingly endless throng below, Yi Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With just a cursory glance, he could sense the formidable aura emanating from the crowd, particularly from the 10 individuals kneeling at the forefront, whose presence exuded an unmistakable danger. If they were to discover that he had seized the corporeal form of their ancestor, preventing the full resurrection of the latter, it was likely that their souls had already been reduced to ashes alongside that towering figure. They would undoubtedly converge upon him with the intent to obliterate him. This must remain a secret. Having absorbed the memories of this body to a considerable extent, Yi Feng had come to understand the temperament, preferences, and modus operandi of the Dark Ancestor. Contemplating this, he lowered his gaze to the 10 kneeling figures at the forefront, forcing himself to calm his tumultuous thoughts. Meanwhile, among the throng that had been kneeling for over 10 days, some of the more powerful and courageous individuals caught sight of the Dark Ancestor's body gradually shifting. In an instant, tears of joy filled their eyes as they trembled with excitement, shouting aloud, "The Ancestor has returned!" As this proclamation resonated, it swept through the crowd like wildfire, with more and more voices joining in unison. The Ancestor has returned. Many were so overwhelmed with emotion that they began to convulse, tears streaming down their faces, their voices choked with elation. At this moment, Yi Feng, seated upon the throne, felt his thoughts gradually coalesce as time flowed on. Through the memories of the Dark Ancestor, he was acutely aware of the extreme brutality of this world. where even kin would not hesitate to stab one another in the back for great gain. As the only immortal and the longest surviving powerhouse, the Dark Ancestor now stood as the sole heavenly emperor of all realms, employing ruthless and insidious methods to extinguish countless lives, viewing all beings as mere sustenance. It was precisely this lack of humanity that allowed him to remain invincible throughout the ages. Yet, Yi Feng did not recoil from such a nature, for he gleaned the harsh truths of this world from the incessant memories flooding in from the Dark Ancestor. If he were to confront everything with the mindset of his previous life, he could scarcely fathom surviving until the morrow. In such a scenario, even death would be a luxury. With this in mind, Yi Feng's gaze turned icy as he regarded the 10 kneeling figures before him. These individuals were the top 10 priests of the Night Clan, each a peak celestial emperor, and each an insidious old monster who had lived for countless ages. Yi Feng slowly rose to his feet, casting a sweeping glance over the foremost 10 priests. At this moment, the 10 men and women kneeling on the ground exchanged glances and hastily bowed their heads even lower. After surveying the assembly, Yi Feng felt an impulse surge within him, and his voice, both aged and commanding, echoed throughout the realm. The 10 priests remain. The rest of the clan shall disperse. Upon hearing these words, the densely packed crowd immediately knelt in unison, proclaiming, "We obey the Ancestor's decree." Just then, one among the 10 priests rose to his feet. He first bowed slightly to Yi Feng before waving his hand, summoning forth a luminous radiance that shot into the heavens. It was a scroll imbued with terrifying spatial power. As the scroll twisted in midair, it expanded to a size capable of enveloping hundreds of thousands of people, and in a mere instant, all present vanished without a trace. Observing this spectacle, Yi Feng cast a profound glance at the man who had executed the teleportation spell. He was a middle-aged scholar dressed in white, with an amiable appearance and an elegant demeanor. Once the scroll had disappeared, Yi Feng's form flickered, and he was suddenly before the 10 priests. At that moment, the scroll reappeared before the refined middle-aged man, shimmering with light as he retrieved it. Reporting to the Ancestor, "We have captured several celestial emperors who dared to invade our clan. We humbly request your guidance on their fate." Another stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Yi Feng turned his gaze to the speaker. The individual had a pale complexion, a tall stature, and purple pupils, exuding an overwhelmingly potent aura. From the Dark Ancestor's memories, Yi Feng instantly recognized him as Grand Priest Yin Chuan, the strongest among the 10 priests, at the peak of celestial emperor cultivation. After speaking, Yin Chuan waved his hand, and 4 figures suddenly knelt before Yi Feng, just a short distance away. They included 2 elderly men, a middle-aged man, and a woman, totaling 4 individuals. Upon seeing Yi Feng's visage, their reactions varied wildly. Some were horrified, others incredulous, while some were filled with hatred. Yet, they could do nothing, for their powers had been shattered by Yin Chuan, their bodies restrained, and even their tongues severed. Observing this scene, Yi Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, as the 4 clearly bore the marks of unimaginable torment. "Kill them," Yi Feng stated coldly. The 10 priests were momentarily taken aback. Oh no. Realizing the implications, Yi Feng's heart jolted, but he continued with his icy demeanor. "After their demise, extract their souls and cast them into the river of soul refinement." The priest's eyes brightened at this command, as expected of the Ancestor, to kill first and refine later. Brilliant. Chapter 4. What is the river of soul refinement? It is the most feared place within the Night Clan. Even in death, souls do not perish. Casting one's spirit into the river of soul refinement ensures they do not die or dissipate. There, time does not exist, and souls are eternally tormented. Though the 4 could not speak or act, they could still hear the conversation among the priests. Upon hearing that the Dark Ancestor intended to cast them into the river of soul refinement for eternal torment, they could only silently rage, wishing they could leap up and gnaw at the Dark Ancestor with their teeth. However, the 4 were soon whisked away by Yin Chuan's wave of his hand, vanishing from before Yi Feng. After dealing with the 4, a heavy silence fell over the scene. The 10 priests stood respectfully, quietly awaiting the Dark Ancestor's orders. In this silence, Yifeng's mind was awash with thoughts. What a twist of fate! The heavens have dramatically thrust me into the role of the Dark Ancestor, and thus I must do everything in my power to survive in this merciless world. As a transmigrator, the first rule is to avoid the fatal mistakes that all villainous characters tend to make. Cutting the grass without removing the roots, the spring breeze will bring it back. With this in mind, Yifeng turned his gaze to the 10 individuals before him, his voice resonating with a cold and sinister tone, sending shivers down their spines. Although Ji Tian has perished, being the only one to deceive this ancestor and achieve the title of Celestial Emperor in several epochs, he is likely to have left behind some contingency. Having spoken, Yifeng intended to raise his hand to deduce whether he had left any countermeasures against him. However, he suddenly had a thought and refrained from taking action himself. Why not let others handle such potentially dangerous tasks? With this thought, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Yifeng's mouth. He then cast a chilling gaze upon the 10 priests, finally settling on the individual farthest to the left. Before him was a peculiarly shaped, diminutive old man, whose eyes resembled jujube pits, with white long eyebrows and beard. Clad in tattered robes and with a small, entirely white turtle perched on his shoulder, Yifeng regarded the man and calmly instructed, "Hua Jiazi, spare no expense in deducing any potential contingency left by Ji Tian." Upon hearing the Dark Ancestor's words, Hua Jiazi trembled all over, hastily stepping forward to bow. This old man obeys the Ancestor's command. Following this, the onlookers observed Hua Jiazi carefully remove the white turtle from his shoulder and gently place it in the palm of his hand. In mere moments, the turtle's once pristine white shell began to emit a faint glow. As time passed, the radiance intensified. When the shell was activated by Hua Jiazi's innate power, countless tiny symbols that had been hidden began to surface. These symbols danced across the shell like lively fish, traversing and speeding up times. They clustered together to form intricate patterns. At others, they scattered, dazzling like stars twinkling in the night sky. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a sudden jolt, Hua Jiazi's body shook. His face flushed as he gasped and spewed forth a mouthful of blood. The white turtle trembled as if it had sustained a grievous injury, its once brilliant luminescence dimming significantly. The other priests gasped at this sight. It should be noted that Hua Jiazi had mastered the art of deduction. His ability to discern the nature of all things had reached an unparalleled peak. As a 9-turn celestial emperor, he ranked among the most formidable in the world, especially with the assistance of the time turtle, a creature that could only be nurtured over countless epochs. What could possibly injure him? It was clear that Ji Tian had indeed left behind a contingency. Yifeng narrowed his eyes at the unfolding scene. With a swift motion, he pointed a single hand towards Hua Jiazi. Instantly, a milky white celestial light shot forth from his fingertip, flooding into Hua Jiazi's body. In an instant, the damage Hua Jiazi had suffered was completely restored. Not only that, but the very space around him began to twist violently at this moment, causing the intricate patterns on the surface of the time turtle to tremble violently as well. Chapter 5. The myriad realms. As time progressed, the symbols on the surface of the time turtle began to rotate at an increasingly rapid pace, as if striving to break free from some invisible bondage. With a thunderous roar, at that instant, the mysterious symbols on the surface of the time turtle suddenly erupted into countless dazzling beams of light, scattering like meteors across the sky. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng immediately raised both hands and clenched them towards the void. An invisible force of order instantly enveloped the space. The once rapidly fleeing shards of light now appeared as if they were imprisoned by a colossal unseen force, suspended in the void. Subsequently, these shards of light began to tremble violently, and then, as if time itself were reversing, they returned to the air, reassembling and rearranging until they ultimately crystallized into a breathtaking tableau. Before the onlookers stood a planet shrouded in an array, devoid of any glimmer of light. The 9th priestess, who Tian knew, observed closely and exclaimed in astonishment. A 10th-level grand formation, the life and death reversal immortal array. Ji Tian has indeed made a grand gesture, successfully arranging this legendary and most potent concealed formation. Life and death reversal, as the name implies, living beings cannot deduce the fate of the deceased. The life and death reversal immortal array can obscure the aura of all living beings within the array, transforming it into the aura of the dead to prevent deduction. Unfortunately, my master's skills surpass all, and his realm has long transcended the myriad realms. Even this array cannot evade the power of his deductions. Indeed, truly worthy of the immortal ancestor. One priest began to worship the Dark Ancestor, and the other priests echoed in unison. Meanwhile, Yifeng cast a glance at the waning figure of Hua Jiazi and calmly stated, "The target has emerged. You must immediately deduce its precise location using the celestial disk." Upon hearing this, Hua Jiazi promptly rose and complied. He then opened his mouth and, with a flash of light, a starry compass flew forth from his lips, hovering before him. With a solemn expression, Hua Jiazi sat cross-legged, forming seals with his hands to begin the deduction using the life compass. After a brief moment, Hua Jiazi's expression suddenly shifted, and he opened his eyes, standing up respectfully before Yifeng, saying, "Congratulations, immortal ancestor, that I have fulfilled my duty. The location has been deduced. This star lies within the low-grade spirit realm of the looming spirit realm." Hearing this, Yifeng's eyes instantly shone with brilliance, and he nodded slowly. "Very well." He then turned to face the crowd, his voice aged and hoarse as he surveyed them, commanding, "Since Hu Tiannu is familiar with this formation, let her accompany me. The rest of the priests may assume their positions." Upon hearing this, the other priests immediately bowed and responded in unison, "We obey the decree of the immortal ancestor." With that, Yifeng stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, a black light enveloped Hu Tiannu, vanishing from sight in the looming spirit realm. Amidst the vast and boundless starry river, a seemingly inconsequential small planet rotated slowly. Unlike other planets radiating light, this planet was completely enveloped by layers of thick mist, making it appear from afar like a dewdrop resting upon a blade of grass. Meanwhile, upon this mundane and desolate plain stood a solitary stone house. Flanking the entrance of the stone house were two figures, one on the left and one on the right, meditating with their eyes closed. To the right stood an old man clad in a yellow robe, his hair white as a crane's, while to the left was an old woman adorned in a colorful feathered robe, her beauty striking. Suddenly, the old woman in feathers trembled violently, then pressed a gnarled hand to her chest and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The old man, who had been meditating beside her, opened his eyes in alarm and exclaimed, "Junior sister, what has happened to you?" The old woman's bright gaze fixed intently upon the sky, her voice trembling as she said, "Something is amiss. A murderous intent has locked onto this place." Chapter 6. The arrival. In a once tranquil corner of the looming spirit realm, a sound of crackling shattered the stillness that had persisted for countless ages. As the disturbance subsided, the torn fabric of space began to slowly close. An elderly man and a woman appeared as if conjured from thin air, standing amidst the void. The old man bore an aged visage, clad in a pitch-black robe, exuding no discernible aura, yet his deep, dark eyes were daunting to behold. The woman appeared enchantingly alluring, dressed in a vividly crimson gown, her figure strikingly voluptuous. Upon their emergence, the old man's cold eyes glimmered faintly as they swept across the surroundings. And within moments, he had pinpointed a location. With a single step, he departed, taking the woman beside him as they vanished into the void. Shortly thereafter, upon the surface of the mist-like planet stood the two figures. Yifeng's deep, dark eyes fixated upon the planet, completely enveloped by the life and death reversal array, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. All the memories of the Dark Ancestor had thoroughly flooded his consciousness, and he had completely absorbed them as he felt the power capable of annihilating all at his fingertips. Coupled with the increasingly dulled emotions within him, he experienced a sensation unlike any he had felt in his past life. It was a feeling of indescribable freedom, a sensation of being able to do anything he desired, as though he were the master of his own fate. Yet, this feeling also brought forth a tinge of confusion and unease. Why did he feel no discomfort occupying this body, as if it were inherently his? Was it a peculiarity of a transmigrator? Or was there another reason? Unable to fathom the truth, Yifeng sighed inwardly. muttering to himself, "Never mind, one day at a time. For now, I must first address the matters at hand." Meanwhile, Hu Tiannu, who had circled the planet enveloped by the life and death reversal array twice, approached Yifeng, her body slightly bowing as she gazed at him with infatuation in her eyes, her red lips parting as she spoke sweetly. Reporting to the Ancestor, although this array is the most concealed formation in the myriad realms, its creator, Ji Tian, has been slain by you, Ancestor, which has led to the array not reaching its peak state. It merely requires you to. Before Hu Tiannu could finish, the Dark Ancestor raised a hand. Striking towards the Zigwixing at that moment, the array of the planet seemed to sense an overwhelming threat, and the thick mist on its surface began to churn rapidly. However, facing the full force of the Dark Ancestor's strike, the array, now devoid of the Emperor's foundational power, crumbled within just a few breaths. Hu Tiannu stared in horror at the terrifying scene before her. The Ancestor's power was truly unfathomable, without the protection of the life and death reversal array. Zigwixing lay completely exposed beneath the Dark Ancestor's presence. Dark Ancestor, you have actually found this place. At that moment, a thunderous shout erupted from within the planet, following which, two beams of light, one yellow and one white, shot forth into the starry sky. Standing a distance from the Dark Ancestor, as the light dissipated, the two figures revealed themselves to be the old woman and the old man. Yifeng cast a fleeting glance at them without pausing, instead directing his gaze through the planet's barrier towards the stone house that stood tall. With a glimmer of dark light flowing through his pupils, he turned back to the yellow and white figures and spoke slowly. "So, Ji Tian's descendants still remain. Today, I shall perform a blood sacrifice upon this star, and from henceforth, the Ji clan shall have no pure blood remaining, and you mere too, having just stepped into the seventh transformation, dare to raise your voices before me, the immortal Ancestor?" With that, without waiting for their response, Yifeng casually unleashed a punch towards the two elders. Startled, the two immediately retreated, hastily conjuring an ancient, snow-white round mirror exuding an aura of the Tao. As the punch collided with the mirror, it held for but a fleeting moment before the surface, imbued with mysterious runes, twisted and shattered. With a deafening roar, this top-tier defensive immortal treasure shattered without any doubt. The two elders, after coughing up a mouthful of blood, were sent flying like shooting stars by the residual force. Yifeng observed their survival with some surprise, casting a glance at the shattered snow-white mirror. He remarked indifferently, "A top-tier defensive immortal treasure. Alas, it may save you once, but it shall not save you a second time." The old woman steadied herself, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, her voice trembling with terror as she exclaimed, "How can you still possess such power after battling with our clan's Ji Tian to the death? This is impossible." Meanwhile, the old man, feeling the chasm-like disparity in strength, muttered despondently, "Why has it come to this? Could it be that our clan is truly facing annihilation?" The Dark Ancestor coldly regarded them, stating, "If this is your dying wish, then you may embrace death." With that, the Dark Ancestor formed a fist seal with his right hand and once again hurled a punch into the void towards the two elders. Chapter 7. The backup planned as they felt the terrifying intent of the punch capable of subduing all in existence bearing down upon them. Despair etched itself upon the faces of the yellow and white elders. "My life is at an end. Forgive me, clan leader. We have failed your trust." Just then, a resonant hum erupted from deep within the Zigwixing. A blood-red beam of light shot forth, piercing through the Dark Ancestor's invincible punch intent. Upon witnessing the terrifying beam of attack, the enchanting visage of Hu Tiannu was overtaken by an expression of incredulous horror. Meanwhile, Yifeng, upon encountering this sudden turn of events, narrowed his eyes slightly, his aged face betraying a grave concern. For he sensed a threatening aura emanating from the beam, and the unsettling stirrings within him whispered that this source of power was anything but ordinary. In stark contrast to the two solemn figures, the elders clad in yellow and white, having regained their composure from their initial shock, displayed an understanding of the situation. The elder matron suddenly knelt and began to bow repeatedly, tears streaming down her face, almost in a frenzy. Patriarch's blessing. our clan shall inevitably rise again. Ji Tiandi, do you see this? Ha ha ha, your progeny has succeeded. Ji Huang has accomplished what none have ever achieved. He has successfully fused with that power. He shall undoubtedly be invincible across all realms. The elder man also laughed maniacally, exclaiming, Ha ha ha! Our clan will surely reclaim its place at the pinnacle of the realms. Hu Tianyu stood dumbfounded, gazing at the old matron, who, at that moment, resembled an ordinary peasant woman bereft of any celestial dignity. Kneeling there weeping, as the elder's words sank in, Yifeng's expression darkened further, and he waved his hand to create a spatial rift. Seizing Hu Tianyu and casting her within, his tone icy, your presence here is of no use any longer. Return and inform the other priests. The battle is not yet over. Ensure they prepare adequately within the clan. Hearing this, Hu Tianyu hastily knelt on one knee, her beautiful countenance filled with sorrowful desperation. The ancestor commands, and Tianyu dares not disobey. However, as one of the priests and a member of the Night Clan's celestial lineage, I implore the ancestor to allow me to stay by your side to face the enemy. Before she could finish her plea, upon catching a glimpse of the ancestor's increasingly frigid gaze, Hu Tianyu trembled and fell silent, her figure vanishing into the spatial rift. After dismissing Hu Tianyu, Yifeng turned his attention to the source of the menacing blood-red beam. It was a seemingly ordinary boy, merely 2 or 3 years of age. Strangely, he exhibited no fluctuations of cultivation. Had it not been for the unmistakable attack just unleashed, even the Dark Ancestor would have deemed him a mere mortal. This is... Yifeng scrutinized the boy, his pupils suddenly constricting in shock. He involuntarily muttered to himself, This aura, it is indeed the origin of the end. In an instant, his heart surged from astonishment to ecstatic joy. Who would have thought? In this era, both the origin of beginning and the origin of end have manifested, and I have encountered them both. Ji Tian must have acquired it long ago but was unable to wield it. Now it has fortuitously fallen into my hands. Ha ha ha, the origin of end. You are mine now. With that, Yifeng casually struck, reducing the 2 seemingly mad celestial beings to ashes, then stepped forward into the void. Arriving before the sleeping boy, gazing at the cherubic face of the child, Yifeng's fingers curled as he reached for the boy's head. However, just as his fingers approached the boy's forehead, a blinding blood light erupted from the child, enveloping everything in its vicinity. At that moment, the origin of beginning within Yifeng surged forth, racing towards the boy. The origin of beginning, glowing like a firefly, radiated a brilliant white light, fervently consuming the blood light, which responded in kind. The 2 unfathomable forces began to merge, giving birth to an aura so terrifying that it transcended all comprehension. Yet, the fusion of these 2 dreadful powers did not last long before it ceased. Perhaps due to their extreme weakness, with a sound reminiscent of shattering porcelain, a peculiar light, a blend of blood red and white, erupted from the boy and Yifeng, expanding outward at an unimaginable speed, obliterating all in its path. If someone were observing from the cosmos at that moment, they would be filled with dread, witnessing the entire Zigwixing vanish at a visible rate. Chapter 8. Counterattack. As this extraordinary light blossomed, everything appeared utterly insignificant. With the relentless spread of this light, the entire looming spirit realm was completely enveloped, reducing it to nothingness. When Yifeng's vision cleared, he found himself surrounded by a void of chaos. The once vibrant looming spirit realm had vanished entirely. Even the laws themselves dissipated, returning to a primordial state. After a moment of silence, as if struck by a revelation, he began to probe his own being with his soul, only to discover that the origin of beginning, once bright as a firefly, now lay dimmed. Yifeng, seeing this, couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that the fusion of the powers of extreme life and death would result in such an outcome? If both forces were in their most perfect states, what would the consequences have been? At that moment, a thought sparked within Yifeng's mind, prompting him to raise a finger and meticulously deduce the situation. After profound contemplation, his expression darkened as he murmured, Ji Tian's bloodline has not yet dissipated. Under such overwhelming power, How could a child who has yet to embark on the path of cultivation possibly survive? Suddenly, Yifeng's mind jolted as he realized. It was the origin of End. That individual must have utilized the last vestiges of their power to escape with the host at the final moment. With that thought, Yifeng's heart raced, and he gritted his teeth, beginning to deduce the now severely weakened origin of End. However, after only a short while of calculation, his expression grew increasingly grim. His heart was filled with shock and fury. For no matter how he strained to deduce, that faint trace of aura had vanished entirely. Once the descendant of the Ji clan, who possessed the origin of End, disappeared, locating him again would be akin to scaling the heavens. For no one could deduce the existence of a being imbued with the origin, just as no one could deduce his own essence. Suppressing the turmoil within, Yifeng meticulously searched his memories for a solution. Moments later, his face twisted in a sinister expression, his mind racing, he finally recalled a crucial item. The ancestral artifact of the Night Clan. The ancestral grounds. By harnessing the power of the ancestral artifact, he could perform a deduction to find a resolution. With this thought in mind, Yifeng immediately tore open a spatial rift and stepped through. Within the sacrificial hall of the Night Clan's ancestral grounds, the 10 high priests and leaders of various tribes were gathered, gazing at the empty throne that belonged to the patriarch. Each face bore distinct expressions of sorrow, anger, and indifference. Not long prior, they had all simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. Realizing that the patriarch's aura had dissipated, signifying his demise in the aftermath, some wept loudly, others seethed with rage, eager for vengeance, while a few wore expressions of concealed delight. Listen to me, a middle-aged man with an eerie aura, purple eyes and a pale complexion addressed by Yuanlu calmly. The patriarch is dead, and the enemy could strike at any moment. It is imperative that we select a new patriarch so our clan can unite and overcome this crisis. Bai Yuanlu turned to glare at the man coldly. In Chuan, what are you plotting? Who says the patriarch has perished? Do not forget the realm of the celestial ancestor. The Ji clan's celestial emperor fell at the hands of the celestial ancestor. Humph! In Chuan scoffed coldly at the remark. The celestial ancestor's soul imprint resides within each of us, and now that imprint has utterly dissipated. What that signifies is clear to all. Why must you put on such airs? By strength alone, I am the only candidate for patriarch. You cannot prevent me. Bai Yuanlu's face darkened at his words, while the alluring Hu Tianyu also paled, angrily rebuking In Chuan. The celestial ancestor's fate remains uncertain. Are you attempting to rebel at this moment? Chapter 9. Troubles. Upon hearing Hu Tianyu's words, In Chuan merely laughed derisively. The Night Clan has always been ruled by strength. With the ancestor fallen, it is only right to elect a new patriarch to lead us all. How can this be construed as rebellion? The other priests fell into silence, the atmosphere in the grand hall growing increasingly tense. Suddenly, a rift appeared in the space above the hall without warning. As In Chuan and the others prepared to act, an elder clad in black robes emerged from the rift, slowly descending. The elder surveyed the crowd below, remaining silent before settling into the vacant throne. Realizing the presence of the celestial ancestor, everyone immediately knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the celestial ancestor." In Chuan hastily followed suit. I pay my respects to the celestial ancestor." Before In Chuan could utter another word, Hu Tianyu stepped forward, her voice sweet yet urgent. "The elder In Chuan seeks to usurp the throne in your absence. I implore the celestial ancestor to take action against him." In that moment, In Chuan's composure faltered, for he knew the celestial ancestor could eliminate him with a mere gesture. Thus, he rushed forward, wearing a forced smile. "Celestial ancestor, please see reason. I would never dare to usurp the throne. I merely fear that some ill-intentioned individuals might sow discord in your absence." After speaking, Yinchuan pressed his forehead against the ground and remained motionless. The elder scanned the crowd with a glance, then looked at Yinchuan without uttering a word. The presence of the soul aura, unique to the celestial ancestor, re-emerged within their bodies. The dread and fear among everyone in the grand hall intensified. This was indicative of the fact that their life was at the mercy of the dark ancestral figure, who could extinguish it with a mere flick of his hand. The hall fell into silence for a moment, as the elder surveyed all those who knelt with their heads bowed in trepidation, before slowly commanding, "The 10 priests shall remain. The rest may leave." Once the others had departed, the elder coldly addressed the priests, "Prepare to summon the ancestral artifact." The sun wheel. The priests, including Yinchuan, who knelt on the ground, were struck with astonishment. They were aware that the ancestral artifact had not been utilized for several epochs, and that the ancestral artifacts of the Yi clan were particularly unique. They did not possess offensive capabilities but could only divine potential future occurrences, essentially predicting the future. Given that the Yi clan had been invincible across countless realms for innumerable years, there had been no need for such an artifact until now. The mere mention of its activation by the celestial ancestor signified that they were facing a situation that even his unparalleled combat prowess could not resolve. Despite the myriad thoughts racing through their minds, the 10 priests promptly took their positions, their hands forming seals to summon the ancestral artifact. As the formation reached completion, an ancient, circular stone tablet gradually descended from the void into the grand hall. The stone, imbued with a timeless quality, appeared as though it had been naturally formed. It was said that this stone was the primordial celestial treasure of the Yi clan's ancestor, Yi. Historical records of the Yi clan narrate that at the dawn of the era of creation, this founding ancestor evaded countless life-threatening tribulations using this primordial treasure, ultimately establishing the Yi clan. That particular period was marked by the flourishing of various races across the realms, where formidable beings were as plentiful as grass, and countless ancient ferocious beasts thrived. Yet, Yi led the Yi clan through calamities into safety, thanks to the sun wheel's ability to foretell fortunes and misfortunes. Returning to the present, as the ancestral artifact manifested, the 10 priests dispersed, leaving only Yifeng alone in the spacious sacrificial hall. He approached the sun wheel, gazing at the remarkably ancient stone tablet, which appeared unremarkable on the surface, before exhaling a drop of his vital blood onto it. Upon sensing the essence of blood unique to the chieftain of the Yi clan, the surface of the sun wheel trembled, and soon began to shed its outer layer, revealing its true form. A jade mirror emanating the aura of supreme Tao was gradually unveiled before Yifeng's eyes. At that moment, the jade mirror began to writhe, and before long, 2 eyes and a mouth, reminiscent of a human's, emerged on its surface. The eyes of the jade seemed to move slightly, then turned to Yifeng, opening its mouth to speak with a tone of respect and humility. O most exceptional chieftain of the Yi clan over countless epochs. After the passage of several epochs, what do you seek to awaken me for? What inquiries do you wish to make? Yifeng fixed his gaze upon the sun wheel and spoke in a steady voice. The sole bloodline of the Ji clan has been claimed by the primordial end. After it escaped from my grasp, I could no longer divine its whereabouts, sun wheel. I implore you to exhaust your capabilities to trace the whereabouts of the Ji clan's singular bloodline. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the sun wheel fell into a profound silence. After a while, its smooth surface cracked open. A wailing sound emanated from within the sun wheel. Chieftain, are you jesting? The primordial end has actually fallen into the hands of our clan's mortal enemy, the Ji clan. You must understand that the primordial end possesses the innate ability to lead its host to fortune and avoid calamity. My own powers of fortune and misfortune are mere echoes of its divine essence. It's over. Once that being matures, everything will be lost. As it spoke, the sun wheel attempted to break through the void and flee. Chapter 10. The sun wheel, however, before the sun wheel could ascend, Yifeng's powerful hand firmly pressed it down. Yifeng's expression remained indifferent as he coldly stated, "Do not be hasty. Observe this." As he spoke, Yifeng opened his palm to reveal a flicker of white light, akin to a firefly, dancing within. Upon hearing this, the sun wheel's stone eyes displayed curiosity as it approached to scrutinize the white light closely. Moments later, its mouth gaped open, and its eyes widened in astonishment as it exclaimed, This astonishing breath of life. Is this the previously undiscovered primordial beginning?" Yifeng observed the scene with a slight twitch of his lips, overwhelmed by the absurdity of it all. Although he had glimpsed certain scenes and methodologies related to the sun wheel through the memories of the Dark Ancestor, witnessing it firsthand was still quite impactful. Clearing his throat, Yifeng roused the dazed sun wheel and inquired. The primordial beginning is in my possession, and this secret is known only to you and me. Thus, even if we encounter the fully realized primordial end, I shall not fear. Moreover, its current host is merely a child who has yet to embark on the path of cultivation. I now require your full cooperation to exhaustively divine its movements. Should there be even the slightest chance of Ji Huang's appearance, I will eradicate that small world. After pondering for a moment, the sun wheel sighed and replied, O most exceptional chieftain of the Yi clan, your possession of the primordial beginning truly surprises me. Had your ancestor Yi Ritian known that the primordial power he sought throughout his life ultimately fell into the hands of the Yi clan, he could have died with a smile. However, I did not expect that in this epoch, two great fortunes would manifest simultaneously, and you are destined to be irreconcilable foes. This epoch is far from tranquil. But alas, while I would very much like to assist you, the power of the primordial beginning has transcended all material limits. Perhaps it no longer belongs to any tangible form, thus rendering me incapable of divining its whereabouts. Hearing the sun wheel's response, Yifeng's expression gradually darkened as he spoke solemnly. Is there truly no other way? Must we simply allow it to grow? The sun wheel displayed a grave expression in response. Allow me to contemplate further to see if there is another method to locate it. Days later, the sun wheel emerged from its contemplation and spoke. There is a way. Yifeng, who had been seated cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing this and coldly inquired, What method? How long will it take to find it? Since we cannot pursue its trail, why not directly divine you instead? The two of you, mortal enemies, will inevitably cross paths one day. If you allow me to access your fate, I can perform a reverse divination, which may yield some clues regarding its whereabouts. Yifeng contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He placed both hands upon the surface of the sun wheel, allowing his vital blood to flow into it. As the sun wheel absorbed Yifeng's blood, the aura of the Tao surged forth, and the ancient patterns on its surface began to shimmer incessantly. As time flowed by, several years slipped away. Within a realm of spirit, on an exceptionally vibrant planet, a young boy of 7 or 8 years, clad in animal skins, sat cross-legged at the entrance of an ancient cave dwelling, engaging in meditation. Occasionally glancing up at the sky, his eyes, unlike those of his peers, seemed deep enough to penetrate the very fabric of the cosmos. Should anyone observe closely, they would be alarmed to discover a shadow resembling a divine dragon slowly moving within the depths of his eyes. Simultaneously, in the grand hall of the ancestral grounds of the Yi clan within the void celestial realm, years had passed, and the once immaculate surface of the sun wheel, continuously divining, was now marred by numerous cracks. Just then, the jade mirror forcefully rebounded Yifeng, sending him sprawling. The entire mirror shattered with a resounding explosion. This occurrence was so abrupt that Yifeng merely watched with an impassive gaze. Subsequently, he clenched his hands into fists in the void. A brilliant burst of milky white light erupted from his hands, enveloping the shattered remnants of the sun wheel in an instant. An unparalleled force of life surged forth, as if time itself had reversed, pulling the disintegrated sun wheel back into existence. After regaining consciousness, the sun wheel fell silent for a moment, then spoke with a tone imbued with trepidation, despair, fear, and confusion. I have glimpsed countless potential futures that may unfold. Yifeng furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene and asked, And the outcome? I cannot discern anything clearly. Only a haze of gray remains, devoid of any imagery. The sensation evoked by this vision is beyond my capacity to articulate. It is as if the very heavens and earth have succumbed to silence. Yet it feels as though all things are returning to their origin. Yifeng's expression grew increasingly grim upon hearing this. However, just then, the sun wheel continued. Chieftain, among the possible futures, there appears to be one with a somewhat different conclusion. Thus, this outcome may represent a variable. Chapter 11. A glimmer of life upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression, though increasingly somber, remained composed as he inquired, What variable, pray, elucidate? The weary voice of the sun wheel gradually resonated. Chieftain, the intricacies of this situation are profound. You will understand everything I am about to convey and comprehend how to proceed. Yi Feng nodded in silence. The foresight of the future and attempts to alter it inherently involve a multitude of complexities, especially as they sought to intervene in the futures of two primordial entities. Taking several deep breaths, the sun will gradually begin to speak. With each word it uttered, its surface would fracture further. Meanwhile, Yifeng continuously employed the power of the primordial beginning to mend it. To encounter the primordial end, one must rely on the primordial beginning. Simply allow nature to take its course. The time of your encounter will not be far off. However, you must seek him out in a different manner, for the primordial entity possesses an innate ability to sense your presence as the celestial emperor and can swiftly guide its host to safety. Ultimately, do not place your trust in anyone from within your clan. After uttering these three statements, the sun will fell into a profound silence, as if lost in recollection. Gradually, it resumed speaking, this time addressing matters that clearly no longer pertain to the grand causality. And the visible fissures upon its surface ceased their chaotic expansion. Upon encountering this individual, whether you choose to slay him or shatter his resolve, your sole aim should be to ensure that he is forever barred from attaining the status of the celestial emperor. Should you succeed, the primordial entity, having lost its host, would merely become an exceedingly pure force, incapable of posing any threat to you. You could even assimilate and refine the primordial entity, with your powers over both life and death. You could potentially ascend to an unprecedented supreme realm. After attentively absorbing the words of the sun wheel, Yifeng contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement. For him, this indeed presented a viable approach. With the profound foundation of the Dark Ancestor, even if he were to descend into the mortal realm in the form of a mere avatar, no one across the myriad worlds could pose a threat to him. Finally, I shall bestow upon you a piece of my life's work, crafted from a wealth of celestial materials and vital essence expended during the era of Night Sunday. This jade pendant possesses the ability to completely conceal your aura. A round jade pendant, intricately carved with the sun and moon entwined in a double dragon embrace, emerged from within the sun wheel and landed in Yifeng's grasp. After catching it with one hand, he heard the fragmented voice of the sun wheel echoing once more. Patriarch, my foundation has been severely compromised. Although you rescued me with the primordial essence, the entanglements of causality run too deep, and I must succumb to a long slumber. I hope that when we meet again, you will bring me good news. With the final words spoken, the sun will dissipate it into thin air, vanishing completely. Yifeng gazed at the spot where the sun wheel had disappeared, now empty and desolate. In the days that followed, rumors circulated among the upper echelons of the Night Clan, suggesting that the ancestor would retreat into seclusion for an indefinite period. Seeking to comprehend the profound and transcendent path, time flowed swiftly, and after a span of over a decade, outside the interdimensional teleportation array of the Night Clan, a throng of youthful figures stood in line, eagerly awaiting their turn to enter the portal. This was the interdimensional teleportation array, a rare opportunity that opened only once every 100 years. Those possessing the teleportation talismans had endured numerous rounds of elimination trials to earn their chance to partake in the trials across the myriad worlds. Leading this procession was a young man known as Yi Wukong. Yi Wukong stood tall and slender, his eyes as dark as deep pools, his expression cold yet handsome. Clad in a black brocade robe, he exuded an air of extraordinary distinction. Yi Wukong was, in fact, the incarnation of the Dark Ancestor. Behind him, the others maintained a respectful distance, engaging in hushed discussions. From the back of the line, a youthful member of the Night Clan, his eyes glinting with excitement, exclaimed, I heard that during this competition, Yi Wukong, at the pinnacle of the returning spirit realm, defeated the so-called undefeated Night Fan with just a single finger. Upon hearing this, another youth from the Night Clan responded, Indeed, it was a complete annihilation. Moreover, he has maintained an unblemished record throughout these years. Rumor has it that he is the most gifted descendant of the Night Clan in nearly 1,000 years. Although his true identity remains shrouded in mystery, and no one knows which elder he is a disciple of, he need not be an elder. He may well be a disciple of the esteemed priest. A slender girl with an oval face and sparkling eyes, named Yi Linger, gazed at Yi Wukong with admiration. The others fell into contemplative silence. If he were indeed a disciple of the priest, then claiming the first position would be entirely reasonable. The number of exceptionally gifted juniors in our Night Clan is on the rise. Whether it be Yi Wukong or the seed candidates from previous trials, their strength is sufficient to sweep away their peers across all realms. An elderly man by the teleportation array chuckled as he stroked his beard, while another elder nodded in agreement. Our clan has produced extraordinary talents over the past millennium, born as celestial bodies, tyrant bodies, sacred bodies, and more. Furthermore, we possess the ancestor who, having swept through the myriad worlds, is invincible. The myriad realms are merely our garden of herbs to pluck at will. The assembled youths erupted with fervor, their hearts swelling with pride at their elder's words. Afterward, Elder Yi Yun addressed the crowd, unleashing a voice imbued with supreme authority that resonated through the air, causing all present to shudder. Across the vast expanse of the myriad realms, this trial will commence, and each individual's life and death will depend on their own abilities. The positions to which your teleportation talismans will take you are entirely random. Some among you may arrive in the highest realms of celestial spirits, while others may find themselves in the mortal realm. Regardless of the realm, it will be your own fortune. Once you step into the outside world, everything relies upon yourselves. The path to transcending to immortality lies beneath your feet. However, you must always remember, in the struggles among peers, we old-timers shall not intervene. But should anyone resort to bullying the weak, you may shatter your life jade token to inform us, and we shall send an enforcer to handle the matter. Do you understand? The aspiring prodigies of the Night Clan, after hearing Elder Yi Yun's words, bowed in unison and replied with solemnity. We understand, Elder. At that moment, beside Elder Yi Yun, an elder named Yi Yu discreetly transmitted a message to the leading Yi Wukong. Wukong, as the seed inheritor of the Night Clan and a direct descendant, your teleportation talisman has been infused with a fragment of divine essence personally bestowed by the esteemed priest K. Tianyin. In the face of life and death, it shall ensure that a fragment of your soul remains unextinguished, enabling your return to the Night Clan. Upon receiving Yi Yu's secret transmission, Yi Wukong's indifferent gaze did not linger on the elder. Observing this, Yi Yu smiled faintly, unperturbed. Each promising seed of the clan represented the future hope of the Night Clan, and especially for Yi Wukong, a direct descendant and a super talent who had never known defeat since embarking on his cultivation journey within the Night Clan. What remarkable potential the Night Clan possesses! Any disciple could easily become a coveted celestial seed in the myriad realms. It is evident just how terrifying Yi Wukong's talent is, as he stands at the pinnacle of the younger generation. Yi Wukong, however, paid no heed to the discussions around him. Instead, he gazed towards the teleportation array, deep in thought eyeing the prophecy of the sun wheel. Seeking in a different manner implied adopting a different identity to swiftly encounter the descendant of the Ji clan. Yet, it did not reveal the location or time. Could it be that one might encounter them at will, but if one were to seek deliberately, they would elude capture? How intriguing. It seems like a destined fate. I wonder where this random teleportation will take me. If I could directly meet that lad, how fortuitous it would be. At that moment, from the back of the line, a chubby boy, having overheard the conversations about Yi Wukong, turned to join in, eagerly stating, Yi Wukong, the prodigy who emerged in the Night Clan 10 years ago. In the recent interdimensional trial selection, he defeated everyone with a single move, claiming the first position with unrivaled prowess. Upon hearing this, a young man clad in fine garments, who appeared to be of notable lineage, scoffed at the chubby boy's words. Ha! What a grand exaggeration! The chubby boy merely smiled coldly at the retort. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. You are still young. The young man, clearly of distinguished background, grew furious upon hearing the chubby boy's words. How dare you insult me? The chubby boy only laughed derisively. You think you can slander someone who has made it onto the heavenly rankings? Not only can I insult you, but I could also end your life right here, and no one would dare say a word. The heavenly rankings. Upon hearing those two words, some gasped in shock, while others looked on in confusion. Long ago, some elders within the clan had created a so-called potential list, and the top 10 individuals on that list were deemed to possess the potential to become future celestial emperors. This was the heavenly rankings. Someone in the crowd explained the significance of the heavenly rankings to those around them. Upon hearing this, the well-dressed young man was taken aback. His family background naturally allowed him to comprehend the meaning behind the heavenly rankings. His expression instantly paled, losing all traces of arrogance. The chubby boy, seeing this, smiled disdainfully and continued addressing the crowd. Yi Wukong has been unanimously evaluated as the number one on the heavenly rankings by the elders of the clan based on his performance over the years. With those words, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. This revelation was the first of its kind for those present, especially after grasping the significance of the heavenly rankings. How could they not be astonished? The little chubby boy, Yi Dun, had once again let slip an explosive piece of information. Haha, it matters not. This is no taboo. The two elders, who had been quietly eavesdropping on the discussions among the younger generation, exchanged glances and smiled nonchalantly. Cough, cough. Elder Yi, who was overseeing the array, cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the crowd. As everyone turned to him, the elder slowly spoke. Instead of envying others, it is better to strive diligently yourselves. Although others may begin from a higher starting point, some individuals of mediocre talent may achieve accomplishments that rival those of the extraordinarily gifted. You may not know this, but the Ji clan's leader, Ji Tian, who battled our ancestor in the past, was hailed as the foremost combatant among the emperors throughout history. However, few realized that in his youth, he possessed merely average talent among the heavenly prodigies of the myriad worlds. Yet, he ultimately outpaced all his peers on the path to transcendence. The prodigies of that generation far surpassed those of the present. Various sacred physiques, celestial bodies, divine forms, and even the legendary myriad celestial physiques emerged. Yet they all fell to the hand of Ji Tian. After Ji Tian achieved the status of a mortal emperor, he vanished from sight. Who would have imagined that upon his reappearance, he had successfully transformed the heavenly Tao and attained the title of Heavenly Emperor? Chapter 13. Qinglin Mountain. As the words fell, Yu sighed deeply, seemingly filled with emotion. Despite Ji Tian being their mortal enemy, such a remarkable figure, who defied the heavens and achieved greatness, remained deserving of respect. What is so impressive about that? Was he not slain by our invincible ancestor? A sudden voice interjected, and a defiant youth from the Yi clan sneered in rebuttal to Yi Yu. The elder cast a glance at him but chose to ignore the remark. Continuing, although Ji Tian has perished, the fact that he, possessing an ordinary physique, could ascend to the level of Heavenly Emperor is something that only he has accomplished throughout history. Upon hearing the elder's words, the expressions of the young men and women grew solemn. Yi Wukong, leading the group, couldn't help but internally lament. Perhaps Ji Tian's lack of talent is why he was not chosen by the primordial end. Yet, it is astonishing that the primordial end chose Ji Tian's sole descendant. Truly, fate plays its tricks. I wonder where this random cross-realm journey will take me. It would be perfect if I could encounter that lad directly. As the time approached, the teleportation commenced. Just as Yi Wukong was lost in thought, Elder Yi Yun's loud command rang out. The cross-realm teleportation array finally activated. Simultaneously, the teleportation talismans on everyone's bodies lit up. And one by one, they vanished from their original locations. A flash of light enveloped Yi Wukong, and he too disappeared without a trace. The vast earth, with its towering mountains, lay in eerie silence, illuminated only by the countless lightning bolts intertwining and dancing across the sky, casting the night as bright as day. Boom, boom. Thunder roared incessantly as torrential rain poured down. Qinglin Mountain, as local legends recounted, had once witnessed an immortal named Qinglin ascend to the heavens, sword in hand. Countless ages at Jiao, the foot of the mountain, lay a small village named Qingshan. This moment, villagers of all ages were busily engaged in flood relief efforts. The elderly village chief, frail and stooped, directed everyone on what to do. That moment, a robust man named Zhang De hurried over, panting heavily, and exclaimed to the old chief, "This flood is unprecedentedly severe. The upstream supplies have run out. What shall we do now?" The elderly chief, gazing at the stout man with a sunken complexion and red-rimmed eyes, sighed softly. "Zhang De, in my long life, this flood is the most devastating I have ever seen. You should flee. Run as far as you can. You young men still have a chance to escape." Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhang De opened his mouth but found no words to express. Just then, a woman, sensing the approach of death, began to weep, followed by an increasing number of others joining in her lament. The old chief merely shook his head, saying nothing more, silently lamenting, "We are nearing our end." "If you wish to cry, then CRYS," the old chief, prepared to turn back to his grass hut to await the final moment of death. A thunderous roar erupted from the sky. It was as if the heavens had split open, a deafening sound that sent chills down their spines. Next, the villagers were astonished to see a shadow plummeting from the sky like a meteor. It descended with astonishing speed toward the mountain peak. With tremendous force, the entire Qinglin mountain began to tremble. Countless stones rained down like arrows, some weighing thousands of pounds, crashing into the once turbulent river below. In an instant, the floodwaters that had engulfed the village were abruptly severed. Chapter 14. Qingshan Village. Boom, boom. The thunder continued to echo throughout the land, yet at this moment, Qingshan Village fell into a profound silence. After a moment, an elderly woman turned to the village chief, her face a mask of urgency. "What was that just now? Could it be that there are deities atop the mountain? Hurry, gather the youths to investigate. If any of our young ones are fortunate enough to be taken in as disciples by a deity, our village may soar to greatness." The village chief remained silent for a long while. Although he had never believed in deities, the spectacle he had just witnessed left his heart in turmoil. Without waiting for the elder to urge him again, he raised his hand and pointed to several clever and healthy young men in the village, including Zhang De and some quick-witted children, instructing them to bring tools and provisions to the mountain peak in search of the deities. The summit of Qinglin Mountain was desolate, starkly contrasting with the verdant forest below. In the center of the originally serene and flat terrain stood a lone figure, none other than Yiwu Kuang, who had just been transported here. Yiwu Kuang gazed calmly into the distance, his spirit extending outward, quietly perceiving the vibrations of this planet. This planet was extraordinary, possessing complete Tao laws, yet the spiritual energy within was so thin it was suffocating. After a careful examination, Yiwu Kuang discovered with great interest that it was a planet on the verge of transforming into a desolate star. Such artificially forged desolate stars contained nearly no spiritual energy, and for any cultivator below the third realm, their cultivation would be shackled by the Tao laws here, rendering them no different from mere mortals. However, Yiwu Kuang possessed the primordial essence of boundless celestial energy, so this desolate place held no sway over him. Meanwhile, on the mountainside, Zhang De and his companions were already on their way up. Yiwu Kuang gradually withdrew his thoughts, his profound gaze resting calmly upon the group, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight at that moment. Zhang De and his party, having climbed only a third of the way, leaned against a rock, panting heavily. A boy named Zhang Shaoshi weakly asked, "Uncle Zhang, is there really a deity at the summit? Can I become a deity too?" Hearing the child's question, Zhang De replied casually, "Of course you can, as long as the deity takes a liking to you." Suddenly, Zhang Shaoshi shouted, "Who are you? Where do you come from? How did you end up in our Qingshan village?" Zhang De, taken aback, looked up, and the others followed suit, gazing toward the direction where Shaoshi had pointed. They beheld a tall figure clad in black, coldly observing them. With a thud, Zhang De, momentarily stunned, quickly fell to his knees. Trembling and bowing his head repeatedly, the others, including Zhang Shaoshi, quickly followed suit, kneeling and prostrating themselves. Yiwu Kuang regarded them with calmness, then raised a hand, instantly freezing them in place, unable to move a muscle. Terror gripped their hearts, yet amidst the fear, Zhang De felt a surge of elation, and Shaoshi too was filled with joy. However, Yiwu Kuang suddenly pressed down with a single hand. Boom. Zhang De and his companions turned to blood and mud in an instant. Gazing at the remnants of what were once living beings, Yiwu Kuang's dark, profound eyes revealed no emotion, and he murmured to himself, "It seems I have indeed been unaffected." With that, Yiwu Kuang stepped forward and vanished into thin air. Chapter 15. Desolate Star. At this moment, in an open space within Qingshan village, all men, women, and children knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Wu Kuang ignored those prostrated before him and turned his gaze to the elderly village chief. Speaking softly, who in the village possesses the most knowledge of this region? Upon hearing this, the village chief trembled as he stood, then approached and bowed, saying, "Esteemed deity, I am but an old fool in my youth. I wandered far and wide and learned much about the outside world. May I inquire what questions you have? I shall speak without reservation." Wu Kuang nodded slightly in response. "Everyone else may leave. You remain, as I have matters to discuss with you." The villagers, upon hearing the deity's decree, rose with trepidation and dispersed in haste. Once they were gone, the village chief, trembling, bowed again and spoke, "I humbly invite the deity inside for a private conversation." Inside the hut, after Wu Kuang took a seat, the village chief respectfully prepared a cup of hot tea and stood beside him, Wu Kuang's dark, deep eyes fixed upon the village chief. Then suddenly, he reached out. A single finger pressed against the chief's brow. As a mere mortal, the village chief had no time to react, and his eyes instantly glazed over. "I shall inquire of you. But I find that I can glean the truth more swiftly myself." Wu Kuang chuckled coldly, then directly initiated a soul search on this mortal in mere moments. Wu Kuang withdrew his finger from the village chief's brow. Thud! The next instant, the village chief's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. After a moment of silence, Wu Kuang had gleaned the current state of this planet from the elder soul. This region was known as Qingshan, part of the southern border of the Great Li Empire. The Great Li Empire was the only unified nation on this planet. As for the history of this planet, from the spirit of the elder, Wu Kuang gleaned that the recorded history of this continent spans at least over 20,000 years. In historical texts, the first 10,000 years are referred to as the ancient civilization period. The subsequent 5,000 years are termed the era of turmoil, and the final 5,000 years are known as the contemporary civilization phase in this nation, based on the legends and ancient tales circulating through the streets. It is possible that beings capable of flight and earth-shifting existed during the ancient civilization. However, as time has passed and the world has transformed, everything related to that era has nearly vanished, leaving behind no trace. Only the era of turmoil is distinctly documented in written records. According to these accounts, the world was engulfed in chaos, plagued by natural disasters, enduring prolonged droughts, and experiencing night and day blend into one, leading to widespread suffering and devastation, with a staggering 80% of the populace perishing. Fortunately, one day, everything suddenly returned to normal, allowing the remaining survivors to live on for the last 5,000 years. It has been a period of continuous warfare among various nations, ultimately culminating in the subjugation of all by a small kingdom known as Dali, which unified the land. From these historical documents and legendary narratives, Wu Kuang has pieced together a substantial portion of the answers in his mind. At least one emperor-level powerhouse existed on this planet 10,000 years ago, who was slain in a fierce battle with another emperor, resulting in the slaughter of all life on the mother planet. Not only that, but this individual also left behind some ordinary people to continue procreation, solely to harness their blood essence when the time came for the refining of the absolute star. Reflecting on this, Wu Kuang could not help but chuckle coldly. How unfortunate! This person is ruthless and has plotted for so long. Yet it now benefits me. Chapter 16. The Yuli City in the Realm of Cultivation. The absolute star is an exceedingly rare and fortuitous material for refining supreme artifacts. The most notable characteristic of artifacts forged from the absolute star is their ability to shatter divine laws. In his youth, Wu Kuang had once sacrificed countless planets in an attempt to refine an absolute star for crafting purposes, but alas, his luck had not favored him. After several failures and discovering better materials, he abandoned the endeavor. Who would have thought that, in the present, he would encounter an absolute star on the verge of successful refinement? One cannot ascertain whose handiwork this star is, yet since it has come into my possession, it would be delightful to collect and admire it. With this thought, Wu Kuang let out a cold laugh before his figure flickered and vanished from the room in the formerly clear skies above Qingshan village. Wu Kuang's figure suddenly materialized, his spirit extending to encompass a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, revealing the landscape before him. After 2 breaths, He fixated on a populous city in one direction. With a flash of light beneath his feet, he promptly disappeared from the air. Lioli City, in the mortal realm, is a place where everyone yearns to transcend mortality. In this city, two things are most renowned. The first is the local specialty, Lioli crystal, prized for its dazzling beauty and feather-like quality, making it a favored adornment among nobles and royals, thus generating a continuous stream of wealth for Lioli City through its far-reaching trade across the continent. The second is the largest brothel in Lioli City, Mingxianfang, which caters to every desire, regardless of age or gender. Most importantly, the courtesans trained within Mingxianfang are truly exquisite. They possess beauty akin to blooming flowers. Skin as white as snow, smooth as silk, and waists as slender as willows. Even more crucially, the courtesans are educated from a young age on how to please men, ensuring that affluent patrons flock to indulge extravagantly. Besides these two major attractions, Lioli City boasts countless unique delicacies, various gambling establishments, and street performances, prompting visiting merchants to lavishly spend before reluctantly departing this dreamlike city. Indeed, Lioli City is affectionately referred to as the Dream City by these merchants. Listening to the youthful guide beside him speak animatedly about Mingxianfang with gleaming eyes, Yi Wukong remained silent throughout. The young man was a local guide who had approached Yi Wukong upon his arrival in the city. Eager to offer his services, upon seeing Yi Wukong, who was clad in an exquisite black robe and exuding an extraordinary aura, the young man seized the opportunity to promote himself. Yi Wukong, upon hearing his words, showed no inclination to refuse. Observing this scene, other guides cast envious glances at the one named Li Tong, while Li Tong, feeling somewhat intimidated, managed to muster a flattering smile towards Yi Wukong, saying, "Young master, with such extraordinary appearance and attire, you must be of noble lineage. May I inquire if you intend to dine or partake in entertainment first? I shall gladly guide you." Yi Wukong glanced down at him, and as he met Yi Wukong's indifferent gaze, Li Tong felt a chill run down his spine, despite the sweltering heat. Moments later, just as Li Tong was on the brink of tears, Yi Wukong tossed him a bag of coins and said lightly, "You may leave now. I shall explore on my own." Upon opening the bag and gazing at the abundant golden coins within, Li Tong's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Good heavens, the other guides, who had been silently observing, were equally dumbfounded, with one stammering, "This must amount to several hundred coins, right? Have any of you ever encountered someone who gives away a gold coin?" Others shook their heads. What nonsense! In Lioli City, a single gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins, or 1,000 copper coins. Not to mention gold, even silver coins are a rare sight, typically exchanged for 10 copper coins. These several hundred gold coins could likely afford a month's stay at Mingxianfang. Chapter 17. Mingxianfang Li Tong, upon seeing the full bag of gold coins, felt his mind go blank. After a moment, he trembled as he attempted to refuse, but upon regaining his senses, he discovered that Yi Wukong, who had been beside him moments ago, had vanished without a trace. He hurriedly inquired of his colleagues if they had seen Yi Wukong, but they all admitted to having been too engrossed in the gold to pay attention, noting that he seemed to have melted away into the crowd. Meanwhile, on another street, a wealthy merchant was wailing in anguish. Having just lost the payment for a successful transaction that had mysteriously disappeared, in the upper levels of Mingxianfang, a charming woman clad in a blue silk gown, revealing her fair and ample legs, was earnestly persuading a young girl with a graceful silhouette, "Oh, my dear niece, today marks the arrival of the third prince of Dali in Lioli City. The messenger he dispatched yesterday has conveyed the prince's explicit wish for you to attend to him today. This is a golden opportunity for you, Madame Lan. When I joined Mingxianfang, I had already agreed to only sell my skills, not my body." The girl in the white dress replied softly, "Su Xian, how can you not grasp the gravity of this situation? The third prince holds a significant status. Over the years, I have turned down countless influential figures for your sake. But this time is different. You must understand, he is the third prince. He is notoriously cruel, bloodthirsty, and lecherous, wielding a portion of the empire's military power. If you dare to refuse him now, our beloved Lioli City may face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Su Xian's fingers turned pale from clenching tightly. and the two fell silent. After a while, Madame Lan sighed and embraced Su Exine from behind. Speaking gently, "You have attracted countless elites to Mingxianfang over the years. I have noted all your efforts." After a prolonged silence, Su Exine finally sighed deeply. "Madame Lan, I am but a doomed soul. Had it not been for your timely rescue back then, I would have perished long ago." Su Exine's current form was saved by Madame Lan. And since Mingxianfang was in peril, she naturally could not stand idly by. Overjoyed by Su Exine's words, Madame Lan exclaimed, "Oh my treasure, you have finally come to your senses. The matters of men and women are but fleeting moments. Do not be too afraid. Once tonight passes, you shall rise to greatness." With that, Madame Lan joyfully swayed her hips and left the room, leaving behind a profound silence. I in the corridor, a plump, middle-aged woman, observing Madame Lan's approach, inquired, "Has the matter been settled?" "Yes, Su Exine has consented. If it weren't for my serendipitous rescue of her at Lioli Lake years ago, and now threatening her with the lives of the entire city's populace, she likely would not have agreed," Madame Lan replied. The plump woman scoffed mockingly. "In such a grand brothel, how is it possible for a pure and untouched maiden to exist? I say, why not simply drug her and deliver her to the third prince's chambers?" Madame Lan rolled her eyes and retorted, "It is not that simple. The third prince clearly stated that Su Exine must serve him with full sincerity. If she behaves like an ordinary courtesan, he would be the first to execute me." The plump woman burst into laughter, her body jiggling like rippling water in the wind, teasing, "Truly, the infamous third prince. Surely he must be weary of all types of women by now." Recalling the third prince's notorious reputation, Madame Lan shivered, then instructed her servants, "Prepare to close the doors. Everyone must go out to welcome the third prince tonight." Meanwhile, on a plain situated 200 miles away from Lieli City, hundreds of naked men, women, and children were desperately fleeing forward. Not far behind them, a burly man, clad in armor, his face obscured by a menacing copper mask and mounted upon a colossal black warhorse, steadily drew back a massive iron bow custom crafted for him, aiming at the panicked crowd ahead. With a subtle release of his fingers, the arrow was loosed with a resounding whoosh. In that instant, the enormous iron arrow soared through the air, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries from the front. In the distance, a soldier waved a flag, and the observing lieutenant gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your Highness is formidable. That shot pierced through 6 of the battle slaves. No, wait, it's 7. One was too small to notice." The burly man chuckled heartily at this, casually tossing the giant bow to a nearby soldier in attendance before turning to the assembled generals, declaring, "The top 10 will be rewarded with the pleasure of accompanying me to Lieli City. I shall cover all expenses." Upon hearing this, the generals erupted in enthusiastic roars, hastily mounting their steeds and preparing their bows to commence this chase and shoot game. In a matter of mere moments, they had mercilessly shot down the hundreds of fleeing battle slaves. Once the initial group destined for entry into the city was chosen, the third prince, Tang Qua, eagerly led the charge towards Lieli City. Chapter 18. The third prince, the current emperor of the Great Li, Tang He, has reigned for 60 years without any intention of abdicating. Not only that, but at over 70 years of age, he remains vigorous and robust. It is said that he still engages in nightly revelries, and not with just one companion. However, despite his daily toil, the fruits of his labor are pitifully scarce. To date, the old emperor has only 3 offspring, none of whom are particularly competent. The first prince, Tang Yin, is weak and ineffectual. Despite being the heir apparent, he shows little interest in court affairs, spending his days sequestered in study. The second prince, Tang Yong, is the polar opposite of his elder brother. Since the age of 12, he has been captivated by the pleasures of the night, reveling in the company of courtesans, leading to his untimely demise at 19 due to a frail constitution exacerbated by his indulgences. As for the third prince, Tang Qua, he wields a portion of the empire's military power, possessing a cruel nature and a penchant for bloodshed, with countless innocent women having fallen victim to his depravity. Outside Lieli City on the plain, upon hearing his lieutenant's jest, Tang Qua refrained from a verbal response, yet his fierce gaze remained fixed upon the direction of Lieli City, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. He extended his crimson tongue, leisurely licking his lips as if savoring a delectable dish. Beside him stood another lieutenant, a woman of formidable stature, whose demeanor was anything but feminine. With a coarse and indifferent tone, she addressed the third prince mockingly. My lord, a figure of great valor, do be wary not to fall under her spell. Tang Kwa dismissed the woman's sardonic remarks, merely turning to issue orders, prepare to enter the city. No sooner had he spoken than Tang Kwa surged forward, his speed akin to that of a lightning bolt, with his 2 lieutenants promptly leading the throng of generals in pursuit. Meanwhile, within Liuli City, tension permeated the atmosphere. Every household had tightly shuttered their windows and doors. The once bustling streets had transformed into a ghostly silence. In the Dream Fairy Pavilion, maids and servants busily adorned the place with decorations, while the courtesans trembled as they prepared themselves, fearful that the third prince might take a liking to them or, conversely, find them unworthy and end their lives. On the top floor of the pavilion, Su Xian stood quietly by the railing, dressed in a flowing gown as white as snow, resembling a celestial being. Her enchanting eyes gazed into the distance, where the picturesque Liuli Lake lay at that moment. The lake was eerily devoid of any vessels, the lively scenes of your seemingly blown away by a gentle breeze, leaving only a profound stillness. However, just as Su Xian prepared to withdraw her gaze, a solitary boat materialized in the center of the expansive lake, drifting slowly, conspicuously. Su Xian stared in rapt attention at the figure of a young man in a black robe, standing at the bow of the small boat, as if time itself had come to a standstill. This young man was none other than Yi Wukong, who had just arrived in this locale. Feeling the weight of a gaze upon him, Yi Wukong paid it no mind. His presence here was solely due to a faint ripple of formation energy emanating from Liuli Lake that had piqued his interest. It is known that within the realm of Zhu Xing, such formation energies could only arise from one place, the heart of the Zhu Xing formation. Yet, as he approached the center of the lake to investigate the faint signal, he discovered it was merely a remnant of a past occurrence. Yi Wukong furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "It seems the heart of the formation once resided here, but has since been relocated." Without further delay, he vanished abruptly from the boat, leaving Su Xian, who had been observing him intently. In a state of shock, Su Xian blinked her exquisite eyes vigorously, only to find the small boat devoid of the black-robed youth's presence. Could it be that she was nearing death, thus conjuring illusions? As she pondered, she glanced down at the delicate dagger concealed within her sleeve. As dusk descended, at the city gates of Liuli City, Tang Kwa, having ridden tirelessly throughout the day, finally approached the gates of the city. Upon seeing the third prince's banner, the guards trembled and cautiously opened the gates. Chapter 19. Su Xian in Liuli City, Tang Kwa rode through the desolate streets, not pausing within the city, but heading directly towards the Dream Fairy Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, tables laden with feasts awaited. Upon sighting Tang Kwa's entourage at the end of the stone bridge, Madame Lan led a procession of gorgeously adorned courtesans, respectfully kneeling alongside the path. Before long, Tang Kwa and his company arrived at the Dream Fairy Pavilion, where the sight of the kneeling beauties caused the generals and lieutenants behind him to gaze with fervent intensity. The courtesans, trembling in fear of their impending fate, awaited their prince's decree. Madame Lan stepped forward with a flattering smile, saying, "Your Highness, your presence graces the Dream Fairy Pavilion. The banquet is prepared. With the wind outside, may I invite your Highness and the esteemed generals to enter?" Tang Kwa glanced at the eloquent matron, laughing heartily. "So you are the current matriarch of the Dream Fairy Pavilion, Lan Yurong? Perfect. You shall accompany me tonight along with Su Xian." At hearing Tang Kwa's words, Madame Lan trembled, quickly covering her mouth with a feigned laugh. "Oh dear. Your Highness, please do not jest with this old woman." As she spoke, she ushered Tang Kwa and his entourage into the main hall. Once seated, Madame Lan arranged for each general to have a courtesan beside them, with Tang Kwa flanked by Madame Lan and a breathtaking beauty. The melodious strains of music filled the air as the previously arranged dancers began their performances. Madame Lan, holding a cup of wine, beamed with flattery. "I have long heard of your Highness's unparalleled valor. Seeing you today truly confirms you are a dragon among men. Is that so? Tang Kuo replied with a smile. Watching the dancers perform, he removed his helmet, revealing a visage that was startlingly grotesque, marred by scars and bearing a face that appeared to be a creation of nightmares. Standing at 2 meters tall, his muscular frame combined with his fearsome countenance evoked terror akin to that of a monster from a horror tale. As the mask was removed, an eerie silence fell over the hall. Madame Lan's face drained of color, her hands trembling as she held the wine cup. The once vibrant atmosphere of merriment and song was abruptly stifled into a profound quiet. Suddenly, a dancer, stricken with fear at Tang Kuo's horrid appearance, let out a piercing scream and attempted to flee. Foolishness, barked the burly female lieutenant beside Tang Kuo, kicking aside the attendant who had been diligently serving her, and seizing a nearby weapon, she hurled it with lethal precision. The dancer barely had time to escape before the flying blade severed her head from her body, blood gushing forth in torrents. The sight sent the remaining dancers into a frenzy of terror. Some could not contain their fear and began to vomit, while others fainted outright. The female lieutenant waved her hand dismissively, and a few soldiers entered to drag away the corpse and clean the floor. Tang Kuo turned to Madame Lan, grinning widely. I have long heard of your unparalleled flute-playing skills, Madame Lan. Why not demonstrate for me now? Madame Lan, pale-faced yet attempting to maintain composure, replied, Your Highness, please do not jest with this old woman. With Your Highness here, can we possibly worry about not being well-fed? Moreover, Su Xian has long been prepared to serve you. It would be wise to reserve some energy for her. This, Tang Kuo laughed heartily. You are quite amusing, dear matron. Quickly summon Su Xian. I am eager to witness the beauty of the North's most renowned maiden. Madame Lan wiped the sweat from her forehead and hurriedly clapped her hands. Moments later, a figure clad in a flowing white gown, Su Xian, gracefully entered the hall, standing solitary at the center like a living painting. Her figure was slender, her skin as pure as jade, and her long, cascading black hair fell to her delicate waist. Her countenance was cold yet breathtakingly beautiful. All the generals and soldiers in the hall were captivated, their eyes transfixed by the sight of such a perfect woman, and the sounds of swallowing echoed throughout the chamber. Wonderful, 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 exclaimed Tang Kuo, his gaze fixed intently on Su Xian, his tongue eagerly licking his lips, truly deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in the northern region. Seeing her today was indeed a revelation. Su Xian, however, displayed no reaction, merely offering a faint bow to Tang Kuo. He, in turn, felt his frustration intensify rather than diminish. The burly female aide, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger rise within her. With a swift motion, she struck her white-faced attendant twice, rendering him unconscious without so much as a whimper. Just as Tang Kuo was about to seize Su Xian and take her away, the female aide's rough voice interrupted. I have long heard that Su Xian's piano playing can evoke celestial phenomena. Since we have this opportunity today, why not allow Miss Su Xian to perform a piece for us? Would it not be delightful for us to enjoy her music before accompanying the prince through the night? Chapter 20. The end of the melody. Upon hearing the aide's interjection, Tang Kuo cast her a frosty glare. Madame Lan, sensing the tension, quickly smiled and suggested, Your Highness has traveled far. Why not enjoy some wine and meat while Miss Su Xian plays a tune for you? Acknowledging the gaze of the crowd upon him, Tang Kuo reluctantly reined in his heated emotions and gave a slight nod in agreement. As Su Xian gracefully took her seat, her delicate fingers caressed the strings of the zither, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. This would be her final performance in this life. She had already prepared to end her own life with the dagger she had concealed, should Tang Kuo attempt to touch her. With a gentle motion, she began to play, and the hall fell silent, everyone listening intently. The melodious strains of her music flowed beyond the hall, captivating the soldiers, maidservants, and attendants outside, who paused their tasks to listen. However, just as the audience was entranced by her performance, a cacophony arose from outside. Tang Kuo, engrossed in the music, felt his admiration for the woman deepen. Furious at the disruption, he bellowed, What is happening outside? A soldier stumbled through the door, pale and breathless, exclaiming, The sky outside. The sky outside. Moments ago, it was clear, but now, as the music plays, The heavens have turned ominous. The crowd turned their astonished gazes towards Su Xian, and in Tang Kuo's eyes, amid shock, there was a glimmer of greed. His heart racing with thoughts of the possibilities of manipulating a woman capable of summoning celestial phenomena. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, the music abruptly ceased. Su Xian stared blankly at the figure of a man in a black robe who had materialized before her. Yi Wukong had roamed the northern region, sensing no trace of the Array Heart, and just as he contemplated leaving Lieli City for the imperial palace of the Daili dynasty to search for clues, the music had drawn him in. This melody actually contains traces of the Array Heart's resonance. Hovering in the air, he instantly pinpointed the source of the music, and in a flash, he arrived at the Dream Immortal Pavilion. Inside the grand hall, silence reigned as all eyes were fixed on this suddenly appearing young man in black, expressions of shock, confusion, and disbelief etched on their faces. From where had he come? How had he appeared so suddenly? Could he be the legendary immortal? Tang Kuo's gaze was fixed on Yi Wukong's back, his muscles tense. His experiences on the battlefield had taught him that this man was dangerous, very dangerous. Under Yi Wukong's penetrating gaze, Su Xian felt her body tense, her heart racing, yet she found herself inexplicably paralyzed. Suddenly, Yi Wukong reached out with his left hand, gently lifting Su Xian's chin, while his right index finger forcefully entered her mouth. Su Xian's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Though unable to move, she could distinctly feel the warmth of his finger within her. Yet, in her moment of indignation and shame, she found herself utterly powerless. Unable even to bite down on the intruding finger, soon, Yi Wukong withdrew his finger, a drop of her essence clinging to its tip. Observing this droplet, Yi Wukong's dark eyes glimmered with a swirling light. After thoroughly sensing its essence, he let out a cold chuckle inwardly. So, you are the Array Heart and the spirit of this Absolute Star. It seems that the one who forged the Absolute Star invested considerable effort in you. Just as Yi Wukong contemplated this, Tang Kuo's expression darkened to an extreme, witnessing his supposed prize being toyed with by this unknown figure. His fury was palpable, yet none dared to speak out. After all, a rational mind would not challenge someone who had appeared so suddenly with such skill. Even the usually arrogant female aide averted her gaze, neither daring to look at Tang Kuo nor at Yi Wukong. Tang Kuo's complexion morphed through shades of green and white, and after a struggle between desire and reason, he finally succumbed, rising to clasp his hands and declare, "I am Tang Kuo, the third prince of the Daili dynasty. This woman is my betrothed. I implore you to show mercy, and I shall surely meet any of your demands." However, Yi Wukong paid him no heed, not even turning to acknowledge him. Chapter 21. Reduced to ashes in the hall. Tang Kuo, ignored, felt his face shift between hues of blue and white, while Su Xian remained flushed with anger, her gaze fixed on Yi Wukong, unable to utter a single word. Just as Yi Wukong reached out to grasp Su Xian's delicate shoulder, intending to take her away, Tang Kuo's gritted voice echoed behind them, "I bear no enmity toward you. I hope you will grant me the favor of returning Su Xian. Since the founding of the Daili dynasty, many capable individuals have arisen. I urge you to reconsider your actions. Should you cease your pursuit today, I shall consider this matter closed and regard you as an honored guest." Intrigued by Tang Kuo's words, Yi Wukong slowly turned to face him. "Dado? You speak of capable individuals?" Under Yi Wukong's deep, shadowy gaze, Tang Kuo felt a chill run down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and replied, "Indeed, my Daili national master can control fire and lightning, summon winds and rains. His disciples are countless, all of them remarkable individuals." Upon hearing this, Yi Wukong vanished from his position, appearing before Tang Kuo in an instant. He raised his finger, poised to touch Tang Kuo's brow. Seeing this, Tang Kuo's heart sank, and instinctively, he attempted to draw his blade to strike, only to find himself paralyzed, unable to move. Tang Kuo's mouth gaped open in horror, his twisted expression becoming even more grotesque as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Attack! Kill him! Kill him!" Though the female aide and all the generals present were reluctant, their military instincts compelled them to draw their weapons. The local officials refrained from apprehending him due to his esteemed lineage. Subsequently, As the greatly experienced continuous calamities, rebellions erupted across the land. The imperial court desperately sought capable military leaders, prompting someone to recommend the exiled prince to the old emperor. Perhaps the emperor felt a sense of indebtedness towards his third son. Having witnessed Tang Qua's remarkable martial prowess firsthand, he decided to restore Tang Qua's status as a prince, assigning him to lead troops against the rebellious populace. To everyone's astonishment, Tang Qua thrived on the battlefield, achieving remarkable military feats that delighted the old emperor, who promptly conferred upon him the title of prince and appointed him to command the empire's western cavalry. However, the bloodshed on the battlefield transformed Tang Qua into a man of insatiable desires. Indulging in the amusement of every comely woman he encountered along his path. His arrival in Liuli City was prompted by information gleaned from a group of merchants during his return from subduing the southern insurgents. Upon surveying the surroundings, he found nothing of particular significance, his mind consumed solely by thoughts of women and violence. After extracting souls, Yu Wukong waved his hand casually, causing Tang Qua to vanish without a trace. Chapter 22. The Revelation. After tidying up Tang Qua and his entourage, Yu Wukong turned and instantly appeared before Su Xian, extending his right hand to grasp her delicate shoulder. Are they dead? This was Su Xian's first inquiry after regaining her composure. Upon hearing her words, Yu Wukong's deep-set eyes bore a semblance of amusement as he regarded her. Dead? It was the first time Su Xian had witnessed any expression on the otherwise frigid face of this man, and the seemingly patronizing gaze left her feeling quite vexed. As Yu Wukong held her shoulder, the world around Su Xian blurred momentarily, plunging her into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself surrounded by a vast expanse of white mist. Where am I? Su Xian's beautiful eyes turned towards Yu Wukong, who stood beside her with his hands clasped behind his back, the surroundings enveloped in an impenetrable fog. With a mere wave of his hand, Yu Wukong dispersed the white mist, revealing the scenery around them. Su Xian's gaze widened in astonishment as she realized she was inexplicably suspended in the sky, with Liuli City below her shrinking into mere shadows. Let me take one last look, otherwise I may never have the chance again. Upon hearing Yu Wukong's words, a shiver ran through Su Xian's heart. What do you mean? Are you going to destroy Liuli City? No, please, do not harm this place. Its people are innocent and have done nothing wrong. Done nothing wrong? Retorted Yu Wukong. Chickens, ducks, fish, and pigs have done nothing wrong either. Why must they perish? How can you equate humans with livestock? Su Xian exclaimed, bewildered. Why not? To me, they are all the same. Moreover, the beings born on this planet are merely sustenance. Dying early is simply liberation. Su Xian grew increasingly muddled by his words, her lovely eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Yu Wukong's profile. Sustenance? Why must they die? I cannot comprehend this at all. Why? Yu Wukong turned to face Su Xian, whose gaze was clouded with bewilderment, and a sinister smile crept upon his lips. You ask too many questions. A spirit tool does not require such inquiries. With that, Yu Wukong abruptly spun around, his left hand seizing her throat, his dark, profound pupils unleashing a beam of black light that penetrated Su Xian's eyes. In an instant, her mind was engulfed in searing pain, akin to a violent explosion within her brain, compelling her to scream, to plead for mercy, even to contemplate ending her own life. Yet, she found herself utterly powerless. Yu Wukong's grip on her delicate neck remained unyielding, his gaze as frigid as frost. Countless strands of black light streamed from Yu Wukong's hand into Su Xian's mind, while all she could perceive was the agony. Her other senses and bodily awareness fading into oblivion. Moments later, her memories were irrevocably altered by Yu Wukong's machinations. It felt as though an eternity had passed before the exhausted Su Xian slowly opened her eyes. The brilliance once radiating from them now extinguished. Straining to turn her neck, she caught sight of Yu Wukong standing with his back to her. Gradually, the essence of her soul began to take shape, rekindling a flicker of vitality in her gaze. Without requiring further explanation from Yu Wukong, a plethora of memories regarding the realm of cultivation began to flood Su Xian's mind, memories imparted by Yu Wukong. Casting a glance back at him, Yu Wukong spoke in a calm tone, You should know what I require of you now. Yes, the Su Xian, whose memories had been rewritten, was no longer the naive girl she once was. She understood that Yu Yukong needed her to awaken her own formation core, to absorb and integrate with this absolute star. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the lives of those below, Su Xian raised her jade-like hands to form seals. Closing her beautiful eyes to empty her mind and spirit, a surge of power emanating from her body as she began to ascend slowly. Chapter 23. The Good Emperor. In that moment, the seven-colored radiance emanating from Su Xian illuminated the entire sky, spreading outward relentlessly. Under the influence of this brilliance, the very earth and all living things seemed to respond, gradually exuding their own seven-colored glow. Meanwhile, within Liuli City, which was the first to be enveloped by this light, tens of thousands of people simultaneously shuddered, and the next moment, regardless of age or gender, even the infants in their cradles, the blood within everyone surged as if drawn upward towards the sky. Listening to the anguished cries and wails reverberating from the city below, Su Xian's expression displayed no remorse or guilt. Her exquisite face bore only numbness and indifference. The light expanded rapidly from Liuli City, and as a spirit tool of a star, Su Xian's fusion with this star meant the demise of all its inhabitants. Yu Yukong's heart was as cold as ice, his expression unyielding as he observed the unfolding scene. Musing to himself, if only that little one from the Ji clan were here, I could force him out. Far away in the capital of the Great Li, in the imperial palace's side hall, the elderly emperor, despite being over 70, sat in good spirits, contentedly caressing the smooth, pale back of a newly recruited concubine. Emperor Tang Chun had ascended to the throne at the tender age of 14, and now, after more than 60 years, his political acumen had reached its zenith, manipulating the court with ease. Is it true that since the third prince entered Liuli City, you have not been able to contact Anzi again? Tang Chen's voice, tinged with fatigue, inquired. An elder, dressed in feathered robes and with a youthful visage despite his white hair, emerged from the shadows. This was the current Great Li's foremost minister, who was also the so-called regent of Tanghua. Minister Qi Daotong bowed slightly in response. Your Majesty, it is indeed strange. Ever since the third prince and his entourage entered Liuli City, they seem to have vanished entirely, and even the Western army stationed outside Liuli City has gone silent, as if they have evaporated from the world. I have dispatched the Tian Dijia to investigate. Just then, a eunuch's sharp, urgent voice cut through the air. Your Majesty, it's a disaster. The heavens are glowing. At this, Qi Daotong furrowed his brow. What nonsense is this? How can the heavens glow? The eunuch, hearing the minister's voice in the emperor's chamber, hastily replied, It's true, minister. The outside world is in chaos. You must come and see. Upon hearing this, Qi Daotong glanced at the silent emperor. The elderly emperor, having just recovered from a recent battle, waved his hand dismissively. You go and see for me. With the various forces in the shadows moving restlessly, capture a few if necessary and execute them. As for the glowing heavens, it is undoubtedly just extreme weather. The outside world is filled with foolish commoners. Find some excuse to placate them. Minister Qi Daotong promptly bowed and complied. I shall obey your command. After Qi Daotong departed, the emperor's calm voice echoed into the air. If Qi Daotong harbors intentions to assist Tanghua, find an opportunity to eliminate him. From a shadowy corner of the chamber came a hoarse, sinister chuckle. Heh heh heh. Would you truly dare to kill Qi Daotong? He has dedicated himself to the prosperity of the Great Li. The emperor self-deprecatingly smiled. Ever since that legendary demon appeared before me 30 years ago, I have known that the Great Li would perish in my generation. Our ancient ancestors left records, revealing the strangeness of this world. Yet, countless sages have perished in their pursuit of the source of this strangeness. The collective efforts of many have yielded but 6 words. Demons emerge. All is lost. Heh heh heh. Indeed, as time passes, the spiritual energy of this land is on the verge of revival. You mortals are but sustenance. The day we demons awaken and return shall be the day of your demise. The emperor remained silent, continuing in a tone of indifference. When you revived, you taught me the method of nourishing yin with yang. and I promise to share this realm with you. Now, as the human race faces extinction, I can no longer face my ancestors. Though Qi Daotong possesses talents for governance, he is inherently treacherous. If he aids Tangqua, the last years of peace for millions will be but a fleeting dream. He, the hoarse voice of derision echoed. What a splendid emperor, wishing to grant your subjects a peaceful existence in their final years. Amusing, indeed. Very well, considering the bond we share after so many years. I shall acquiesce. Chapter 24. The demons standing in the courtyard of the royal palace. The Qi state master gazed blankly at the vibrant colors blossoming in the sky, as if turned to stone. Above, Yu Wukong silently observed the countless bloodlines swirling from the ground into the sky, penetrating Su Xian's body. Beneath his feet, the once prosperous glazed city had transformed into a desolate wasteland, with all living beings within 1,000 miles exterminated by Yu Wukong's own hand. The deceased souls, influenced by Su Xian's radiant colors, transformed into the bloodlines now dancing in the heavens, drawn into her being. Within the palace, demons coalesced into shadows, stealthily infiltrating Qi Daotong's robe, preparing to monitor him. According to the emperor's orders, should they detect any inclination towards aiding Tangqua's rebellion, they were to eliminate him immediately. A hint of spiritual essence. It appears to be a demon that has recently opened its celestial aperture. In the sky, sensing the fluctuations emanating from the distant Delhi Imperial Palace, Yu Wukong turned to glance at Su Xian, who was absorbing the bloodlines with her resplendent aura. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly understood. It turned out that the individual had strategically placed some lesser demons in this location. The absolute star had gradually neared fruition over the past century, awakening the demons that had been preordained. Had I not fortuitously arrived here, within 200 years, the beings of this land would have been slaughtered by Su Xian and these demons, transforming into spirit entities. Now that demons had appeared prematurely, I could directly extract their souls and locate their lairs to awaken the remaining demons. This would allow them to commence the slaughter of the land's inhabitants ahead of schedule, thereby accelerating the absorption of their blood essence. With this thought, Yu Wukong casually conjured a protective barrier around Su Xian, locking onto the demon's aura before vanishing in a flash of light. Qi Daotong stood dazedly gazing at the sky for a while. Lost in thought about how to deceive the civil and military officials, as well as the citizens of the capital, he murmured to himself, "Shall I claim it is a celestial omen? Or perhaps that a great sage has descended?" The state master, still troubled, remained oblivious to the silent figure that had suddenly appeared before him. That moment, the demon concealed within his sleeve was nearly in tears, wishing to leap up and slap Qi Daotong twice, urging him to flee this place at once. Since their birth, demons had only one mission: to annihilate all living beings on this planet. The first to awaken among them, named Yao Shower, bore the hopes of the elder generation of demons, shouldering the future of their race. 80 years ago, as the spiritual energy of this planet began to revive, the elder patriarch of the demon clan awoke, acutely aware that the time had come for their lineage. Uncertain of the current state of the outside world, he had no choice but to select the most promising descendant to scout the realm's spiritual energy. The demon clan had a profound need for spiritual energy, and each demon could only seal itself once in a lifetime. Should the clan awaken prematurely while the outside world was devoid of spiritual energy, it would spell disaster for the entire race. After selecting for 49 days, they finally chose Yao Shower. Not disappointing their hopes, Yao Shower opened his celestial aperture and began cultivating within just a year. Subsequently, he approached the Dali Emperor, gathering intelligence and gradually consuming the empire. However, the once spirited and triumphant Yao Shower now yearned to return home to sleep beside his mother. He longed to cry but dared not, for he had never encountered such a terrifying figure. It felt as though he had met his natural nemesis. Merely sensing the aura from this individual nearly suffocated him. Yu Wukong's emotionless, deep-set eyes seemed to penetrate his very soul. When Yao Shower caught sight of Yu Wukong's gaze, his heart froze. Is he looking at me? Can he see me? He must be looking at me. How frightening. At the same time, Qi Daotong noticed someone standing before him and frowned, inquiring, "How audacious, you rascal! What is your identity to be so disrespectful before me?" The State Master. Upon hearing Qi Daodong's words, Yao Shao's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his entire being stiffening into stone. After a moment, he wished to slap this audacious fool who dared to speak ill of the divine being. If the divine being were displeased, a single strike could annihilate him, resulting in an unjust demise. With this thought, Yao Shao swiftly emerged from Qi Daodong's robe, and before Qi Daotong could react, he struck him down into a pulp. Then, a humanoid creature with lizard-like features and a tail executed a graceful 360-degree flip, landing before Yu Yukong, kneeling and exclaiming, "Little demon pays homage to the Divine King, wishing for the Divine King's longevity. I humbly request to serve alongside the Divine King, and I hope the Divine King will accept me." With that, he promptly bowed 3 times. Chapter 25. The ants. Yu Yukong had never before encountered such a spineless demon, which piqued his interest. Rather than hastily extracting its soul, he inquired, "How many adult demons does your clan currently possess?" Yao Shao quickly replied, "Great King, our clan comprises a total of 258,116 adult male demons, 397,221 adult female demons, and 123,604 juvenile demons. They are all currently in slumber, located at." Upon hearing such fluent responses, Yu Yukong marveled at how much more useful living beings were than soul extraction. It was evident that Yao Shao dared not tell a single lie, effectively revealing his entire clan. Yao Shao felt a profound sense of despair. His innate perception was strong. In direct contact, he could distinctly sense Yu Yukong's unfathomable strength. Akin to an abyss, he was certain that should Yu Yukong desire to annihilate their clan, it would be effortless. Resistance was futile, so he deemed it better to behave well, hoping that this esteemed individual might suddenly show mercy and spare them. Unfortunately, humans and demons were natural adversaries. Yao Shao held no hope that Yu Yukong would exhibit benevolence towards their clan. Disregarding Yao Shao's conflicted thoughts, after learning the precise location of the demon clan, Yu Yukong waved his hand, enveloping Yao Shao in a black light. In a flash, the two vanished from their location. In mere moments, they materialized within the demon clan's territory. Seeing himself transported in the blink of an eye from the imperial palace miles away to his own clan sent Yao Shao's heart racing. In the dim, subterranean lair, countless demons huddled together, forming an endless sea of darkness as they slept in the distance, on a raised brown stone. The elder patriarch of the demon clan, who had been meditating, sensed an unusual aura and abruptly opened his eyes. Initially startled by the sudden appearance of the dark figure, he soon recognized it and was horrified. "Cursed humans, how dare you come here? Do you seek death?" Upon hearing the elder patriarch's words, Yao Shao leaped out from behind Yu Yukong, rebuking, "Audacious! A celestial being is present, and you, old fool, dare to speak disrespectfully. Kneel and apologize at once. If the celestial being is in a good mood, perhaps he will take you as a servant." Before he could inquire how Yao Shao was mingling with humans, the elder patriarch was nearly struck dumb by the latter's words. He pinched his ear, thinking he had misheard. "Old fool, you heard correctly." Seeing the elder patriarch in a daze, Yao Shao knew exactly what he was thinking. "Unfilial son, you dare insult me?" Confirming he had not misheard, the elder patriarch roared and charged at Yao Shao. Startled, Yao Shao instinctively wanted to flee, as the elder patriarch was far stronger than him. However, upon glancing at the unmoving Yu Yukong behind him, Yao Shao's heart gradually calmed. He suppressed the urge to run. Noticing Yao Shao's confident demeanor, the elder patriarch grew suspicious. After all, having lived for thousands of years, he lacked Yao Shao's innate ability to perceive higher realms but could sense that Yu Yukong was indeed different. Just as the elder patriarch contemplated this and began to withdraw, Yu Yukong made his move. He raised his left hand and grasped at the air. Feeling a chill surge from his feet to his head at Yu Yukong's motion, the elder patriarch hastily attempted to plead for mercy. However, before he could utter a sound, his form disintegrated into a mist of blood. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Yao Shao's hair stood on end, and he felt a warm sensation below. At that moment, fear consumed him entirely. Meanwhile, Yu Yukong's voice echoed softly, "From now on, you shall be the leader of the demon clan." Chapter 26. the soul-vanishing bell, ah? Upon hearing Yi Wukong's words, Yao Shao'er was momentarily stunned. Then, as realization dawned, an overwhelming joy surged within him. To ascend directly to the position of demon leader was akin to transforming from a commoner to an emperor in the realm of humanity. The hierarchy within the demon clan is far more rigid and austere than that of the human race. The leader of the demons is invariably selected from among the 10 core commanders of the clan, and the progeny of these commanders are destined to become future leaders, thus perpetuating a closed loop that relegates lower-ranking demons to mere pawns. For instance, although Yao Shao'er possesses the most exceptional talent among the younger generation of demons, he is still assigned perilous tasks as a vanguard solely due to his inferior status. Consequently, Yao Shao'er is rather indifferent to the fate of the demon clan. Had he not encountered Yi Wuquan, his destiny would have merely entailed completing the vanguard mission and eventually becoming a subordinate to one of the 10 commanders. I shall unleash all demons, and you will lead them eastward with utmost haste to annihilate all living beings. Yi Wuquan commanded nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words, Yao Shao'er was taken aback and hastily knelt, trembling as he spoke. Master, the current spiritual energy outside cannot possibly sustain such a vast number of demons. I fear that a mere excursion would result in the demise of a significant portion of them. Yi Wuquan paid no heed to Yao Shao'er's concerns. Instead, he formed a hand seal, and a tremendous wave of spiritual energy emanated from his being, radiating outward. The demons swept by this wave gradually awakened, and soon, hundreds of thousands of demons stood dazedly on their feet. Yao Shao'er, recognizing the futility of opposing Yi Wuquan, resigned himself to silently observing. Yi Wuquan surveyed the still-dazed demons and conjured a pitch-black, ancient bell into his hand, tossing it to Yao Shao'er. Fumbling to catch the bell, Yao Shao'er had no time to speak before Yi Wuquan's voice reached him. This artifact is known as the soul-extinguishing bell. I have inscribed soul seeds within the souls of all demons. Should they disobey your commands, you may activate the bell to eliminate them. The spiritual energy emitted by the soul seeds is sufficient to fulfill all the needs of the demons in their slaughter outside. As soon as Yi Wuquan finished speaking, a set of incantations flooded into Yao Shao'er's mind, revealing the method to operate the soul-extinguishing bell. Enveloped in the profundity of this newfound knowledge, Yao Shao'er failed to notice Yi Wuquan's silent departure. The demons, bolstered by the inherent spiritual energy from the soul seeds from the moment of their birth, they possess an extraordinary power that far surpasses the imagination of ordinary beings. A strength that is several hundred times greater than that of a typical human. Not only that, but these demons also boast skin as resilient as steel, capable of withstanding the vast majority of weaponry, rendering them virtually impervious to blades and bullets. Among this multitude of demons, the most formidable are undoubtedly those of commanding rank. These beings not only wield unparalleled strength and indestructible armor, but also possess arcane abilities that are incomprehensible to the average person. On the Eastern Front, a highly skilled army of hundreds of thousands of human warriors suffered devastating casualties upon their first encounter with the demons, completely unaware of the enemy they faced. The entire force was overrun in a mere 2 incense sticks worth of time, with all soldiers ruthlessly slaughtered. Soon, the elderly emperor in the palace received word of the calamity unfolding on the Eastern Front. After a moment of terror, he chose not to make a public outcry. Instead, he hastily abdicated the throne, passing it to his eldest son, Tang Yin, while he himself slipped away in secret toward the far west. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon ascending to the throne, the new emperor Tang Yin, having learned of the advancing demon horde, shed his previous lethargy and timidity. While most in the court advocated for retreating from the Central Plains to seek refuge in the west, he boldly championed a fight to the death against the demons. To demonstrate his resolve, he personally executed several high-ranking officials who suggested a retreat to the west and penned a decree to rally all capable warriors across the realm. Since time immemorial, the human race has faced an unprecedented calamity. This catastrophe concerns the survival of every individual. To flee in fear would be akin to courting death. In this dire moment, we must unite, casting aside all grievances, and gather in the capital to confront these ferocious demons. I shall personally remain in the capital of Dali, awaiting the arrival of all valiant warriors. Together, we shall fight with blood and valor to defend our homeland. Following this powerful declaration, the court momentarily fell silent, stunned by the new emperor's fierce determination, and all began preparing with the singular goal of confronting the demons. Shortly thereafter, lords and commoners alike, upon receiving the emperor's decree, were stirred with fervor and set forth for the capital of Dali and the sky. Yi Wukong gazed towards the eastern horizon, where the bloodline of countless souls slain by the demons surged forth with terrifying speed. Coalescing toward him, as a result of absorbing this bloodline, Su Xian began to emanate an aura of overwhelming pressure unique to the law of the absolute star. Yet, it was still too slow. Under Yi Wukong's all-seeing awareness, everything transpiring in the capital of Dali could not escape his notice. He witnessed the previously chaotic dynasty gradually unify and stabilize under the iron-fisted rule of the new emperor, eliciting profound reflections within him. If this new emperor had been transported back to ancient times on my former planet, he would surely have been hailed as a wise ruler. Alas, he found himself in this world of cultivation. Observing the emperor's decree to unite the people against the demons, Yi Wukong refrained from interference. Instead, he took it upon himself to ensure that those dispatched to deliver the decree reached their destinations ahead of schedule. Furthermore, he augmented the main routes leading to the capital, enhancing them several-fold with his powers, all to expedite their arrival at Dali. These unexpected developments led various factions to believe they were receiving divine assistance, solidifying their resolve to vanquish the demons. Thus, they hastened their journey to the capital with renewed vigor, eyeing the skies above. Yi Wukong, his expression inscrutable, observed the throngs of citizens and soldiers converging toward Dali, akin to ants drawn to a feast, while the demons prowled, seeking out these hapless souls. At this rate, the refining speed of the absolute star would multiply exponentially. Chapter 29. Sheep and wolves' war is brutal. But when it becomes a one-sided massacre, it transcends mere brutality. It is slaughter. The newly established frontline bore witness to such a scenario. Not long after the new emperor of Dali, Tang Yin, decisively declared war, armies from across the nation rallied in swift response, assembling valiant and battle-hardened troops. In a short span, a formidable force comprising millions of seasoned warriors was gathered. Commanding this vast army was the highly esteemed General Song Ko, a revered veteran of the Dali kingdom. Having experienced countless battles without a single defeat, he was hailed as the undefeated war god of Dali. Now, this legendary figure bore the weight of the nation's hopes upon his shoulders as he personally led the troops into battle. Days turned into weeks, and soon this army, bearing the weight of Tang Yin's immense expectations, confronted the assembled demon hordes. When the Dali dynasty's proud million-strong cavalry clashed head-on with the flesh-and-blood demons, the air was filled with the anguished cries and the horrific sound of bones shattering. Even the heavily armored soldiers found themselves powerless against the demons' natural claws. The Song family, with a legacy dating back to the founding of the Dali dynasty, had always been warriors, their very essence forged in the fires of battle. Each generation of the Song family had served as the war gods of Dali. Now, the current head of the family and supreme commander of the Dali forces, Song Ko, watched in despair as the nation's painstakingly trained millions were crushed beneath the demon's might. This septuagenarian, who had devoted his life to the Dali army and had never tasted defeat, clenched his teeth in grim determination, declaring, "Better to die than retreat. We must hold our ground a little longer. It is the only hope for our families behind us." The enforcers of discipline ruthlessly slaughtered the soldiers fleeing from the front lines. Observing this, the frontline soldiers realized that death was inevitable, and with fervent cries, they charged toward the demon army, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Meanwhile, on the demon side, some exceptional demons had rapidly evolved since the onset of the bloodbath. Among them was the newly appointed leader, Yao Kuchio, who had single-handedly slain tens of thousands of humans since the outbreak of war, making him the most prolific killer on the battlefield. His innate ferocity and bloodthirst, combined with enhancements from the soul-extinguishing bell, compelled him to lead the charge into battle. This day, Yao Kuchio had set his sights on the figure of Song Ko, whose banner fluttered nearby, and with a wicked grin, he charged forth from the heart of the battlefield. Song Ko was well aware of the terror that this demon instilled in the hearts of his soldiers. As Yao Kuchio approached, Song Ko remained silent, simply raising a finger to indicate the direction of the oncoming threat. His trusted commanders, undaunted, clamored to engage the demon. However, Song Ko hoarsely commanded, "Li Si, obey my orders. Take your men, along with all the laborers and support staff, and push them forward to impede the demon. Soldiers follow after, with cavalry bringing up the rear." Soon after, a burly warrior stepped forward, bowing in obedience before departing. In no time, hundreds of thousands of bewildered commoners were herded by tens of thousands of soldiers towards the approaching Yao Kuchio. As Yao Kuchio beheld the gathering human wall before him, he let out a chilling howl and lunged forward, akin to a ravenous wolf entering a sheep pen. With a single swipe of his claw, a terrifying gale tore through hundreds, reducing them to mere fragments. Witnessing this nightmarish scene, the onlookers screamed in terror, desperately attempting to flee. Some fainted from fright, while others collapsed in paralysis. Yet, countless others, oblivious to the horror unfolding ahead, continued to surge forward. The desire to retreat clashed with the pressure from behind, forcing those at the front to be thrust onward. In mere moments, Yao Kuchio had slaughtered over 10,000 souls. Finally, the overwhelming stench of blood caused the remaining crowd to hesitate. Chapter 30. The Charge in Certain Respects. Humans and sheep are not so different. The moment the people finally sensed the impending danger, they became acutely aware of the horrific screams and the pungent scent of blood wafting from ahead. Thus, all began to resist moving forward. From a distance, observing the ordinary citizen's reluctance to advance, Li Si, seated atop his steed, exchanged glances with his adjutant, who promptly waved his command flag as the flag fluttered. Tens of thousands of soldiers who had been hastily marching alongside the commoners suddenly drew their weapons and began to mercilessly strike down the defenseless individuals. The sudden assault instilled primal fear within the masses, causing them to flee in a frenzy, while the soldiers on either side continued to push the terrified civilians toward Yao Kuchio. With the throngs of people swelling, Yao Kuchio's bloodlust surged, unleashing the full might of his bloodline power, causing him to grow several times in size. While ordinary demons stood at a height of 3 to 4 meters, Yao Kuchio now towered nearly 20 meters tall. Upon witnessing the colossal demon manifest on the battlefield, both the ordinary citizens, who were desperately evading the soldiers' onslaught, and the soldiers themselves were momentarily rendered speechless. An ineffable sense of despair swiftly enveloped everyone present. From a distance, Li Si clenched his teeth, the sound echoing ominously, before galloping forth to bellow at the demon. "Everyone, charge with me!" At that moment, the well-trained soldiers finally distinguished themselves from the ordinary populace. Upon receiving the command, their expressions transformed from confusion and helplessness to unwavering determination. Gritting their teeth, they discarded their swords, grasped their rifles, and resolutely followed their general into the fray against the demon. Meanwhile, the ordinary people, paralyzed by the terrifying scene, found themselves caught between the approaching throng of tens of thousands of soldiers, led by Li Si and the towering 20-meter-tall monster barreling toward them. As Li Si's multitude of subordinates and the hapless farmers were slaughtered by the monstrous demon as if they were mere poultry, Song Ko remained silent. Before long, all were mercilessly annihilated by the demon. After personally crushing Li Si's skull in the final moments of battle, the demon, despite its overwhelming strength, found itself slightly winded. It raised its gaze to scrutinize the elderly man ahead, seemingly sensing a hint of mockery curling at the corner of the demon. Yao Kuchio gradually succumbed to exhaustion, engulfed by the sword's radiance. In the sky above, the entire battlefield lay shrouded under the mental grasp of Yu Kuang, naturally drawing his attention to this conflict. It was astonishing to witness a being endowed with a naturally superior spiritual root, capable of harnessing even the faintest essence of spiritual energy to cultivate to a significant level. Alas, it was born in an era lacking in spiritual abundance. Had it existed in a realm replete with spiritual energy, its future would have been boundless. Yao Kuchio, riddled with countless wounds, let out a final roar of fury at the two individuals. Exclaiming, Damn you, insignificant ants. How dare you? It was swiftly pierced through the heart by a sword thrust from Ji Baigu, after which its bell-like eyes gradually dissolved, with a final confirmation of Yao Kuchio's demise. Ji Baigu withdrew her sword, only to suddenly kneel, expelling a copious amount of blood. Song Ko rushed over to support her, hurriedly praising, "Well done, well done. With the death of this demon general, our efforts in this battle have not been in vain. How is your injury? We must leave at once to seek healing for you." Ji Baigu, her pale visage shaking her head, replied, "Not so fast. We must first sever the head of this demon to present to His Majesty, to stabilize the morale of our troops." Before she could finish her sentence, Yao Kuchio's lifeless eyes suddenly erupted with a crimson light. "Be careful." Ji Baigu sensed a surge of murderous intent from behind, and immediately pushed Song Ko aside, expending her last ounce of strength to thrust her sword backward. The blade struck true, piercing Yao Kuchio's brow. However, in a final act of defiance, Yao Kuchio's claws plunged through Ji Baiji's chest. Chapter 32. The Quagmire No. A desperate scream erupted. Song Ko, eyes wide with horror, gazed at Ji Baigu, whose chest was completely pierced, trembling as he spoke. "You are a weapon forged with immense effort for our great Li. You cannot perish here. How can I face His Majesty otherwise?" Ji Baigu, summoning her last vestiges of strength, urged, "Stop with the chatter. Quickly sever the head of this demon general and return to the city to deliver it to His Majesty. He urgently requires a victory to bolster the spirits of all." Upon hearing this, Song Ko's eyes brimmed with tears as he unsheathed his blade without hesitation, relentlessly hacking at the neck of the now lifeless Yao Kuchio. After hundreds of strikes, he finally severed the head. Gazing at the trophy acquired at the cost of 1,000,000 soldiers and the lives of Great Li's strongest swordsmen, Song Ko muttered to himself, "Can this truly bridge the gap in our fighting strength? Ha ha ha, of course it can. This is the most formidable demon of my army. Should you take its head, it may lead you to believe victory is within your grasp." Suddenly, a demon clad in resplendent crimson attire, appearing like a dashing young master, approached. Upon seeing this figure, Song Ko was initially taken aback, but his extensive experience quickly informed him that this was the leader of the demon army. If he could slay this demon, the war would be won. With this thought, Song Ko's gaze shifted to Ji Baigu, who was now barely clinging to life. Realizing Song Ko's intentions, Ji Baigu understood his thoughts as well. However, her injuries were too severe for her to deliver a decisive blow to this demon. Meanwhile, on the distant battlefield, the human army had utterly disbanded, fleeing in all directions while being relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by the demon forces. Completely devoid of command, as Song Ko pondered desperately on what to do, the demon, Xiao seemed to read their minds, chuckling as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, do not harbor foolish hopes. Not only is your companion gravely injured, but even at her peak, she would not be my match. However, I offer you a chance. Leave the head, and you may depart. Rally your forces and return for vengeance. I shall await your return." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao vanished, reappearing before Ji Baigu. Her beautiful eyes filled with blood. She summoned the last of her fleeting strength, raising her jade-like hand to stab at Xiao's brow. Unfazed by the incoming blade, Xiao effortlessly swatted Ji Baiji's head from her body. The ancient sword, radiating sword light, lost its power with the dissipating aura of its owner, falling to the ground like a leaf in the wind with a mournful sound. Xiao turned, tossing Ji Baiji's head at Song Ko. "You cannot take the demon's head, but this you may carry back." With a grim smile, Song Ko cradled Ji Baiji's lifeless body. Not lingering for a moment, swiftly mounting his steed and galloping away. Watching Song Ko recede into the distance, Xiao exhaled in relief. He had arrived just in time. Had the head been taken, it might have delayed the subsequent war, jeopardizing his master's grand strategy. In the Greatly Imperial Palace's council chamber, Tang Yin was listening to reports from his ministers. The war front was drawing ever closer to the capital while reinforcements continued to pour in due to the imperial edict. Such an immense influx of troops and supplies was unprecedented, prompting the officials within the imperial city to unite their efforts to arrange everything as best as they could. Tang Yin rubbed his weary eyes. Fatigued by the ceaseless problems arising since the war began, glancing at the new chief advisor, Li Lu, who stood beside him, he pondered the current state of the battlefield. The forces led by Song Ko were the strongest bastion of Great Li. Even in defeat, they must at least inflict significant damage upon the demon army. Since the decision was made to fight the demons to the death, the position of chief advisor had changed hands like a revolving door. With dozens of advisors appointed and dismissed in a short span, Li Lu, the most recently appointed, had not been in office for half a month. He shared the current emperor's resolute stance, to fight to the bitter end. They were both willing to pay any price to utterly vanquish the demons, dragging them into an abyss of despair. At that moment, Li Lu stepped forward, bowing slightly as he spoke, "Your Majesty," with General Song Ko at the front lines and continuous reinforcements arriving from the rear. Though the demons are formidable, the people of Great Li fear neither life nor death and are willing to fight. Therefore, I dare assert that the demons shall never set foot in our capital. Chapter 33. The abyss shall not set foot in the imperial city. Such bravado from the chief advisor, a muscular general, fierce-eyed and missing an arm, retorted coldly, "Forgive my candor, but you, esteemed officials, buried in your scholarly pursuits, cannot fathom the horrific reality of the battlefield and the immense disparity in strength between demons and humans. If you cling to such naive notions, hoping to exhaust the demons with the sacrifice of countless soldiers, I advise you to abandon that thought at once." Upon hearing this, Li Lu turned to see who had spoken, his expression darkening with irritation. "Mo Changlu, your eastern border army has been utterly annihilated. 500,000 elite soldiers, and you alone return with a handful of guards. His Majesty has not punished you, even preserving your title and allowing you to participate in the council, yet you repeatedly sow discord among the ranks. What is your true intent?" With that, Li Lu knelt before the emperor, declaring, "I beseech your Majesty to execute this man for his repeated acts of treason." In response, Mo Changlu laughed heartily, stepping forward to kneel as well. "Your Majesty, had it not been for my desire to inform you of the demon situation on the front lines, I would have long since perished alongside my soldiers. Your Majesty has bestowed upon me such grace. I have no means to repay you, that I willingly lead my troops to the front lines to defend Great Li. However, in light of your kindness, I have but one request. The calamity of the demons can no longer be resolved by mere numbers. I implore your Majesty to leave the capital at once and issue an edict for all to flee." With that, the general, who had lost an arm in battle, bowed deeply 3 times before turning to exit the hall. Watching Mo Changlu depart, Tang Yin felt as if a stone had lodged in his throat. He wanted to call back the mentor who had taught him horsemanship and martial arts in his youth. Yet the words would not come. After a moment, Tang Yin murmured, "Have I truly made a grave error? Are the demons truly sent by heaven to annihilate humanity?" Li Lu, noticing the emperor's distress, quickly offered words of comfort. "Your Majesty, do not worry. Our Great Li is prosperous and strong, with the ability to unite troops from all corners. A mere 100,000 demons cannot possibly be our match. I urge you not to lose your composure over the words of that Mo Changlu." Tang Yin regarded Li Lu with a bitter expression. The forces amassed over centuries are now at the front lines, while the reinforcements arriving are largely composed of poorly trained militia and bandits. If we suffer defeat at the front, how can we expect those who could not even overcome the demons to prevail? Just then, another official stepped forward, kneeling and bowing. "Your Majesty, the time of war has reached its final moments. As the ancients said, 1 brave, 2 weary, 3 exhausted. The demons are already in a precarious position. If we can hold our ground, victory will be ours." In the grand hall, all present spoke in unison, imploring His Majesty to persevere. Observing the war hawks he had once championed, Tang Yin seemed as if he were ensnared upon a wooden cart, hurtling towards an uncertain end that lay beyond his grasp on the front lines of the Daili battlefield. The blood of millions had irrevocably stained the once golden earth a deep crimson. Yao Shao commanded all demons to rest for 3 days before advancing with full force towards the imperial capital of Dali, 1,000 miles away. Meanwhile, Mo Changlu, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of militia hastily assembled from various regions, had scarcely traveled 100 miles when he encountered Song Ko, who rode towards him astride a warhorse. Clutching a bloodied bundle, his eyes hollow and devoid of spirit. Chapter 34. Powerless to act. Looking up, Imo Changle beheld the once invincible commander of the Dali forces, who had dominated the battlefield for 50 years. Reduced to a state of disarray akin to that of a beggar, it was inconceivable for Imo Changle to fathom the fate that awaited them on the front lines. A sudden pang of sorrow gripped his heart, prompting him to swiftly ride forward, steadying Song Ko's shoulder, offering words of solace. "Great Marshal, if the troops are lost, then they are lost. The court is in dire need of capable individuals at this very moment. And the new emperor's grace is boundless. Do not lose your spirit, Great Marshal." Song Ko lifted his disheveled visage to regard Imo Changle, casting a glance towards the long line of militia behind him. With muddy hands, he brushed aside Imo Changle's supportive grip, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Imo Changle's with a profound gaze. Without uttering a word, he circumvented them, continuing on the path towards the imperial city of Dali. Witnessing Song Ko's demeanor, a chill crept into the depths of Imo Changle's being. It was well known that Song Ko, as the supreme commander of the Dali forces, possessed unparalleled personal strength and tactical acumen, qualities that were beyond Imo Changle's own capabilities. Even after his own retreat from the border, he had not appeared as soulfully bereft as Song Ko now did. What horrors had transpired at the front lines? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Imo Changle involuntarily recalled the gruesome scenes from the battlefield. A vivid tableau of soldiers being torn to shreds, their anguished screams echoing in his memory. He swallowed hard, turning to gaze at the army behind him. A significant portion of the troops comprised youths of 14 or 15, their faces marked by innocence and ignorance. Imo Changle sighed deeply, casting his eyes skyward. "I in the palace. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, they have returned." "They have returned." Tang Yin, with dark circles under his eyes, abruptly sat up in bed, staring with bloodshot eyes and rasping. "Who? Is it Ji Beige who has returned? Or has Song Ko returned?" The Grand Eunuch, startled by Tang Yin's appearance, quickly composed himself and knelt, responding, "Your Majesty, it is indeed the old Marshal Song Ko who has returned. He is currently awaiting your presence in the Grand Hall." Tang Yin furrowed his brow, asking, "Has he returned alone? What of Ji Beige? Have you seen Ji Beige?" "Your Majesty," the old servant replied, "I did not see Lord Ji, but I did observe that Lord Song returned with a large bundle, and his condition appears rather poor." Growing increasingly perplexed, Tang Yin commanded, "Quickly change your attire. Summon all the ministers to the council chamber at once." Soon, the high-ranking officials were roused from their slumber by their servants, and upon learning of the emperor's urgent summons, they hastily donned their garments and rode swiftly to the palace. Within the grand hall, Tang Yin sat upon the dragon throne, addressing the assembled officials with a hoarse voice. "Song Ko has returned, yet I know not the state of affairs at the front lines. If he brings the worst of news, then I have summoned you all at this late hour to deliberate on the final decision regarding this war." Some officials, still groggy from sleep, were taken aback by the emperor's words, their drowsiness dissipating instantly, believing the emperor was merely indulging in unwarranted fears once more. They hastened to offer counsel. "Your Majesty, do not worry. The demons cannot possibly breach the imperial city. We have millions of elite troops and countless militia resources at our disposal. How could a mere few 100,000 demons hope to conquer the capital? Perhaps it is yet another treacherous individual stirring trouble from the shadows. I beseech your Majesty to execute this villain immediately." As the atmosphere in the grand hall grew increasingly chaotic, the Grand Eunuch lashed his whip, creating a resounding crack that silenced the assembly. He then called out in a sharp voice, "Silence." Tang Yin continued in a hoarse tone, "Song Ko has indeed returned. I know not the specifics, but summon him forth. We shall inquire before all present what the current situation truly is." Disheveled and gaunt, Song Ko arrived at the imperial capital without having eaten or drunk, standing resolutely in the center of the grand hall. His eyes, numb yet filled with hatred, swept over the assembled ministers before he slowly knelt towards the dragon throne. The moment he entered, a profound silence enveloped the hall, for none could recognize the once greatest power of Dali. The mightiest general of the kingdom, now resembling a destitute beggar stripped of dignity. With a voice dry and feeble, Song Ko spoke, "I beseech your majesty to issue a decree, allowing all to flee for their lives. I am an old fool, and millions of elite soldiers have perished in battle. The demons can no longer be resisted by mere mortals. Dali is lost." He lamented why family has guarded Dali for generations, and it is time for us to see it through to the end. I implore your majesty to grant me the honor of sacrificing myself for the nation. Having uttered these words, Song Ko bowed his head 3 times towards Tang Yin. However, before he could complete his plea, the images he had envisioned in his mind began to shift in a moment of sheer terror. He realized he had lost all control over his own body, as though he were but a spectator, watching helplessly as his intended words morphed into something entirely different. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Rejoice. The front lines have achieved a great victory. The demon army has suffered substantial losses, and the demon general Yao Kashio has met a tragic end at our hands. Your Majesty, behold." With that, Song Ko stared in bewilderment as his uncontrollable hands slowly unveiled the bundle, revealing that Ji Bei's head had inexplicably transformed into that of Yao Kashio. Initially stunned by the sight of the demon's head, Tang Yin's brow furrowed with concern as he questioned the Grand Marshal. "Song Ko, has the front truly triumphed? Then why do you appear so disheveled? Where is Ji Bei?" In response, Song Ko replied, "Your Majesty, I have come here out of fear that treacherous ministers might impede Your Majesty's war efforts. Thus I resolved to personally bolster Your Majesty's position. Naturally, I had to disguise myself for the journey. As for Lord Ji, he sustained injuries while slaying the demon and is currently recuperating in our camp." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin's doubts dissipated. He then commanded, "There are now tens of millions of reinforcements surrounding the imperial city. You must expedite their training. More troops will continue to arrive, and I entrust them to you." "No, I do not want this. Let them flee as far as they can." Song Ko's soul burned with despair, tears streaming down his face as he screamed internally, yet no one could hear his silent cries. In response, Song Ko nodded slightly, saying, "With such a large army, the threat of the demons is negligible. We shall surely triumph in this battle for Dali." Above, Yi Wukong coldly observed the unfolding events, a faint smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 35. The Birdcage. Upon hearing Song Ko's words, the ministers in the Grand Hall collectively exhaled in relief. They had ascended to heights they had never imagined possible, all due to the sudden outbreak of war. Everything was now intertwined with the fate of the dynasty. Should they emerge victorious, the offspring of the officials present would likely enjoy lives free from worry. Reflecting upon this, the ministers eagerly offered their congratulations to the emperor. Some even moved to tears by their gratitude towards the heavens. Tang Yin observed their reactions, his brow furrowing and relaxing in turn. Though a sense of unease lingered in his heart, the unwavering gaze of Song Ko reassured him, leading him to believe he was merely overthinking. Within the demon army, Yao Shao'er reclined against several nude human maidens. Relishing the reports from his subordinates in the center of the tent, dozens of the master felt the suffocating aura dissipate, and only after a considerable time did the demon Shao'er dare to slowly lift his head. Swallowing hard, he cautiously ascended to his throne. After yet another interval, the myriad demons within the grand tent gradually awakened. Bewildered by their sudden slumber, they collectively turned their gaze towards the contemplative figure of their leader. Shao'er, aware of the inquisitive stares directed at him, Shao'er chose to disregard the demon's curiosity and merely commanded the trembling human women, "Continue the music, resume the dance." In the imperial capital of Dali, Song Ko's last remnants of spirit weakly observed his own body tirelessly delivering speeches, declaring war, and inspiring the populace until his essence completely faded away. With a general who had personally triumphed over demons bolstering morale, coupled with the current absence of news regarding the demon army's approach to the imperial capital, the entirety of the royal city was convinced of an inevitable victory. Moreover, every day saw millions of supporters arriving from various regions. Yet, Tang Yin's heart grew increasingly anxious. While everyone within the city believed the situation was improving, he sensed an unsettling strangeness in the air, compelling the emperor to inquire repeatedly about the front lines. Each time, the response was a resounding affirmation of our forces' triumph over the demons, with news of their halted offensive. Time passed, and soon 10 days had elapsed. The imperial city was now teeming with people, and beyond its walls lay an endless expanse of tents. Within the court, Song Ko knelt and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, we now have an army of millions, presenting the perfect opportunity to annihilate the demons. I beseech you to issue the command for an immediate mobilization of our forces. I assure you, I can lead them to obliterate the demons." Tang Yin, seated upon the dragon throne, hesitated, his voice wavering as he asked, "General, do you possess absolute confidence? Though we have vast numbers, most are merely untrained recruits. I fear that should any mishap occur, we may. Your Majesty need not worry. We command millions, while the demons number only in the tens of thousands. I implore you not to succumb to unfounded fears that could jeopardize our chance for victory." Song Ko replied, his tone tinged with irritation. The courtiers exchanged glances before stepping forward in unison, urging, "We hope your Majesty will not miss this opportunity." Hearing their words, Tang Yin managed a bitter smile. "Since you all have such conviction, I shall adhere to General Song's wishes. I will issue the command for the army to depart at once." Observing the seemingly endless tide of troops pouring forth from the imperial city towards the demons' encampment, Knight Wukong, watching from the skies, awaited the final contingent to fully vacate the royal capital, with a flicker of light from his ethereal ring. Dozens of wooden stakes soared into the air, suspended in space. Knight Wukong formed seals with his hands, and the stakes transformed into numerous gray-white pillars of light, soaring towards the periphery of the Dali imperial capital. 32 seals of the 9 heavens. This formation, capable of isolating spiritual energy, utterly transformed the millions of ordinary citizens within and surrounding the capital into caged birds. Chapter 36. The final battle standing atop a mountain. Xiao Er's robes billowed violently in the wind as he gazed at the vast, approaching human army. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his unease. The sheer number of the human forces was terrifying. Even if the demons were to win this battle, few would remain. As the sole commander of the human army, Song Ko issued a direct order to abandon all strategic maneuvers and engage the demons en masse, relying solely on their numerical superiority to crush them. However, this command met with vehement opposition from numerous frontline generals. Some argued that, despite their overwhelming numbers, a reckless full-frontal assault was unwise. They should instead adopt a phalanx formation to flank the enemy and conduct a tiered assault. Yet, Song Ko, citing his past victories over the demons, insisted on disregarding all tactics and advancing with every soldier. Soon, millions of soldiers, spurred by the command, charged towards the distant dots that represented the demons. On the demon side, Xiao Er watched the endless tide of humanity rushing toward him, the words of Knight Wukong echoing in his mind. The more that die, the better. With a resolute determination, he bit down, removing the soul-extinguishing bell from his neck and casting it into the air. With a series of incantations, he activated the bell, causing the hundreds of thousands of demons infected by the soul-extinguishing seed to slip into a frenzied state. Now devoid of reason, the demons roared and howled in a chaotic frenzy. After a moment of silence, Xiao Er sighed and commanded the demons within him, "Attack!" Receiving the order, the hundreds of thousands of demons charged forth, howling madly towards the seemingly endless human army, fearlessly launching their counteroffensive. Thus commenced the final battle between the human forces and the demon legions, steeped in violence and bloodshed, as the bravado and fantasies collided with the harsh reality of war. The newly trained recruits awoke from their dreams the moment they were torn apart by demons. The sounds of wailing and screams reverberated throughout the battlefield. The conflict raged for 3 days and nights, transforming the air of the slaughterhouse into a crimson haze. Within Song Ko's tent, 3 generals, recently returned from the front lines, bloodied and bearing the marks of battle, entered with their swords drawn. One of them, General Li Foreign, pointed his sword at Song Ko, who sat at the command table, fury spilling from his voice. "Song Ko, you traitor! How dare you? The last of our human legions have perished because of you." Having endured these days of carnage, the surviving soldiers finally recognized that this so-called war was merely a massacre. Yet, Song Ko forbade any retreat from the battlefield. insisting that they fight to the last man, even resorting to his authority to kill thousands. Witnessing the remaining forces rally against him, Song Ko remained unperturbed, calmly sipping tea before breaking into a mocking smile. And what of it? From tens of millions. We are now but a few 100,000. Your foolishness in realizing this too late is of no consequence. With a clang, a sword fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Li Foran's face turned pale upon hearing Song Ko's words, while the others looked on in disbelief. Though they accused him of treason, deep down, they could scarcely believe it. This was the Dali war god, a figure of the highest caliber. What could possibly drive him to rebellion? Rising slowly, Song Ko regarded their stunned expressions with a bemused smile. Now you realize, it is too late. Come, he called out, summoning a messenger who promptly knelt before him. Order all personnel to initiate the final assault. Yes. The messenger hastily departed to convey the order. Li Foran, witnessing this, realized that everyone was doomed. With a roar of rage, he seized the sword from the ground and charged at Song Ko, determined to slay him and quell his burning hatred. Song Ko coldly observed the incoming strike, refusing to flee or evade. In an instant, with a flash of cold light, Li Foran easily severed Song Ko's head. As it rolled across the ground, the three generals finally registered what had transpired. Grabbing the severed head, they rushed outside to issue commands, only to find the area outside the tent eerily deserted. Suddenly, a strange noise erupted from behind them. Before they could react, a group of blood-soaked demons pounced upon them, tearing them to shreds. Chapter 37. The birth of the artifact in the skies above. The scene unfolded as a grotesque tapestry woven from the blood and flesh of millions of humans and demons. All the crimson streams flowed towards Su Xian, whose form radiated a dazzling brilliance, as she absorbed the essence of life. Having activated the heart of the formation, Su Xian's body continuously absorbed the bloodline essence, intensifying the aura of the absolute star path emanating from her being. On the ground, the Dali imperial capital descended into chaos. 2 days prior, the discovery of an invisible barrier encasing a 1,000-mile radius sent shockwaves throughout the city. Seizing the opportunity, some within the palace, capitalizing on the sparse defenses, proclaimed that the heavens had been angered, and this was a divine punishment for sins committed. They pointed fingers at Tang Yin, leading countless citizens to believe that the emperor's actions had provoked the wrath of the heavens, resulting in this calamity. Others fanned the flames of chaos, claiming that the demons were celestial beings not to be harmed, and that it was the current emperor's insistence on exterminating them that had led to the current predicament. The human race was doomed. Everyone would perish. Upon hearing these rumors, terrified individuals transformed from initial skepticism and panic into a state of collective chaos, marked by riots, violence, murder, and theft. The turmoil ignited by millions congregating in one place painted a harrowing picture. Within the imperial palace, the disheveled and inebriated Tang Yin, wielding the imperial sword, advanced step by step towards the inner palace. Upon realizing that the entire capital, spanning 1,000 miles, had been completely sealed off, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Faced with an unimaginably formidable adversary, he felt as powerless as an ant, unable to effect any change. As the sovereign, he had long foreseen the impending calamity that would ensue once chaos erupted within the capital, housing countless ordinary citizens. 2 hours later, he personally executed dozens of defenseless concubines and some of his recently born offspring, clad in a dragon robe that had once been golden but was now soaked in blood. He arrived at the final destination, his queen's residence. The queen, Ko Shi, known for her gentle and serene demeanor, had grown up alongside Tang Yin as childhood sweethearts, witnessing her husband approach like a harbinger of death. Sword in hand, she could hardly be oblivious to his intentions. Ko Shi knelt, clutching Tang Yin's left leg, weeping bitterly. "Your Majesty, is there truly no glimmer of hope? I do not wish to die." Tang Yin regarded her coldly, the scent of alcohol heavy upon him, devoid of any emotion as he spoke. As the queen, born into this tumultuous time, your life is no longer your own. Without waiting for a response, he raised his hand and plunged the sword directly into her heart. Struck, Ko Shi's tear-laden eyes gazed up at him as she clung tightly to his leg. whispering through bloodied lips, "Your Majesty, it hurts." Confirming her demise, Tang Yin smeared her face with blood before laying her upon the bed. After completing this grim act, he removed the now blood-soaked dragon robe, caressing it gently in his hands. Before long, the palace was filled with the cacophony of screams, the tearing of fabric, and the grotesque laughter intermingled with the shrieks of palace maids. When the rioters exuberantly breached the fabled inner palace, they were taken aback by the horrific scene. Every concubine lay slain, their faces a gruesome sight. Unable to locate Tang Yin, someone suggested they try the queen's chamber. Perhaps the emperor and empress were together. Thus, under the guidance of the eunuchs, they finally entered the queen's quarters. Upon opening the door, they were startled by the sight of a bloodied figure hanging. Hair obscuring the face, as the bolder among them approached to part the hair with a blade, they recognized the figure as Tang Yin, lifeless, hanging from the beam above. A voice from the back shouted, "It's him! Sever his head and offer it to the heavens, pleading for divine mercy." Upon hearing this, the crowd surged forward, and soon a jubilant throng emerged from the palace, proudly carrying Tang Yin's severed head to a prepared altar in the grand square. Countless individuals knelt in unison around the altar, imploring the heavens in the celestial realm. Yiwu Kuang observed as Su Xian fully absorbed the essence of blood from the battlefield, feeling her power peak. Knowing the moment had arrived, the final stroke was imminent. He cast his gaze upon all those ensnared within the protective formation of the imperial city below. Extending his hand, a dark, ancient-looking blade materialized above his palm. Twisting in space, grasping the hilt with his right hand, he gently brushed the blade's edge with his left before sweeping it downward towards the imperial city. A black line emanated from the blade, slicing through the entire city like the scythe of death. In an instant, the formation and all living beings within it were cleaved in two, billions of souls silenced, their consciousness extinguished by the very stroke. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming surge of blood essence ascended towards Su Xian. Witnessing this, Yiwu Kuang thrust the now cracked ancient blade into Su Xian's chest, channeling a blood-red beam from his heart, guiding her to absorb and transmute all her power into the black blade. Gradually, Su Xian's essence began to merge with the blade at an accelerating pace, the cracks on the blade slowly mending. Before long, a blinding burst of dark light erupted. As the radiance faded, Su Xian and the long blade had completely fused, her form vanishing entirely. Before Yiwu Kuang remained only the ancient blade, devoid of any spiritual aura, resembling an ordinary weapon. Grasping the blade, he sensed the complete essence of the absolute star laws contained within and marveled at its potential. Indeed, it was the coveted absolute star, capable of cleaving an ordinary cultivation star into a mortal star upon reaching the imperial realm. With a flash of light, Su Xian, clad in a white dress, appeared before him. Yiwu Kuang regarded her submissive visage and remarked, "The one who originally forged the absolute star has likely sensed the events transpiring here." Chapter 38. The Emperor Jin Sun in the boundless spirit realm of Jingguangxing. The interior of this planet stretched infinitely, seemingly without end, infused with an incredibly dense spiritual energy that lingered in the air like a tangible essence. Various races thrived within this world, and numerous sects displayed formidable power. Since ascending to the imperial level within Jingguangxing, Jin Sun proclaimed himself the emperor, and within a mere 500,000 years, he had advanced from a first-turn emperor to a pinnacle 9-turn emperor, making him the youngest and most terrifying emperor in the entire spirit realm. His might rendered him a dominant force, his reputation unparalleled, instilling fear in all. Within a cave of celestial fortune in the vast expanse of Jingguangxing, a magnificent palace complex floated high above the clouds. This was the abode of the Emperor Jin Sun. The grandeur of these palatial structures was awe-inspiring, resembling a celestial paradise that captivated the heart. At this moment, within the imperial hall, the youthful, radiant-skinned Emperor Jin Sun reclined languidly in his seat. Casually popping a freshly made spirit pill into his mouth, he turned to a young girl massaging his shoulders and spoke with a hint of indifference. "Qing heir, I have long warned you that Ji Huang is now unmatched among the younger generation of the same tier. His determination is unyielding. Even I, in my youth, would not have stood a chance against him at the same level. You need not feel ashamed for losing to him in the recent centennial competition within the sect. Though you are the most talented among the youth of Jing Guangxing, remember, there are always those beyond your reach. As the only one so favored by the Emperor Jin Sun, the girl, Mu Yanqing, pouted her rosy lips in defiance. I refused to believe it. My master was also invincible at his age. He could surely defeat him. Jin Sun chuckled softly, shaking his head. Alas, his protector is that reclusive elder. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to humiliate myself to request him to be my disciple. Upon hearing this, the girl, Mu Yanqing, was taken aback. Master, what are you saying? With your cultivation, if you wish to be that brat's master, he'd be overjoyed. Qing heir, you must understand. Ji Huang being favored by that elder suggests his potential will not be inferior to mine, and he may even reach the realms of the immortal emperor. Mu Yanqing was utterly unsettled by this assessment. Master, you hold him in such high regard. His surname is Ji. Could he be the one you mentioned, from the legends? Silence. Jin Sun's countenance shifted dramatically, and he shouted with fury, such beings are beyond your comprehension. Do not even dare to think about them. Should you mention it again, I will strike you down with a palm. This was the first instance Mu Yanqing had witnessed her usually benevolent master display such wrath. Overcome by fear, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, feeling unjustly wronged. Jin Sun sighed quietly. This is a burden that you, a mere spirit-returning realm cultivator, cannot bear. Even I am but an ant before such existences. If not for my good relations with those ancient ones, they would never have revealed the secrets only known to the immortal emperor level. Alas, your inadvertent knowledge of such matters may spell disaster for you. Wiping her tears, Mu Yanqing clutched Jin Sun's shoulder, shaking it as she sobbed. I'm sorry, master. I won't do it again. Please don't be angry. Jin Sun gently patted his beloved disciple's head, softening his tone, knowing of such existences as a calamity. You must forget it completely and never speak of it again. Realizing her mistake, Mu Yanqing nodded earnestly. Jin Sun then shifted the conversation with a teasing smile. Ji Huang, in both appearance and talent, is impeccable. You are not a child anymore. Seize your opportunities. Upon hearing her master's jest, Mu Yanqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she indignantly retorted, Master, how could you think of such things? There is no possibility between us. Besides, he is surrounded by stunning women, and what of it? In this vast cosmos, which great power does not have multiple wives. To know, it is better to marry a strong man as a concubine than to wed a weakling as a wife. As Jin Sun was engaged in a lively discussion with his beloved disciple, his expression suddenly shifted. He straightened his posture, and with a flick of his right hand, began to calculate a portent. Before long, his body began to tremble, and his countenance turned exceedingly grim. Mu Yanqing, witnessing this scene, turned pale, standing beside her master, trembling in fear and unable to utter a word. Moments later, Jin Sun's previously smooth forehead became engorged with veins. His face twisted in utmost fury. Who is it? Who dares to refine the absolute star, a pivotal element that I have meticulously planned for so long? That is the key to my ascension as an immortal emperor. Damn it! I shall hunt you down. I will extract your soul and forge it into a soul lamp, tormenting you for eternity. In a fit of rage, Jin Sun roared, standing abruptly and stepping forth. The patterns beneath his feet shimmered, causing the void to shatter. In the next moment, Jin Sun's figure vanished from the palace, leaving behind only the bewildered Mu Yanqing. Chapter 39. A blade. At the moment the absolute star was successfully forged into a magical artifact by Yi Wukong. The entire planet, devoid of its regulatory powers, began to undergo a gradual transformation. The remaining beings that survived felt as if something crucial had been abruptly stripped from their very essence. The remnants of humanity, hiding in various corners of the land, collectively experienced a sharp pain in their hearts. The few demons left after the climactic battle also lost all their innate talents and powers upon the absolute star's complete transformation into an ordinary star. They became akin to mindless beasts, howling and roaring, fighting for mere scraps of food. Seeing his former kin reduced to such a state, Yao Shao's eyes glimmered with sorrow. He raised his hand to gaze at the soul-extinguishing bell that Yi Wukong had gifted him. Now gently emanating a faint glow at it, seems that this bell is the reason I can still maintain my sanity. Just as Yao Shao was lost in his thoughts, footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he found Yi Wukong, dressed in a black brocade robe, standing quietly with his hands behind his back. Yi Wukong merely cast a detached glance at Yao Shao, then flicked his right finger, sending a strand of spiritual light that pierced Yao Shao's brow and delved into his soul. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The once tranquil sky was engulfed by raging winds, followed by a thunderclap that rent the heavens asunder. As the light flashed, the sky seemed to split in two, revealing a massive eye composed of dark clouds, slowly surveying the earth below, its iris rotating as if searching for something. The remaining beings on the ground were instantly pressed down by an unseen force. Immobilized, Yi Wukong, upon witnessing this, narrowed his profound eyes. Just a 9-turn emperor realm, it seems the absolute star was crucial for this person's ascension. Now that I have seized it, his Tao heart will surely suffer damage, making it difficult for him to advance to the realm of a mortal emperor in the future. After stating this, Yi Wukong raised his hand, collecting the unconscious Yao Shao into his ethereal ring. Meanwhile, thousands of star realms away, Jin Sun intended to lock onto his opponent using the Dharma form of the heavens. However, after sensing for a while, he only detected some insignificant ants and low-level spiritual beings, failing to find any traces of a cultivator, just as he thought that the person who had stolen his opportunity might also be a figure of emperor level and had already fled. A cold voice slowly emerged from the ground. "Are you looking for me?" On the hillside, Yi Wukong gripped the absolute star blade, his black robe billowing in the wind, revealing a gaze as frigid as the depths of a dark abyss. With that, he swung his hand and struck the air with the blade. The blade's glow shot forth like a pitch-black crescent moon, soaring towards the heavens. Before the massive eye could react, it, along with the entire sky, was cleaved in two by the strike. Countless star systems away, Jin Sun, while traversing realms, turned pale and spat blood upon witnessing the scene. In utter disbelief, he exclaimed, "An immortal emperor? No, that is not right." After carefully sensing his own body, Jin Sun muttered, "It's not an immortal emperor. If it were, that strike would have directly harmed my Tao essence." Realizing this, he halted his legs, which were about to flee. It seems he has borrowed some external power. "Well then, I have plenty of treasures on me. You better not run too far." Chapter 40. The rising generation. After unleashing the blade, a flash of light appeared in Yi Wukong's palm, revealing a cross-border talisman. The moment he activated the talisman, a beam of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his location in less than the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks. A golden light descended from the sky, landing precisely where Yi Wukong had just disappeared. As the light faded, Jin Sun's figure emerged, his pale golden pupils fixated on the spatial fluctuations resulting from the teleportation. His teeth ground together in frustration. A high-tier teleportation jade talisman. Could this thief possibly be a member of one of those super clans? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, silently vowing, "Damn it! No matter how great your background, if I encounter you again, I will do whatever it takes to rend you into 1,000 pieces to assuage my hatred." With that, Jin Sun transformed into a golden light and vanished from his spot. In the void outside the planet, Jin Sun turned, gazing at the absolute star he had painstakingly forged, now reduced to a barren wasteland. His face contorted in distress. He raised his hand, and in a flash of light, summoned an ancient round furnace, red as fire, its surface inscribed with the phoenix's roar. The moment the furnace appeared, it bathed the surrounding void in flames, releasing a breath that twisted the nearby space. This furnace was Jin Sun's innate imperial artifact, the Furnace of Burning Heaven. The Furnace of Burning Heaven spun in the void as Jin Sun performed hand seals, pointing towards the former absolute star. The furnace surged towards the star, akin to a droplet of water plunging into the vast ocean. However, within mere moments of the furnace entering the absolute star, the entire celestial body began to visibly dissolve into nothingness from the inside out. After a brief span of mere breaths, when Jin Sun turned to leave once more, what had once been a colossal star had completely vanished. Inside Jin Guang's star, Mu Yanting, distressed, inquired, "Sister Mu, what has transpired? Why did an overwhelming fury erupt just now? Is Master all right?" Just as the sorrowful Mu Yanting turned to respond, she spotted a young man clad in pristine white, his hair as dark as night. Standing at the palace entrance, his starry gaze was fixed upon her. This individual was Ji Huang, who had recently gained significant prominence in Jin Guang's star. Seeing Ji Huang appear behind her and being aware of her disheveled state, Mu Yanting's delicate features flushed crimson. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stammered. Master suddenly flew into a rage for reasons unknown, as though he faced a dire enemy. "I am deeply worried for his safety." "Is there such a thing?" Ji Huang replied. "If you trust me, you may recount the events to me." After a moment of hesitation, Mu Yanting recounted the sudden outburst of her master, Jin Sun, and his hasty departure. Upon hearing her description, Ji Huang pondered briefly before offering reassurance. "Do not fret, Sister Mu. Given Jin Sun's strength, it would be difficult for anyone in the entire upper spirit realm to pose a threat to him. I believe he has encountered something that has incited his wrath, not a person." Mu Yanting's eyes brightened at his words. "Is that truly the case, Ji Huang?" But Master, this time before she could finish, a golden light descended from the heavens, entering the palace. As the radiance dissipated, Jin Sun reappeared, having just returned from the absolute star. Upon seeing her master return, Mu Yanting was overjoyed, her body leaping into Jin Sun's embrace. "Master, you have finally returned." Jin Sun, his expression still somewhat grim, gently patted Mu Yanting's head, saying softly, "Yanting, I am fine." He then turned, his golden eyes flashing as he scanned the surroundings before nodding slightly at Ji Huang, who stood at the entrance of the grand hall. "Young friend Ji, I appreciate your efforts. If you hadn't shielded this palace from prying eyes, some meddlesome individuals might have intruded." Hearing Jin Sun's words, Ji Huang clasped his fists in respect. It was merely a trivial matter, a small display before the emperor. With that, he lifted his right foot, causing ancient patterns glowing with white light to surge from all directions and merge beneath him. "Since all is well, I shall take my leave. If the emperor has need of me, simply send word." Without waiting for Jin Sun's response, Ji Huang turned to depart. Watching his retreating figure, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Jin Sun's pale golden eyes before quickly fading away. Gently stroking Mu Yanting's head, he murmured, "Truly, the younger generation is formidable." Chapter 41. The human heart. Upon hearing this, Mu Yanting looked up, her face flushed, her eyes wide with confusion as she gazed at her master. "What is it, master?" Jin Sun regarded his beloved disciple with deep significance before slowly speaking. "Yanting, do you know why Ji Huang has suddenly come here?" Mu Yanting, puzzled by her master's inquiry, replied, "Is it not because he is concerned for your safety?" Jin Xuan, upon hearing this, slowly shook his head. "I too overheard the conversation you just had. Although I was momentarily blinded by anger, I managed to restrain most of my aura when departing from this place. Therefore, the elders stationed within 1,000 miles did not detect the unusual occurrence here right away. And as for Ji Huang, a mere cultivator at the pinnacle of the returning spirit realm, he was, at that time, far away in the Cheong Tower, attending a banquet. Yet, he could perceive anomalies that even several of our outer sect elders at the peak of the wheel-turning realm failed to sense. This youth, so young, has cultivated his spiritual perception to a degree that is truly astonishing. Upon arriving here, he promptly employed a secret formation to envelop everything around him. He did not rush to your side, but rather calculated my approximate arrival before entering the grand hall. His initial actions were merely to prevent the elders guarding the entrance from noticing something amiss, which could have led to suspicions from the slumbering clan elders within Jan Guangzong regarding me. Everything he has done was to deliberately place me in his debt, and indeed, I, a dignified emperor at the peak of the 9 turns, have unwittingly owed him this favor. Moreover, the level of the isolation formation he casually executed, despite being merely at the returning spirit realm, is not at all inferior to that of a master of formations, leaving me slightly astonished. This young man excels in his temperament, spiritual essence, formations, physique, and swordsmanship. He is the most terrifying talent I have ever encountered in my life. Mu Yin listened, her heart trembling, her lovely face filled with astonishment. Jin Shuan sighed before continuing, in the entire upper spirit realm, even those offspring nurtured by those old fellows with the full strength of their clans cannot match him. It seems that only the exceedingly gifted prodigies from the immortal spirit realm stand a chance against him. If it were not for the terrifying figure behind him, I would truly wish to capture him and make him my servant. This generation's path to immortality is indeed remarkable. Not far from the Jin Emperor's hall, Ji Huang, dressed in white, halted his steps, his starry eyes gazing gently at a woman standing quietly not far away. The woman donned a light blue long dress, her long, dark hair cascading down to her slender waist. A delicate crystal necklace adorned her long neck, highlighting her fair complexion. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, with elegantly arched brows and bright, clear eyes. Upon seeing Ji Huang, Yi Xiaodai, whose demeanor had been cold and serene, transformed as if snow were melting, her lips blooming into a gentle smile. She gracefully approached him, her steps light and airy. Once close, Yi Xiaodai, with a serious expression, circled around Ji Huang, her delicate nose sniffing the air around him. After a moment, her expression relaxed as she said, "Brother Huang, please do not engage in such dangerous endeavors again. That old coot, Jin Shuan, as a nine-turn emperor, is unpredictable in temperament. Others cannot fathom his thoughts. This time, your arrival was uninvited, and you acted on your own accord. If he happens to be in a good mood, all is well. But if his mood sours, he might strike unexpectedly." With a smile on his lips, Ji Huang playfully pinched Yi Xiaodia's delicate face and replied nonchalantly, "Do not worry. Jin Shuan is overly clever for his own good. He fears the so-called hidden powerhouse I constructed with much effort. This time, I successfully placed him in my debt." Although he speaks otherwise, deep down, Ji Huang felt a sense of pride, thinking to himself, "The people in this world are far easier to deceive than my compatriots from my past life." Chapter 42. Wu Feng. Unlike the lives of ordinary individuals, Wu Feng has been a winner from the moment he was born. The Wu family rose to prominence during the Ming dynasty and has never fallen from grace, with its members excelling in politics, the military, and business. Their obscurity is due to their profound secrecy. However, the Wu family now faces a critical issue: their dwindling lineage. By the time of Wu Feng's generation, the once vast Wu family had only 2 descendants, excluding his politically inclined elder uncle and his military-oriented second uncle, who at 40 has only 1 daughter. Wu Feng is the sole male heir of the entire Wu family. From a young age, Wu Feng displayed extraordinary intelligence, leading him to attend the world's top universities before reaching 20, studying everything that piqued his interest. Yet, the line between genius and madness is often thin, particularly for someone of his exceptional caliber. One day, having lost interest in his previous pursuits, he began to explore unconventional avenues. Eventually, Wu Feng seemed to transform entirely, embodying the persona of a wayward youth. Squandering money recklessly, he indulged in hedonism, surrounded by different women each night, living a life of debauchery for 2 years. Afterward, he grew weary of this lifestyle. Tired of the superficial pleasures, he celebrated his 22nd birthday by leaving a letter stating his intention to seek the meaning of life, abandoning everything and departing from his hometown. The Wu family naturally observed these changes, yet the ancestral teachings forbade interference with the coming of age of male heirs. Even Wu Feng's biological parents could only watch helplessly as their only son left them. After a series of relocations, Wu Feng purposely allowed himself to be trafficked multiple times, ultimately arriving at a multinational scam organization located in a lawless area. Others who joined him faced electric shocks for their initial lack of performance, while he, due to his remarkable intellect, quickly mastered all the deceitful tactics of the pyramid scheme within a few days, closing a deal worth 13 billion by the 3rd day. The owner of the company, upon learning of this, was astounded and traveled from afar to meet him. After a 20-minute private conversation, he was captivated by the young man's forward-thinking insights. Within just 5 minutes of consideration, the owner promoted Wu Feng to the position of general manager. That very evening, fireworks lit up the company's sky in celebration of Wu Feng. Years passed, and Wu Feng's contributions to the group became immeasurable. Eventually, he lost interest in deceit and instead became enamored with online novels. Neglecting his corporate responsibilities and investing much of his savings into novel websites, becoming a patron to countless esteemed authors, on a twist of fate, while returning to his homeland on a private jet. He was shot down by a missile. In his final moments, his thoughts were not on who had attacked him, for he knew well, indifferent to death, his sole concern was for a poorly concluded novel. His anger had driven him to take the plane back home to confront the author. When he regained consciousness, he found himself within the body of an infant. Slowly, he opened his eyes, his gaze gradually sharpening until he clearly saw two figures before him. The man stood tall and imposing, akin to a towering mountain. His features were resolute, with sharp, penetrating eyes that seemed to understand the essence of all things. Beside him stood a woman, ethereal and enchanting. Her skin as white as snow, clad in a flowing white dress that danced in the wind, resembling a celestial being, evoking a dreamlike sensation. In comparison, these two were far more striking than any celebrity on Blue Star. Wu Feng mused at that moment. The heavenly beauty spoke, her voice resonating like celestial music, yet tinged with sorrow. Husband, must our only child truly embark on this path? Must the suffering our clan has endured for generations befall him alone? The man sighed softly. Since the primordial has chosen him, he is our clan's sole hope across countless epochs. What we can do is pave the way for him, allowing him to fulfill the mission that generations of our kin have failed to complete. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman shed tears, sobbing, "But I cannot bear it. He is so young. What will he do if he faces injustice? Other children have their support, yet our child has nothing, only himself." The man felt a pang of sorrow, gently embracing his beloved wife, gritting his teeth. "I am sorry. It is my inadequacy. I cannot protect you both." With tears in her eyes, the woman tenderly caressed her husband's cheek. "No, you have done enough. It is merely fate that does not allow us to live in peace." Having said that, the woman turned her gentle gaze toward the infant, her delicate fingers softly stroking the child's cheek. "My son, you must grow up healthy and strong." Chapter 43 Desolation. Jian quietly observed the final tender moment shared between the mother and child. The enchanting woman asked her husband, "Can we not even leave our child with a single protective treasure? I wish to bequeath my innate celestial treasure to him, ensuring that he faces no threat to his life until he ascends to the status of celestial emperor." However, upon hearing this, Jian shook his head in disapproval. "No, we cannot. In the absence of the celestial treasure, it will only reveal his identity and draw upon him endless calamities." Just then, outside the hall, an elder with the demeanor of a celestial being and long eyebrows appeared gracefully. Bowing deeply before Jian and his wife, respectfully stating, "Clan leader, the time has come." Jian nodded in acknowledgement, and the ethereal beauty of a woman gently caressed the infant's cheek, reluctantly following her husband. As Jian and the woman stepped outside the grand hall, they were met by an endless sea of countless onlookers. Upon their appearance, the crowd collectively bowed and exclaimed, "We pay our respects to the clan leader." Jian's eyes blazed like rainbows as he surveyed the multitude. Then, with a resounding roar, he directed his gaze skyward. His aura surged from the seventh realm of the celestial emperor, escalating layer upon layer until it reached the pinnacle of the ninth realm. Upon stepping into the apex of the ninth realm, Jian emanated an aura of divine terror that left all present prostrating on the ground, too afraid to lift their heads. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. At that moment, after a brief pause, his aura began to swell once more. As the concealed small world, which had been meticulously cultivated over countless eons, was utterly drained of celestial energy, a thunderous sound akin to the heavens weeping reverberated from the ninth sky. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure unique to the celestial emperor erupted from Jian, piercing through the heavens and sweeping across the myriad realms. In the myriad realms, all beings beneath the rank of celestial emperor felt their hearts shattered in an instant. All cultivators knelt, trembling as if under the gaze of the divine. Some ancient beings of celestial emperor level, awakened from their slumber, cried out in terror, "Impossible! This is the pressure of the celestial emperor." How could someone break through to the Celestial Emperor? Wasn't this path sealed by that individual of the Night Clan long ago? Within the Night Clan, all priests felt an overwhelming murderous intent sweeping in from the ninth sky. The Grand Priest, who was currently educating the younger generation, was suddenly beset by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. He exclaimed in horror, "Someone has indeed broken through to the Celestial Emperor. This is impossible. How could anyone break through while the Ancestor is still alive? I must urgently inform the Ancestor. Someone has broken through to the Celestial Emperor, and they are coming for us." At this moment, Ji Tian officially broke through to the Celestial Emperor, and all those who followed him trembled with excitement. After countless epochs, the Ji clan had finally birthed another Celestial Emperor. Ji Tian wielded his innate celestial sword, swinging it with a force that cleaved the heavens. The sword light surged forth, creating an unfathomable rift in the starry sky. All could see that the other end of the rift led to the home planet of the Night Clan. Ji Tian cast a sweeping glance and stepped forward, plunging into the rift alone. Soon after, his wife, the Celestial Emperor, and the countless troops behind them followed suit, their war cries echoing through the air. Inside the dwelling, two Ji clan elders, specially retained by Ji Tian, watched with tear-filled eyes as their clan leader departed. They gazed at the young clan leader, who had fallen into a coma from absorbing the essence of the primordial end, and without hesitation, shattered the infinite moment talisman, painstakingly crafted by Ji Tian for this very moment, causing the still infant young clan leader to vanish without a trace. Time passed, and when Wu Feng regained consciousness, the great battle had already concluded. He awoke to the heart-wrenching cries of the two elders outside. As the innate token left by Ji Tian turned to ashes, the elders knew that their clan leader had perished. However, Wu Feng, still oblivious, did not understand the reason for the elders' sorrow, until a wisp of divine consciousness descended from the endless void and entered his mind, revealing the truth of his existence, the nature of the world he inhabited, and his true identity. Before he could utter a word to his late father, a vivid memory of the battle against the terrifying elder was imprinted upon his soul, replaying in his mind like a film, culminating in his father's remorseful apology. "I am sorry." Chapter 44. Inquirer of Heaven Wu Feng gazed silently at the unfolding scenes in his mind. In truth, in his previous life, Wu Feng, as the sole heir of the Wu clan, had been utterly indifferent to being abandoned by even his biological parents, thus harboring no sympathy for this so-called Celestial Emperor or the mission of the Ji clan. Just as he fantasized about discarding this so-called mission and wandering freely through the cosmos, the Dark Elder found him here. When that terrifying figure appeared, Wu Feng cast aside all delusions. Faced with the stark reality of death, he realized that he could not escape this fate. As the two elders desperately attempted to obstruct the Dark Elder, Wu Feng finally succeeded in merging with the primordial Endin the moment when the two forces collided. He fell into unconsciousness. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely recalled a power guiding him away from that starry expanse. When he awoke again, Wu Feng found himself naked, his body resembling a fragile porcelain doll. Lying outside an ancient cave, he gazed at the dwindling black light within him that seemed on the verge of dissipating, the primordial end, and bitterly chuckled, "Damn it, what a disastrous start." He then dragged his nearly shattered body toward the cave for shelter, only to discover it was the resting place of an unknown sword cultivator from a long-forgotten era. Suddenly, a divine consciousness surged into Wu Feng's mind, and he heard the brief words of this individual. "I am Yixian, at the pinnacle of the ninth realm of Celestial Emperor, having perished here due to the failure of my ascension to the Celestial Emperor, my past glories now but ephemeral memories. Let us not dwell on them. I leave behind my innate sword, Inquirer of Heaven, and my meticulously crafted sword technique, the 9 blades of celestial destruction. Those who come here must possess a heart of utmost goodness to fully inherit this Celestial Emperor's legacy and benefit the myriad realms." Upon hearing this, Wu Feng frowned and replied, "A heart of utmost goodness? I surely lack that." Just as he contemplated turning to leave, he belatedly realized that he had already passed the test the moment he entered the cave. For this body belonged to Ji Huang, not Wu Feng. Hence, after receiving the inheritance, Wu Feng settled in this place, dedicating himself to mastering the sword technique, living a life akin to that of a wild man. Relying on the ordinary beasts surrounding the cave, time flowed by swiftly, and in a mere few years, he had cultivated the 9 blades of celestial destruction to the 3rd blade. However, upon encountering the bottleneck at the 4th blade, Wu Feng resolved to venture forth into the world. After casting a final glance at the place he had called home for so long, Wu Feng formally knelt before the stone cave and bowed thrice. Rising, he joined his fingers, releasing a sword aura casually, which obliterated the cave into fragments, scattering its remains. Having completed this, Wu Feng shouldered the Inquirer of Heaven sword and turned to depart. Not long after his exit, a deep sigh echoed from the remnants of the cave. The descendants of the Ji clan in this life are remarkable. Alas, the time left for his growth is too brief. With that, the voice gradually faded, and the ruins seemed to return to an undisturbed silence. Thousands of miles away in the sky, 2 beams of light streaked across the horizon, within which were 2 women, one tall and one small, soaring through the air on swords. The adorable girl named Xiaodai raised her delicate face, curiously transmitting to her master, "Master, did you just sense a flash of unparalleled sword energy here? Why didn't I feel it?" The youthful woman, known as Ning Alian, the current sect leader of the Sword Sect, one of the 5 great sects of the upper-grade celestial spirit realm, responded. Her face veiled, revealing only her enchanting eyes. "This sword energy is extraordinary. It seems to contain the sword intent of the celestial destruction sword technique, which has long been lost to our sect's founding ancestor." Furthermore, she continued with a tone of slight gravity, "The ancestor, who has been in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, has personally commanded me to investigate the cause." The still youthfully Xiaodai gasped in astonishment. "The legendary ancestor has personally given the order." Chapter 45. 5-element stars. As thoughts swirled, Ji Huang gazed at the exquisite face before him. He cleared his throat and said, "The blood-red trial, which occurs once every millennium, is about to commence. Within it lies the Qing Di Lotus, essential for my breakthrough to the sacred realm. I need to leverage the name of the old monster Jin Sun to secure a spot in the blood-red trial." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaodai revealed a hint of concern. The Qing Di Lotus grows in the blood pool during the trial. It is said that an ancient and formidable turtle has been guarding it for millennia. Ji Huang pinched Yi Xiaodia's delicate face with pride. "Fear not, your elder brother has ways to deal with it." A fierce gust of wind swept through, and a massive cloud obscured the sunlight, plunging the once clear sky of this desolate valley into an instant gloom. In the previously tranquil valley floor, a tremor rippled through the air, and then a radiant light materialized from thin air, gradually coalescing into a complex formation on the ground. As the final stroke was completed, a dazzling dark light shot skyward. The brilliance slowly dissipated, revealing the figures of 3 individuals. At the forefront stood a tall and well-proportioned man. His long black hair cascading casually over his shoulders, he was clad in a luxurious, custom-tailored black robe, adorned with a jade pendant depicting 2 dragons embracing a circle at his waist. His features were strikingly handsome, yet his deep-set eyes resembled fathomless abysses, evoking a sense of trepidation. To his left stood a woman dressed in garments as white as snow, her bare feet unblemished by dust. Her flawless complexion radiated an ethereal elegance, complemented by a delicate red mark on her forehead that added a unique charm. To his right was a creature donned in a resplendent red robe, exuding an air of arrogance. Its appearance was both human and monstrous, with 2 horns protruding from its forehead and a tail that swayed languidly behind. Its eyes bore elongated pupils reminiscent of a cold-blooded spirit beast. The trio, known as Yu Yukong, had been transported here using a universal symbol. The moment Yu Yukong arrived, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy in this place. A glimmer flickered in his inky black eyes as he attuned his spirit to his surroundings. After a thorough examination, an unexpected familiarity washed over him, and upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. He had arrived at the 5-element star. To be transported directly from the absolute star to one of the top 10 realms of the inferior immortal spirit world was beyond the realm of possibility. Yet it had manifested in reality. It is essential to note that the absolute star resided within the superior spirit realm. An entry into the immortal spirit realm required one of two methods. First, one must possess the cultivation of an immortal emperor to forcibly breach the boundary and enter the immortal spirit realm. Second, one must defeat the foremost opponent of the same rank within a major cultivation star in the immortal spirit realm, prompting an immortal emperor to personally escort you upward. However, both methods were unattainable for ordinary cultivators. Now, the cross-boundary symbol had directly transported him to the immortal spirit realm, suggesting a flaw in the boundary. Yi Wukong's heart gradually found its answer. The five-element star was one of the cultivation stars within the inferior immortal spirit realm. Although it resided in the inferior immortal spirit realm, the spiritual energy here was exceptionally rich, and the laws of the great Tao were intact. The internal area was vast beyond measure, with the eastern, southern, western, and northern continents, which could not be measured by distance, separated by an endless, pitch-black Dead Sea. Records indicated that an individual with cultivation below the emperor level, without employing teleportation or relying on formations, would require thousands of years of continuous flight to traverse from the eastern continent to the northern continent. The internal power dynamics were intricate, with formidable forces abounding. Numerous ancient clans had been passed down since antiquity, and there were several super sects presided over by immortal emperors. As Yi Wukong extended his divine sense, contemplating the clues about his current location, another divine sense, imbued with a strong intent, swept toward him from afar. On a nearby gentle cliff, a young man of striking appearance boasted arrogantly to a young girl in a pink skirt standing beside him. "Lin Shimmy, I shall undoubtedly secure the champion's reward for this hunting competition for you. Consider it a gift for your 20th birthday." Upon hearing this, the girl revealed a hint of a smile. Wrapping her arm around the young man's, feigning concern, "Brother Zhang, you should still exercise caution. Although the divine sense from the valley floor appears to belong to a mere spirit-returning realm cultivator, there may be peers of ours nearby who are not weaker than us." The arrogant young man scoffed in response, "What a trifling spirit-returning realm bug. I've crushed dozens of them in recent days." In the valley floor, Yi Wukong retracted his divine sense, his expression unchanging. Su Xian, with her lips slightly parted, inquired, "Master, what is it? Is there something amiss?" "Just a couple of minor beings from the sacred realm. It is fortuitous that we are here to await their arrival, allowing us to glean information about this place," Yi Wukong replied indifferently. Soon, two figures descended from the peak of the valley. Indeed, the arrogant young man and his shimmy. When the young man's divine sense swept over them once more, Yi Wukong made no attempt to conceal their presence, allowing the young man to discern that all three were of spirit-returning realm cultivation. A cruel smile spread across his face as he urged his shimmy to hasten their approach. As they made their entrance, the young man was immediately captivated by Su Xian's otherworldly beauty, his throat involuntarily constricting. The pink-skirted girl, noticing Yi Wukong's intense gaze, found herself momentarily entranced, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "How audacious, you two, upon encountering the master, should kneel and pay your respects. Why do you stand there like dazed chickens?" A sudden voice pierced the air, and the creature clad in red robes, known as Yao Shao Air, exclaimed. The young man, jolted back to reality, felt his expression twitch with fury as he shot a murderous glare at Yao Shao Air. Then, the young man stepped forward, cupping his fists towards Su Xian. "I am Zhang Jifeng, the junior master of the Demon Induction Sect. May I inquire which sect you hail from, fair maiden, and what is your esteemed name?" Su Xian, however, paid no heed to Zhang Jifeng, her gaze remaining cold and indifferent. Noticing her lack of reaction to his self-introduction, he felt a surge of displeasure. Observing such a stunning beauty bestowing her attention upon a mere spirit-returning realm cultivator only deepened his animosity. Internally, he vowed, "Regardless of which prominent family or sect you belong to, encountering me, the young master, is your misfortune. Such beauty should not be within the reach of a mere spirit-returning realm trash." Zhang Jifeng had mistakenly assumed that Yi Wukong was a descendant of some grand family. Yao Shao Air, perplexed by the young man's fluctuating expressions, remarked, "Stop dreaming. You should focus on courting your shimmy beside you." Su Xian is not someone of your ilk can ever hope to covet. Zhang Jifeng, believing he had misheard, shifted his gaze from Su Xian to this peculiar creature that had repeatedly insulted him. After scanning it with his divine sense multiple times and confirming its spirit-returning realm cultivation, he could hardly contain his anger and laughter. You ugly creature, do you not know my cultivation level? How dare you, a mere spirit-returning realm ant, repeatedly insult a senior of the sacred realm? Do you seek death? But just as Zhang Jifeng prepared to take action, he heard the black-clad man, who had remained silent, speak, demon induction sect. So this is the abyss of heaven at the southern end of the eastern continent. Is that Zhang Yuluan still alive? At the mention of his ancestor's name, Zhang Jifeng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, stunned that this young man had dared to invoke the name of his ancestor. Yi Wukong continued, his tone unruffled. It seems he is still alive. Very well, consider yourself fortunate this time. Upon my return, inform Zhang Yuluan that I will personally visit to retrieve that treasured item he has kept. Tell him to be prepared. Just say my surname is Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jifeng trembled, his voice quaking as he stammered, Senior, I beg your forgiveness for any offenses I may have committed. He then knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed to the earth, utterly transformed from his previous arrogant demeanor. Only the pink-skirted girl, trembling alongside him, could fathom the gravity of his fear. Zhang Yuluan was the most powerful devil in the eastern continent over countless ages. One of the two living immortal emperors in the entire eastern continent. Known for his brutality and lechery, he had countless offspring. The demon induction sect was the sect he personally founded, now divided into hundreds of subsects, making it the most potent and influential sect in the eastern continent. As a junior master among the hundreds of subsects, Zhang Jifeng dared not offend someone who could so casually invoke his ancestor's name. Even if the person before him were attempting to bluff, he had no room for doubt. If this individual were a mere pretender, they would not survive 3 days, given the multitude of eyes the demon induction sect had throughout the eastern continent. Yet if this person were indeed a former acquaintance of his ancestor, a single unfavorable word spoken in front of Zhang Yuluan could spell disaster for Zhang Jifeng's entire family. After all, the ancestor had no shortage of descendants, and the demon induction sect lacked nothing more than junior masters. Enough. You may leave, Yi Wukong commanded coldly, as Zhang Jifeng hastily rose to his feet, extending his right hand to grasp his kneeling shimmy. His arm was suddenly severed in an instant. The abrupt pain left him momentarily stunned, but the sharp agony that followed elicited a scream from him. Having been pampered and indulged all his life, he had never experienced such torment. Tears and snot streamed down his face. What, are you still not leaving? Yi Wukong's voice, as frigid as the depths of the abyss, rang out. Zhang Jifeng, drenched in cold sweat, forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, shaking his head vigorously, his voice trembling. I am leaving. I am leaving. He then transformed into a flickering streak of light, wobbling away, witnessing the effortless severing of Zhang Jifeng's arm, along with Yi Wukong's chilling words, left an indelible impression on all present. Even a fool could comprehend that the figure clad in black before her was far beyond a mere specter of the return to spirit realm. Perhaps it was some ancient monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years. The increasingly fearful girl in the pink skirt, her once pallid face now splattered with her brother's blood, looked all the more pitiful as she knelt trembling on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pleaded, Senior, I assure you, I did not intend to disturb your tranquility. It was that wretched man who insisted on approaching. I could not stop him. I beg of you. Please do not kill me. I am willing to serve you, to be your humble servant. I would do anything for you. As she spoke, the girl loosened the front of her pink skirt, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white bosom, and bared her delicate legs, her bloodied face adorned with a fawning smile directed at Yi Wukong. Anything you wish to do? He mused, a faint smile gracing his otherwise icy visage. The girl's expression brightened with delight at his words. Please, Senior, command me, and I shall obey. Yet before she could finish, her countenance froze in horror as her head was suddenly severed from her body, connected only by a long stream of blood. In the next moment, Yi Wukong extended a single finger, tracing several symbols in the air, and a sinister array materialized before him. As soon as the dread array emerged, it swiftly absorbed the lifeless girl along with the scattered blood around her. Moments later, a crystal vial appeared in Yu Wukong's hand, containing a single drop of faintly fragrant blood. The maiden, possessing an extremely Yin constitution, could only yield such a single tear of Yin essence. As he gazed at the vial, Yu Wukong gently caressed it with his finger. The girl could hardly fathom that her concealed extreme Yin body, hidden for 2 decades, had been so easily discerned. Lin Qing'er had been warned repeatedly by her master from a young age. Qing'er, remember this. Although your extreme Yin body allows for exceptional cultivation of cold-based techniques, it possesses another uniquely critical function, Yin tears, which can be distilled from maidens with such a body. These tears are the finest supplement for those who have traversed the cycle of life and death while breaking through the upper 3 realms. Major sects and prominent families often vie for them, regardless of the consequences, for their exceptional descendants. Yet, unless you reveal your constitution voluntarily, not even those of the imperial realm can discern it at first glance. Do not expose your nature while alone in the world. Once others learn of your extreme Yin body, your death will be imminent. The inability of others to perceive it did not imply that Yu Wukong was similarly blind. His eyes were honed by the original power he had wielded to create his own ocular technique, breaking the void, allowing him to see through all illusions and secrets with a mere glance. The extreme Yin body might elude the detection of those lacking specialized artifacts, but for Yu Wukong, it was laid bare before him as if stripped of its shell. Chapter 48. The hunt. A streak of light flitted through the sky, droplets of blood cascading to the ground like rain. The Tianjian, a colossal mountain range spanning millions of miles, forms the boundary between the eastern and southern continents. The hunting competition is held once every century, a battleground established within the Tianjian by the top 100 demonic sects of the eastern continent to select outstanding heirs with exceptional potential. Any participant below the Saint Realm is eligible to compete. Among the hundreds of rewards are elixirs, spiritual pills, and artifacts essential for ascending to the third realm. These prizes are scattered throughout the Tianjian battlefield, and whoever retrieves them claims them as their own. The individual who gathers the most treasures by the end of the contest shall be declared the champion, who will receive a creation pill as a reward. The creation pill significantly enhances the probability of breaking through to the imperial realm. The news sent the eyes of thousands of young cultivators within the Tianjian ablaze with ambition, driving them to fight fiercely. With a thunderous roar, for individuals were locked in a desperate struggle amidst the ruins of the Tianjian. One individual wielded a palm-sized flying sword, cutting through the crowd as he battled 3 opponents simultaneously. The sounds of clashing artifacts and explosive impacts echoed continuously. Luo Baiyan, do you truly wish to make an enemy of our Qinjue sect? One elder shouted in fury. If you surrender the 7-star flower, we can overlook your ambush, ha ha ha. If you weren't from the Qinjue sect, perhaps I would consider it. But since you are, I must intervene. Not only will I take the flower, but I shall also claim your lives, Luo Baiyan retorted defiantly. Among the crowd, a stout monk with bulging muscles and a round face darkened with rage exclaimed, "Brother, why waste words on this man? He is merely a newly ascended saint, known for his enmity with our demonic sect, having repeatedly slain our disciples. A senior has even placed a bounty on his head. Today presents the perfect opportunity to eliminate him." Another thin monk with shifty eyes chimed in, "Indeed. This scoundrel has consistently sought to vex our sect, and now he dares to strike at the 7-star flower we painstakingly acquired. This is our chance to rid ourselves of him." The elder monk, who had initially spoken in anger, grew anxious as he noted the dismissive attitude of his 2 younger brothers. Their combined assault had yet to subdue Luo Baiyan. Prompting him to caution, do not underestimate Luo Baiyan. He is no ordinary foe. It has been reported that even an imperial realm elder struggled to capture him. As the 3 encircled him, Luo Baiyan, clad in an unremarkable gray robe, wielded a long sword, while a petite green flying sword danced around him. His appearance was unassuming, yet confidence radiated from him. Observing the 3 with grim expressions, he scoffed. The Qinjue trio, the eldest at Mid-Saint Realm, whose techniques are driven by a childish heart, has slaughtered countless children over the years. The second, at initial saint realm, captures mortal women to mold into spirit slaves, only to hand them over to the fully realized elder brother for torture. After listing their sins as if reciting a menu, Luo Baian's tone shifted to one filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon them. To be frank, I entered the hunting competition with the intent to hunt you down. After all, there is no better place than here to eliminate you. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, sword in hand, like a flash of lightning, and struck at the elder monk in a fit of rage. The second monk swiftly formed hand signs, unleashing his staff with a thunderous crash toward Luo Baian's back. However, the staff, as heavy as a mountain, was intercepted by the green flying sword beside Luo Baian, sending shockwaves that fractured the ground around them. Kill, the third, gaunt monk shrieked, his hands enveloped in dark energy as he charged at Luo Baian. Chapter 49. Mastering one move in the face of the trio's coordinated assault, Luo Baian remained calm. He swiftly produced a humanoid puppet from his storage bag. With a single gesture, he directed the puppet to engage the gaunt monk in battle. One man with a sword faced three, as the elder monk, now mid-stage Saint Realm, unleashed a rapid strike toward Luo Baian. The wind from his palm howled, crackling with faint lightning, exuding an overwhelming might. Yet, instead of fear, Luo Baian erupted into laughter, countering with a swift slash of his sword. In an instant, the sword light blazed forth, as piercing and merciless as a bitter winter wind. In the blink of an eye, the clash between palm and sword erupted, shattering nearby boulders into fragments that scattered in all directions. As the battle escalated, the elder monk felt an increasing sense of dread. He realized Luo Baian's swordplay consisted of a single move. Yet this seemingly simple technique left him utterly helpless and frustrated. Luo Baian's sword energy was overwhelmingly powerful, and after dozens of fierce exchanges, each collision allowed a thread of sword energy to slip past, invading the elder monk's body and causing him unbearable pain. While desperately fending off Luo Baian's peculiar swordplay, he turned to glance at his two younger brothers nearby. At that moment, the second monk struggled against the green flying sword, unable to free himself. Meanwhile, the third was ensnared in a myriad of difficulties created by the strange puppet that Luo Baian had summoned. Clearly, both were too preoccupied to assist the elder monk. Ha ha ha, old bald donkey. If you still have any hidden techniques left, now would be the time to unleash them. Otherwise, I fear you may never have another chance. Luo Baian's laughter resonated through the air, filled with confidence and provocation. Hearing this, the elder monk's forehead throbbed with veins, realizing that they had never encountered such a dire situation since their debut as a trio. After a moment of internal conflict, he gritted his teeth and deliberately took a sword strike from Luo Baian, using the force to retreat a distance, spitting a mouthful of blood. Luo Baian seized the opportunity, stepping forward like a streak of light toward the elder monk. The elder monk placed his hand on his storage bag, revealing a sinister smile stained with blood. Luo Baian, if you must perish, it shall be by my treasured hand. As soon as the words were spoken, a talisman radiating a blinding blue light shot forth from his storage bag, aimed directly at the approaching Luo Baian. The second and third brothers were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. This talisman, wielded by their senior brother, was obtained by them when they first ventured into cultivation after inadvertently trespassing into an ancient tomb. Within the tomb lay 2 volumes of scriptures, a staff, and a talisman emanating a blue glow. Among them, the talisman possessed the most formidable power, having aided the brothers through numerous perilous tribulations. However, this talisman was merely a consumable, losing a fraction of its spiritual light with each use. As Luo Baian observed the talisman, its surface crackling with arcs of electricity and darting towards him like a flying sword, he felt a surge of astonishment. The fluctuation of spiritual energy exuding from the talisman far surpassed his current cultivation level. Halting in midair, he regarded the approaching talisman with a grave expression. Taking a slow, deep breath, he extended his left hand to grasp the sword hilt, transitioning from a one-handed grip to wielding it with both hands. Raising it high above his head, in that instant, an inexplicable aura emanated from the sword, radiating outward in all directions. The old monk, sensing this extraordinary energy, was struck with alarm. This aura was comparable to that of a perfected saint-level being. Impossible! A mere initial stage saint could not possibly exude the presence of a perfected saint. Ha! What a display! Prepare to meet your end. As the blue talisman drew ever closer to Luo Baiyan, its surface crackled with intensifying arcs of electricity, faint rumblings of thunder accompanying it. Luo Baiyan gripped the sword hilt tightly, raising it above his head, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, the aura that had been gently flowing along the sword's surface solidified, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A glint of cold, fierce light flashed in his eyes, akin to twin bolts of lightning streaking across the sky, plunging the entire battlefield into a profound silence. With the arrival of the mysterious talisman, Luo Baiyan swung his long sword without hesitation, delivering a fierce downward slash. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the very air of the battlefield had solidified, inducing a sensation of suffocation and oppression. Then, with a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, Luo Baiyan bellowed, "Cleave!" His voice resonated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. Immediately following, the collision between the sword's radiance and the talisman unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, a force capable of devastating the heavens and the earth, sweeping away the once boisterous battlefield. Those two monks, who had been ensnared by Luo Baiyan's flying sword and puppets, could not escape this tumultuous explosion, suffering grievous injuries and emitting anguished cries. Chapter 50. The past a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the dust created by the explosion. 4 figures lay upon the ground, the puppets shattered into countless pieces, and various artifacts devoid of spiritual energy scattered about. Suddenly, one figure propped himself up with one hand on his sword, unsteadily rising. The stout monk and the emaciated monk lay motionless on the ground, bloodied and uncertain of their fate. The old monk coughed up a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath. His body was jarred as Hongya heard the words. An ominous premonition washed over her. Just as she turned her head, she discovered a long knife silently poised against her neck, the blade emanating a chilling aura that sent goosebumps rippling across her delicate, fair-skinned, though not move, little sister Hongya. It would be truly heartbreaking if such tender skin were to be marred by even a single cut. The speaker was a robust figure, his face marred by a long scar. Despite his rough, dark complexion, his eyes shone with a fierce brilliance. He stood directly behind Hongya, his imposing frame pressing against her lithe form. Upon recognizing the man's face, Hongya exhaled in relief and playfully chided, "Brother Li Kuei, your mastery of Wu Wei Gong has become increasingly terrifying. I truly felt not a trace of your presence. Since our masters are sworn brothers, please do not jest with me." With that, Hongya slipped away from the formidable man like a vibrant red loach escaping his grasp. Li Kuei laughed heartily, not attempting to stop her. As he sheathed his knife, his gaze lingering on the alluring contours of Hongya's figure, while he licked his lips, "Little sister Hongya, the flower fairy has promised my master that once I break through to the emperor realm, I shall be betrothed to you. Heh. I am now at the pinnacle of the saint realm. If I secure first place in this slaughter competition, I shall receive a creation pill. At that point, breaking through to the emperor realm will be but a matter of time." Hongya, having distanced herself, covered her mouth and chuckled, "Brotherly, I await the day you take me home. I have longed to serve a man such as you." Listening to their exchange, Luo Baiyan felt his heart sink further. A female practitioner of the demonic path was one thing, but Li Kuei was renowned as one of the top 3 among the younger generation in the demonic realm. The reality of his presence here boded ill for the day ahead. Chapter 52. The dragon transformation technique. Li Kuei seemed to pierce through Luo Baiyan's thoughts, and with a wicked grin, he reached out and seized Luo Baiyan by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Just as he contemplated delivering a devastating blow to this man who had provoked countless demonic practitioners, a burst of laughter reached his ears from a distance. "Sister Sushin, is it true that the dragon transformation technique my master transmitted to me can indeed transform into the legendary divine dragon at its final stage?" "Of course, it is not that simple," a melodious voice replied. "The dragon transformation technique consists of a total of 81 stages. Each stage requires the absorption of different bloodline essences from various divine dragons to break through barriers. The essence needed for the first 80 stages can still be obtained, but the final stage demands the blood of a true divine dragon. However, the divine dragons have long since vanished for several epochs, and thus their blood has also disappeared. Yet, if you can cultivate to the 80th stage in the future, you would be no weaker than a 7-turn celestial emperor, Sushin added. Upon hearing this, Yao Xiar, envisioning his transformation into the legendary divine dragon, couldn't help but grin widely. Sushin, witnessing his reaction, smiled faintly. Not long ago, Yu Yukong had mentioned to them that he would venture deep into the abyss to meet an old friend. Leaving them behind, he casually tossed a volume of the technique to Yao Xiar for him to study while he went to guide him. Even Sushin was taken aback upon glimpsing the technique. Her soul was crafted by Yu Yukong, imbued with countless memories of the cultivation world. Therefore, she naturally possessed knowledge of the dragon transformation technique. The dragon transformation technique was a long-lost treasure of the demon race. Revered as a supreme celestial text, it was said that during the era of creation, when various races flourished, the divine dragon clan, despite their invincible combat prowess, remained exceedingly scarce in number. Fearing the extinction of the divine dragons, the old divine dragon dedicated his final years to creating a technique that would allow all demons to transform into divine dragons through cultivation. This was the dragon transformation technique. After eons of turmoil and endless warfare, this sacred text of the demon race had vanished without a trace. Little did she expect that this object, capable of igniting chaos within the cultivation world, now lay in her hands. Sushin was certain that if this dragon transformation technique were to fall into the outside world, even the current demon clan leader, the pinnacle 7-turn celestial emperor Xianfeng, would personally come to seize it. After Yu Yukong carelessly cast aside the dragon transformation technique, he vanished in a blink, leaving behind a simple directive. You two wander about until I return. As the two ambled along, discussing the dragon transformation technique, they unwittingly arrived at the location where Luo Baiyan was engaged in battle. Li Kuei, eavesdropping on the laughter and chatter nearby, felt his face darken like the depths of water. His teeth grinding audibly, he harbored a secret penchant for detesting the sound of laughter in his presence, especially when he was preparing to take a life. He carelessly tossed Luo Baiyan aside, gripping his knife in his left hand as he glared at the two figures that emerged in the distance, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. With a thunderous boom, he stepped forward. The ground shattering beneath his foot and cracking into countless fissures, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the two figures like a cannonball. While still mid-air, he swung his knife downwards with the force of the heavens towards the two below. The strike descended like a meteor, shattering the surrounding boulders under its immense pressure. Yao Xiar, in the midst of bantering with Sushin, paid no heed to the impending attack from above. He merely raised a paw, and in an instant, a blinding radiance erupted. With a resounding crash, the ground around them caved in, leaving a gaping abyss where the two stood, while the earth beneath their feet remained untouched. Chapter 53. The monster as Li Kuei found his blade firmly gripped by a claw. His pupils dilated in shock. His full-force attack had been effortlessly blocked by a grotesque creature with a single hand. Yao Xiar's expression darkened as he looked up at the hideously ugly man, baring his sharp teeth. You seek death. With that, Yao Xiar released Li Kuei's knife. The moment Li Kuei withdrew his weapon, he vanished in a flash, fully unleashing his Wu Wei Gong, becoming a streak of light that disappeared from sight. Yao Xiar grinned and summoned the soul-extinguishing bell. The instant the bell appeared, a crimson light enveloped Yao Xiar, who let out a howl akin to that of a demon lord. His muscles bulged grotesquely, and bone spikes sprouted from his skin. In an instant, the frail little demon transformed into a towering, terrifying creature standing 8 meters tall. Transformed, Yao Xiar fixed his gaze on Sushin, who nodded in acknowledgement when their eyes met. Hurry, master may return at any moment. Yao Xiar grinned broadly, his mouth wide enough to swallow a person whole, and with a swift motion, he vanished like Kuei, having pushed his Wu Wei Gong to its utmost limit. Became a mere phantom, seemingly melding with the fabric of the world. When he utilized his full power, Even those at the Emperor realm would struggle to detect him. Yet, at this moment, he sensed the creature's gaze locking onto him, and gritting his teeth, he thought, curse it. What kind of monster is this? It must exceed the Emperor realm. What are those old fossils doing? Did they not clean the area properly? As his mind raced, Li Kuei focused his spiritual sense and eyes on Yao Xiar, desperately formulating a strategy. However, the creature that had been firmly locked in his sight suddenly vanished from view. Alarmed, Li Kuei frantically scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, but could not detect a trace of the creature. In a fit of rage, he once again pushed his Wu Wei gong to the extreme, transforming into a streak of light that sped away into the distance. Yet, before he could escape far, a murderous intent locked onto him, and a whirlwind swept through, revealing an 8-meter-tall monster standing before him. Yao Xiar wasted no words and struck with a fist, and Li Kuei, filled with terror, exclaimed, "No, stop! My master is—" Before he could finish, Yao Xiar's fist connected, and his entire body erupted into a mist of blood. Yao Xiar inhaled deeply, drawing all the blood mist into himself, then licked his lips with a crimson tongue. In the distance, Hongya witnessed the entire scene unfold, trembling as she watched the monster kill one of the top 3 demonic practitioners of the Saint Realm with a single blow. As the creature turned its gaze slowly towards her, Hongya let out with a gentle push. A stream of emerald fluorescence surged into Luo Baiyan's body. In the instant the light penetrated him, he was astonished to feel his previously damaged organs rapidly healing. Within mere moments, his body was entirely restored. In his state of shock, Luo Baiyan hastily rose and bowed respectfully to Su Xian, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, fair maiden. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Should you ever find yourself in need of my services, I would not hesitate to brave fire and water for you." The voice of the impudent little demon interjected disdainfully, "Oh, spare me. If you weren't such a pitiful wretch, Sister Su Xian wouldn't have wasted her precious recovery elixir on you. Just live well. Who is expecting you to repay anything? With your cultivation level, it would be a struggle just to offer gratitude." Luo Baiyan, unaware of what the recovery elixir entailed, could only manage a bitter smile. "The woman in red mentioned you were killed? How could a mere mortal like you have survived and deceived those 3 cultivators?" Su Xian inquired with curiosity. Luo Baiyan hesitated briefly before explaining, "You are unaware, fair maiden. There are many peculiar physiques in the realm of cultivation, and I happen to be one of them. Have you heard of the disaster body?" Upon hearing this, Su Xian's pupils constricted as she gazed at Luo Baiyan and slowly spoke. "Those destined for calamity? Those who die for their calamity are shattered by it." Luo Baiyan was somewhat taken aback by the woman's words and nodded. "Indeed. The disaster body tends to attract tribulations, yet there exists a slim chance of resurrection should one perish due to such tribulations. It was because of me that those 3 came to the village, and my first tribulation transformed into a fatal one. Surprisingly, I miraculously revived 3 days after my death. Subsequently, I sought revenge against those 3 by traversing the renowned mountains and rivers in search of a mentor in cultivation. However, contrary to my expectations, although my spiritual root and aptitude are exceptional, every cultivator I encountered, upon discovering my physique, refused to take me as a disciple, for who would wish to take on a student that could bring disaster upon themselves at any moment? Driven to desperation, I was about to leap off a cliff to end my life when I encountered my current master, the sect leader of the One-Sword sect, Imo Changqiu. True to its name, the One-Sword sect practices only one-sword technique, which is why it has never attracted any disciples. Even my master is as humble and unassuming as his name suggests, resulting in the sect being left with no one but him in this generation. In his final days, as he could not find a suitable heir, he despaired and sought to jump off the cliff to atone to the ancestors of the sect. It was there that we met atop the precipice. Upon learning of Luo Baiyan's disaster body, his master smiled nonchalantly, saying, "A blessing from heaven. What does an old man nearing his end have to fear from calamities? Accept my teachings without worry," and thus, I joined the One-Sword sect. Thereafter, my master imparted his lifelong knowledge to me without reservation, and before he passed away, he appointed me as the latest sect leader, entrusting me with the token of leadership, a vibrant green flying sword, and the invincible sword technique of the one-sword sect. With his last breath, he admonished me not to sever the lineage of the one-sword sect. Chapter 55. Divine Calamity. Upon finishing his reminiscence, the little demon felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate man. Realizing he was indeed a prime candidate for an early demise, seemingly perceiving the little demon's thoughts, Luo Baiyan guiltily regarded Su Xian once more and bowed. It is truly a pity that you have used the healing elixir on a short-lived soul like mine. Su Xian remained silent, seemingly searching her memories for something. After a moment, she furrowed her brow and murmured, "There is another name for the disaster body. What was it again? Ah, the Divine Calamity body. Those destined for calamity, those who die for their calamity, are shattered by it. And there is a final phrase. Shatter calamity, transform into divinity." A familiar voice echoed, prompting Su Xian and the little demon to bow in unison. "We pay our respects to the master." The space distorted, and the figure of Yu Wukong gradually materialized. As he appeared, his inky black eyes locked onto Luo Baiyan, nodding in approval. "Not bad. You have successfully transformed after dying once." Upon seeing Yu Wukong's presence and the demeanor of Su Xian and the little demon, Luo Baiyan immediately understood the man's identity and promptly clasped his fists in a deep bow. Seemingly in a good mood, Yu Wukong continued, "Throughout history, the disaster body has often met its end at the transmutation realm, as understanding the cycle of life and death requires the disaster body to undergo additional insights, making the breakthrough to the transmutation realm nearly a death sentence for them. Thus, the disaster body has been labeled a waste throughout the ages. However, nothing is absolute. Should the disaster body traverse the cycle of life and death, it may transform into the legendary Divine Calamity body. Among all physiques in the multiverse, the Divine Calamity body ranks among the top 10. Luo Baiyan's heart raced at these words, prompting him to step forward and bow once more. "Thank you for your guidance, fellow." Seemingly sensing something, Yu Wukong gestured into the void, and a streak of green light surged from the distant ruins to his side, fluttering around him like a delicate butterfly. Upon seeing the emerald little sword, Yu Wukong expressed mild surprise. "So it is this flying sword. Now I understand." Luo Baiyan was taken aback by the sight. This emerald little sword is a treasure of the one-sword sect's legacy. Yet it has never heeded my commands. Others cannot even touch it. Why is it suddenly? Yu Wukong tossed the emerald flying sword into Luo Baiyan's hands, and with a voice imbued with meaning, he remarked, "Cultivate diligently. The multiverse is exceedingly marvelous." Having spoken, Yu Wukong flashed a smile, casting a lingering glance at Luo Baiyan before disappearing, taking Su Xian and the little demon with him. Watching Yu Wukong's vanishing figure, Luo Baiyan glanced at the ordinary-looking flying sword in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, seemingly having made a decision, he steeled himself and picked up his tattered long sword, collecting the storage bags of the 3 demonic cultivators before slowly advancing deeper into the abyss. At the entrance of the abyss, which had once been desolate and silent, was now abuzz with activity, for today marked the conclusion of the hunting competition. Various demonic sects had already taken their positions at the entrance. And aside from the previously panicked departure of the guiding demon sect, there stood the leaders of the Blood Butcher sect, Zhang Xiong, the leader of the Red Flower Pavilion, Hong Hua, and the Grand Elder of the Netherworld sect, Song Tian. These 3 were formidable figures at the peak of the transmutation realm. To everyone's astonishment, they had come in person. Many scattered cultivators and disciples from smaller sects recognized these 3 eminent demonic cultivators. Of course, the personal disciples of these 3 prominent figures were participating in this hunting competition. A wandering demonic cultivator chimed in. "Ah, so it's Li Kuei, Hong Yi, and Yu Xiaofu. It seems the champion of this competition will undoubtedly be one of them." Chapter 56. The hunt concludes. As the array sealing off the hunting battlefield shattered, countless figures began emerging from the battlefield in succession. They lined up to present their spoils to the appraisal officials, showcasing their acquired treasures from the contest. Time flowed steadily, and the number of participants dwindled. Some sects, left waiting in vain, soon realized the outcome and departed with sighs of resignation. "Wait a moment, why haven't Li Kuei, Hong Yi, and Yu Xiaofu shown up yet?" a curious voice inquired. Seated in a resplendent red palanquin, Hong Hua pushed aside the dazed white-faced scholar beside her, her expression growing impatient. What on earth is that dead girl? Hong Yi doing? Has she forgotten herself in there, playing around? In contrast, Zhang Xiong of the Blood Butcher sect wore a darkening expression. Li Kuei was his most prized disciple, and it was only logical that he should have appeared by now. The longer he remained absent, the more ominous his premonitions grew. Unlike the two, Song Tian, the Grand Elder of the Netherworld sect, maintained an air of calm, sitting cross-legged as if entirely in control. Yu Xiaofu has appeared. Someone shouted. There emerged Yu Xiaofu, clad in a white robe, his red lips contrasting with his fair complexion, gracefully holding a folding fan as he stepped out from the array with a gentle smile. Making his way toward the appraisal officials, he presented the treasures he had acquired within the battlefield, prompting the female cultivators responsible for the appraisals to blush, unable to meet his gaze. Before long, the appraisal concluded, and Yu Xiaofu's name prominently occupied the top position on the leaderboard. Ino One was surprised by this outcome, for he was a formidable figure ranked within the top 5 of the younger generation and the sole heir of the powerful Netherworld sect. As Yu Xiaofu emerged, no one else followed from the array, leading Zhang Xiong and Hong Hua to feel an unsettling premonition. Zhang Xiong's face darkened as he swiftly approached Yu Xiaofu. Startled, Yu Xiaofu sensed the overwhelming pressure of the transmutation realm bearing down on him, nearly causing him to spill blood from his throat. However, this oppressive force was soon countered by another overpowering presence. Song Tian's calm voice resonated. Zhang Xiong, are you seeking death? As the words fell, a flash of black light erupted, and Song Tian stood protectively in front of Yu Xiaofu, his eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Zhang Xiong. A vivid red figure swept past, and Hong Yi, with her snow-white hair and red veil, gracefully descended beside Song Tian, her enchanting gaze fixed on him as she giggled. Oh, brother Song. Such grandiose words. Song Tian gazed at the two with a chilling glare, slowly articulating, you must understand, the young master is the sole heir of our esteemed Yao Zhuoyuan sect. If you dare to harm him, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you shall not escape. Even if you two join forces to kill me, what would it accomplish? Do you think you could eliminate every single ally here to ensure that the news does not leak? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiong let out a sinister smile, declaring, then let us eliminate them all. The onlookers exhibited expressions of horror, instinctively retreating. Red Leaf, sensing the tension, quickly interjected in a soft voice, Brother Song, what are you saying? Though we are from different sects, we share a common lineage as demonic cultivators. How can we resort to infighting and provide those so-called righteous sects with the opportunity to mock us? She continued, Brother Zhang merely wishes to inquire about the situation of young Master Xian on the battlefield. Why has there been no news of Hong Yi and Li Kuei? With their strength, it would be inconceivable for anything untoward to have occurred. After speaking, she turned her sparkling eyes towards the young master behind Song Tian. Song Tian coldly chuckled at her words, turning to whisper to the young master. Do not worry, young master. Speak freely. Do not fear these two. I possess absolute confidence in safeguarding your safety. The young master, relieved, slowly nodded in response. Red Flower remained calm, observing Song Tian and the young master until their communication concluded. A barely perceptible glimmer of red flickered in her eyes as she gazed at the young master, whispering, Xianzi, have you encountered Li Kuei or Hong Yi on the battlefield? Or have you learned of their whereabouts? The young master, maintaining a composed demeanor, clasped his fists and replied, Fairy Hong Hua, I have neither encountered Fairy Hong Yi nor Taoist Li Kuei. Zhang Xiong, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh. On this battlefield, only you and that brat from the Inimo sect are comparable to Kuei heir in strength, both at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. That brat from the Inimo sect claimed urgent matters and departed early. If not you, then who else could it be? Could it possibly be that those other weaklings killed Kuei heir? The remaining contestants felt a surge of anger within, yet dared not display any signs of resentment on their faces. Upon hearing the young master's response, Red Flower's beautiful eyes flickered, and she turned to Zhang Xiong, shaking her head. Zhang Xiong's expression darkened drastically upon witnessing her gesture, fury igniting within him as he glared at the hundreds of survivors of the competition. Could it be that among these weaklings, someone has slain my disciple? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Zhang Xiong, the remaining participants shivered in fear. Suddenly, the formation at the exit trembled, and a figure in a sheer red gown, Hong Yi, staggered into view, collapsing shortly thereafter. Red Flower gasped in alarm and transformed into a streak of red light, rushing to Hong Ye's side to lift her up, gazing upon her once pure and radiant disciple. Now battered and bruised, her face disfigured, Red Flower trembled with rage. Quickly, she retrieved a pill from her storage bag and placed it into Hong Ye's mouth. After administering the remedy, Red Flower coldly demanded, "Who did this? Who is responsible?" Zhang Xiong, like a flash of lightning, appeared before them, channeling spiritual energy into Hong Yi to aid her recovery. As Hong Yi slowly opened her eyes and recognized her mentor. Tears streamed down her face like pearls. "Woo-woo, master. I was bullied inside. That monster was terrifying." The memory of the ordeal sent shivers through her body. Zhang Xiong's face darkened as he questioned, "Where's Li Kuei? Did you encounter any trouble? Speak of the details." Taking a deep breath, Hong Yi began to recount her experiences from the moment she encountered Luo Beiyan to her meeting with Li Kuei and finally the monstrous being. Zhang Xiong and Red Flower were initially taken aback to learn that Luo Beiyan had dared to infiltrate the hunting grounds alone to hunt the three from the Qianju sect. They secretly admired his audacity. However, their expressions turned grim upon hearing that Li Kuei had engaged with a pair of individuals only to be ruthlessly slaughtered. Overwhelmed with rage, Zhang Xiong could not contain himself and roared at the heavens. Intent on charging into the hunting grounds to exact vengeance upon the pair, Red Flower quickly intervened, urging him, "Those two are of unknown origin. Given Hong Ye's description, they are likely entities from the depths of the abyss. As a pinnacle rotating realm cultivator, you might encounter unforeseen dangers if you venture into the abyss." From a distance, Song Tian also cautioned, "Those creatures within the abyss may disregard the insignificant beings beneath the sacred realm. But that does not hold true for those at the rotating realm." Just then, the formation, on the verge of disintegration, suddenly trembled, and three figures gradually emerged. Seeing this scene, everyone was taken aback. There were indeed people within the battlefield. Who could it be? The light slowly faded, revealing the silhouettes of Yi Wu and his companions. Upon recognizing them, Hong Yi screamed, "It's him! The monster! The monster!" Yao Xiao Air, upon seeing the one who screamed, instantly erupted in rage, shouting, "What are you squealing about, little wench? I spared you last time, and yet you dare to appear before me again, still shouting at my master. Do you want me to tear you into pieces and eat you slowly?" At these words, Hong Yi shivered and hurriedly hid behind her master, pointing at Yao Xiao Air, exclaiming, "He is the one. He killed brother Li Kuei. He beat me to this state." Wu, Red Flower, Zhang Xiong, and the other minor sect leaders turned their gazes towards the trio. Zhang Xiong and Red Flower meticulously probed with their spiritual senses, discovering that the leader was at the pinnacle of the return to spirit realm, with the others at the same level. They exchanged glances, both reading confusion in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Hong Yi, recalling Li Kuei's final words, cried out to Red Flower, "Master, he possesses imperial realm cultivation. Do not be deceived by him. Strike him down with that." She displayed a look of triumph, reveling in the thought of revenge. Yao Xiao Air's expression twitched, but seeing Yi Wu remain silent, he refrained from acting. Instead, he deliberately opened his mouth, revealing a long, crimson tongue that flicked across his rows of sharp teeth. The onlookers, witnessing Yao Xiao Air's frightening demeanor, felt a chill run down their spines. Zhang Xiong's voice, imbued with murderous intent, slowly resonated, "Did you kill my disciple, Li Kuei?" Yao Xiao scoffed. "He was far too weak. Barely able to withstand a single punch. I could return him to you, but I need to prepare first. I've been a bit constipated lately." The surrounding cultivators nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. While Hong Ye's mouth twitched in disbelief, Zhang Xiong, upon hearing Yao Xiao Air's words, nearly exploded in fury, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, good, good," with that, his entire being erupted with the overwhelming aura of a pinnacle rotating realm cultivator. The nearby cultivators felt their bodies tremble, as if an immense weight pressed down upon them. all marveling at the formidable pressure of the rotating realm. Then, Zhang Xiong transformed into a streak of blood light, charging madly toward the trio with an overwhelming intent to kill. However, just at that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the sky. A silver lightning bolt cleaved across the heavens, as if tearing a massive gash in the firmament. Countless figures erupted from within, as the crowd appeared. A colossal dragon-like beast, hundreds of meters long and radiating golden divine light, slowly emerged from the rift in space. The immense creature exuded an unparalleled pressure, as if a mere breath could obliterate mountains. Yet, astonishingly, this terrifying beast was pulling a luxurious carriage crafted from milky white crystal, emanating divine light that illuminated the entire sky like a celestial realm. The leading figure seemed to sense something, gradually descending towards the crowd below. Witnessing this spectacle, some seasoned cultivators gasped in shock, exclaiming, "The flying dragon earthworm! This is the guardian beast of the Emo immortal sect." It is said that the flying dragon earthworm was once the steed of an unparalleled existence within the Emo sect. With that, the elder quickly prostrated himself, too fearful to look up again. The rest of the crowd, upon hearing this, were struck with astonishment, recognizing the banner proudly displaying the words Emo. Subsequently, a wave of kneeling ensued, as no one dared to gaze further. It is well known that while the Emo sect had numerous subsidiary sects bearing the same name, they were essentially the creations of Zhang Yu's chaotic descendants, unable to ascend to the upper three realms, possessing only a name but lacking true essence. They were merely draping a tiger's skin to appear grand. Thus, only one could rightfully bear the name Emo, a sect with unfathomable strength and a multitude of powerful beings. Zhang Xiong, sensing an overwhelming pressure from above, hundreds of times greater than his own, felt a jolt of alarm surge within him, prompting him to retract his attack as an ominous premonition swelled in his heart. Chapter 59. Outer Sect Steward. The leading figure bore an aged visage, with long white hair and a flowing beard, yet his physique was robust and muscular, projecting an undeniable visual impact. As his white hair billowed, he stood tall, seemingly suspended in midair, his consciousness enveloping the region. His sharp gaze swept over all present, eventually settling on Yu Wu and his companions. This is actually Steward Zhang Zhanxiao. I had the fortune of catching a glimpse of this powerful figure in my youth. It is said that Steward Zhang is cold and harsh, showing no kindness to anyone. His cultivation is unparalleled, having reached the legendary great perfection of the immortal mundane realm. An excited rogue cultivator, with a flushed complexion, exclaimed, causing those around him to gasp in astonishment. The realm of immortals and mortals, that is an existence capable of treading the void and tearing apart space. Upon confirming that this was indeed the esteemed guest mentioned by the junior Zhang Jufeng, Zhang Zhanxiao's previously stern and rigid countenance suddenly blossomed into a smile as radiant as a flower. He swiftly moved, his figure vanishing from sight as he rushed toward Yu Wukong and his companions. Seeing the once cold and acerbic Zhang Zhiji now exhibit such demeanor left the rogue elder, who had been boasting moments ago, utterly dumbfounded. In a flash, Zhang Zhanxiao appeared beside Yu Wukong, bowing respectfully with a smile. "I am Zhang Zhanxiao, elder of the outer sect of the Ancient Immortal Sect. I have come to welcome your esteemed self upon receiving the decree." Yu Wukong, with an indifferent tone, responded, "Why is it an outer sect elder? Why did Zhang Yuluan not come personally?" At these words, Zhang Zhanxiao's body trembled, his smile freezing as he stammered, "The ancestor. To speak candidly, our Ancient Immortal Sect is currently beset by internal strife and external threats. The senior elders of the inner sect are all preoccupied. Furthermore, the ancestor is unable to leave the sect at this moment due to certain circumstances. However, upon learning of your instructions conveyed through the junior Zhang Jifeng, he took it very seriously, hence dispatching us to welcome you." Yu Wukong, upon hearing this, glanced at the outer sect elder, feeling as though his heart had been ripped from his chest. Although he had been forcefully stabilized by the primordial laws, granting him a few more days of life, without the use of the revitalizing pill, he would surely perish within 6 days. Go send a man who was destined to die to welcome me. Clearly, the Ancient sect has stirred up a great deal of trouble. Zhang Zhanxiao's heart sank at these words. Only a few inner sect elders at the Transformation Void Realm were aware of his grave injuries. Yet this young man saw through him at a glance. Thus, his awe for Yu Yukong intensified. Zhang Zhanxiao could only force a bitter smile and say, "Your eyes are indeed sharp, however. The revitalizing pill is a top-tier immortal elixir. Legends say that even a deceased person can be revived upon consuming one. Not to mention that only a 9-pattern alchemist can refine it. One of its primary ingredients, the bitter immortal herb, grows in the legendary and elusive 3 bitter lands, which may only appear once in tens of thousands of years. Moreover, it requires a millennium of nurturing to take shape. Our ancient sect possesses but one revitalizing pill. Yet it is hardly suitable for someone of my cultivation level." Yu Yukong merely nodded in acknowledgement. Choosing not to speak further, he turned, his feet aglow, enveloping Yao Shower and Su Xian, disappearing in place to board the luxurious carriage drawn by the celestial dragon earthworm. Seeing this, Zhang Zhanxiao let out a slight sigh of relief. This was a guest whom the ancestor had personally instructed to entertain with utmost effort. If he were to offend this person and later be reported to the ancestor, he feared he might not perish on the battlefield but rather under a casual flick of the ancestor's hand. Such a fate was something Zhang Zhanxiao's pride could never accept. Reflecting on this, he turned his attention back to the thousands of prostrating cultivators around him, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Xiong, being a cunning and crafty individual, instantly recognized the intent behind Zhang Zhanxiao's gaze and hurriedly approached with a forced smile. Clasping his fists, "I, Zhang Xiong, am also a member of the Ancient Sect's grand family. It is truly a great fortune to meet you, esteemed sir. May I inquire if you have time to visit my humble sect? I shall ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality." Zhang Zhanxiao's gaze swept over Zhang Xiong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, he hooked his fingers and grasped Zhang Xiong's neck, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. His voice icy as he declared, "Weren't you rather arrogant just now? How dare you lay a hand on a distinguished guest? Do you think after hearing so much that you shouldn't have? You can still return alive." Zhang Xiong's face turned crimson as he was lifted, terror gripping his heart. In his fury, he attempted to retaliate, only to find his spiritual energy uncontrollably surging toward Zhang Zhanxiao. With a cry of agony, the once brawny Zhang Xiong visibly withered, transforming into a mere husk. The thousands of kneeling cultivators were not fools. Witnessing this sudden transformation filled them with dread. They quickly summoned their treasures and scattered in panic. Seeing her beloved Zhang Xiong meet such a tragic fate, the red flower fairy turned pale, hastily dragging her dazed disciple away as a crimson shadow fleeing the scene. Having drained the last drop of Zhang Xiong's essence and tossed his lifeless form to the ground, Zhang Zhanxiao looked at the fleeing crowd with a cold smile. Unhurriedly, he brought his hands together in reverent prayer, murmuring incantations. Soon, the void before Zhang Zhanxiao twisted, and a small black banner emanating an overwhelming stench and a sense of despair appeared before him. Upon seeing the banner, Zhang Zhanxiao knelt respectfully, performing a grand bow. Then, carefully wiping his palms with a handkerchief, he cautiously grasped the banner, revealing a cruel smile as he glanced at the scattering crowd. Muttering incantations, a tempest erupted around Zhang Zhanxiao, as if the very air wept and echoed with sorrow throughout the heavens and earth. The banner slowly detached from his grasp, soaring into the air. Waves of black mist surged forth from within, swiftly engulfing the once bright and clear realm in an utter darkness. Chapter 60. Visitors from the Sea of Death. Those fleeing felt a chilling wind sweep over them, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. Experienced cultivators recognized the artifact capable of such effects and screamed in terror, "It's over. This is the soul-refining banner of the Ancient Sect." Others, upon hearing this, were overcome with despair. Let alone a celestial artifact, even ordinary low-grade imperial treasures were beyond the capability of mere mid-third realm cultivators to withstand. Many lost all hope and simply ceased to flee, resigning themselves to their fate. The black mist spread at a speed far surpassing that of the fleeing cultivators, and soon many were engulfed within, their anguished cries echoing in the air. When the black mist dissipated, not a trace remained on the ground. Inside the luxurious carriage drawn by the celestial dragon earthworm, Yao Shower peered through a crack, listening to the chilling cries echoing from below, marveling, truly remarkable, such a wide-reaching lethal capability for a celestial artifact. That is merely a replica, Yi Wukong replied, seated upon his treasure chair, holding a cup of tea exuding an intoxicating fragrance, while Su Xian served him tea. Upon hearing Yi Wukong's response, Yao Shower was taken aback. If such a powerful aura belonged to a mere replica, then the true soul-refining banner must be unfathomably terrifying. If that artifact were to manifest, these cultivators would stand no chance. In a mere breath, they would cease to exist. Yi Wukong's nonchalant voice drifted forth, imagining such a scene sends shivers down my spine. Before long, with the last piercing scream, all rogue cultivators in the vicinity were utterly annihilated. Zhang Zhanxiao, releasing his spiritual consciousness, swept the area multiple times to confirm that no survivors remained. He then performed hand seals, and an obscure incantation emerged from his lips. Under his influence, the soul-refining banner drew in the surrounding black mist at an astonishing pace. And before long, the area returned to its former state. However, apart from Zhang Zhanxiao, not a single soul remained in the once bustling crowd. Respectfully placing the soul-refining banner into the black mist before him, it vanished with a flicker. After the massacre, Zhang Zhanxiao's figure flickered, appearing among the aerial formation, signaling to Yi Wukong's carriage. Upon receiving a response, he conjured a token from thin air. The token shimmered, radiating a terrifying power of spatial distortion. Zhang Zhanxiao waved it toward the sky, unleashing a silver lightning bolt that cleaved the heavens, creating a spatial rift. He then gestured for the formation to commence. Thus, the entire group flew in unison toward the spatial rift. At the eastern continent, near the boundary of the Sea of Death, a colossal mountain shrouded in black mist loomed, its peak obscured from view as if piercing the heavens, stretching for tens of thousands of miles. It resembled a great black dragon coiled upon the earth. A series of palace complexes sprawled across its summit, the entrance at the foot of the mountain. A massive stone door bore the 4 blood-written characters of Ancient Immortal Sect, exuding a faint pressure that made the heart tremble, deterring anyone from gazing directly. As this the blood of the celestial emperor that Zhang Yuluan obtained after defeating another celestial emperor in battle during his youth? A sudden voice shattered the long-standing silence of this place. The entrance to the Ancient Immortal Sect, which had previously deterred all cultivators. 2 figures now strolled leisurely as if on a sightseeing tour. The speaker was a young maiden, strikingly beautiful with skin as white as snow, clad in a crimson knee-length skirt that perfectly showcased her slender and alluring figure. Unlike ordinary maidens, she possessed fiery red hair, with slight protrusions on either side of her forehead resembling small horns. The maiden gazed at the 4 blood characters exuding the celestial emperor's pressure, extending her jade hand as if to gently caress them. Exclaiming in wonder, beside her stood a similarly horned elder with fiery red hair, who stepped forward with a chuckle. If the princess desires, I shall retrieve the characters for you. After thousands of years under the celestial emperor's pressure, they have long since faded. In this present moment, it is merely a means to instill fear. The crimson-haired maiden, with a charming smile, exudes an enchanting allure. Let us not dwell on it. After all, my grandfather and the others have yet to sever ties completely with Zhang Yulan. If we were to seize their banner at this very juncture, it would indeed appear excessively harsh. Upon hearing these words, the elderly man with crimson hair stroked his beard and let out a hearty laugh. Chapter 61. Submitting to death. Deep within the enchantment of Demon's Sect, a grand and magnificent palace stands tall. Above the entrance, 3 characters spell out Heavenly Demon Palace. Inside the palace, in the center of the Great Hall, Zhang Yulan sits in the main seat, clad in plain garments. His hair is grizzled, his frame frail, and his eyes dim, resembling those of a dying elder. It is difficult to fathom that this seemingly ordinary old man is, in fact, the once dashing and formidable Heavenly Demon Emperor. Seated on either side of the hall are several individuals, among whom the foremost is also aged, though his long crimson hair and 2 prominent horns set him apart. Another figure is a woman in palace attire, distinguishable by her long aquamarine hair and blue eyes. her face concealed by a thin veil that obscures her features. The remaining individuals are inner elders of the Enchantment of Demons sect, along with the entourage of the red-haired elder and the aquamarine-haired woman. The red-haired elder gazes at Zhang Yulan, his voice resonating with a deep and weathered timbre. Zhang sect master, should you agree to our discourse, we shall become akin to family, and the Enchantment of Demons sect shall remain as it is, unchanged. Moreover, given your failed breakthrough into the second transformation years ago, your lifespan is now dwindling. I can assure you that after your demise, the Enchantment of Demons sect will remain unaltered. Yet, if you persist in your obstinance, I must remind you of the events that have transpired within your sect these past 2 months. Your sect lacks the strength to withstand us. And should I join forces with the Blue Palace Master, even you would be unable to alter the course of battle. Upon hearing the words of the red-haired elder, the elders of the Enchantment of Demons sect turned pale, eager to refute him, yet they dared not interrupt the conversation between the emperors in the presence of their ancestor. Zhang Yulan, after taking a slow sip from his teacup, set it down and spoke in a slow, resonant voice. The Enchantment of Demons sect is not a righteous faction. If you seek to invade other regions of the Eastern continent, we shall not impede you in the slightest. However, if you wish for our sect to acknowledge you as our masters, do you truly believe that you two, mere pretenders who have just dipped your toes into the realm of emperors, are worthy of being my masters? The moment these words left his lips, a chill swept through the hall, as if an unseen hand had grasped each individual's throat. Aside from the red-haired elder and the aquamarine-haired woman, those in their company turned pale, as if death loomed just a breath away. The red-haired elder narrowed his eyes, an invisible aura enveloping all those behind him. As the ominous sense of impending doom dissipated, everyone let out a sigh of relief, internally murmuring about the terror of the emperors. Realizing that in that fleeting moment, they had been rendered utterly powerless to resist, the red-haired elder casually lifted the teacup before him, taking a sip, and then turned his gaze back to Zhang Yulan. What I propose is not for you to acknowledge us as masters, but rather for you to merge with us. Do you truly believe you can halt our advance? If it were not for the respect I hold for your status as a senior, why would I and the Blue Palace Master waste our breath here? We could simply subdue you and annihilate your subordinates without a second thought. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Zhang Zhentian, the Grand Elder of the Enchantment of Demons sect, stood up and shouted, "To hell with you! Had it not been for your prior release of poison that left us weakened, and your sudden ambush, how could we have possibly been defeated by you fools from the depths of the ocean?" Upon hearing a mere ant, Zhang Zhentian, a mere transformation realm cultivator, dare to insult him. The red-haired elder's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and in an instant, he vanished from his spot. Within a heartbeat, he reappeared before Zhang Zhentian, delivering a palm strike aimed squarely at his face. The palm shimmered like jade, faintly radiating an aura of supreme authority. Zhang Zhentian's teeth clenched audibly, and the elders behind him were filled with dread. Yet the oppressive force of the red-haired elder rendered them utterly motionless. Just as the situation became dire, Zhang Yulan's figure suddenly materialized before Zhang Zhentian, also unleashing a palm strike towards the red-haired elder. As the two palms collided, no celestial energy escaped, resembling the clap of hands between ordinary mortals. However, in that instant, an invisible force emanated from them, shattering mountains into dust for miles around, and evaporating vast lakes in a heartbeat. "Enough!" the aquamarine-haired woman interjected. The red-haired elder snorted coldly, casting a sharp glance at Zhang Zhentian before retreating to his seat. Closing his eyes in meditation, choosing not to speak further, the aquamarine-haired woman then addressed Zhang Yulan once more. "The tides have shifted. His Majesty has already decreed that there are but 2 choices upon the land, death or submission. Since Brother Zhang is unwilling to join us, there is little left to discuss. In 3 days, we shall determine our fates in battle." With a flicker, Zhang Yulan returned to the main seat, his deep voice reverberating. "If battle is what you seek, then let it be. What need is there for further discourse?" The red-haired elder's expression darkened as he cast one last glance at Zhang Yulan, sneering, "Cherish these final 3 days." With that, he transformed into a streak of red light, vanishing from sight, followed by the aquamarine-haired woman, who sighed and glanced at Zhang Yulan before departing in a similar manner. Once the two had left, Zhang Yulan slowly surveyed the core elders of the Enchantment of Demons sect, who were, in truth, his own descendants. Observing their frustrated expressions, he sighed softly, reprimanding, "I have long urged you brats to cultivate diligently. Yet you disregarded my counsel. Now, the Enchantment of Demons sect has not a single emperor among us. As long as I live, our sect shall remain the foremost, but my hopes for a second transformation are now dashed." With a heavy heart, Zhang Yulan sighed once more, "So be it. My lifespan is nearing its end, and the Enchantment of Demons sect must face its tribulations. If you wish to leave, then do so at your discretion." With that, Zhang Yulan gestured for his most outstanding descendants to depart, resembling an ordinary elder bidding farewell. The core elders, upon witnessing their ancestors' demeanor, could not help but tear up, kneeling and weeping. Zhang Zhentian even slapped himself twice in regret, lamenting, "It is our incompetence that has brought shame upon our ancestor, forcing him to confront the enemy at his advanced age." Seeing the eldest Zhang Zhentian act thus, the other elders followed suit. Slapping their own faces in a cacophony of sound, Zhang Yulan, witnessing this scene, was left utterly speechless, pondering how his life of invincibility had birthed such unworthy descendants. Could this truly be fate? What a spectacle! Such a splendid scene is indeed a rarity. Chapter 62. The Path of Oblivion. An untimely voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. Upon hearing this, the elders, who had just been slapping their faces, instantly composed themselves, standing with an air of celestial grace, as if the earlier scene had never transpired. Zhang Yulan seemed to have anticipated the arrival of the visitor, his aged laughter ringing out. "Do forgive me, dear friend. My younger generation is indeed lacking in stature." Zhang Zhentian and the others felt their faces flush with embarrassment, realizing that their ancestor had known of the guest's arrival all along, yet had allowed them to embarrass themselves intentionally. Yi Wukong strolled in from outside the hall, chuckling, "Ah, it matters not if the younger generation is unworthy, it appears they are quite loyal to you." The elders were taken aback upon seeing the youthful visage of the speaker. They had been informed that a mysterious figure wished to meet their ancestor, but they had not anticipated that this significant individual would be so remarkably young. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhanxiao rushed in, panic-stricken, and knelt before Zhang Yulan, apologizing for the disturbance caused to the esteemed guests, expressing his regrets. Zhang Zhanxiao had not expected that upon entering the sect, Yi Wukong would simply remark that he would go ahead first before vanishing from sight. Thus, he hurriedly ensured the safety of Yao Shaoer and Su Xian before hastening to this locale. Seeing Zhang Zhanxiao, the elders breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the black-robed youth had arrived first. Had their earlier display been witnessed by a junior, it would have been utterly humiliating. Zhang Yulan stroked his beard, smiling. "Zhanxiao, you have performed admirably. The esteemed guest has been brought back safely, and you may select a reward from the treasure vault." With that, a token flew into Zhang Zhanxiao's hand. Overjoyed, he realized that the token signified a chance to acquire a revitalization pill from the treasure vault, a clear indication of his ancestor's intent to grant him a lifeline. Thus, Zhang Zhanxiao repeatedly bowed before his ancestors in gratitude, and upon rising, he also clasped his fists and deeply bowed to Yi Wukong in a gesture of respect. He then turned and exited the hall, transforming into a streak of light that sped toward the direction of the treasure vault with unprecedented swiftness. Zhang Yuan glanced back at Zhang Zhentian and the others, declaring, "All right, since you are unwilling to depart, then return and prepare for the great battle in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhentian and the others exchanged glances, then collectively bowed, replying, "As you command." Subsequently, they each transformed into multiple streaks of light and vanished from the spot. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Yuan waved his right hand, conjuring a barrier of light that completely isolated the Tianma Hall. In an instant, he shifted from his position at the main seat above the Grand Hall to stand before Yi Wukong. With a thud, Zhang Yuan knelt on both knees, his forehead pressed firmly to the ground, exclaiming, "Old servant Zhang Yuan pays respects to the immortal ancestor." Yi Wukong, somewhat taken aback, cast a glance at him and inquired, "How did you discover this? In my current form, there is not a trace of the source's aura." With his forehead still touching the ground, Zhang Yuan spoke with reverence in response to the immortal ancestor. "This humble one cannot sense even a hint of your former supreme pressure, yet I have had the fortune to admire you from a close distance, and the unmatched aura of the immortal ancestor is something I shall never forget in my lifetime." Hearing these words, Yi Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly. "You have reminded me. It seems my concealment is still lacking." Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat at this remark. "Very well, rise. Since I have come here, you should be aware of my purpose." Upon standing, Zhang Yuan hastily replied, "In response to the immortal ancestor, this humble one has not forgotten the charge bestowed upon me all those years ago. That object is indeed here." With that, a glimmer flashed from his storage ring, and a withered, decayed piece of wood, the size of a fist, appeared in midair as he gazed at the wood. Zhang Yuan opened his mouth and spurted a mouthful of essence blood onto it. In an instant, the wood began to transform, and before long, it morphed into an ancient, square wooden box. Cradling the wooden box with both hands, Zhang Yuan reverently presented it before Yi Wukong. Yi Wukong extended his hand, gently tracing the intricate patterns on the surface of the box. Subsequently, a drop of blood flowed from his fingertip, landing precisely on the center of the box's floral motif. The moment Yi Wukong's blood touched it, the wooden box began to twist, the patterns on its surface started to shift slowly, and then, like real flowers, individual blossoms began to bloom one by one. With the final bloom, a crisp sound echoed as the box gradually opened on its own. In Yi Wukong's pitch-black eyes, a flicker of light flashed as he gazed at the item within the box, his expression revealing a hint of madness. He murmured to himself, "Path to immortality, a life. Supreme heavens, all for destruction." As the box opened, what came into view was a heart, crimson and glistening like a ripe apple. Its glass-like appearance was exquisite, resembling a work of art, emanating a peculiar aura. Yi Wukong reached out with his right hand, grasping the heart and holding it to examine. "Do you know what this is?" he asked indifferently, directing his gaze towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, with an awkward smile, replied, "This humble one has some guesses but dares not speak recklessly for fear of being ridiculed by the immortal ancestor." With a flick of his hand, Yi Wukong made the heart vanish. After securing the heart, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm as he stated, "At this point, there is nothing for you to conceal, given your nearing lifespan. Listen well, this is the heart of a special individual. From a young age, this person's constitution has been extraordinary. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, he has been favored by the heavens, the embodiment of myriad rules. What are celestial bodies, divine bodies, saintly bodies? Demonic bodies? In the face of his existence, they are all akin to mere mortal bodies. This constitution, in the distant past, was known as the Yindao body." Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his heart struck as if by lightning. As an immortal emperor, he was naturally aware of certain deeply hidden secrets. Yet, he had only glimpsed the Yindao body once in an ancient tome from countless years ago. At that time, he thought it merely the fanciful imagination of long-gone individuals. For the description of such a body was too extraordinary to be real. Now, Zhang Yuan vaguely recalled that the book described the Yindao body as possessing the formidable ability to inherently restrain those so-called celestial, demonic, divine, and saintly bodies. These originally favored children of heaven would find themselves utterly powerless against the Yindao body, akin to encountering a natural nemesis. Moreover, as one progresses in the cultivation realm, innate talent becomes increasingly paramount. It is easy to foresee how terrifying the Yindao body would become if it were to mature. As these thoughts raced through Zhang Yuan's mind, his heart pounded wildly, and a flicker of greed unexpectedly arose within him. However, when he inadvertently glanced at Yi Wukong, he found Yi Wukong regarding him with an enigmatic smile, as if he were amused. Like a bucket of cold water poured over him, Zhang Yuan felt a strong urge to slap himself. Observing this, Yi Wukong merely chuckled softly and remarked, "It is nothing unusual. Anyone who has come to understand it would inevitably feel a twinge of greed." After all, it has the potential to forge an unparalleled existence. Yi Wukong sighed, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Before long, his calm voice resonated within the grand hall. To fully obtain the Yindao body, I have prepared for countless ages. Finally, after several epochs, I expended immense effort and manpower to discover him from an ordinary cultivation star. When he was brought before me, he was but a child just embarking on the path of cultivation. Perhaps he instinctively knew what being captured meant, for at that moment, his eyes were filled with hatred towards me. While he yet lived, I extracted his heart, utilizing the forbidden techniques of the Jiuyo Ming clan to transfer all his essence into this heart. Finally, I sealed this heart within a wooden box crafted from the root of the soul-nurturing wood, entrusting it to you, a natural soul body, to nurture and transform it. For millions of years, due to this, your cultivation has stagnated at the first level. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan trembled slightly, finally grasping why the immortal ancestor entrusted such an important item to him. Ever since he acquired this object, his cultivation had seen no advancement. Yi Wukong's profound gaze met Zhang Yuan's. What? Do you harbor resentment towards me? At this, Zhang Yuan knelt once more, forehead pressed to the ground. His voice trembling, this humble one would never dare to resent the immortal ancestor. My status as an immortal emperor is entirely the result of the immortal ancestor's efforts. I am unworthy of harboring resentment. Yi Wukong laughed heartily at this. Indeed, you have no grounds for resentment. Had I not valued your soul body, requiring you to nurture this heart for millions of years, I would not have forcibly elevated you to the realm of immortal emperor. Given your aptitude, let alone being an immortal emperor, you would not even touch the threshold of a pseudo-immortal emperor. Zhang Yuan offered no reply. Kneeling in silence, repeatedly bowing, Yi Wukong paid him no mind. Instead exclaiming, everything I have done is to ensure that if one day I fall, the Night Clan will still possess a being not inferior to the second celestial emperor. Currently, your situation mirrors mine. The younger generation's incompetence must rely on their own efforts. Initially, I did not intend to utilize this item. However, time is of the essence, and I have no choice but to employ it. Zhang Yuan's heart surged with tumult at these words. He raised his wrinkled, aged face to look at Yi Wukong, incredulously asking, Immortal Ancestor, what do you mean? You are invincible across the realms, transcending epochs. All beings are mere playthings. Even those of the caliber of the Celestial Emperor have been slain by you. Yi Wukong merely chuckled softly, offering no response to Zhang Yuan's question. He instructed him to guard him as he fused with the Yindao body. Though Zhang Yuan was filled with shock and confusion, he complied with Yi Wukong's command. He then transmitted a divine thought, issuing a death order to the entire Yinma Xianzong in that instant. The voice of their ancestor resonated within the minds of everyone in the Yinma Xianzong. The Tianma Hall is sealed for 2 days. No one is permitted to approach within 100 miles. Those who violate this will be killed on the spot. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan's immortal emperor artifact, the authentic soul banner, was summoned, hovering above the Tianma Hall, safeguarding it entirely. The soul banner emanated the pressure of an immortal emperor, and streams of black soul force flowed from its surface, striking terror into all who beheld it. Within the Tianma Hall, Yi Wukong employed his own blood to sketch a formation. Before long, a complex and sinister array began to take shape beneath his hands. As he drew the formation, he chatted with Zhang Yuan, who sat beside him, appearing tense, saying, This is the formation I personally compelled the ancestors of the Jiuyo Ming clan to expend the fortunes of their clan over tens of millions of years to create. Those who use this formation can completely exchange their fate and soul with the Yindao body. As the final stroke of the formation was completed, it took form entirely. The circular formation appeared strange, with 2 hearts on either side, resembling the Taiji circle from Yi Wukong's previous life memories. The moment the formation was completed, a chill, as if emerging from the depths of Jiuyo, erupted from within, engulfing the entire Grand Tianma Hall. Zhang Yuan, despite being an immortal emperor at the first level, was taken aback, feeling the sudden chill seep into the depths of his soul. Had he not possessed an exceptionally strong soul and body as an immortal emperor, this chill could have inflicted significant harm upon him, As the formation's master, Yu Wukong was naturally unaffected by the chill. He slowly approached one side of the formation, then sat cross-legged, his right index finger flashing as a figure materialized from his storage ring. Zhang Yuan looked up to see that the figure was a young corpse, with a large hole in its chest, rendering its entire body hollow and forlorn. As Yu Wukong gazed upon the lifeless corpse, he casually cast it to the opposite side of the formation, arranging it in a meditative posture akin to his own. Zhang Yuan, witnessing this, instinctively recognized that this corpse belonged to the original host of the Yin Dao body. Subsequently, Yu Wukong's right palm shimmered with light as he retrieved the heart once more, observing the still crimson and pulsating organ that had endured for millennia in silence. Suddenly, without hesitation, he plunged his left hand into his own chest. With a soft thud, he extracted his heart in its entirety, his countenance reflecting a hint of madness as he began to chant incantations. As the words flowed from his lips, the formation echoed with piercing cries and anguished screams. In that instant, the chilling wind intensified, akin to oil poured onto a fire. At that moment, even Zhang Yuan, an immortal emperor, felt compelled to unleash his full power to fend off the encroaching cold. As the incantation rose in intensity, the two hearts in Yu Wukong's hands gradually levitated into the air, one thundering with life and exuding an overwhelming aura of blood, while the other flowed serenely like a precious artifact. Finally, at the culmination of the lengthy chant, Yu Wukong's pulsating heart plunged like a sword into the lifeless body, while simultaneously, the heart of the Yin Dao body transformed into a beam of light. Soaring into the gory void on Yu Wukong's left side, in that fleeting moment, two figures above them erupted with an indescribable aura, intertwining like mortal enemies bound by fate. Outside the Hall of Heavenly Demons, a throng of people had already gathered. Upon receiving the decree from their leader, everyone felt a profound shock, suspecting that those from the depths of the Dead Sea had returned. Zhang Zhentian and a few others hastily approached the vicinity of the hall, while Su Xian and Yao Shaoer also rushed to the scene. However, upon witnessing the hall completely isolated by a shimmering barrier and the sole banner above emanating an oppressive aura of the immortal emperor, even the elders hesitated to breach its confines. Just then, a clear and melodious female voice rang out from behind Zhang Zhentian. "Elder, do you think the ancestor will be all right?" Turning to face the speaker, he beheld a young girl, around 17 or 18 years old, dressed in the attire of an inner sect disciple, tall and possessing an ethereal beauty. "Ah, it is you, Zir. Fear not." The ancestor, being an immortal emperor and within the confines of the Yin demon sect, is unlikely to encounter any misfortune. I suspect he seeks to attempt a breakthrough once more before the impending battle, Zhang Zhentian reassured her, his gaze filled with affection. The surrounding elders also offered comforting smiles to the girl. Upon hearing the elders' words, Zhang Zir felt a measure of relief, yet her beautiful eyes remained fixed on the isolated hall of heavenly demons, worry etched upon her delicate features. Nearby, Su Xian's curious gaze scrutinized the young girl. Reflecting inwardly, it seems this is the core disciple of the Yin demon sect, endowed with an innate superior spirit root, the most gifted of the younger generation in nearly a millennium, in contrast to the anxiety of those in the Yin demon sect. Su Xian and Yao Shaoer appeared remarkably calm, for both bore the remnants of Yu Wukong's soul imprint within them. At that moment, the hall of heavenly demons suddenly erupted with an overwhelming chill. This frigid air instantly encased the hall, both within and without, in ice. Subsequently, the cold surged outward like a monstrous wave, expanding toward the periphery of the hall. The expressions of the elders changed dramatically at this sight. Just sensing this aura from a distance sent shivers through their veins, rendering them almost frozen in terror. "Everyone, quickly retreat," Zhang Zhentian bellowed, his voice a desperate roar. He, along with the other elders, conjured a defensive barrier. However, those disciples of the Yin demon sect with lower cultivation, upon hearing the elders' warning, had no time to withdraw before they transformed into lifeless ice sculptures. Only Zhang Zir and a few core disciples remained unharmed beneath the protection of the elders. Amidst a cluster of ice statues, a vibrant green glow stood in stark contrast to the surrounding white expanse. The emerald bracelet adorning Su Xin's wrist radiated a protective aura, shielding both her and Yao Xiao from the cold. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Zhantian's eyes sparkled with insight as he glanced at the bracelet, exchanging a solemn look with the second elder. Zhang Zier, too, curiously observed the enchanting figure in a flowing white gown. Resembling a celestial being, "Elder, what troubles you?" she asked Zhang Zhantian with concern. He replied gravely, "That bracelet is no ordinary item. It likely possesses the defensive capabilities of an imperial-grade artifact." Zhang Zier gasped, "An imperial-grade artifact? How could that be, Elder? She is merely at the peak of the returning spirit realm. How could she possess such a treasure? Even our demon sect has only 2 imperial-grade artifacts, Sister Su Xin. Those elders and that young girl seem to be discussing you," Yao Xiao remarked, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Su Xin, however, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the Hall of Heavenly Demons, her exquisite features betraying a hint of concern. "As the spirit of the artifact, I sense that this cold is related to my master. I wonder how he is faring." Yao Xiao, upon hearing this, also sobered, his expression turning serious. Above the Hall of Heavenly Demons, the soul banner autonomously radiated waves of black soul energy, counteracting the increasingly potent chill, preventing it from spreading further. "Zhang Zhantian," roared Zhang Yulwan from within the soul banner, "quickly lead these younglings away from here." With that, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the banner, and a beam of dark light swept across the crowd. In that instant, all disciples encased in ice were freed from their frozen state, their hearts pounding with dread, compelling them to flee as swiftly as possible. Zhang Zhantian and the other elders, responding to the ancestor's command, led the core disciples away, merging into a streak of light that vanished into the sky. As Zhang Zier departed, her lively eyes lingered on Su Xin as Su Xin stood resplendent, her captivating gaze fixed upon the Hall of Heavenly Demons, while Yao Xiao playfully made faces at the departing Zhang Zier. "You 2 young friends, you should also depart." The voice from the soul banner continued to resonate. Su Xin respectfully inclined her head towards the banner, asking, "Might I inquire if my master is well?" "Rest assured, your master is in fine health. You may leave now. You shall see him in 2 days," came the reassuring reply. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xin glanced at the Hall of Heavenly Demons and nodded. "If that is the case, we shall take our leave." With that, the brilliance of the bracelet flickered, and the protective shield vanished. In that fleeting moment, Yao Xiao shivered, feeling a sudden chill, as Su Xin and Yao Xiao bowed slightly to the soul banner. They transformed into streaks of light, disappearing into the distance. Inside the Hall of Heavenly Demons, Zhang Yulwan, seated in meditation as Yu Yukong's protector, opened his eyes and retracted his consciousness from the soul banner. Observing the formation now completely enveloped in layers of white, tangible cold, he sighed ruefully. "Once this formation concludes, the vicinity of my Hall of Heavenly Demons will likely be utterly devastated. Within the inner palace of the demon sect." "Sister Zier, why do you seem so preoccupied?" A gentle male voice interrupted Zhang Zier's contemplation. Turning to see the speaker, she smiled sweetly, recognizing it to be Feng Ling. "Oh, it's nothing, just concerns about the impending battle in 3 days." Zhang Fengling, clad in azure robes and possessing a handsome visage, was in his mid-20s, already attaining the pinnacle of the turning realm. Though his talent did not match that of Zhang Zier, his profound cultivation earned him the title of the leading figure among the younger generation of the demonic path. He seated himself beside Zhang Zier, offering a warm smile of reassurance. "The ancestor and several elders are present. Moreover, there are rumors of an esteemed friend of the ancestor visiting today. There is no need for you to worry. Remember, our demon sect is the foremost immortal sect in the Eastern continent, with deep-rooted heritage." As their conversation unfolded, 2 streaks of light raced past. Zhang Zier's attention was captured by the fleeting figures, and Zhang Fengling, noticing her distraction, quickly explained, "Those are Fairy Su Xin and young Master Shower. I hear they are servants of the ancestor's close friends." "How beautiful!" Zhang Zier sighed in admiration. Zhang Fengling chuckled. "Sister, I must say, you are no less beautiful than her." Zhang Zier merely smiled softly, remaining silent. Time flowed gently onward. 2 days later, Within the hall of heavenly demons, the chilling currents gradually dissipated in the center of the formation. The figure of Yu Wukong, clad in nothing but his bare skin, sat cross-legged, resembling a carved wooden statue, while the corpse on the opposite side had vanished without a trace. Zhang Yuluan slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Yu Wukong, who was seated in meditation. The robust physique of Yu Wukong appeared increasingly perfect, and his aura emanated an air of otherworldliness. This sight filled the once dashing Zhang Yuluan with envy, prompting him to muse that had he possessed such a form in his youth, the demon summoning sect would have likely gained thousands more followers by now. As the last remnants of the chilling aura within the formation dissipated entirely, Yu Wukong gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 65. Delight. Yu Wukong's gaze was clear and bright as he rose slowly, clenching his fists to savor the sensations coursing through his body. Just as Zhang Yuluan intended to approach and offer his congratulations, he was taken aback as Yu Wukong, completely unclad, first chuckled softly while covering his face, before bursting into hearty laughter. Moments later, Yu Wukong examined his palm, and with a single wave of his hand, the air before him froze in an instant, revealing a block of profound ice that stood tall. A glimmer of ethereal light swirled within the depths of Yu Wukong's eyes as he meticulously scrutinized the surface of the ice, which reflected the image of his current form, exclaiming in admiration, "The sensation of effortlessly mastering the laws is simply exquisite, perfection incarnate, truly deserving of the title of the Annihilation Body. Only by embodying you can one comprehend the profound differences that set you apart from others." With that, Yu Wukong waved his hand, causing the ice to dissipate into the AI art in a flash. He donned a set of black brocade robes, and the twin dragon's circular jade pendant on the ground flew into his hand, which he secured at his waist. "Congratulations, immortal ancestor, congratulations." Zhang Yuluan, having refrained from interrupting Yu Wukong's revelry, cautiously approached to extend his greetings only after Yu Wukong had completely retracted his aura. "Given your diligent efforts over the past few million years, I shall personally address the issues currently confronting the demon summoning sect," Yu Wukong stated calmly, regarding the kneeling Zhang Yuluan. Overjoyed, Zhang Yuluan prostrated himself repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, immortal ancestor, thank you." With that, Yu Wukong's figure shimmered with light and vanished from the grand hall. Once Yu Wukong departed, Zhang Yuluan collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily. "The demon summoning sect shall thrive once more." Within the guest chamber of the demon summoning sect, Su Xian was engrossed in ancient texts when suddenly her heart jolted. Her cultivation had unexpectedly ascended to the saint realm in that moment. A flash of light heralded the arrival of Yu Wukong, cloaked in black, who appeared before her. Seeing him, Su Xian's heart leapt with joy as she hurried forward to bow respectfully. "Master, you have returned." Yu Wukong replied with a nonchalant before striding to the table and taking a seat. "Where is the little demon?" he inquired. Upon hearing his question, Su Xian's bracelet glimmered, and a giant cocoon, towering to the height of a person, materialized in the room. It seems the dragon transformation technique is on the verge of a breakthrough. Having formed this large cocoon, she explained, observing the cocoon with curiosity. Yu Wukong's eyes glinted with intrigue as he focused on the cocoon. Indeed, it is rare for a creature practicing the dragon transformation technique to break through the first layer. It seems he is indeed fated with this method. Although the dragon transformation technique is the most supreme technique of the demon race, it is also perilous in nature. However, I have yet to disclose this to the little demon. For Yu Wukong, allowing the little demon to practice the dragon transformation technique was merely a casual attempt, as no demon had ever practiced this technique throughout history. Therefore, if he could cultivate, so be it. If he perished, then so be it. "Sister Su Xian, are you there?" At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from the entrance. It belonged to Zhang Jie, the granddaughter of the fifth elder of the demon summoning sect. Renowned as the most talented descendant of the sect in millennia, she frequently visited Su Xian for conversation. Upon hearing this, Yu Wukong merely responded with a casual indicating her to enter. Subsequently, Su Xian transmitted her thoughts. And shortly thereafter, a graceful figure appeared at the door, gently knocking. Upon entering, Zhang Jie, adorned in a pink gown, was taken aback to find not only an extraordinarily peculiar cocoon in Su Xian's chamber, but also a man. This startled her immensely. Seeing her reaction, Su Xian explained, "This is my master." Zhang Jie's heart raced at the revelation. Was this the close friend of the ancestor? How could he be so young? Despite her astonishment, she maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply. Zhang Jie of the demon summoning sect pays her respects to the esteemed senior. Yi Wukong raised his gaze towards Zhang Jie, his deep, dark eyes locking onto the young girl. As she met his gaze, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Yi Wukong merely nodded slightly, storing the large cocoon into his storage ring before turning to Su Xian. "Prepare yourself. We shall depart tomorrow." Su Xian nodded in acknowledgement. With a flash of light, Yi Wukong vanished from the room. Zhang Jie, taken aback, pondered the implications of his departure. Did it signify that the impending battle was on the horizon? Su Xian, seemingly reading her thoughts, merely smiled without offering an explanation. On the outskirts of the demon summoning sect, the Dead Sea remained eerily calm and tranquil, its endless black surface exuding an aura of profound stillness. Yet, from this desolate expanse, beams of light began to surge forth, racing towards the shore. On the coast, a red-haired elder and a woman clad in palace robes stood side by side, flanked by countless sea-dwelling warriors. As they gazed upon the distant mountains resembling a colossal black dragon lying in wait, a cruel smile crept across the elder's face. All awaited the dawn of the following day in silence. In the depths of the night, Zhang Yuluan stood atop the sect's mountain peak, his gaze solemnly fixed on the direction of the Dead Sea. All disciples within the sect remained sleepless throughout the night, quietly anticipating the unfolding events. Time passed slowly. Soon, the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds. Just as the red-haired elder prepared to take the lead with a resounding roar, however, a figure surged forth. Kneeling before him with one knee on the ground, exclaiming, "Elder Hua, hold! His Majesty has issued an order. Everyone is to return to the Dead Sea at once. Any disobedience will be met with execution." The red-haired elder stood in stunned silence, staring at the messenger with gritted teeth, demanding, "You, speak. What is the meaning of this?" The woman in palace garb, her face veiled save for her piercing eyes, furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the kneeling figure. Recognizing him as the personal guard of His Majesty, she thus inquired, "Why has His Majesty abruptly issued such a command? Has something transpired within the palace?" The guard remained on one knee, clasping his fists, and replied flatly, "Esteemed Palace Master, I am unaware of the reasons behind His Majesty's command. All I know is that he seems exceedingly anxious. I implore Elder Hua and Palace Master Lan to return swiftly." At this moment, the red-haired elder regained his composure. Hearing the guard's words, he exchanged a glance with the woman. After a brief moment of contemplation, she suggested, "If that is the case, let us return and inquire what has transpired. A day or two's delay is inconsequential." The red-haired elder, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the army soared like a cascade of shooting stars back into the depths of the Dead Sea. 2 hours earlier. Deep within the Dead Sea, an immense ancient city stretched endlessly at the ocean's floor. At the very center of this city stood a resplendent palace, resembling a dragon beast in form. Inside the palace, a woman donned in a striking yellow robe, crowned with a double-horned tiara, gazed in horror at the pitch-black token floating in the void before her. Chapter 66. The Death Order. The token, ancient in design, hovered silently in the air, its dark surface inscribed with a single character, resembling a twisting dragon, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. By Xian Yi's beautiful eyes fixated on the character that manifested on the token, death. When the token appeared, it transmitted a thought to Bai Xian Yi, consisting of only 2 words, "Cease hostilities." The token then hovered in the air as if awaiting a response, its murderous intent locking onto Bai Xian Yi. Bai Xian Yi's body tensed, beads of sweat streaming down her face. As a second transformation Immortal Emperor, she could undoubtedly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the token, which was at least of the peak 4th transformation Immortal Emperor level. One must note that the disparity in cultivation between each transformation of the Immortal Emperor was akin to the divide between heaven and earth. The effort and sacrifices made to ascend from the first to the second transformation were equivalent to the cumulative toll of all prior realms. Moreover, this was a personal decree issued by a peak fourth transformation immortal emperor, commanding her to cease all hostilities. Reflecting on the lengths she had gone to secure this day, Bai Xianyi's fair visage twisted in despair. She had long regarded the eastern continent as her own, having made significant sacrifices to forge blood oaths with 3 ancient beings from other continents. Yet now, merely the appearance of this token had obliterated countless generations of her clan's aspirations to escape the Dead Sea. In her mind, she could already envision the mocking expressions of those 3 old bastards upon learning of her predicament. Bai Xianyi's mesmerizing eyes turned crimson, her delicate body trembled, fixated on the token. Her heart screaming in defiance, "I refuse to accept this. I will not yield." It seemed the token sensed Bai Xianyi's turmoil, for the character inscribed upon its surface began to writhe as if it were a living entity. The suffocating aura of death emanating from the surface grew increasingly intense. Subsequently, a thought imbued with overwhelming murderous intent erupted within Bai Xianyi's mind, originating from the dark token. Those who refused the command. "Very well. Prepare to welcome my arrival." Upon hearing these words, Bai Xianyi felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her mind finally regained clarity, and as realization dawned upon her, she hastily knelt. Bowing her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she gritted her teeth and spoke each word with conviction. "The Dragonfish clan's Bai Xianyi acknowledges the command." After hearing her response, the obsidian token slowly ascended, lifting the oppressive force in the vicinity. Then, with a flash of light, the token vanished without a trace. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" A throng of people surged into the hall. And upon seeing Bai Xianyi standing serenely in the center of the palace, seemingly uninjured, they collectively exhaled in relief. Bai Xianyi turned to her citizens and allies and, upon witnessing their expressions of profound concern, offered a bittersweet smile. She gestured towards a man clad in armor at the forefront of the crowd, beckoning him to step forward, and instructed him clearly to summon Elder Hua and Palace Master Lan back to the coast. Having said this, her figure transformed into a wisp of shadow and vanished from the location. The hall erupted into chaos. At such a fortuitous juncture, their sovereign had inexplicably abandoned the assault on the mainland. Although the elders were consumed with anxiety, they could only stamp their feet in frustration, powerless to act. Bai Xianyi's loyal guard, though burdened with countless questions, adhered strictly to her commands. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light. Racing towards the sea, at the junction of the Dead Sea and the eastern continent, the red-haired elder scanned the crowd with his consciousness, issuing a retreat order. As everyone executed the command with precision. In a nearby forest, a girl and an elderly man remained oblivious due to their proximity to the front lines, having received no news. Within the confines of the enchantment demon sect, Zhang Yuan stood atop the highest peak, his spirit banner fluttering beside him. With his divine sense extended, he observed the complete withdrawal of the Dead Sea forces. Sighing in relief, he remarked, "Elder, weren't we informed that the enemy would come to confront us today? Why has there been no sign of them even as noon approaches?" Zhang Jie, with her bright, animated eyes, curiously questioned Zhang Zhantian. Zhang Zhantian, equally perplexed, recalled the arrogance of the Dead Sea forces at the Tianma Hall, believing that he might perish in a fierce battle today. Yet, the scouts had returned with no news, indicating that the Dead Sea forces had not made an appearance. Contemplating this, Elder Zhang Zhantian gazed into the distance from the mountaintop. Chapter 67. Clearly belonging to others upon the mountaintop, clouds swirled as Yu Yukong's figure materialized beside Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan glanced at Yu Yukong and took a step back, bowing in gratitude for the intervention of the immortal ancestor. "It is nothing. This is what you deserve," Yu Yukong replied nonchalantly. The two then fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Zhang Yuan slowly spoke, his tone tinged with rare melancholy. "I fear this may be the last time a humble person like me sees the immortal ancestor. Indeed, you have but a century left to live. Originally, before your demise, I intended to retrieve you through a contingency left in the Night Clan, allowing you to continue in another vessel to nurture your Dao heart. However, through unforeseen circumstances, I have come here personally, which may be the final thread of fate between us. Zhang Yuan sighed at these words. Have you taken note of any promising juniors in recent days? Immortal Ancestor? Are you referring to that young girl? Zhang Yuan chuckled awkwardly. If the Immortal Ancestor finds merit in Jir, she may be taken as a servant, which would indeed be her fortune for several lifetimes. Ha, you, a dying man, are growing increasingly audacious, Yu Yukong retorted, not bothering to look at him further, his gaze drifting into the distance as he murmured, old acquaintances wither away, like leaves falling in autumn with this. Yu Yukong's figure faded from the mountaintop. Zhang Yuan, taken aback by these words, bowed deeply towards the direction where Yu Yukong had vanished. Shortly thereafter, he too disappeared from the mountaintop, reappearing beside Zhang Zhentian at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan's approach, Zhang Zhentian and several elders simultaneously bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the ancestor. Zhang Yuan, facing away from them, instructed, everyone, return at once. There shall be no further conflict. It is all over. Within the guest quarters of the enchantment demon sect, Yu Yukong entered Su Xian's room. Su Xian, as ever, sat gracefully reading. Upon noticing Yu Yukong's presence, she smiled and rose, performing a gentle bow. Master, you have returned. Indeed, Yu Yukong replied, taking a seat at the table as Su Xian poured him a cup of tea. Just as he took a sip, a thought reached him. Su Xian, are you there? Su Xian exchanged an awkward smile with Yu Yukong, who inwardly scoffed at Zhang Yuan's cunning. Subsequently, Yu Yukong rose and, enveloped in a beam of light, vanished from the room with Su Xian. Zhang Jir, having called out repeatedly with no response, surmised that Su Xian had likely left with the esteemed guest. Just 3 days prior, the ancestor had personally sent a thought to her, instructing her to visit the guest quarters daily and cultivate a good rapport with the breathtakingly beautiful woman. Insisting that she linger there persistently, the ancestor had gravely conveyed the future of the enchantment demon sect and her great opportunity, depending on whether she could seize it in these few days. Zhang Jir was utterly astonished. Although she was reluctant to meet such a stunning woman who made her feel inferior, she had no choice but to obey the ancestor's command. Thus, she had visited daily, feigning admiration, which had become quite tiresome. What great opportunity! The ancestor must be losing his wits, Zhang Jir muttered discontentedly. Yet, as realization dawned upon her, a smile graced her lips. Today, she has finally left. The male disciples of the sect have been utterly enchanted. As if their souls have been stolen by that woman. These seem to be mere sycophants before her. With a smirk, Zhang Jir departed with a light step. Chapter 68. The princess understands deep within the Dead Sea. In the underwater dragon palace, upon returning to the Dead Sea, Elder Hua and Palace Master Lan learned from Bai Shuani about the unfolding events, prompting their fury to surge uncontrollably. Particularly, Elder Hua declared his intent to refine the token and toss it into the sea to feed the fish. He then attempted to charge out of the Dead Sea to continue the assault on the enchantment demon sect. Bai Shuani, alarmed at this, feared that the irascible elder might provoke that terrifying existence. Thus, she took it upon herself to subdue and seal him. Elder Hua, feeling wronged and wishing to lament to his beloved granddaughter, was taken aback to discover through the jade talisman that she was still within the enchantment demon sect's territory. This revelation sent shockwaves through him. He could scarcely bear to imagine the consequences should anything befall his treasured granddaughter. Elder Hua, now frantic as an ant on a hot stove, sought to contact those outside to send for Hua Yaoyao's return. However, due to Elder Hua's notorious temper and acerbic tongue, Bai Shuani, after sealing him, preemptively isolated him from all sounds to prevent any outburst. 100 miles outside the enchantment demon sect's periphery, an elderly man and a young girl concealed themselves in the woods, waiting for the signal to attack from the Dead Sea. Yet, as time passed without any news from the Dead Sea, not even a whisper from Hua Yaoyao's grandfather, they found themselves unable to contact Elder Hua. Deepening the elder's sense of foreboding, at this moment, he felt trapped, torn between the danger of forcibly returning Hua Yaoyao and the potential for real turmoil behind them. If such chaos were to ensue, they would be akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Conversely, remaining here was not a sustainable option. Should Zhang Yuan discover them, it would spell certain doom. Upon hearing the elder's concerns, Hui Yaoyao's delicate features were etched with worry. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved, Elder, something may indeed be amiss behind you as my grandfather's trusted aide. You should be by his side. Therefore, you must return. I, as my grandfather's most cherished, cannot fall into the hands of others to be used as leverage against him. I shall remain here. The elder, whom the girl addressed as elder, was moved to tears upon hearing her words, choking out, Princess, you have grown, but how could I dare leave you here alone? If you were to be discovered by the enchantment demon sect and come to harm, I could never atone for it, even if I died 1,000 times. Hui Yaoyao chuckled reassuringly, Elder, do not worry, I possess the defensive artifact left by my grandfather. If I cannot fight, I can certainly flee. Moreover, I also have this advanced artifact that conceals my aura. Even if an elder from the enchantment demon sect comes, they may not even realize I'm here. The elder, torn with indecision, pondered for a long moment before resolutely declaring, Princess, wait here. Do not wander off, that I shall return to the Dragon Palace at the quickest speed, and then come back for you. Hui Yaoyao nodded in affirmation. All right, go forth, die in an instant. The old man's figure flickered, slipping beneath the earth like a fish diving into the ocean, first utilizing earth escape to burrow hundreds of miles underground, and then soaring to the surface like a bird taking flight, transforming into a streak of light that sped towards the horizon. Chapter 69. Encountering the demon-seizing immortal sect. The once magnificent demon hall, now a desolate ruin, resembled a slumbering giant beast, undergoing swift and diligent restoration. As if it sought to reclaim its former glory in a valley nestled between several mountain peaks, the environment was so idyllic it resembled a paradise, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, intoxicating all who entered. Zhang Zhentian, the Grand Elder's abode, stood like a towering peak amid this picturesque landscape. Within the loft, Zhang Yulan sat cross-legged, practicing his breathing. Slowly, he opened his eyes and murmured to himself, A little insect has scurried away. At the foot of the mountains surrounding the demon-seizing immortal sect, a flash of light appeared, followed by the emergence of two figures, Yi Wukong and his companion, who had just departed from the inner sect. Master, where shall we go next? Su Xian inquired softly, gazing at Yi Wukong. Qianfeng City, Yi Wukong replied, his tone unembellished as he instructed Su Xian. Su Xian, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Wukong, nodded in agreement. She then transformed into a wisp of spiritual light and vanished into Yi Wukong's form. Yi Wukong cast his gaze into the distance, contemplating. Although I have confirmed through Zhang Yulan's power that Ji Huang has not appeared in the eastern continent, the vastness of the immortal spirit star encompasses 3 continents. It is imperative to investigate further to assess the possibility of encountering him, for the immortal spirit star is indeed an ideal place for cultivation. Having arrived at this conclusion, Yi Wukong's current objective was Qianfeng City, the only location with a cross-continental teleportation array, situated tens of thousands of miles away from him. With the direction of Qianfeng City firmly established, Yi Wukong's figure shot upward like a meteor, propelling himself towards the sky and soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, the fire spirit, Hui Yaoyao, increasingly worried about her grandfather, had also departed the formation, flying towards the Dead Sea. However, she had not flown far when a streak of black light approached her from the sky, startling her. Upon carefully sensing the presence, she realized that the newcomer bore no hostility, causing her to exhale in relief. Thus, the two figures passed each other, though Hui Yaoyao cast several lingering glances at the peculiar man in black robes. As time flowed by, Hui Yaoyao, having continued her flight for a while, spotted a figure hurtling towards her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the individual as a member of the Sea Tribe, prompting her to joyfully project her consciousness to identify herself. Receiving her call, the man halted momentarily, then accelerated towards Hui Yaoyao. Before long, he arrived before her. As the light dissipated, a middle-aged man appeared, sporting a single horn on his forehead and clad in regal iron armor, emanating the aura of a peak emperor. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee, proclaiming, Princess Yaoyao, Elder Huorlin has sent me to escort you. Huayao Yao's face brightened with joy. My grandfather well? She asked. The man lowered his head and replied, the elder is in good health, awaiting your return. However, just as Huayao Yao prepared to follow the man away, a bloodied token suddenly pierced through the air from a distance. Accompanying the token was an urgent cry of consciousness. Yao Yao. Flee quickly! Lady Lan is conspiring to rebel. She has betrayed His Majesty. She has sent people to capture you, intending to use you to control Lord Hualin. Huayao Yao gazed in disbelief at the token hurtling toward her. The middle-aged man's expression turned icy as he suddenly attacked, his fingers clawing towards her delicate neck. Chapter 70. A change in the wind, still reeling from the shock of the message just relayed by the elder. Huayao Yao was completely unprepared for the middle-aged man's assault. Just as he wore a triumphant expression, believing his strike would succeed, Gu Yun's figure rushed in from afar, and in a moment of alarm, he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood transformed into a fleeting blood rainbow, forcing the middle-aged man back. As Huayao Yao beheld the bloodied Gu Yun appear before her, she could no longer hold back her tears. Old Gu, what on earth is happening? Why did Aunt Lan betray us? With his back to Huayao Yao, Gu Yun, having just expended great effort to harness his essence blood, coughed up a significant amount of blood due to his already severe injuries. He then spoke in a voice filled with fury, Princess, that wretched Lady Lan has colluded with a certain immortal emperor from the mainland. They took advantage of His Majesty's unpreparedness to launch a surprise attack with a premeditated celestial treasure. His Majesty, caught off guard, sustained severe injuries and, aware that he could not contend with the two, retreated into the dragon pool to isolate himself. Before Gu Yun could finish his words, a streak of light surged towards them from a distance. As the brilliance gradually faded, an arrogant elder clad in purple robes appeared before them. Glaring at Huayao Yao, the purple-robed elder chuckled sinisterly, Princess Yao Yao, I sought your grandfather's permission years ago to betroth you to my grandson, but after receiving a beating and mockery from him, I was left with the taunt that my grandson is but a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Now, the tides have turned. You, the swan, are destined to become my grandson's concubine. Bah! You think your useless grandson is worthy of a princess? If Lord Hualin were still here, he could crush you with a single finger. Gu Yun spat, blood staining his lips as he pointed an accusing finger at the purple-robed elder. The elder, upon hearing this, burst into laughter, his gaze turning cold as he looked at Gu Yun. Originally, the palace master wished to spare your lives, but it seems there's no longer any need, especially for you. Princess Yao Yao, I shall turn you into a flesh slave to amuse my precious grandson. Ha 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 ha. Gu Yun gritted his teeth, turning to Huayao Yao. Princess, I will hold them off for you. You must flee. The further you go, the better. Do not return. With that, Gu Yun radiated a powerful light. The purple-robed elder squinted at this, a desperate struggle. Are we? You dare to burn your lifespan for a brief peak in strength? With a face marred by wounds, Gu Yun gazed at Huayao Yao, his voice tinged with sorrow. Yao Yao, flee. Only by living can there be hope. He then let out a roar and charged towards the two. The purple-robed elder, instead of retreating, advanced with a sinister laugh, both men clashing like two meteors colliding. The ensuing tumultuous waves of mana cascaded down, flattening the trees and mountains beneath them. Old Gu. Huayao Yao bit her lip until it bled. Recalling Gu Yun's earlier words, tears welled in her eyes as she turned, transforming into a streak of light that fled the battleground. The armored middle-aged man changed his expression, wanting to pursue, but was fiercely obstructed by Gu Yun, who was fighting with all his might. Understanding the extreme danger posed by a peak realm cultivator fighting desperately, he had no choice but to turn and join forces with the purple-robed elder to eliminate Gu Yun before chasing after Huayao Yao. The purple-robed elder, seeing this, consoled the middle-aged man with a laugh. No need to rush. A mere junior of the sacred realm is no match for me. We shall first send this old fool on his way. Not far from the battlefield, Huayao Yao, now a streak of light, flew aimlessly like a headless flyat that moment. She knew not where to go or what to do. Chapter 71. a dead end after flying unsteadily for several hundred miles. Huayao Yao felt a violent explosion wave approaching from behind her. Watching as Gu Yun's token shattered into countless fragments in her hand, she realized that he had fallen. Recalling the beloved elder who had cherished her since childhood, now having met such a fate to protect her, Huayao Yao's heart ignited with rage, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her pale face etched with profound sorrow. Yet, the pressure from the pursuing presence offered her no time to grieve. A consciousness locked onto her from behind, relentlessly pursuing her. Clenching her silver teeth, Huayao Yao understood that this was not the time for sorrow. She pressed onward, determined to escape. I must survive. Only by living can I avenge these people. Only then can I save my grandfather. Gradually recovering from her grief, Huayao Yao retrieved several spiritual pills from her storage ring, swallowing them in haste. Under the enhancement of the elixirs, her speed surged as she raced into the distance. The one-horned middle-aged man trailed behind, resembling a shooting star, relentless in his pursuit. Unlike their first encounter, he was now covered in blood, his armor battered and marked with injuries. Seething with frustration, he cursed the purple-robed elder inwardly. If not for the elder's overconfidence, granting Gu Yun the opportunity to self-destruct, he would not have sustained such severe injuries. Fortunately, he had summoned his defensive treasure in time and avoided instant death. However, the purple-robed elder was not so fortunate. Gu Yun's self-detonation had been aimed directly at him, and now the elder lay unconscious, unaware of his fate. Dragging his battered body, he continued to pursue Huayao Yao alone. If he allowed Princess Yao Yao to escape today, his return would only end in death. Upon contemplating this, the horned middle-aged man no longer dared to hold back. Ignoring his injuries, he gritted his teeth and transformed into a streak of flowing light, hastening alone towards the fiery apparition of the young woman. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless chase, soaring through the air for thousands of miles. As the pursuer drew ever closer, the heart of the fire maiden, Huayao Yao, brimmed with anxiety. At that moment, her medicinal pills had been completely exhausted. Without their aid, her speed, despite being at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, rendered her akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter under the relentless pursuit of the peak emperor-level cultivator behind her. The middle-aged man, observing the slowing pace of Huayao Yao ahead, revealed a glimmer of delight and let out a cold chuckle. This time, let's see how you escape with that. His speed surged once more as he charged toward the young woman. Princess Huayao, do not waste your efforts. Surrender to avoid suffering further harm. The horned man flickered and appeared not far in front of her, fixating his gaze on Huayao Yao as he spoke. Huayao Yao summoned her hand ring, which soared above her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto the middle-aged man as she coldly sneered, "If you are not afraid of death, come and try. The formidable weapon my grandfather bestowed upon me will not reveal itself until my life is truly at stake. Do not think that as a mere emperor, you can escape unscathed. Even those at the upper echelons of the three realms would fall to my might with a single strike." Following her declaration, the fiery ring spun wildly, emanating strands of blazing flames that enveloped her. The middle-aged man hesitated, a flicker of concern crossing his features. After all, the Fire Lin Elder was a half-step immortal emperor, and any trump card left behind could easily spell his demise. Hence, the naturally cautious horned man refrained from immediately seizing Huayao Yao, fearful of a last-minute reversal of fortunes. Huayao Yao's body tensed, her heart racing with trepidation. Her grandfather had indeed crafted a life-saving artifact for her, but its terrifying nature meant she could not activate it at will. It would only respond if someone bore the intent to kill her. However, her current pursuer merely sought to capture her. Seeing the middle-aged man seemingly take her words to heart, she continued confidently, "If you are sensible, you should leave at once. I bear no ill will towards you this time, so I shall not pursue this matter." The man's gaze shifted, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Princess Huayao, you are still too young." With that, he cast aside all reservations and charged towards her once again. Chapter 72. The youth Huayao Yao was taken aback, realizing the cunning of her adversary, and hastily unleashed a fiery serpent to obstruct him. The middle-aged man, however, paid no heed to the serpent. With a mere flick of his hand, He summoned a colossal sword from his storage pouch, cleaving through the fiery serpent effortlessly, reducing it to mere wisps of smoke. He approached without relent, determined to deny Huayao Yao any chance of counterattack, and swung his sword down upon her. With gritted teeth, Huayao Yao activated her crimson ring, which spun incessantly above her, launching itself to intercept the forceful descent of the sword. With a thunderous clash, a shrill sound of metal scraping against metal echoed as her fiery ring was sent flying, unable to withstand the might of the giant sword. Witnessing this, despair engulfed Huayao Yao's eyes. Just as she prepared to unleash her inner energy for a self-destructive explosion, a talisman suddenly shot from the man's hand, striking her forehead and rendering her unable to gather her spiritual energy for the detonation. With Huayao Yao now immobilized by the sealing talisman, the man's expression transformed into one of elation. Just as he intended to step forward and fully subdue her, he suddenly halted, looking downwards, his eyes widening in shock. Below stood a young man clad in black robes, holding a map as if confirming his location. Damn it, I didn't even notice there was another person here. In a state of disbelief, the horned man swiftly extended his consciousness to lock onto the black-robed youth, confirming several times before sighing in relief. It turned out to be a newly ascended sacred realm cultivator, who must have concealed his presence, thus eluding his initial detection. Realizing this, a glint of murderous intent flickered in the man's eyes. Since you have witnessed what you should not have, I shall have to send you on your way. May you not wander carelessly in your next life. With that, his form morphed into an ephemeral shadow, reappearing above the young man's head, wielding the giant sword as he aimed for the youth's neck. The strike was heavy and forceful, the sword wind howling as it sliced through the air. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. As the colossal sword neared the young man, the horned man was horrified to discover that his weapon was slowing, as if ensnared by layers of frost resembling spider webs, preventing it from advancing any further. Simultaneously, the young man's gaze shifted from the map in his hand, slowly turning his head, his deep, dark eyes regarding the horned man with a chilling indifference. Upon locking eyes with the youth, the horned man felt a chill run down his spine. He then witnessed the black-robed youth's hand fly. A series of gasps echoed through the air as countless young men and women gathered around a wooden armchair. There, reclined with one hand grasping a feathered fan and the other slowly swirling, sat an elderly man. The formidable individuals surrounding him could only shake their heads in silent disbelief. Clearing his throat, the old man continued, It is said that the legendary female immortal emperor, perhaps in a bid to express her remorse towards us, left behind all the magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and even celestial treasures belonging to the immortal emperor she had slain. These treasures are concealed within this blood continent, where she has personally established a restriction that opens every 1,000 years. Each time, only 1,000 from the lower realms may enter. Consequently, due to this inheritance, our boundless spirit world has erupted into endless chaos and conflict, all vying for that singular opportunity to enter, until the unparalleled prodigy of the underworld sect ascended to the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Indeed, that individual is none other than Zhang Wuji of the underworld sect. With his strength alone, he vanquished all the emperor-level powerhouses within the boundless spirit world. That era belonged solely to him. He later established rules, compelling all major sect members to swear a toxic oath by their Tao hearts. Anyone entering the blood trial, regardless of wealth or status, must be from the boundless spirit world and be judged solely by talent and strength. If one is not from the boundless spirit world, they must have a sponsor. From that moment on, the blood trial became a grand festivity held every 1,000 years in our boundless spirit world. It attracted countless prodigies from foreign realms, bringing an abundance of cultivation resources to our spirit world. The young men and women surrounding the old man appeared entranced, their spirits having seemingly transported them to that bygone era. Chapter 74. Storytelling Grandfather. What became of Zhang Wuji in the end? He was so formidable that he must have become an immortal emperor. A girl inquired, her face alight with curiosity. The old man conjured a jade water flask from thin air, tilting his head back to drink deeply before laughing heartily and responding, "Of course. our illustrious Zhang Wuji of the underworld sect, who achieved remarkable feats for us, ultimately shattered the heavenly pathway and attained the status of immortal emperor. He broke through the barriers of the realm and ascended to the immortal spirit world. At that moment, a woman of exquisite beauty nearby scoffed, "That was ages ago. What's there to discuss?" Hearing her words, an elderly Taoist with long brows beside her echoed, "Every time the blood trial occurs, this old man tells the same tale. Do you not tire of it?" However, the feathered fan elder paid them no heed. As if they were mere whispers in the wind out of tea this time, Xiaodai stood beside the old man, thoroughly engrossed, her beautiful eyes gazing toward the entrance of the blood trial, pondering if her brother Ji Huang would soon emerge. Jin Sun, not far away, gazed intently at the entrance before turning to a middle-aged man beside him, saying, "The blood trial is nearing its conclusion. The disciples should soon make their exit. Brother Zhang He, who do you think will emerge as the champion this time?" It was said that upon the appearance of the first-place winner, a treasure of no lesser value than an imperial technique would be bestowed as a reward. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man named Zhang He chuckled. "That goes without saying. It must be Ji Huang. I wonder if he will directly break through to the peak of the Dao Saint realm upon his exit. If he does, he will undoubtedly be the most gifted individual since the inception of the blood trial." As their conversation concluded, the restrictions of the blood trial began to dissipate with the passage of time. In mere moments, a radiant beam of light shot forth from within. As the brilliance faded, it revealed Ji Huang, clad in white and exuding an air of elegance. Upon seeing her brother, Xiaodai swiftly dashed forward. Wrapping her arms around his waist, Ji Huang's gaze softened, shimmering like the stars, as he gently tousled her hair with a smile. At that moment, Jin Sun appeared beside them, a grin on his face, exclaiming, "Impressive! You've indeed reached the pinnacle of the Saint realm. Your talent is simply astonishing." Noticing the presence of others, Xiaodai quickly withdrew her embrace from Ji Huang. Her cheeks flushed as she stood awkwardly aside. Ji Huang, in turn, bowed respectfully to Jin Sun, expressing, "I must extend my gratitude to the Emperor for your assistance. Your kindness shall be forever etched in my heart." Jin Sun's smile deepened at his words. "Such gratitude will surely propel you to great heights in the future." At this juncture, Zhang He approached the group, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Truly remarkable. Not only have you reached the pinnacle of the Saint realm, but you have also stabilized your realm so perfectly. Your talent is indeed extraordinary." Ji Huang was well aware that this individual was Zhang He, the current sect master of the underworld sect and a 9-transformation emperor. "Sect master, you are too kind. Your daughter possesses exceptional talent as well. She has already reached the mid-stage of the Saint realm, and her peak is just around the corner." Understanding Ji Huang's intent, Zhang He's gaze toward him held increased respect. As time passed, more and more beams of light surged from the restrictions, revealing Mu Yanting. Upon seeing his beloved disciple, Jin Sun vanished from sight to greet her. "Well done, Ting Er. You have also entered the Saint realm." Mu Yanting beamed at her master's words, eagerly recounting her experiences during the blood trial as she clung to his arm. Once all participants of the blood trial had fully emerged, everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the slowly dissipating restriction. Indeed, the very moment the restriction vanished, a scroll emanating golden lightning surged forth, heading straight for Ji Huang. His eyes alight with joy, Ji Huang reached out to seize it. The jade scroll in his grasp radiated with a yellowish glow, appearing quite extraordinary. The onlookers cast envious glares, filled with jealousy and longing. Just then, Zhang He and his daughter, Zhang Chui'er, approached Ji Huang. Observing the scroll in his hand, Zhang He nodded in appreciation, declaring, "This is an imperial technique, a top-tier one at that." Wait a moment." After confirming something, Zhang He scrutinized the scroll again, his expression turning to one of shock. "This is actually a semi-divine technique." At that moment, Jin Sun arrived with Mu Yanting, and upon hearing Zhang He's words, he too adopted a serious expression, carefully sensing the scroll before advising Ji Huang. "There is indeed a hint of divine energy here, but it is not a true divine technique. Let us consider it a semi-divine technique for now." The surrounding crowd fell silent, thousands of eyes fixated on the scene. Their eyes burned with desire, yearning to snatch the scroll for themselves. Yet, with two peak emperors present, who would dare act recklessly? Humph, two frogs in a well croaking away, unable to discern what kind of technique this is. Just then, a voice, utterly devoid of respect for the two nine-transformation emperors, lazily rang out from the crowd. Chapter 75. Supreme Law. As the voice echoed, a commotion ensued, and Jin Sun and Zhang He turned their icy gazes toward its source. The crowd instinctively parted, revealing the speaker. The old storyteller, half reclined in his chair, his eyes slightly narrowed, leisurely waving a feathered fan. Upon seeing the speaker, Jin Sun let out a cold laugh. How intriguing! If you claim that we are frogs in a well, then it must mean you are from beyond the well. Xiao Ding. Xiao Ding. Many of the younger audience members, hearing this name for the first time, wore expressions of curiosity, while some elder powerhouses explained. Xiao Ding, an old-school five-transformation emperor. Normally, a five-transformation emperor can live no longer than 500,000 years, after which, even with any longevity-enhancing elixirs, their lifespan cannot be extended. Yet, curiously, this man has broken the limits. Living for over 600,000 years, no one knows how he achieved this, and his origins remain shrouded in mystery. Some say he is a transformed celestial herb, thus remaining ageless. Over 100,000 years ago, a seven-transformation emperor, perceiving him as weaker, attempted to capture him to extract the secret of his longevity. However, that seven-transformation emperor mysteriously vanished, and since then, no emperor has dared to bother him. After all, Xiao Ding has a peculiar temperament and does not associate with others. He harbors no conflict with them. His sole passion lies in reading, and it is said that he has perused every type of book throughout the history of the boundless spirit world. Xiao Ding did not spare a glance at Jin Sun and Zhang He, instead gazing into the void and murmuring, "Supreme Law, O Supreme Law, through the ages, yet no one recognizes you." Supreme Law? Jin Sun was taken aback, while Zhang He's expression shifted dramatically. "Are you saying this is the Supreme Law?" "Master, what is the Supreme Law?" Mu Yanting asked curiously, looking at Jin Sun, the celestial sovereign. Just as Jin Sun was about to explain to his beloved disciple, Xiao Ding interjected, "The meaning of the Supreme Law can be summed up in one word: extremity. For instance, the extremity of Thunder Law is also referred to as the Supreme Thunder Law. If this law is cultivated continuously, it will grow infinitely, even surpassing the potential of an immortal emperor's techniques." Upon finishing his words, the feathered fan elder placed one hand behind his back and approached Ji Huang. Gazing at the jade scroll in his hand with admiration, "You truly have stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Just by observing the aura emitted by this golden lightning, as well as its exterior. This is clearly the legendary Huang Shen Thunder, a technique specifically designed to counter malevolent spirits and Yin-based powers." Upon hearing these words, Ji Huang's heart swelled with joy, and the delicate visage of Yi Shaodai blossomed into a smile. After casting a glance around, she pouted slightly and said, "Brother Huang, do put it away quickly. I can see the onlookers are about to pop their eyes out." Xiao Ding chuckled heartily in response. "Little girl, there's no need for alarm. Once the Supreme Law has chosen your beloved, any other touch will merely cause it to vanish." Hearing the elders teasing, Yi Xiaodia's face flushed crimson, and she hastily hid behind Ji Huang. Shooting a glare at the old man in Ji Huang's hand, a flash of light occurred, and the scroll radiating golden lightning disappeared without a trace. He then clasped his fists and bowed to Xiao Ding. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Xiao Ding smiled and nodded, accepting the gratitude with grace. "Now that the blood trial has concluded, I wonder if young friend Ji might grace our sect with his presence?" Zhang He interjected, extending an invitation. Ji Huang returned the gesture, saying, "I sincerely apologize, but my master awaits my return with my junior sister, and I cannot linger here any longer after completing the blood trial." Zhang He sighed, "If that is the case, please convey my regards to your master." With that, Zhang He, accompanied by Zhang Chuier, vanished from sight. As they departed, Zhang Chuier blushed and winked at Ji Huang. Just as Zhang He left, Jin Sun approached Ji Huang, grinning broadly. "Since you must take your leave, I shall not detain you any longer. If you ever wish to visit the boundless spirit realm, know that Jian Guangxing will forever be your home." Ji Huang, in turn, clasped his fists and expressed, "The assistance of the celestial sovereign is something I shall never forget." Jian Sun nodded in satisfaction before disappearing alongside Mu Yanqing. Chapter 76. The Sword Sect as more people gradually departed. Soon the Blood Continent was left with only Ji Huang, Yi Xiaodai, and Xiao Ding. Ji Huang looked at Xiao Ding, a glimmer of light flickering in his gaze as he slowly inquired, "Elder, where do you intend to go? If you do not mind, you may join us in leaving this spirit realm." Xiao Ding, however, merely smiled and replied, "I am but a carefree wanderer, drifting wherever the winds take me. Yet you, young friend, may appear free. But your heart bears shackles." With that, Xiao Ding let out a hearty laugh and vanished into thin air. Yi Xiaodai, bewildered by the old man's words, pouted at the empty space where he had been and then curiously turned to Ji Huang, asking, "Brother Huang, what did that insufferable old man mean just now?" Ji Huang gently caressed Yi Xiaodia's porcelain-like face and smiled tenderly. "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps he meant to say that I am the chosen one, destined to be invincible in this world." This, Yi Xiaodai giggled softly, and with a graceful flick of her delicate hand, a small, exquisite flying sword appeared, radiating a gentle white light. Grasping the sword by its hilt, she pressed it to her forehead, channeling her consciousness into it. With a series of hand gestures, a beam of light shot forth and entered the sword eye. In an instant, the light vanished into the weapon, causing it to rise slowly, its brilliance intensifying, emanating a terrifying pressure. Just as this aura reached its zenith, the sword shot forth into the void, disappearing from sight. With everything done, Yi Xiaodai let out a breath of relief and exclaimed, "All right, soon, our master should come to fetch us." However, upon finishing her sentence, there was no immediate response. Puzzled, Yi Xiaodai turned back to Ji Huang, only to find him gazing into the far-off void, seemingly lost in thought. As he looked at the distant, faintly glowing stars, Ji Huang's heart brimmed with myriad emotions. It had been 20 years since he arrived in this world. Throughout these years, he had never slacked in his efforts to survive. For his journey had commenced at a nightmarish difficulty level. Upon emerging from the mountains, he encountered Ning Lian and her disciple, and inexplicably found himself within the Sword Sect, living this life until now. How wonderful it would be to continue living like this, with a formidable master from the flying immortal star and a childhood sweetheart as a junior sister. Wasn't this the epitome of a winner's life in a novel? Yet, the primal force within me incessantly conveys a signal. That day, when that terrifying elder comes to find me, is not far off. There is no escape. It is my fate, as well as the fate of the primal force within me. Ever since the primal force fused and was forced to self-destruct, we have found ourselves in a dire predicament, merely struggling to survive. During my years in the Sword Sect, I have secretly researched countless records regarding primal powers. However, descriptions of this power seem to have been deliberately erased by some existence. A conspiracy, perhaps spanning countless epochs, may well be entwined with my destiny. Yet, I find myself helpless, merely waiting as the primal power gradually recovers. I have begun to sense its extraordinary nature, akin to a cheat code from a video game in my previous life. Wherever I falter, it directs me. It even possesses the ability to foresee impending dangers long before they arise. However, what does it matter, even with such incredible powers? The primal force grows in tandem with my own cultivation. The stronger I become, the stronger it becomes. If one day I were to reach the pinnacle of the celestial realm, I would have confidence that, even if I were to face that terrifying elder again, I would not flinch. Yet, can I wait for that moment? Will he allow me to grow? The answer is all too evident. Even with the cleverness from my previous life, when confronted with an insurmountable chasm of power disparity, I would merely be a jester. The villains in novels are often portrayed as foolish, but this is a genuine realm of cultivation, where he is a supervillain who has lived for an unfathomable number of years. At this very moment, he has undoubtedly devised a way to negate my foresight and is personally coming to seek me out. Soon, the space around the duo began to tremble violently, and a divine consciousness descended from the heavens, slowly locking onto the two of them. As this terrifying consciousness confirmed their identities, it gradually faded away. Mere moments later, a rift in the void appeared before Ji Huang and Yi Xiaodai, and a graceful figure in white emerged, with a veil partially obscuring her face and eyes as deep as water. Her tall and slender figure adorned in immaculate white garments, she wore a milky white crystal pendant around her snow-white neck. This was none other than the current leader of the sword sect, Ning Lian. Upon her arrival, a joyful cry rang out, "Master!" Yi Xiaodai opened her arms and rushed into Ning Lian's embrace. "Master, I missed you so much." Ning Lian smiled warmly and gently stroked Yi Xiaodai's head. At this moment, Ji Huang, having regained his senses, stepped forward to pay his respects, saying reverently, "I pay my respects to you, Master." Ning Lian's gaze fell upon Ji Huang, and she nodded slightly, her voice flowing like celestial music from behind her veil. "Indeed, you have reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Your gains from this journey have been substantial." Ji Huang merely smiled modestly. "It is merely a stroke of good fortune. Let us depart. This is not a place for idle chatter. We can discuss matters back at the sect," Ning Lian stated calmly. With a wave of her delicate hand, a radiant light enveloped Ji Huang and Yi Xiaodai, shielding them as the three of them stepped into the void rift, vanishing from sight. Shortly after their disappearance, Xiao Ding's aged figure materialized in the space they had just vacated. Gazing at the void where the trio had vanished, a tempest of resentment erupted in his eyes. "I never imagined it would be the sword sect's people," he exclaimed through gritted teeth. In the upper echelons of the boundless spirit realm, the magnificent sword sect stood tall, its grandeur reaching for the heavens. Surrounded by towering sword pavilions, each exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. The center of the sect's plaza stood an enormous statue of a woman in green, poised with a sword held aloft. Gazing skyward, lifelike in its details, the plaza buzzed with activity as sword sect disciples, clad in resplendent robes, either engaged in discussions about cultivation or sat cross-legged in meditation. Suspended above the sect were 9 colossal cloud platforms, each radiating a pure white light that enveloped the entire sword sect. Each platform was guarded by a supreme elder of the sect. High above, a mountain shaped like a giant sword loomed, slowly drifting in the sky. This mountain served as the resting place for the sword sect's ancestors and several elders, with only a few pavilions scattered across its surface. From deep within the mountain, a weathered voice resonated. "If Ji Huang truly reaches the pinnacle of the sacred realm this time, then I shall grant your wish. Very well. If he does not attain that level, then I shall no longer intervene. You may proceed as you wish." A woman's ethereal voice lingered, as if in response to that aged voice. The once serene hall was suddenly disrupted by the tremors of a rift in space. And soon after, the figures of Ning Lian and her companions materialized within the attic hall. Chapter 77. The Extreme Battlefield. Just as the three appeared, a powerful consciousness swept in from the depths of the valley. Upon discerning their identities, this formidable presence gradually faded away. Ning Lian turned her enchanting gaze towards Ji Huang, her melodious voice resonating in the air. "Ji Huang, now that you have reached the pinnacle of the sacred realm, there are certain matters that I must disclose to you." Yi Xiaodai's curious eyes widened as she looked at her master. Ignoring Yi Xiaodai, Ning Lian continued, "Our sword sect's ancestor, the Azure Lotus, instructed me after your participation in the blood trial. If you emerged with your realm at the peak of the sacred realm, you would be appointed as the holy son of the sword sect. You shall reside atop Sword Mountain to diligently refine your swordsmanship, no longer needing to attend the sect." Both Ji Huang and Yi Xiaodai were taken aback, the title of Holy Son signifying that the ancestor regarded Ji Huang as a candidate for the next generation's leader. Ning Lian's voice persisted. "Moreover, since you have attained the pinnacle of the sacred realm, it is time for you to participate in the extreme battlefield. Only there can you encounter opponents of your caliber. Neither the current sword sect nor the other sects within Fei Xian Star can boast anyone who poses a challenge to you at your level. That realm belongs solely to you. A vast expanse where you can find worthy adversaries. Extreme battlefield?" Yi Xiaodai inquired, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at her master. Sighing, Ning Lian explained, "It is evident you have been too playful to know this. The extreme battlefield is a dual arena held within the infinite heavens for nearly 1,000 years. The Elder of Infinity, an immortal emperor of the sixth transformation, has reached a mastery of spatial origins that allows him to traverse dimensions with ease. Thus, he carved out a small world using his source power and personally crafted a spatial teleportation array to connect them, recording the methods in jade slips which were scattered across various spiritual realms. As time passed, more spiritual realms became aware of this place, leading to an increasing number of participants in the extreme battlefield. It was discovered that any peak practitioners, regardless of their lineage, could enter that small world through the array to partake in the extreme battlefield. Participants would have 3 days free from the realm's rules, after which they would be forcibly teleported back to their original locations. Every undefeated contender in the arena would be referred to as the Extreme. Immortalized on the ranking monument of the extreme battlefield, their names echoing throughout the realms. Furthermore, the extreme battlefield has become a focal point for the most formidable beings across the realms, who spare no expense in offering generous rewards to cultivate gifted talents and refine their juniors. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaodai gasped in excitement, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Ji Huang, exclaiming, "Brother Huang, you should definitely participate. You are bound to be the best in the sacred realm." Ji Huang, however, could only manage a bitter smile. He was hardly inclined to join such a competition. If Ning Lian's assertions held true, it would be akin to boldly beckoning that terrifying elder, "Hey, here I am. Come and kill me." Seeing Ji Huang's apparent disinterest, Ning Lian felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't every prodigy eager for fame? Why did Ji Huang seem so indifferent? Given his talent and strength, securing the title of the best in the sacred realm seemed nearly assured. Eventually, Ning Lian inquired, "What troubles you? You appear uninterested in the extreme battlefield." Ji Huang felt compelled to respond to his master, "Master, my circumstances are rather unique. Currently, my enemies are pursuing me relentlessly across the world, making it ill-advised for me to expose myself." Ning Lian had previously investigated Ji Huang's background, but ceased when the Azure Lotus Ancestor informed her that he was an old acquaintance. As for Ji Huang's claims of a familial vendetta, Ning Lian dismissed them casually. It was well known that the Sword Sect's ancestor, her own master, the Azure Lotus Sword Immortal, was a pinnacle immortal emperor of the sixth transformation, who wielded the sword with unparalleled mastery. Even against a legendary immortal emperor at the onset of the seventh transformation, she would still possess the strength to contend. With this thought, Ning Lian replied to Ji Huang with a hint of pride in her tone. "Our ancestor is on the verge of emerging from seclusion. Even if your enemy is a sixth transformation immortal emperor, our sword sect harbors no fear." Ji Huang chuckled dryly, inwardly scoffing. "I have no idea what realm that terrifying old man is at, but it certainly surpasses just being a sixth transformation immortal emperor. I fear that before him, a sixth transformation immortal emperor would be no different than an ant in my presence." Just then, a consciousness silently reached Ning Lian's ear, causing her beautiful eyes to widen in astonishment. She then looked at Ji Huang and softly said, "The Azure Lotus Ancestor wishes to see you personally." Ji Huang was taken aback. He had been at the Sword Sect for over a decade, having only been scrutinized by the Azure Lotus when he first arrived and again just before breaking through to the sacred realm when he sought her to release her aura for him to experience the pressure of an immortal emperor. Ning Lian seemed unwilling to elaborate further, casting him a deep glance before vanishing with Yi Xiaodai. Witnessing the two beauties depart without a word, Ji Huang sighed. What is destined cannot be avoided. He then transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the secluded abode of the Azure Lotus Immortal Emperor. Chapter 78. Rising from Despair. Sword Mountain loomed like a majestic peak, resembling a rainbow. As Ji Huang soared through the air, he marveled at the profound strength and heritage of the Sword Sect, realizing that such a naturally formed platform, embodying the principles of swordsmanship, was the result of generations of top-tier talents nurturing it day and night. Soon, Ji Huang arrived at the secluded dwelling of the Azure Lotus Immortal Emperor, which appeared to be an exceedingly unremarkable ancient cave. The stone tablet beside the cave bore two inscrutable characters, inaccessible. Upon his arrival, Ji Huang respectfully bowed towards the ancient cave, announcing, "Disciple Ji Huang pays respects to the ancestor." "Come in," a celestial voice echoed from within the cave. Ji Huang was momentarily taken aback. Although he had heard rumors about the sword sex ancestor being a woman, hearing it firsthand was still surprising. He stepped inside the cave. Once inside, he surveyed the surroundings and discovered that the cave held a hidden paradise. Large pearls, akin to watermelons, adorned the stone walls, illuminating the entire passage as brightly as day. Continuing forward, the passage widened until he reached a breathtaking scene, shrouded in white mist, where rare immortal herbs, spiritual grasses, and even some spirit beasts frolicked. The cave's depths lay a large pond, where countless radiant lotus flowers bloomed, and golden koi swam gracefully beneath the surface. Beside the pond stood a quaint wooden house, tranquil and serene. Ji Huang gazed in awe at the idyllic scene before him. Every flower, every fish in the pond was beyond the reach of mere third-realm cultivators in the outside world. Just then, the wooden house slowly opened, and a figure clad in azure emerged, coming into Ji Huang's view. The woman's features were veiled in a mist that obscured her face, her tall stature and flowing dress exuding an ethereal grace. Distinctly different from any woman Ji Huang had encountered. The first impression the Azure Lotus Immortal Emperor left him with was not one of beauty, but a sense of otherworldliness. The azure-clad woman beckoned Ji Huang closer, and in an instant, he found himself standing beside her. With a soft wave of her delicate hand, a stone table and 2 stone chairs materialized beside him, inviting him to sit. Once Ji Huang was seated, the azure-clad woman began to speak, her voice resonating like an ethereal melody that reached deep into his soul. "Tio, what stage have you cultivated the heavenly destruction 9 swords?" "Master," Ji Huang replied, "I have currently cultivated it to the 5th sword." The azure-clad woman seemed somewhat surprised. "Your talent surpasses my expectations. To have cultivated the heavenly destruction to the 5th sword at the sacred realm is indeed remarkable." Ji Huang chuckled inwardly, thinking, "If only you knew I had already reached the 9th sword and was currently delving into the 10th, you would likely be astounded." The woman continued, "In that case, you must participate in the extreme battlefield. If you wish to be truly invincible across the realms, you must dominate them all. Your father, Ji Tian, was genuinely undefeated at every realm, ultimately breaking free from constraints to become the only celestial emperor in billions of years." At those words, Ji Huang's heart trembled, and he sprang from his seat, his entire being tense, as a shadow passed through his star-like gaze, his eyes fixed intently on the azure-clad woman. Noticing Ji Huang's wary demeanor, the azure-clad woman remained unfazed, continuing calmly, "You need not worry. If I harbored ill intentions towards you, I would have acted during your childhood. Why wait until now? This place is where I retreat for my cultivation. A secluded realm I have carved out for myself. Our conversation here will remain undetected by any outside presence." The woman in blue then turned her gaze towards the still tense Ji Huang. And after a moment of silence, her voice resonated once more. "Ji Tian was my only close friend in those years gone by. In our youth, we traveled together through the myriad spirit realms. Though we were both sword cultivators, his prowess far surpassed mine." After articulating this, the woman seemed to drift into memories, falling silent. Upon hearing this, Ji Huang felt a sudden relief within. It turned out that this was merely his father's lover. He had never imagined that his seemingly virtuous father, the Heavenly Emperor, had captured the hearts of many women in his youth. Ji Huang then regarded the woman in blue with a somewhat peculiar tone and inquired, "Since you are aware of my identity, why do you still wish for me to participate in the extreme realm trial? That terrifying elder is frantically searching for me across the myriad realms." The woman sighed at his words, her tone becoming more intimate following the revelation of his identity. She rose and slowly approached the pond, watching the swirling dragon carps before she spoke again. "Precisely because he is searching for you. Your time is limited. The immediate priority is for you to undergo the extreme realm trial and forge your invincible heart. Only then can you tread the true path of invincibility. Let me recount your father's tale. In our era, there was no platform like the extreme realm battlefield, so the prodigies of our generation entered the ancient path of pursuing immortality. This path was merely a gradual ascent from the lower spirit realms to the upper spirit realms. Ji Tian, in those days, relied solely on his own hands and a sword, slaying his way up from the lower realms to the peak of the immortal spirit realm. ultimately achieving the status of immortal emperor. He was considered the least gifted among the top 100 of our generation, yet he emerged as the strongest, also the youngest immortal emperor in history. However, his lack of innate talent destined him never to become the heavenly emperor. Everyone unanimously believed he would struggle to even reach the third transformation of immortal emperor. Yet Tian was unlike anyone else. After becoming an immortal emperor, he vanished for an extended period. When he reappeared, he had already reached the seventh transformation of immortal emperor. His return astounded many, and everyone believed he might succeed in ascending to that realm. However, Tian remained stagnant at the seventh transformation. Unable to progress further, as time passed, people's attention gradually shifted away from him. Until one day, after countless years of silence, Tian broke through directly from the seventh transformation to become the heavenly emperor. Even from this place, I felt the overwhelming pressure of his heavenly emperor presence. Yet when I attempted to follow him into the darkness with my sword, he confined me here in that moment. I finally understood that his journey was destined for death. Like Tian, facing the darkness above, was he not in a dire situation? Why, under such pressure, did he still seek to carve out a unique path of invincibility? After all that has been said, I merely wish to impart this. A dire situation is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is to be in a dire situation and have one's heart extinguished. As for evasion, it only leads to one inevitable conclusion. Upon hearing this, Ji Huang instantly grasped the meaning behind the woman's words. Evading would only invite death. Only by rising amidst adversity could one truly carve out a path to survival. Chapter 79. The Demon Forest Rising from Adversity. Indeed, this notion aptly describes your current predicament. The woman in blue slowly rose and walked to the pond, her gaze penetrating as she observed the dragon carps gliding gracefully through the water. Before she spoke softly, "Thus, you must participate in the extreme realm battlefield. This is your fastest path to growth. Only by defeating all opponents can you hope to forge a path of invincibility that is uniquely yours, rather than merely following in others' footsteps. Return now and prepare. In 5 days, we shall convene here to enter the extreme realm battlefield, and I shall personally safeguard you, concealing your aura and whereabouts." Ji Huang pondered for a moment, then rose, clasped his fists, and bowed slightly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the cave entrance. Gazing at the stone cave's opening, he sighed inwardly before transforming into a streak of light and departing. Not long after Ji Huang's departure, a tall elder gradually appeared beside the woman in blue. Clad in a voluminous robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, the elder stood nearly 2 meters tall. Exuding an imposing aura akin to a sheathed sword, quietly standing beside the immortal Emperor Qinglian. The elder observed the countless dragon carps in the pond, casually waving his hand, causing a cascade of radiant light to fall into the water. Plop, plop. The sounds of splashing echoed as the dragon carps leaped eagerly to feast. Witnessing this scene, the elder's hoarse voice echoed softly, "Sometimes, we are no different from these dragon carps, merely fodder raised by others." With that, he flicked his finger like a sword, sending a beam of light into the water, where the surface churned and ensnared a massive dragon carp, its body radiating golden light, which he tossed effortlessly into a nearby herb garden. No sooner had the dragon carp landed in the garden than it began to thrash about, emanating brilliance, as if seeking to dart back to the pond. However, just then, a figure more swift than the dragon carp leaped forth, instantly swallowing it whole. This was a rabbit with fur as white as snow, yet its belly bore a faint, ghostly visage. After consuming the dragon carp, the white, ghostly rabbit patted its belly, then hopped back into the herb garden, disappearing from sight. The woman in blue paid no heed to this, her gaze fixed upon the pond in silence. The elder sighed, "Junior sister, why are you unable to let go? How many years have passed, and everyone has grown accustomed to numbness. If we cannot change it, then we should live well while we can. Your actions will eventually drag the entire sword sect into the abyss." The woman in blue slightly turned to regard the elder brother. "Your words are mistaken. If everyone is willing to be treated as fish and meat, then why have countless prodigies risen up against it over endless epochs? In the myriad realms, whenever someone breaks through to the 8th transformation of a mortal emperor, that person is sensed, prompting either direct pursuit or the dispatch of clan members to eliminate them, or even to use blood sacrifices as nourishment. Such actions treat the beings of the myriad realms as mere livestock, devouring and slaughtering at will. Countless prodigies have perished at their hands over countless epochs. What do we cultivators ultimately seek to attain through a lifetime of practice? What do we contest against heaven and earth for? Is it merely to present our flesh and blood as delectable offerings? If one knows from the outset that they are but meat, and still refuse to resist, then I would rather never have cultivated at all, living as an ordinary person through countless lifetimes. The elder, realizing he could not sway his junior sister, let out a deep sigh. If that is the case, so be it. That Ji Huang, as the last remaining bloodline of the Ji clan, must surely harbor great secrets. Should he fail in the extreme realm battlefield, then everything he possesses will belong to the sword sect. I hope you will not forget this when the time comes. With that, the elder vanished like a wisp of breeze, leaving the woman in blue alone. Will he lose? No, you cannot. If you lose, then there will be no chance for a return. In the lower-grade immortal spirit realm, the five-element star.to travel from the eastern continent to the northern continent via the crossland teleportation array. One must reach Qianfeng City. However, to get to Qianfeng City, one must traverse the Demon Forest. The Demon Forest is not only filled with towering ancient trees, but it is also perpetually shrouded in mist, inhabited by powerful demonic beasts that lie in wait to ambush passing cultivators. The skies above are even more terrifying, as it is said there resides a demon king within the boundless sea of clouds. Thus, cultivators wishing to reach Qianfeng City often travel in groups through the Demon Forest. So, fellow cultivator and this fairy, would you care to join our party? In a sparsely populated clearing not far from the entrance to the Demon Forest, a man clad in yellow sect attire, holding a folding fan and with an astute appearance, extended a warm invitation to Yi Wukong and Hua Yaoyao. Hua Yaoyao furrowed her brow, glancing at the man's companions, a portly fellow, a brooding man, and a provocatively dressed woman, before declining, "Forget it. The two of us can manage to traverse the Demon Forest." Upon hearing this, a flicker of malice flashed deep in the man's eyes, but he maintained a smiling facade. "Miss, you are mistaken. You should know." Before he could finish, Yi Wukong's icy voice cut through, "Scram!" The man trembled at the response and, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Since you two are unwilling to travel with us, then let us part ways here." Subsequently, the man and his companions took their leave. Not long after the man departed, the portly companion licked his lips and remarked, "Bro, I can tell that the red-haired girl is not of the human race. She should be quite delectable, heh." The man in the folding fan, upon hearing this, smacked the portly fellow's large head, exclaiming in irritation, "All you think about is food. We haven't had a successful venture in days. She must have been scared off by you. Otherwise, how could I, your dashing brother, have failed to charm her?" The rotund figure, upon hearing the words, rubbed his fingers together, his eyes rolling back as if he were contemplating the meaning behind his brother's remarks. The man with the folding fan glanced at his sibling, then shifted his gaze to the silent, brooding man and the young woman beside him. Letting out a heavy sigh, he subsequently stowed the two of them into his storage pouch and slowly departed with his plump brother. Chapter 80. The Reaper. As they stepped into the entrance of the Demon Forest, the sight of the vast ancient trees, stretching endlessly like a desolate sea, caused the fire demoness, belonging to the aquatic tribe, to feel a chill of trepidation within her heart. At that moment, Yi Wukong was the first to transform into a streak of light, dashing into the depths of the forest. The fire demoness, seeing this, hastily followed, flying behind him while casting her gaze about nervously. Before her, the dense canopy shielded the sun, the towering trees soaring over 1,000 meters high. Sunlight could only filter through sparse gaps, casting a dim glow on the forest floor, where an ancient and mysterious aura lingered. Massive vines hung from the trunks, twisting and intertwining, moving as if they were alive. In the depths, a heavy breathing sound and distant roars echoed ominously. Being a member of the aquatic tribe, the fire demoness found the forest's ambience profoundly unsettling. Her delicate form tensed, fearful that a terrifying beast might suddenly leap out from the shadows. Glaring at Yu Yukong, who seemed utterly indifferent to her fears, the fire demoness felt a surge of annoyance. Humph! Acting like a block of ice, no girl will ever take a liking to you. Just as the two entered the forest, Yu Yukong sensed a wave of consciousness emanating from the depths, as if it were gauging their presence, before it gradually faded away. However, Yu Yukong paid it no mind and continued his swift flight. Before long, they had traversed half a day, during which they encountered no beasts, bringing some relief to the fire demoness. Yet, just as she began to relax, a flash of green light appeared above her, hurtling towards her neck like an arrow. This startled the fire demoness. Nevertheless, she was at the peak of the sacred realm and quickly regained her composure. When she focused her gaze, she realized it was a small snake, no thicker than a finger, its mouth slightly agape, revealing sharp fangs, speeding towards her. With a cold huff, the fire demoness raised her elegant hand, a red glow flashing in her palm, and instantly launched a fireball towards the approaching serpent. Boom! The fireball engulfed the snake, and horrified shrieks and the crackling of burning flesh filled the air, soon followed by the aroma of charred meat. The fire demoness smirked at the sight. How dare such a tiny worm frighten this princess? A deathly sin indeed. Just as she reveled in her triumph, Yu Yukong ahead came to an abrupt halt. The fire demoness, lost in her self-congratulation, nearly collided with his back and quickly halted, casting a puzzled glance at him. Yu Yukong stood there, hands clasped behind him, his deep, dark eyes calmly observing the shadows ahead, and he spoke in a tranquil tone. Come forth. Moments later, a lazy voice echoed through the silent forest. TSK, TSK, impressive, impressive. To think we could be discovered despite our concealment. I did not expect a fellow cultivator of the sacred realm to possess such formidable spiritual perception. Emerging from the shadows were the two individuals who had previously invited them to form a team, the man with the folding fan. With a sinister smile, the man remarked, based on your demeanor and attire, you seem to have quite the background. How about this? My brother and I are not indiscriminate killers. Leave behind your storage pouch and the red-haired girl with two small horns, and you may depart unscathed. Upon hearing this, the fire demoness' beautiful face instantly darkened, frost settling upon it as she mockingly retorted, You think you can intimidate me with just a high-level sacred realm practitioner and a mid-level one? What gives you such confidence? The man with the folding fan merely smiled in response, his confidence unwavering. With a flick of his wrist, the folding fan vanished, replaced by a bone flute in his grasp. The fire demoness' pupils contracted, her expression finally shifting. The aura of that flute. You understand the art of beast taming. Chuckling, the man with the folding fan said, Now do you see why I am so confident? He then brought the flute to his lips and began to play, the piercing sound rippling through the air like waves. Realizing the danger, the fire demoness' heart raced. She knew she could not afford to give a beast tamer the chance to summon a horde of beasts. Especially in the demon forest, a veritable battleground tailored for beast tamers. With a fiery determination igniting in her eyes, she crossed her arms and summoned a fire ring that began to swirl above her head, the waves of energy causing the air to tremble violently. Go, she commanded, and with a swift motion of her hand, a fire serpent erupted from the ring, its mouth agape, ready to strike at the man with the folding fan, who was still playing the flute. However, the plump figure swiftly interposed himself like a mountain of flesh, gazing hungrily at the airborne fire demoness. Seeing this, the fire demoness felt a wave of dread wash over her. Gritting her teeth, she intensified her energy, causing the fire serpent to swell in size, roaring as it surged towards the plump figure. The attack was overwhelming, akin to a meteor from the heavens, engulfing both men in its fiery embrace. A resounding boom echoed as the serpent collided with the plump figure, thick smoke billowing forth, scattering fiery embers in all directions. As the smoke began to dissipate, the fire demoness was astonished to see that while the plump figure was injured, he had not perished. He coughed up blood and managed a silly grin, revealing his large, yellowed teeth. Just as she prepared to unleash another attack, she was startled by the sound of countless beastly footsteps approaching from all directions. The fire demoness expression changed as she realized that the beast tamer had successfully summoned the beasts of this region. With their current cultivation levels, they would surely be embroiled in a fierce battle if overwhelmed by the beasts. Just as she contemplated warning Yu Yukong of the impending danger, she noticed that he, with his back turned to her, was suddenly cloaked in a swirling black robe, moving as if unfazed by the chaos around him. In that instant, an unparalleled pressure of the soul emanated from him, enveloping the area. Upon feeling this overwhelming force, a wave of primal fear surged from the depths of the fire demoness heart, causing her body to tremble involuntarily, as if she were facing a natural enemy. When her trembling gaze fell upon the once confident man with the folding fan and the plump figure, she was taken aback to see both of them quaking in fear, their faces pale as they looked up at the man who seemed to cast a deathly shadow upon them. Even the beasts drawn to the presence of the beast tamer stood frozen, their footsteps coming to an abrupt halt. Chapter 81. Unintentional in the forest, countless eyes converged upon the man who loomed like a reaper in the skies. The tremors of the surrounding beasts' breaths echoed like raindrops throughout this space. Why Iwikung emotionless. Obsidian eyes regarded his slowly rising right hand, fingers splayed wide. Then, those fingers began to close together. A voice as cold as the depths of the abyss resonating. Extinguish the heart eye. In that moment, an overwhelming aura of death blanketed the area. The man with the folding fan finally reacted, his despairing cries piercing the air. No, Senior, spare me this time. The previously wild plump figure was now in tears, his entire body quaking. A large damp patch forming beneath him. Bang! A gaping hole the size of a head suddenly erupted from the man with the folding fan's chest, as if he had exploded from within. Following that, the plump figure similarly burst open at the chest, resulting in a grotesque display as his head exploded, followed by his limbs. The fire demoness watched in horror as the forest around them erupted in a cacophony of blood and flesh, resembling a grotesque fireworks display of carnage. In mere moments, this area was engulfed by an overwhelming stench of blood. The fire demoness gazed in terror at the figure cloaked in black, who appeared unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Just then, Yu Yukong turned his gaze towards her, his eyes dark and profound. Upon meeting his gaze, the fire demoness shuddered, forcing a smile onto her lovely face. Impressive, truly impressive. She then raised her delicate hand, glistening like jade, giving him a thumbs dash up. Yu Yukong shot her a glance, and as he withdrew his oppressive aura, a mist of ice enveloped him, and with a wave of his hand, numerous strands of icy silk shot forth from his palm, hurtling towards the nearby trees. Before long, a massive, snow-white eagle, trembling and measuring 10 meters in length, was ensnared in the icy strands and brought before Yu Yukong and the fire demoness. The eagle's stunning white plumage glimmered, its powerful talons emanating a faint glow, as if it could effortlessly cleave stone with a mere swipe. The fire demoness' eyes sparkled with curiosity upon seeing such a magnificent creature, and she approached it, examining the snow-white eagle closely. To her surprise, the once piercing gaze of the eagle was now filled with tears, looking up at Yu Yukong with a pleading expression. Its beak parted slightly, as if attempting to speak. With a wave of his hand, Yu Yukong dispelled the cold mist and retrieved the icy strands. However, at this moment, the liberated white eagle dared not move a muscle, terrified that this fearsome human might strike it down as he had just done to the beast beside it. As a high-ranking demon beast of the enchanted forest, the white eagle was not drawn to the beast-taming man, but had merely been curious upon seeing a large gathering of beasts below while soaring through the skies. Little did it anticipate that before it could fully descend, those creatures around it would explode into chaos, scattering like fruits from a burst tree, sending it into a panic. Just as it contemplated fleeing desperately, countless strands of ice shot toward it from the distance. Once the ice strands were withdrawn, Yu Yukong's figure flickered and landed squarely on the back of the white eagle, slowly uttering, "Take us out of the enchanted forest, and then we shall grant you your freedom." The fiery demoness gently caressed the eagle's large head, offering comforting words. "Fear not, little Bai. Though he is ruthless and cold-hearted, he is a man of his word." If you take us out of the enchanted forest, we shall grant you your freedom. The white eagle, bewildered, gazed at the fiery demoness. Little by, where is the smallness in me? Soon after, it seemed to sense the increasingly frigid gaze of the man atop it. Causing it to tremble slightly, resigned, it let out a deep sigh, standing tall and spreading its enormous snow-white wings, rendering its already imposing figure even more majestic. The fiery demoness' eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Little Bai, you truly are magnificent." The white eagle, upon hearing this, cast a proud glance at her, as if to say, "Of course." With a giggle, the fiery demoness swiftly joined Yu Yukong's side. Once both were aboard, the white eagle flapped its colossal wings, unleashing a tempest that shattered the surrounding trees. Its grand form shot upward like a bolt of white lightning, carrying the two passengers skyward. Chapter 82. Sea of Clouds with a Thunderous Roar. The white eagle ascended with great vigor, however. Upon reaching a certain altitude above the towering ancient trees, it hesitated to soar higher, instead carrying its passengers at an awkward altitude. The fiery demoness, her large eyes surveying the surroundings, curiously inquired, "Little Bai, why do you not fly higher? Your beautiful feathers are getting caught in the branches." Upon hearing the girl's words, the white eagle slowly turned its keen eyes, gazing solemnly at the surroundings before opening its beak to screech. The fiery demoness gasped, "Little Bai, are you serious?" The white eagle nodded its massive head in affirmation. Yu Yukong cast a peculiar look at the red-haired girl, prompting her to explain with a smile. "Do not forget, I am of the Sea Clan. I can naturally understand the language of demon beasts in the past." Before she could continue, Yu Yukong interrupted her with a cold query, "What did it just say?" The fiery demoness, slightly displeased at being interrupted, was about to complain, but upon meeting Yu Yukong's icy gaze, she fell silent. Instead, she translated for him. "Little Bai said the sky is occupied by a demon beast known as the Sky King, and without its permission, no flying demon beast from the enchanted forest can enter the sky." The white eagle continued to screech. The fiery demoness, her eyes widening in realization, nodded. "So that is the case. Little Bai, you are truly remarkable." The white eagle's eyes gleamed with pride as it emitted two puffs of white smoke from its nostrils. The fiery demoness turned to Yu Yukong to explain. "Little Bai says it can fly here due to its close relationship with the Sky King. Other flying demon beasts can only soar within the forest." Yu Yukong, unimpressed, coldly commanded, "Ascend." The white eagle trembled, opening its beak to protest. The fiery demoness, her expression grave, looked at Yu Yukong and explained, "Little Bai says the Sky King is extraordinarily powerful and has a fiery temper. Even though it has a connection, it would be killed if it dares to fly too high." Upon hearing this, Yu Yukong's gaze grew colder. "Very well, if that is the only height you can manage, then there is no need to keep you." With that, Yu Yukong slowly raised his pristine hand, and upon witnessing the movement of the man on its back, the white eagle shuddered, its feathers standing on end. Its wide eyes turned to the fiery demoness, and in a flurry of panic, it began to frantically screech, seemingly trying to convey something to her. The fiery demoness, sensing its distress, felt conflicted. The white eagle wished for her to persuade Yu Yukong. However, she was acutely aware that persuading him was utterly impossible. If she angered this man, he might even kill her without a second thought. Realizing this, she began to counsel the white eagle instead. "Little Bai, this man is cold-blooded and ruthless. We must not offend him. Just listen to him for now. Perhaps we will be fortunate enough to avoid the Sky King." Upon hearing these words, the white eagle's expression was troubled. Its large eyes darted back and forth, seeming to consider that descending now would surely lead to its demise. It might as well take a chance and fly higher. Perhaps, as the fiery demoness suggested, they might indeed be lucky enough to evade the Sky King. With newfound determination, the white eagle tightened its beak, its gaze resolute, and soared once more towards the heavens, now charging boldly into the clouds. As it ascended to the cloud's edge, the forest beneath appeared like a verdant ocean. The fiery demoness was mesmerized, seeing the enchanted forest from this angle for the first time. "How beautiful! It resembles a green sea." In contrast to the ease of the two passengers, the White Eagle, straining with all its might, appeared anxious, its massive head swiveling as it scanned for any potential threats. Soon, the White Eagle plunged headlong into the boundless sea of clouds, engulfing them in a shroud of white mist. Only the White Eagle, having lived here for generations, could instinctively discern the direction. As they entered the cloud sea, Yu Kong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, sensing a gaze seemingly scrutinizing them from the depths of the clouds. The White Eagle and fiery Demonis appeared oblivious to any anomaly, with the former feeling a surge of optimism, believing that as long as they passed through this cloud sea, they would be safe. However, at that moment, the White Eagle, as if sensing a formidable foe, felt its feathers bristle and abruptly halted its advance. Fixating its giant eyes on the cloud sea ahead, its beak slightly agape, panting heavily. The fiery Demonis sensed the unease as well, as if a colossal entity was watching them intently. Yu Kong simply regarded the cloud sea with an icy demeanor. As the clouds churned and billowed, revealing the scene within, the fiery Demonis' eyes widened, her delicate hand covering her rosy mouth, desperately suppressing a scream. Before them slowly emerged a giant eye, the size of a small mountain. The serpentine-shaped eye exuded an overwhelming sense of dread and terror, its vertical pupil fixated unwaveringly upon them, instilling sheer horror. At that moment, the White Eagle trembled violently, its wings flapping frantically, its beak wide open, seemingly attempting to explain something to the giant eye. In a moment of sheer terror, the fiery Demonis, still trembling, translated for Yu Kong. It little by says, "We stumbled here by accident and intruded upon your rest. Please forgive us." The mountain-like giant eye blinked slowly, its vertical pupil narrowing as it scrutinized the three minuscule beings before it. Then, a voice, vast and booming like thunder, reverberated through the skies. "White Eagle, I have some connection with your deceased ancestor, the Sky Eagle. This time, I shall spare you." Upon hearing this, Little Bai rejoiced, eager to prostrate in gratitude. But the terrifying voice continued, "However, you have breached my rules by flying into the heavens without permission. Thus, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. You shall leave behind those wings and live peacefully in the enchanted forest." Little Bai's heart sank, as a proud member of the Sky Eagle clan. Losing its wings would be akin to death. Just as the White Eagle opened its beak to protest, it sensed an unparalleled aura descending from above. The attack arrived with astonishing speed, leaving Little Bai no time to react. With a thunderous crash, an ice wall materialized above its head, intercepting the attack. The wall of ice was struck by the descending spiritual light, producing a series of terrifying booms. Observing its strike thwarted, the giant eye narrowed slightly, its elongated pupil shifting to the figure in black robes standing in the void, who had just conjured the ice wall. Chapter 83. Injured above the enchanted forest. Within the sea of clouds, the atmosphere was thick with tension and unease. The fiery Demonis gripped her fiery red circular ring tightly, while the White Eagle took the opportunity to hide behind Yu Kong. Trembling in fear, seeing its attack thwarted, the giant eye fixated on Yu Kong, and the terrifying voice reverberated across the cloud sea. "Human, you possess great audacity. How do you wish to die?" Yu Kong's dark, profound gaze met the giant eyes, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips as he replied, "How do you propose I meet my end?" With that, Yu Kong raised his right hand and thrust it forward. His robes billowed without wind, and a bone-chilling cold emanated from him, exploding outward from beneath his feet. The fire spirit, shivering under the cold wind's sweep, had no choice but to summon her life-bound artifact. The flame bracelet, which circled above her head, emitting fiery glimmers to fend off the biting chill. The once pristine white feathers of the White Eagle quickly became encrusted with frost in such a short span of time. Trembling, it moved closer to the fire spirit, seeking warmth from the flames of her artifact. The fire spirit soon realized that the ice-based techniques of Yu Kong appeared even more frigid than when she first encountered him. Her own fire techniques seemed to have little effect against this overwhelming cold. However, as her gaze swept around her, she was astounded to discover that the enormous eye nearby had frozen solid. Resembling an iceberg, the once gently flowing sea of clouds had crystallized into towering ice walls. It dawned on the fire spirit that Yu Yukong had deliberately avoided her and the white eagle while unleashing his powers. Otherwise, given their cultivation levels, they would have surely been turned to ice statues at the first instance. What level of technique is this? It is utterly terrifying, she marveled inwardly. The white eagle, trembling, turned to the fire spirit and asked, "Have we won? Your human companion is truly formidable. Even the renowned king of the skies is no match for him." Upon hearing the eagle's words, the fire spirit directed her gaze toward the now frozen massive eye and then to the still motionless Yu Yukong. Her expression growing grave as she replied, "It should not be over yet," and no sooner had she spoken, when a green light flickered within the frozen eye, followed by a tremor that shook the entire icy expanse. The sound of shattering ice echoed. The vertical pupil within the massive eye fixed its gaze on Yu Yukong, and a voice imbued with intense murderous intent resonated across the sky. "Human, you are impressive. As an ant of the sacred realm, you possess such powerful ice-based divine abilities. Prepare to face my wrath." With the utterance of those words, the entire sea of clouds began to convulse violently. All the ice walls at that moment exploded into fragments. As the sea of clouds slowly dissipated, the true form of the owner of the massive eye was fully revealed to the onlookers. The fire spirit and the white eagle gazed in shock at the creature before them, their mouths agape and their eyes reflecting disbelief. What lay before them was a colossal python, measuring tens of thousands of meters in length, its jet-black body gleaming as if clad in armor. Its sinuous form coiled around them like a prison, and its head, resembling a towering mountain, bore sharp angles, with what appeared to be a single horn on one side. The giant serpent's head slowly turned to face them, its eyes radiating a chilling light, fixating on the diminutive figure of the black-robed man hovering in the air like an insignificant insect. The gigantic serpent slowly opened its blood-soaked maw, and an overwhelming stench of blood wafted through the air, enveloping the sky. The serpent's voice echoed, "Human, you are strong. Given time to mature, your future could be boundless." Yet, alas, before the serpent could finish its thought, the black-robed man's hand glowed, revealing an ancient, obsidian-long knife. The moment the serpent laid eyes on the knife, its pupils constricted sharply, revealing a glimmer of greed. "What a fine blade! If you were to offer it to me, I would graciously forgive you this act of disrespect." Yu Yukong, holding the long knife, responded with a tone of disdain. "A mere piece of trash from the immortal mortal realm like you thinks it can demand such a gift? Do you dare to take it?" The serpent was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the audacity of Yu Yukong's words. It reflected on its own ascent to power among the demon kings after entering the immortal mortal realm. And as the sole sovereign of this sky for millennia, no one had ever dared to speak to it with such insolence. Realizing that Yu Yukong was indeed insulting it as a worthless being, the serpent was consumed with rage. Its blood-soaked maw opened wide, and a massive vortex of spiritual power began to draw in the surrounding spiritual energy, rapidly condensing into a blood-red orb. As the orb formed, a cataclysmic aura emanated from within, yet Yu Yukong paid no mind to the serpent's onslaught, simply holding the knife with one hand, watching it calmly, as though awaiting something. The serpent, sensing the implication of Yu Yukong's actions, felt its pupils constrict in anger and humiliation, its massive form trembling with rage. It had not encountered a cultivator who did not tremble in fear before it in countless years. This was the first time it faced such a brazen individual. "Very well. You shall perish with that." The serpent unleashed its furious assault, a blood-red beam of light surging forth with overwhelming force aimed at the three of them, intent on annihilating them in a single blow. Fire Spirit and White Eagle were horrified at the sight. This strike was akin to a natural disaster. There was no escape. If they were to withstand it with their strength, death was certain. However, Yu Yukong stood before them, gazing at the incoming blood-red beam with indifference, his expression serene, as though it were just a gentle breeze. He placed his left hand behind his back and raised his right hand, casually waving the black long knife toward the approaching beam of light. In that instant, A wave of pitch-black knife light surged forth, cleaving through the blood-red beam as if it were mere air. The moment the knife light struck, the massive beam was split in two. Then it became four, and ultimately erupted into countless shards of spiritual energy that scattered across the sky. The black knife light, undeterred, continued its trajectory toward the serpent's head. The serpent, witnessing this, was gripped with terror, hastily swerving its colossal head to evade the strike. The blade narrowly grazed its cheek, piercing the sky above. The serpent felt a sharp pain shoot through its face, realizing it had been injured. Its elongated, crimson tongue flicked out, licking the blood that flowed from its wounded cheek. The serpent's eyes glimmered with a chilling malice, fixating on the minuscule figure of the human below. Cursed human, you shall undoubtedly perish today. Chapter 84. Transformation. As the sky rained down blood like a torrential downpour, the fire spirit and white eagle were left in a Hua Yaoyao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed upon the serpent king transformed into human form. Her delicate face flushed with disbelief. The once serpentine figure had morphed into an extraordinarily alluring human woman, possessing an icy beauty and an exquisite, curvaceous silhouette. Her long, slender legs gleamed like white jade, while her upper body boasted a deep cleavage that seemed to plunge into unfathomable depths. Clad in an exceedingly short and tight-fitting outfit resembling serpent skin, she barely covered her most vital areas. Yet, the striking green eyes adorned with vertical pupils marked her as distinctly different from the human cultivators. Upon completing her transformation, the Serpent King lifted her head slightly, her stunning visage fixed on Yu Yukong as she spoke with a chilling smile. You are quite impressive, little one. It has been centuries since I last took on this form, and thanks to you, I shall leave this world with my name etched in your memory. I am the Serpent King. Baha! Yu Yukong regarded the alluring woman with indifferent eyes, uttering not a single word as he raised his black longsword towards the serpent maiden. Observing this, Basaha's emerald pupils flared with intensity as she exhaled, summoning a serpentine longsword that materialized in her hand with a flash of light. In an instant, a sonic boom erupted as Baha vanished from her original position, reappearing directly before Yu Yukong. With a graceful lift of her hand, the blade of her serpent sword lunged toward Yu Yukong's heart like a bolt of lightning. However, as the sword tip approached, Baha was taken aback to discover that the resistance she faced only intensified the closer she drew. Peering closely, she realized that countless, indistinct ice crystals coiled around Yu Yukong's heart, creating an impenetrable barrier against her strike. With a disdainful snort, she mused that no matter how formidable her technique, the gap in their realms could not be bridged by mere skill alone. Yet, as the sword pulsed with renewed brilliance, the resistance she faced diminished, and the ice crystals shattered upon impact. Just as the blade was about to pierce Yu Yukong's heart, Baha was horrified to find that she could advance no further. Yu Yukong smiled faintly at Basaha's astonished countenance, and with a swift motion, his left hand, as lustrous as jade, shot forth like a flash of lightning. Seizing her sword with a firm grip, an ominous premonition surged within Baha as she met Yu Yukong's seemingly mocking gaze. She instinctively sought to withdraw. Yet, she heard him intone slowly, "I seal." A suffocating wave of frigid terror emanated from his heart, enveloping them both in its chilling embrace. Though outwardly flustered, Basaha's heart swelled with delight. "Prepare to perish," she sneered, unleashing a plume of virulent green mist from her lips, hurling it toward Yu Yukong. The protective frost surrounding him began to dissipate as if melting away. Alarm bells rang in the distance as the white eagle screeched in panic, and Hua Yaoyao's eyes widened in horror. She understood that the primordial law was the very foundation of a high-tier cultivator. It was the crucial factor that divided the upper three realms from the middle three realms, allowing those possessing the primordial laws to annihilate countless mid-tier cultivators with ease. Worry etched across Hua Yaoyao's beautiful face as she gazed at Yu Yukong, who appeared to be effortlessly engaged in battle with the Serpent King. Yet, all present were acutely aware that it was the power of the high-tier artifact in his grasp that afforded him such confidence. While his own cultivation level remained merely at the Saint Realm, at this proximity, how could he possibly withstand the force of the Serpent King's primordial law? Chapter 85. the demon emperor at that moment. The two combatants stood mere feet apart, facing the venomous mist spewing from Basaha's mouth. Yi Wukong's indifferent gaze revealed no trace of concern. Instead, he swung his absolute star blade forcefully toward her neck. Basaha's body below her neck had been completely encased in thick ice, yet she made no attempt to evade as she braced for the strike. A deafening clash of metal rang out as Yi Wukong's blade struck Basaha's neck. The edge wedged firmly in place, preventing her head from being severed. Baha, however, merely grinned wickedly, saying, "You are far too young." I allowed myself to be frozen deliberately. As a member of the Serpent clan, I had already reinforced my neck with the toughest scales. I lured you into aiming for my neck. I can see that your blade is formidable, yet without it, you remain nothing but an insignificant insect. Both Hui Yao Yao and the White Eagle were left reeling by Basaha's malevolence. The White Eagle's expression turned desperate, fully aware that everything was lost, while Hui Yao Yao's eyes gleamed with determination as she frantically activated her bracelet, propelling herself toward the two in an attempt to assist Yi Wukong. "Futile!" the White Eagle cried out. "The Serpent King is cunning and ruthless. She has undoubtedly prepared countermeasures against us." Basaha's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yi Wukong's face as the toxic mist surged toward him. The protective ice mist around him held for but a fleeting moment before being swiftly obliterated. Imagining the face she despised so deeply becoming nothing more than bones, Basaha's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Yi Wukong remained unfazed, watching Basaha's performance with a detached demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the encroaching mist. He then coldly addressed Baha, whose expression had grown increasingly arrogant. "Is this your final proclamation?" "What?" Baha barely had time to register Yi Wukong's words before she heard a sudden, sharp sound and a flash of light pierced through the air, and her once smiling face gradually transformed into one of disbelief. The White Eagle, witnessing this spectacle, gasped in shock as he beheld a brilliant hole piercing through Basaha's forehead. Blood oozing forth as she registered the impact, Basaha's eyes widened in shock, and she heard another sickening sound as her heart was struck through as well. Her gaze dimmed, and she could utter not a single word as the strange light had traversed through her forehead and heart in mere moments. Vanishing into Yi Wukong's grasp in that instant, Basaha's body exploded into a mist of crimson. "Young friend, spare her." At that moment, a flash of white light materialized, and as the illumination receded, an elegantly robed, golden-crowned elder, diminutive in stature, appeared before them. Yi Wukong regarded the elder with a calm gaze, and upon witnessing the remnants of Baha, the elder's expression twitched before he turned to face Yi Wukong. The White Eagle, recognizing the elder's face, gasped in disbelief. "What is it, little white? Do you know this diminutive elder?" Hui Yao Yao inquired curiously upon seeing the White Eagle's reaction. "This is the #1 demon king of the magic forest. The most terrifying figure in the realm, the demon emperor, Guisho," the White Eagle stammered. Hui Yao Yao's curiosity turned to awe as she scrutinized the elder, who appeared rather unremarkable. "He is a powerful being of the void transformation realm, merely a step away from achieving an imperial status," the White Eagle explained, swallowing hard. Hui Yao Yao's exquisite features mirrored her shock. She understood that those who entered the void transformation realm could manipulate the very fabric of existence with a mere gesture. Each of these formidable beings was capable of reigning supreme, even among the sea tribes, where they were often elusive and rarely seen. "Do you wish to avenge her?" Yi Wukong inquired, casting a dispassionate glance at the elder. After a moment of silence, the elder shook his head and replied, "Baha was at fault for her actions. Since she is dead, this matter is concluded." Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Wukong merely flickered away. Alighting upon the White Eagle's back as he spoke coolly, "Let us proceed." The White Eagle, feeling the weight of the elder's gaze, was filled with trepidation. Guisho chuckled softly, addressing the White Eagle, "Dear grandson, ensure you escort your benefactor to their destination before returning to me for your reward." Upon hearing this, the White Eagle's feathers stood on end, and Hui Yao Yao shot a disapproving glare at the diminutive elder, then leaped onto the White Eagle's back, her lips parting to command, "Let us go." Little White, trembling, the White Eagle took flight, daring not to glance back at the elder, and soon transformed into a fleeting shadow in the distance. The elder watched their departing figures, his expression solemn, as though lost in thought. Chapter 86. The great pit once Wukong and his companions had departed. The once tumultuous skies now lay eerily silent. Not only the heavens but the magic forest beneath the elder's feet appeared deserted. As all surrounding beasts had fled in terror the moment Guisho had emerged. The elder's gaze remained fixed on the horizon as he casually gestured towards the void. A flash of light revealed a pristine, crystalline shell appearing before him, emitting a soft glow that suggested its extraordinary nature. With a single fingertip, he touched his forehead, sending a surge of divine consciousness into the shell. As he performed a series of intricate hand seals, the shell vanished into the heavens. Not far from the enchantment immortal sect, within a range of majestic mountains, a terrifying screech echoed throughout the terrain. A peculiar being, resembling a giant lizard with wings, soared through the sky. Beneath this extraordinary creature, a hand as white as jade delicately picked up shards of ice scattered across the grass. Lan Mafeng, with his faintly azure eyes, gazed intently at the icy remnants in his palm. His voice carrying a whispering breeze. This ice is quite extraordinary. Even after such a long time, it still emanates a significant chill. It appears that the one who killed the unicorn was not Yao Yao, but rather another individual adept in ice-based techniques. The speaker is a young man, strikingly handsome, with cascading blue hair and a pair of pale blue eyes that radiate a peculiar luminescence. Surrounding him are several dozen formidable warriors clad in iron armor, each exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust that instills trepidation in any onlookers. Beside the blue-haired youth stands an elderly man in a blue robe, his hair white as snow, who nods slightly, stroking his beard. What the young master says is indeed correct. In my humble opinion, this individual is likely affiliated with the demon-summoning sect, rumored to possess some extraordinary necromantic techniques within their teachings. Lan Mafeng, upon hearing this, offers a composed smile. While I am quite curious as to why my grandmother has instructed us not to provoke the demon-summoning sect, as a junior, I must, of course, adhere to her wishes. However, he continues, his tone turning icy. If the unicorn was indeed slain by someone from the demon-summoning sect, then even if I am punished by grandmother afterwards, I shall unearth him. I will carve him into mincemeat with my blade. The blue-robed elder chuckles softly in response. Ha ha. The young master is indeed destined for greatness. Just as their conversation flows, a beam of light streaks from the heavens towards the blue-robed elder. The elder squints his eyes, extending 2 fingers to effortlessly pinch the white shell that had transformed into a streak of light. Upon recognizing the object, his expression turns serious as he presses it against his forehead. Moments later, his countenance shifts dramatically. Noticing this, Lan Mafeng's pale blue eyes fixate on the elder as he inquires, "What is the matter, Lantu?" The elder, referred to as Lantu, promptly bows in deference, reporting to the young master. It is news from the demon forest. The ancient demon there claims that the individual accompanying Princess Yao Yao is a young man of unknown identity, but the demon suspects him to be from the demon-summoning sect. Furthermore, the ancient demon stated that this young man, wielding a terrifying ice technique and a long sword of imperial quality, severely injured his sworn brother, the Serpent King. He arrived too late to intercept the two. Lantu's expression grows urgent as he continues, "Currently, the two are hastening towards Qianfeng City, likely intending to utilize the intercontinental teleportation array to escape the eastern continent. Young master, with the speed of the flying ancient beast, we should be able to catch up." Upon hearing this, Lan Mafeng's expression darkens. He rises and addresses the surrounding warriors. "Set forth. Make haste to Qianfeng City." The dozens of warriors and the elder Lan to bow in unison. "At your command." As the flying ancient beast descends, Lan Mafeng and his party transform into streaks of light, soaring onto the beast's back, after which Lan Mafeng gives a direct order to the creature. In response, the flying ancient beast lets out a thunderous roar, its massive form vanishing from the spot like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 87. Ominous portents. The cost of activating the intercontinental teleportation array is prohibitive for ordinary cultivators, as each activation requires a top-grade celestial spirit crystal. Qianfeng City, being a unique location with such an array, owes its significance not only to its geographical advantage, but also to the complete spiritual root lying beneath its ground. Thus, Qianfeng City can sustain the immense spiritual energy required at the moment the teleportation array is activated. By the way, since you intend to use the intercontinental teleportation array, you must possess celestial spirit crystals. Correct? I recall that one person requires one. So for the two of us, we naturally need two, the fiery Yao Yao remarked, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at Yi Wukong. Why Yi Wukong? Rendered speechless by the exuberant girl in the red dress bouncing before him, replied coolly, I do not possess such items. The fire spirit Yao Yao, who had been energetically hopping about on the back of the white eagle, abruptly halted, incredulous as she turned to Yi Wukong. You say you do not have any? Then how shall we utilize the intercontinental teleportation array? Yi Wukong merely regarded her with indifference. Upon feeling his gaze upon her, Yao Yao's fair face flushed crimson as she stammered, Don't look at me. Although I am a princess of the sea tribe, I generally have no use for celestial crystals, thus, I do not possess any. As she spoke, her voice grew progressively softer, as though she felt utterly useless. Yi Wukong cast a fleeting glance at Yao Yao but chose not to respond, closing his eyes to meditate instead. Meanwhile, Yao Yao twirled in circles, and before long, her delicate face brightened as if a thought had struck her. She quietly settled beside Yi Wukong, gazing at his profile with slightly parted lips as she spoke, Do not fret. My grandfather once mentioned that he seems to be a close friend of the city lord of Qianfeng City, Feng Qianyang. When the time comes, I shall reveal my identity and surely borrow 2 celestial crystals from him without issue. Yi Wukong paid her no mind, continuing his meditation. He did not regard the intercontinental teleportation array as a significant concern. After all, even a cross-border teleportation array was within his capabilities to activate. At that moment, she exclaimed, We have arrived. We have arrived. Yi Wukong slowly opened his eyes, looking down at the gray-white city that became increasingly clear. From above, Qianfeng City resembled a colossal gray stone plate resting upon the earth, enveloped by a vast transparent barrier. This was the most prosperous and bustling Qianfeng City on the eastern continent. Although few could afford to activate the intercontinental teleportation array, the spiritual energy within Qianfeng City was the most abundant throughout the eastern continent, if not the northern continent. Each day, countless cultivators flocked to this place to cultivate and refine their skills. The luminous barrier enveloping Qianfeng City is the city's protective celestial formation, said to have been created by an immortal emperor well-versed in formations countless ages ago. This formation can withstand any attack from beings below the immortal emperor level. Yao Yao dutifully played the role of tour guide, diligently introducing Qianfeng City's current powers. There are 3 major factions within Qianfeng City. The Feng family is the foremost family in Qianfeng City, with the current head, Feng Qianyang, being a peak 9-turn emperor, the strongest individual in the entire city. It can be said that the Feng family holds the lives and deaths of all in Qianfeng City in their hands. The second is the Hua family. The ancestral figure of the Hua family, Hua Yufan, is a 6-turn emperor, renowned for his insatiable greed. The gambling houses and combat arenas throughout Qianfeng City are all under their control. In essence, the Hua family governs the wealth of the entire city. The third is the Mu family. Behind the Mu family stands the number 1 cultivation sect of the northern continent, the Mu Ling sect. This family is the most discreet, neither vying for business with the Hua family nor competing for power with the Feng family. However, if we were to discuss the strength of influence, the Mu family undoubtedly holds the foremost position. For the 2-turn immortal emperor ancestor of Mu Ling sect still lives. After thoroughly introducing the powers of Qianfeng City, even the most talkative Yao Yao felt slightly parched, taking a delicate white jade gourd in hand. Uncorking it to drink. Yi Wukong listened quietly, and upon her conclusion, he nodded slightly, expressing interest as he mused aloud, Gambling stones. Hearing this, the fire spirit Yao Yao nearly choked on her drink, her eyes wide as she looked at Yi Wukong. Urgently warning, you must not touch gambling stones. Such stones are mostly worthless, with a mere slim chance of unveiling treasures, but the likelihood of revealing ominous objects is alarmingly high. Ominous objects? Yi Wukong's curiosity was piqued by this revelation. Seeing Yi Wukong finally exhibit a lack of understanding, Yao Yao became excited, quickly clearing her throat in a scholarly manner before solemnly explaining. It is said that gambling stones greatly test one's fate, especially for cultivators, whose destinies are exceedingly chaotic. One could easily find themselves on a day of great misfortune. Should you choose to gamble on such a day, the odds of uncovering an ominous object are incredibly high. It could be an ancient divine weapon that claims your life or remnants of an ancient thunder tribulation, instantly obliterating your soul. Then, according to your reasoning, why do people still gamble on stones? Yi Wukong countered, disrupting Yao Yao's train of thought. Yao Yao appeared momentarily dazed, gazing into Yi Wukong's eyes, her expression conflicted. Eventually, she earnestly responded, although the chance of obtaining treasures is meager, it still exists. Hence, many destitute cultivators aspire to reverse their fates through this means. Over time, there have indeed been some who transformed their fortunes, such as the current lord of Qianfeng City, a legendary figure, Feng Qianyang. It is said that he was once merely a branch of the Feng family, with average talent, who, despite exhausting all efforts, could never touch the threshold of an emperor throughout his life. But in his twilight years, unwilling to accept his fate, he spent all his savings at Qianfeng City's largest gambling house. Gambling for 3 days and nights. Unexpectedly, within the last stone he cut open, he unearthed an ancient elixir that had been passed down, the Transformation Emperor Pill. Elated, Feng Qianyang consumed it on the spot, and shortly thereafter, his cultivation broke through to the Emperor realm. Thus began a new chapter in his life. Chapter 88. Qianfeng City in the sky. The white eagle unfurled its wings, its massive form darting like a silver lightning bolt towards Qianfeng City. Sitting cross-legged on the back of the white eagle, Yi Wukong fell into deep contemplation after absorbing Yao Yao's words. Seeing Yi Wukong's silence, Yao Yao assumed she had influenced him, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the two drew nearer to Qianfeng City, suddenly, a resounding roar echoed. A sudden wind wall appeared abruptly before the white eagle, compelling it to halt. Subsequently, a powerful and terrifying divine sense swept towards the two from the direction of Qianfeng City. An aged voice resonated slowly in their ears. Within 1,000 miles of Qianfeng City, no flying demonic beasts are permitted to approach. Those who dare to touch the wind wall shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing this, the white eagle trembled, fully aware of the threatening words. It then turned its head to gaze at Yi Wukong and the others, while the fire demoness furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, "I recall visiting Qianfeng City with my grandfather over a decade ago, back when demonic beasts still roamed freely. Why have the regulations become so stringent now?" Her beautiful eyes turned towards Yi Wukong, seemingly awaiting his decision. Yi Wukong simply replied with a calm demeanor, "In that case, we shall abide by local customs." And no sooner had he spoken than intricate patterns began to glow beneath his feet. The powerful divine sense that had been observing them was momentarily startled by the sudden manifestation of the formation beneath Yi Wukong. Its heart stirred with curiosity. Could it be that this young man possesses expertise in formations? The fire demoness cast a reluctant glance at the white eagle, but ultimately whispered something in its ear. Upon hearing her words, the eagle's sharp eyes gleamed with renewed vigor as it screeched several times. "Let us depart." Yi Wukong's nonchalant voice echoed, prompting the fire demoness to rush to his side and wave her hand to the massive eagle head that was turning to observe them. In the next moment, a flash of light enveloped them, and they vanished from the eagle's back. The white eagle let out a few cries towards the heavens before transforming into a streak of light, disappearing into the horizon. The next instant found Yi Wukong and the fire demoness at the entrance of Qianfeng City, where the massive city guard formation pulsed with energy. The entrance was bustling with activity. As hundreds queued to enter Qianfeng City, with several distant lights indicating that more were approaching, a diverse array of cultivators, young and old, clad in various attires, added to the lively scene. Two guards clad in black iron armor, their faces obscured, stood sentinel on either side of the entrance. Not far behind them, a luminous pillar of formation energy flowed gently. This formation served as the sole passage into the city. Each time a cultivator entered, the guards would sweep their divine senses over the individual, ensuring their identity was verified. Upon confirmation, A token radiating a faint yellow light would emerge from deep within the entrance and fly into the cultivator's hands. Once the cultivator grasped the token and stepped into the formation, it would automatically activate, at the end of the line. The fire demoness was explaining the significance of the token to Yi Wukong. This is the city entry token. The rule of Qianfeng City stipulates that each cultivator may only receive one entry token throughout their lifetime. The token, shimmering with a soft yellow glow, contains a soul mark that signifies the identity of its holder, with its color indicating the duration they may remain within Qianfeng City. Copper for 10 days, silver for 100 days, gold for 1,000 days, purple for a century, and black for a millennium. Qianfeng City has always adhered to the principle that strength is paramount. Regardless of one's cultivation level, every new entrant into Qianfeng City would receive a copper token, allowing them to stay for 10 days. Should they wish to remain beyond that period, they could negotiate with other holders of higher-tier tokens or engage in life-and-death duels for a chance to acquire someone else's token. Failing that, they could resort to theft. However, if none of these options were feasible, once the token's duration expired, they would be expelled from the city. Furthermore, once a cultivator leaves Qianfeng City, they would be barred from re-entry for life. So, you mean to say that the token can be upgraded from copper to higher tiers? Yi Wukong inquired, observing the fire demoness. She nodded gravely. Indeed, the remaining duration of the token can be transferred without any restrictions. You could even perpetually remain in Qianfeng City by continually seizing others' tokens. However, such theft is not without its challenges, as both lower and middle-tier cultivators enter the city with copper tokens, and the disparity in their cultivation levels often leads to many failing in their attempts to rob others, only to find themselves ensnared instead. Yi Wukong listened in silence, finding the situation profoundly amusing. From his perspective, this so-called cultivation paradise, Qianfeng City, was merely slightly more abundant in spiritual energy compared to the average sect's spiritual grounds. The so-called Earth Mother energy derived from the spiritual roots was even less potent than the aura emanating from the outer fringes of the Taichu Forbidden Zone. Yet, astonishingly, it continued to attract so many cultivators eager to join. Had the number of cultivators truly increased in recent times? As their conversation continued, the line ahead began to thin, and it was soon their turn. However, at that moment, the fire demoness suddenly appeared anxious. Looking at Yi Wukong with alarm. Oh no. I belong to the demon race as well. If Xiaobai cannot enter, I might not be able to either. As the distance between them and the two armored guards diminished, a flash of inspiration struck the fire demoness, prompting her to turn to Yi Wukong. Don't speak. Just follow my lead. Upon hearing her words, Yi Wukong cast a calm glance her way, retracting the hand he had intended to use to mask her aura. Soon, it was their turn. The two black-armored sentinels scrutinized Yi Wukong and the fire demoness with their divine senses, their gazes lingering on the fire demoness. The left guard spoke first, his voice cold and uncompromising. Individuals from the sea or demon races are forbidden entry into the city. Upon hearing this, the fire demoness' eyes sparkled mischievously before she feigned shyness, her beautiful face breaking into a playful smile as she replied sweetly, "You have keen eyes, General. However, I am now considered part of the human race." Part of the human race? The moment her words left her lips, an audible silence fell, followed by murmurs of astonishment from the male cultivators in the queue. The female cultivators, taken aback by the pair's appearance, exchanged looks of disbelief. The only reason a demon would claim to be human was if they had formed a bond with a human partner. A rarity in the eastern continent that required immense courage. The black-armored female general's gaze shifted to Yi Wukong, who stood like a statue, his deep, dark eyes seemingly captivated by the depths of the cave. Appearing oblivious to their conversation, at that moment, the voice of another black-armored male resonated beside her. Indeed, there is such a saying. It is said that this rule was established millions of years ago by a human emperor and a demon emperor who united in matrimony. And it has endured ever since. They do seem well matched, not like they are deceiving us. Seeing this, the black-armored female general refrained from further argument and signaled to her companion, prompting two yellow beams of light to shoot forth from the depths of the cave, landing in the hands of Yi Wukong and the fire demoness. The fire demoness flashed a radiant smile at the black-armored general, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, generals." With that, The two stepped into the teleportation array leading into the city. Within the seemingly ordinary entrance of Qinfeng City lay an extraordinary expanse. An endless sea of blood and mountains of corpses lay beneath, saturating the air with an overwhelming stench of blood. Any ordinary person would likely be paralyzed with terror upon entering this gruesome scene. The sounds of blades slicing through flesh echoed throughout this cavernous domain. Brotherly, why do I feel like that pale-faced boy has been staring at us? A dark, sardonic voice emerged from a massive pool of flesh and blood where a gaunt, corpse-like middle-aged man submerged. His sunken eyes squinted, his pallid complexion devoid of hair, swarmed by maggots crawling atop his head. A truly grotesque sight. The corpse-like man chuckled darkly upon hearing his disciple's words, his raspy voice responding, "Lu, you are overthinking it. That pale-faced boy is merely a saint-level cultivator. How could he possibly perceive our presence here?" The disciple Lu, resembling a rat with his dark complexion, diminutive stature, and protruding teeth, blinked his tiny eyes in contemplation, seemingly convinced by his elder's reasoning. He then returned his focus to dissecting the recently disposed corpses. Before long, he had meticulously separated the body parts, discarding them into 4 large blood pools surrounding him. He then tossed the tokens extracted from the corpses into a nearby small teleportation array, whereupon the tokens glowed briefly before vanishing from sight, as the brilliance of the teleportation array faded. Yi Wukong and the fire demoness truly stepped into the heart of Qinfeng City, greeted by a broad avenue paved with blue bricks, flanked by towering pavilions and a ceaseless flow of people entering and exiting. Enthralled by the vibrant scene, the fire demoness was filled with excitement. Just as she was about to tug Yi Wukong towards a nearby jewelry and artifact shop, she realized she was unable to budge him. Turning back, she looked at Yi Wukong with a touch of pleading in her eyes. "Can we explore for a bit before we leave?" Yi Wukong merely regarded her with indifference. The surrounding monks cast peculiar glances at the two. Enveloped in a moment of silence, it was Fire Demon who first conceded defeat. Her spirit dampened as she remarked, "All right, no more wandering. I will take you to the intercontinental teleportation array." With that, she led the way in a specific direction, while Yi Wukong followed her closely. "By the way, we don't have any celestial crystals. I need to make a trip to the City Lord's mansion to borrow a couple from Feng Qianyang." Fire Demon said, glancing back at Yi Wukong. He maintained his indifferent demeanor. Although she was immensely curious, Fire Demon complied with his request, and the two proceeded directly towards the teleportation array. Suddenly, with a thud, a middle-aged woman fell to her knees before Yi Wukong and Fire Demon, blocking their path. "Kind celestial masters, I implore you to show mercy and grant me 2 fragments of spirit stones. I haven't eaten in days," she pleaded, bowing repeatedly. Many surrounding monks paused to watch, some seemingly understanding the situation and displaying expressions of amusement. "Alas, this young man from the Holy Realm is finished," someone murmured. "How can a Holy Realm practitioner flaunt such a beautiful companion and not expect to attract attention? Here we go again. Young Master Song truly has a knack for getting everything he desires." Another commented, "Heh, these mere mortals are only good for this much, and young Master Song certainly knows how to play the game." As the murmurs of the crowd spread, the throng around Yi Wukong and Fire Demon grew larger. Fire Demon stared at the kneeling woman, perplexed, and after a moment's hesitation, her jade-like hand flickered to produce a high-quality spirit stone. The sight of this, the onlookers' eyes lit up. It seemed this young girl had quite the background. What good is it? No matter how noble one's status outside, they are nothing in Qinfeng City. Have you forgotten the fate of the Lu family's young lady from years ago? The fate of that beauty truly tugs at the heartstrings, others whispered, intentionally avoiding the attention of Yi Wukong and Fire Demon. After retrieving the spirit stone, Fire Demon hesitated but slowly extended it towards the middle-aged woman. The crowd held its breath, tension mounting. If this spirit stone were given away, within 3 breaths, 10 more mortals would kneel in the same manner, followed by 100, and so on, ad infinitum. Should she refuse? These already trained mortals would relentlessly demand it, and if one were to lose their temper and harm them, well, that would lead to dire consequences. Just as the gaze of the crowd fixated on the delicate spirit stone in the girl's hands, The man in the black robe beside her reached out with a hand as pure as jade, firmly grasping her slender wrist. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Yi Wukong kicked the kneeling woman away as though disposing of refuse. With a resounding thud, the middle-aged woman was sent flying towards a nearby tea house, crashing into it with such force that the sound of shattering tables and chairs echoed. The entire tea house collapsed in an instant. The speed of Yi Wukong's action left no time for the woman to utter a sound, and she perished before she could react. As the crowd processed the scene, shock and fear spread among them. Parting to create a wide space around the two, he's finished. The young man is far too impulsive. He has been domineering outside and has never regarded mortals as anything but insects. But this is Qianfeng City. A middle-aged cultivator lamented, shaking his head. As the spectators continued to chatter like it was a show, a mocking voice emerged from the ruins of the tea house. Well, quite impressive. That kick had some force behind it. At the moment this derisive remark echoed, the bustling street fell abruptly silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. As the voice faded, a flash of green light appeared, resembling a fleeting shadow, and approached Yi Wukong and Fire Demon. When the light dissipated, a young man, around 20 years of age, clad in a resplendent blue robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, stood before them. Exuding an air of distinction, his handsome face bore a hint of amusement as he regarded Yi Wukong, but his gaze quickly shifted to Fire Demon, captivated by her striking beauty and alluring figure. As the situation escalated, more and more cultivators gathered to witness, swiftly turning the once spacious street into a crowded scene. Song Zifen brushed off the dust from his sleeves, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from Fire Demon. Before looking at Yi Wukong with a slight smirk, "Why, dear friend, how cruel of you. My servant merely approached you two because you seemed friendly, hoping to obtain a few fragments of spirit stones. A trifling matter, yet you ended her life with a kick. Though a mortal's life may not hold great value, it is quite unreasonable for her to perish for such a minor indiscretion. You possess a commendable appearance, yet your heart is so callous." Some latecomers, unaware of the unfolding drama, turned their attention to Yi Wukong and Fire Demon, their expressions turning to disdain and contempt upon hearing Song Zifen's words. Meanwhile, some wicked cultivators, drawn to the commotion, scoffed upon learning the context. "What's the big deal about killing a mere mortal? I thought something valuable had appeared here." Despite the disdainful attitude of most cultivators towards mortals, there were those who looked down upon those who, possessing even a modicum of cultivation, displayed cruelty towards them. The cultivators who understood the situation did not offer explanations. Instead, their spirits soared with excitement as they witnessed more and more people indiscriminately criticizing the red-haired girl and her companion. Who dares to cause trouble here? Suddenly, a voice like thunder resonated from afar. Before the words faded, a figure descended from the sky, strikingly fast, and landed beside Song Zifen, clad in armor, wielding a large halberd. And wearing a black headscarf, this imposing figure surveyed Yi Wukong and Fire Demon with a dark expression. "Oh no, it's him. This kid is really in for it now," someone gasped. "Have you all forgotten? Today, it is Zhou Kuei overseeing this area. Who else could it be?" Zhou Kuei maintained a close relationship with Song Zifen, rumored to receive vast amounts of spirit stones and many young, beautiful women from him annually. The crowd felt a chill as they turned their gazes from the delight in others' misfortune to pity for Yi Wukong and Fire Demon. "Greetings, Lord Zhou," Song Zifen said, his heart lifting as he bowed respectfully upon seeing the newcomer. Zhou Kuei turned to Song Zifen, his eyes narrowing as he inquired, "What has transpired?" Song Zifen quickly embellished the recent events, seeking Zhou Kuei's intervention. After listening, Zhou Kuei's eyes narrowed further as he directed a cold stare at Yi Wukong and Fire Demon, his voice darkening. "Have you two not seen the city regulations upon entering Qianfeng City? It is clearly stated that no killings are permitted outside the duel platform, even if the victim is a mere mortal. It is not allowed." With the situation escalating, even Fire Demon, though naive to the ways of the world, recognized that this was clearly a trap set by the young man in blue, especially upon seeing the unabashed greed in his gaze. Her face grew increasingly cold as her eyes blazed with fury. "Can you not see that this is obviously a trap he has set?" she retorted angrily. Zhou Kuei sneered. What trap? You two killed someone? And that alone breaks the rules. Breaking the rules means facing punishment. Upon hearing this, Fire Demon's face turned icy. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. The fiery bracelet on her wrist seemed to sense her rage. Glowing a vivid crimson, the surrounding cultivators gasped at the charged atmosphere. She really considering attacking the enforcer? They clearly didn't read the city regulations, of course. The regulations are posted at the entrance. Unless one deliberately ventures to that secluded spot, who would notice? Alas. The regulations clearly state that if a cultivator harms an enforcer within the city, the only outcome is immediate execution. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a faint male voice broke the silence. What do you intend to do? Zhou Kuei inquired, casting a cold smile towards Yu Yukong. According to the city's regulations, a murderer is merely imprisoned in the underground cells of Qianfeng City for 10 years. Zhou Kuei's tone shifted. Considering you have just entered the city and your victims are mere mortals, you may choose to resolve your grievances with young Master Song. Should he forgive you, I, as the enforcer, shall turn a blind eye this time. Upon hearing this, Yu Yukong's deep-set gaze fell upon Song Zifen. Speak. What do you desire? Under the weight of Yu Yukong's abyssal eyes, Song Zifen felt a tremor of unease yet found solace in Zhou Kuei's presence nearby. In exchange for the life you took, you shall offer me your female companion beside you. This is fair and just, and I shall forgive you. Hui Yaoyao's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Song Zifen, her body trembling with indignation. How could this mere wretch dare to treat her, a princess of the Sea tribe, as a mere bargaining chip? Just as Hui Yaoyao contemplated retaliating, Yu Yukong's hand gently rested on her shoulder, dousing her fiery wrath with a wave of calm. With tears glimmering in her beautiful eyes, Hui Yaoyao looked up at Yu Yukong, who regarded her with an expression as serene as still water. Upon meeting his placid gaze, Hui Yaoyao pressed her lips together, silencing her protests. Song Zifen felt a surge of hope, believing the matter was settled. However, Yu Yukong turned to him, his dark eyes piercing through the tension. That will not suffice. I still have need of her. Chapter 91. Another condition. Yu Yukong's indifferent response echoed in the ears of both Song Zifen and Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei's eyes narrowed as a wave of oppressive energy emanated from him, silently pressing down upon Yu Yukong. Meanwhile, Song Zifen scoffed internally, thinking, at this juncture, you still wish to resist? Yet, Yu Yukong's calm voice broke through. I can offer compensation for you. With a flicker of light, a palm-sized lotus, radiant and shimmering with hues of dawn, materialized in his hand. The appearance of this celestial flower enveloped the entire street in a unique fragrance, causing ordinary cultivators to feel as if their spirits had been cleansed. Some practitioners on the brink of a breakthrough were astonished to sense a glimmer of advancement. At that moment, a frail figure suddenly collapsed to the ground amidst the crowd. An elderly man trembled violently, his murky eyes brimming with tears as they fixated on the luminous white lotus in Yu Yukong's grasp. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the onlookers as they recognized the elderly figure. Isn't that Qian Yaobu, the renowned three-patterned alchemist? What has happened to him? The old man, shaking with a mix of reverence and despair, cried out, the white emperor lotus. This aura, this form. It is a white emperor lotus, aged over 200,000 years. I am fortunate to witness this legendary flower. To die today would be enough. As he spoke, the old man bowed repeatedly, overcome with emotion. The surrounding cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by his reaction. What does he mean? It's merely a fragrant lotus, isn't it? Some burly men, baffled by the old man's fervor, expressed their confusion. Qian Yaobu, upon hearing their ignorance, leaped to his feet in indignation, pointing a trembling finger at the man who questioned him. You ignorant fool! This is the 9th-ranked celestial herb in the imperial medicine list. You are fortunate to even catch a whiff of its fragrance in your lifetime, a blessing from your ancestors. After berating the man, Qian Yaobu knelt once more, his gaze filled with devotion as he stared at the radiant white lotus. The crowd fell silent, even the muscle-bound man left speechless, frozen in place. Then, the commotion erupted like thunder. Is this truly the legendary imperial medicine? No way. Of course. Old man Qian has devoted his life to alchemy, living in solitude. How could he possibly mistake such a renowned celestial herb? My heavens! What manner of person is this, to use an imperial medicine as compensation? Qian Yaobu's words ignited a frenzy among the crowd, who began to greedily inhale the medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. Zhou Kuei, no fool himself, felt his eyes gleam with desire. He gazed at Yu Yukong as though he were a treasure trove, thinking that he must possess more such imperial medicines, as Zhou Kuei's greed threatened to overwhelm him. Yu Yukong slowly tightened his grip on the lotus, the temperature in his hand rising. The white emperor lotus, typically as gentle as water, now faced its greatest nemesis, fire. Soon, as Yu Yukong's palm grew warmer, the lotus's radiant aura began to distort wildly. Qian Yaobu, witnessing this, nearly fainted from shock, his voice rising in panic. No. What are you doing, you wretched boy? The white emperor lotus cannot come into contact with fire. It will vanish in an instant. Zhou Kuei's heart raced as he caught the glint of mirth in Yu Yukong's eyes. He swallowed hard, retracting his hand with a tremor. Of course, that can be arranged. I shall take responsibility for this matter. You will part with the medicine, and I will ensure he never troubles you again. Brother Zhou? This? Song Zifen's alarmed voice pierced through the tension, but before he could finish, Zhou Kuei's hand shot out like lightning, delivering a resounding slap to his face. With tremendous force, Song Zifen was sent crashing into a nearby tea house, which collapsed with a thunderous crash. Zhou Kuei brushed off his hands, his expression darkening as he turned his gaze back to Yu Yukong. He understood that time was of the essence. News of this incident had likely already reached other enforcers, or even the elders of the outer city. Yet, Yu Yukong calmly interjected, "Do not rush, I can part with this medicine. But I have one more condition." Zhou Kuei's heart tightened at his words, yet he soon exhaled, as if he had foreseen this. The treasure Yu Yukong held was simply too astonishing, and in his moment of shock, he had lost his ability to think clearly. When the disparity in bargaining power becomes overwhelmingly vast, it often leaves the advantageous party at a loss, akin to a mere mortal trading a copper coin for billions of spirit stones. Zhou Kuei, upon regaining his composure, realized that this was beyond the reach of a simple outer city enforcer. If the figure before him was willing to offer the white emperor lotus to the city lord, then not only would a mere mortal be inconsequential, but even if Yu Yukong were to slay millions within Qinfeng City, the lord would merely express his approval. With this revelation, Zhou Kuei's demeanor softened considerably, adopting a tone imbued with respect. Speak then. What is your condition? Yu Yukong's gaze swept across the gathered crowd before he spoke again. His voice calm yet resonant. At the dual platform. If anyone within the sacred realm can withstand a single strike from me, then this white emperor lotus shall be yours. Chapter 92. Youthful arrogance. As Yu Yukong's declaration echoed through the air, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, followed by an explosion of incredulous chatter. Are you serious? Withstand a single strike? Good heavens! You, a mere beginner in the sacred realm, are so audacious. Step aside. I am at the pinnacle of the sacred realm, and I have never lost to anyone at this level. Let me go first. The crowd descended into chaos, many eager to take their chances. Hu Yaoyao gazed at Yu Yukong's profile, her heart racing as his words stirred a tempest of emotions within her. Zhou Kuei, taken aback, realized the sheer audacity of this condition. Was this young man hiding his true power? He scanned Yu Yukong with his spiritual sense, confirming that he was indeed a genuine beginner in the sacred realm. Zhou Kuei regarded Yu Yukong as if he were a fool, thinking to himself, is this boy deranged? The sacred realm of Qinfeng City is far superior to the outside world, and you are but a novice. Ha ha ha, how delightfully reckless. I accept your challenge. An elderly voice boomed like thunder overhead, and in an instant, an oppressive force enveloped the crowd. That moment, everyone felt as though they were being choked, rendered speechless. The previously raucous atmosphere fell into a profound stillness, high in the air above everyone's heads. An elderly man materialized out of thin air, his hair as white as snow yet possessing the youthful visage of a child. He stood suspended in the void, his snow-white robes fluttering gracefully in the wind, exuding an aura of celestial elegance. Upon seeing this figure, Zhou Kui immediately knelt in sheer terror, unable to raise his gaze any further. The old man, however, paid no heed to Zhou Kui, his eyes fixed instead upon the white emperor lotus held by Yu Yukong. After a moment, he nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it is the white emperor lotus. I shall grant your request." "Young friend." Upon hearing the old man's words, Yu Yukong casually handed the white emperor lotus to Hui Yaoyao, who, still in a daze, instinctively extended her delicate hand to accept it. That moment, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, and a chill swept through the streets. Just then, with his long black hair billowing in the wind, Yu Yukong slowly raised his right hand, pointing at Song Zifen, who had just limped back after being thrown aside by Zhou Kui. His pitch-black eyes held no trace of emotion as he regarded him. A calm voice then resonated. "My first battle with him shall occur here. After this, I will ascend the stage to defend my title." The elderly man in the white robes glanced at Song Zifen and, after a moment's consideration, nodded slowly. "Though it does not adhere to the rules, I shall permit it this time." Upon hearing this, Song Zifen was taken aback, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over him, causing his body to tremble slightly. He then stammered, I concede." However, scarcely had Song Zifen uttered these words when the figure of Yu Yukong vanished from sight, only to reappear before him in the blink of an eye. Without delay, Yu Yukong unleashed a punch. The sudden turn of events left Song Zifen terrified beyond measure. Despite being a mid-level sage, he was engulfed by fear at that moment, instinctively adopting a defensive posture, entirely forgetting that he was a sage cultivator. Meanwhile, the jade pendant hanging at his waist seemed to sense its owner's peril, rising autonomously to form a protective barrier in an attempt to thwart Yu Yukong's punch. Yet, the force behind Yu Yukong's strike was akin to the might of the heavens. The surface of his fist shimmered with radiant light, effortlessly shattering the barrier. The verdant jade pendant exploded into a fine powder, and the momentum of the fist remained unabated, hurtling directly towards Song Zifen's face. As Song Zifen experienced the terrifying pressure of that punch up close, his mind went entirely blank. Trembling violently, he felt the dampness spreading in his trousers, tears and snot streaming down his face as he could only plead with a quivering voice, "Please, I'm sorry. I beg you. Spare me." Yet, in the face of Song Zifen's pleas, Yu Yukong's punch showed no signs of hesitation, instantly obliterating Song Zifen's head into a mist of blood. The elderly man in the sky was taken aback by the sight. Reflecting on how the young man's earlier punch appeared quite ordinary, yet it evoked a pang of alarm within him. Thousands of onlookers, witnessing this scene, were equally shocked. What just happened? That punch seemed so ordinary. Why didn't Song Zifen evade it? Indeed, there was no trace of spiritual energy released, no aura of divine power. Could it be that Song Zifen was already at his limit? It's possible. Let's not forget that Song Zifen W. Jingguang, a mere mid-stage Saint Realm cultivator, is moving with a speed that surpasses even my peak stage Saint Realm. A demonic cultivator, witnessing this, exclaimed in frustration, "Heh, Zhengguang is the sole disciple of the Blacklight Old Demon. When it comes to speed, the Blacklight Old Demon is second to none in the upper three realms. Who could possibly claim the first position? Do you really think his speed isn't extraordinary?" A young man in white, standing beside the demonic cultivator, spoke calmly to clarify the situation. On the battle platform, Zhengguang gazed at the black-clad youth before him and grinned widely. "You little pretty boy. While the attendant is away and the match hasn't yet begun, why not concede? Hand over the Imperial Elixir with both hands and crawl out from under my legs. I want to kill you. Otherwise, don't think that defeating that useless Song Zifen makes you invincible. If it weren't for his status, I could crush him with a single hand. You, who are deemed a genius outside, are nothing but a triviality here." Zhengguang continued his incessant taunts, while Yu Yukong merely regarded him with a calm gaze, seemingly indifferent. "Heh, it appears the first challenger is quite confident. Since I have nothing pressing today, I shall serve as the steward for this duel." The figure of Fengyun Mountain gradually emerged, smiling as he surveyed the crowd below. Upon seeing Fengyun Mountain's visage, some cultivators gasped in astonishment. "Why heavens! That's the Grand Elder Fengyun Mountain at the pinnacle of the Void Transformation Realm. He is personally overseeing the duel. Chapter 94. The next one as they beheld the ethereal and refined Fengyun Mountain, the crowd erupted in fervent discussion. Enough with the idle chatter. There is but one rule for this battle. No artifacts beyond the Saint Realm may be used. You may commence. Fengyun Mountain's heart raced with impatience. He understood that the longer this duel dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The ancient beings within the city, upon learning of the White Emperor Lotus, would undoubtedly rush over, turning the situation into a competitive frenzy. Fengyun Mountain's words resonated. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto Zheng Guang's lips. I just gave you an opportunity, and you squandered it. Now, you shall die. With that, he abruptly retreated, his body enveloped in a surge of crimson light. His bones crackled like thunder as he exhaled a faint red mist that cloaked his form. Witnessing this, the crowd below murmured in awe. What a spectacle! Zheng Guang may seem lacking in intellect, yet he possesses an intricately woven defense. He must be wary of the earlier scene where that man effortlessly dispatched Song Zifen. It appeared he intended to create distance, waiting for his opponent to strike first and then rely on his speed to claim victory. Many cultivators of the Emperor and even Cycle Realm had gathered, and upon observing Zheng Guang's actions, they quickly deduced his intentions. Yu Yukong's gaze shifted back from the distant void to focus intently on Zheng Guang. When their eyes met, Zheng Guang felt a chill run down his spine. Akin to plunging naked into an icy pond, he involuntarily swallowed hard. His back dampened by sweat. It dawned on him why Song Zifen had shown no signs of resistance against such an adversary. Faced with this opponent, he felt utterly devoid of the courage to fight back. It's over. I'm going to die. This was the most immediate realization for Zheng Guang, who began to regret his earlier haste and even questioned why his master, the blacklight old demon, had imparted such swift techniques to him. What's wrong with Zheng Guang? What is he muttering about? Countless onlookers pondered as they witnessed his distress. At that moment, Yu Yukong moved. In an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing before Zheng Guang as if teleporting, then delivering a straightforward punch aimed at his face. Upon seeing Yu Yukong's sudden disappearance, Zheng Guang was filled with alarm. He attempted to activate his innate movement technique to escape, only to find himself utterly immobilized. A closer inspection revealed his trembling legs rendered incapable of movement. Enveloped by the punch's intent, Zheng Guang perceived it as an earth-shattering force, one that made him feel like an ant caught in the vastness of the universe. Without a hint of suspense, Yu Yukong's punch obliterated Zheng Guang's head. However, unlike the previously defeated Song Zifen, Zheng Guang's body exploded into a mist of blood, dissipating as if he had never existed, leaving behind only 2 storage bags on the arena. Yu Yukong then nonchalantly kicked the bags off the stage, as if disposing of refuse. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even Fengyun Mountain in the sky wore a grave expression. He had not sensed any extraordinary power from that punch. Upon scrutinizing Yu Yukong's actions, he noted that it was merely an ordinary strike from a cultivator at the Saint Realm. What was happening? Why did Zheng Guang not counter? Was that man cheating? Had he employed some advanced artifact? A clamor erupted from the audience. Hearing the accusations of cheating, Fengyun Mountain's eyes turned icy with murderous intent. The moment a cultivator from the Emperor Realm suggested foul play, it was as if an invisible hand seized his throat, igniting him in flames without warning. The surrounding spectators recoiled in horror as the burning figure disintegrated along with his storage bags, vanishing as if erased from existence. Fear gripped the crowd, silencing any further discussions. Fengyun Mountain's voice rang like ice in their ears. To claim he cheated implies that I, an old man, have become so senile that I cannot discern the battles of mere saints. Should anyone dare to insult me again, they shall perish. With a cold glare, he fixed his eyes on Yu Yukong, meticulously scanning him with his formidable spiritual sense, confirming that Yu Yukong's soul, aura, and physique were indeed at the Saint Realm. He turned to address the throng of over 10,000 onlookers and declared, I shall personally oversee this battle. Who else wishes to challenge? Upon hearing Fengyun Mountain's declaration, many peak stage Saint cultivators felt a surge of confidence, eagerly vying to take the stage. Feng Yun Mountain's spiritual sense swept across the crowd, finally settling on one individual. This person was a peak stage saint, just a step away from the Emperor realm, instantly elated. The chosen one transformed into a streak of light, darting onto the battle platform. It was Wang Lin, a cultivator who had been on the verge of breaking through to the Emperor realm for years, but had faced ridicule for his stagnation. Now, he found himself in an unexpected stroke of fortune. Recognizing him, some cultivators expressed envy. As soon as he ascended the platform, Wang Lin was all focus, summoning a blood-red longsword that shimmered with radiant light. In stark contrast to Zhang Guang's defensive stance, Wang Lin, wielding his blade, exuded an aura of unparalleled ferocity, launching himself like a lightning bolt toward Yu Yukong. The sword, radiating brilliance, seemed to echo with the roars of beasts, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. From the moment he appeared to the instant he unleashed his strike, Wang Lin executed his move in mere breaths, prioritizing speed above all else. That's impressive. There's a hint of Emperor Realm essence in that strike. It seems he is not far from breaking through. An elderly observer from the Cycle Realm praised. Yu Yukong, however, stood his ground, unflinching as he faced the fleeting figure of Wang Lin. He did not evade but instead unleashed a punch aimed directly at the sword's tip. Upon impact, the blade shattered into countless fragments, leaving only the hilt in Wang Lin's grasp. In that moment, Wang Lin, enveloped by the punch's intent, experienced the same despair that Zhang Guang and Song Zifan had felt. This was a terror that could only be fully comprehended in direct confrontation. If he had known he would face such a punch, he would have preferred to cripple his own cultivation and live as a mere mortal. The outcome was the same as before. Wang Lin's body erupted in a mist of blood, leaving only a storage bag that fell onto the platform. Yu Yukong casually kicked this bag toward the audience, who were left in stunned disbelief. Then, with a voice as chilling as a winter's breeze, he proclaimed, "Next, Chapter 95. A bunch of useless fools." As the cold and piercing words of the black-robed youth echoed across the arena, the previously dim atmosphere transformed. The winds grew tumultuous, and the massive dark battle platform resonated with a mournful wail. The assembly of cultivators from the mid to lower realms had swelled to over 10,000, with countless figures rushing toward the plaza from afar. Yet, the multitude below remained astonishingly silent. After witnessing the recent battles, all cultivators had seen a low stage saint effortlessly annihilate a peak stage saint as if striking down a mere mortal. In that moment, a sense of vigilance began to stir within the hearts of every Saint Realm cultivator present. Those thousands of cultivators, having established themselves in the fiercely competitive Qianfeng city, were far from the foolish brutes who relied solely on brute strength. Now, they all sought to let their opponents strike first. For even the most precious treasures must be claimed with care for one's life. Feng Yun Mountain squinted slightly, observing the scene below where the crowd exhibited such fervor. A flicker of anger surfaced on his aged visage, as he had already sensed several formidable presences scanning this area, not inferior to his own. It was only a matter of time before other powerful families would arrive here. He scoffed, remarking that this so-called sacred ground for cultivation merely nurtured a throng of inept individuals. "If no one dares to ascend the stage, I shall take my leave," he declared. At that moment, a chilling laugh resonated from Yu Yukong, his words piercing through the eerie silence of the square. Many irascible cultivators at the peak of the Saint Realm felt their ire surge at his taunt. Observing this, Feng Yun Mountain's eyes gleamed with a spark of insight. With a wry smile, he addressed the assembly. "Young friend, your words are somewhat excessive. I refuse to believe that the esteemed cultivators of Qianfeng City would be intimidated by a mere novice like you. Allow me to sweeten the pot for this contest. Whoever can seize the imperial herb from this person shall be taken under my wing as a direct disciple." The multitude of cultivators below distinctly heard this proclamation, instantly igniting the previously silent crowd into a frenzy. An imperial herb ranked among the top 10. Furthermore, the promise of being accepted as a disciple by a powerhouse of the Transformation Void realm. This proclamation set the atmosphere ablaze. Numerous Saint Realm practitioners began to feel an insatiable itch for action. After all, it is said that beneath a generous reward, brave souls shall emerge, and this opportunity was nothing short of monumental. Just a single strike to seize the chance for a lifetime of prosperity. The punch previously thrown by that individual was decidedly ordinary. I possess a plethora of defensive treasures. If I can withstand just one blow, I will achieve greatness. I refuse to believe that a mere beginner in the Saint Realm could be so formidable. In an instant, the majority lost their rationality, their hearts screaming with fervor. Each one believed that had they taken the stage, they could surely withstand that unremarkable punch. Thus, more and more Saint Realm cultivators began to crowd toward the entrance of the duel stage. With Fengyun Mountain's deliberate selection, one after another, peak Saint Realm cultivators ascended the duel platform. One punch, another punch, and yet another punch. As time flowed slowly, the atmosphere on the duel stage grew increasingly suffused with the scent of blood, the mist of crimson expanding and then being absorbed by the obsidian surface of the stage. In less than a single incense stick's worth of time, 16 peak Saint Realm cultivators had been annihilated on the stage. Some had frantically summoned their defensive treasures upon entering, others attempted to rely on their agile movements, while a few arrogant individuals sought to counter with their own fists. Additionally, some shameless demonic cultivators attempted to employ toxic mists or underhanded tactics to obstruct the fight. However, the outcome was the same for all. They were all reduced to mere blood mist by Yi Wukong's single fist. Remarkably, throughout this carnage, Yi Wukong's left hand remained nonchalantly behind his back, only his right fist engaged in the slaughter. After each challenger was dispatched, their storage bags were carelessly kicked into the crowd below. As if they were refuse, as the number of fallen storage bags increased, countless cultivators of the lower 4 realms descended into madness. For them, the storage bags of peak Saint Realm practitioners represented treasure, wealth that required risking their lives to procure. Below the duel stage, thousands of lower 4 realms cultivators fixed their eyes on the ongoing battle. Each time they witnessed Yi Wukong obliterate an opponent with a single punch, their faces flushed with excitement, their eyes bloodshot, erupting into cheers. They eagerly awaited Yi Wukong to send the deceased's storage bags tumbling down, ready to pounce upon them like ravenous wolves. The battle on the duel stage raged on. And as more lives were extinguished, the subsequent Saint Realm cultivators unwittingly succumbed to a frenzy. Damn it, I can feel it. His punches are becoming lighter. I hope he kills a couple more. I must not let the earlier challengers snatch the glory. Under Yi Wukong's orchestrated chaos, the cultivators below were engulfed in a delusion that they could undoubtedly withstand a single punch should they take the stage. Time continued its slow passage, the slaughter on the stage relentless. While the crowd below was in uproar, completely engrossed in this frenzied spectacle, clad in a stunning red dress, the enchanting fire demon, holding a white lotus, stood at the edge of the duel stage. Her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the man in black robes before her, watching as his wild black hair danced in the air, embodying the invincible aura of a demonic king as he obliterated his opponents. This sight left her mind utterly blank, completely immersed in the scene unfolding before her. Fengyun Mountain's expression darkened further as the skies above grew increasingly ominous. Numerous formidable practitioners of the Transformation Void Realm had already arrived. Concealed within the void, their presence palpable to Fengyun Mountain, who shared the same cultivation level. Witnessing so many perish at Yi Wukong's hands pained him deeply. The unfolding situation had spiraled beyond his control, and he understood that even if he wished to halt this contest, the crowd below would never consent. Not far from the duel square, atop a majestic peak, stood the opulent star-picking tower, erected expressly for the prominent families within the city to observe the battles when they ventured into the outer city for amusement. Once desolate and devoid of life, the star-picking tower was now filled with elegantly dressed individuals at its pinnacle. Gazing down at the duel stage, Huasi, as the 4th son of the Hua family and the foremost young genius of the Saint Realm, do you believe you can defeat him? At that moment, a languid and alluring voice echoed from the star-picking tower. The speaker was a young maiden, her long hair flowing gracefully, adorned in a colorful gown that accentuated her slender, enchanting figure. Her exquisite features radiated purity. Yet when she turned to address the man beside her, her voice bore a striking contrast to her appearance. Huasi, approximately 20 years of age, had his long black hair tied into a flowing ponytail, a black headband securing it in place. His resolute features exuded confidence, dressed in a form-fitting black robe that made him appear as upright as a spear. Upon hearing his sister's inquiry, Huasi turned with a faint smile and replied, "This individual is now wielding his punches lightly, gradually losing the steadfastness he once possessed. I merely require a single strike to ensure his demise." Having said that, Huasi glanced meaningfully at Hua Qianrong's delicate face and added, "Sister, are you enamored with that white emperor lotus? Yet, in my view, many others are secretly coveting this imperial herb." Hua Qianrong replied with a delicate chuckle. "The white emperor lotus is a longevity elixir for those below the imperial realm, said to extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years. Such an opportunity is enough to incite envy, particularly among the elderly who are nearing their end. Observe the men down at the duel stage, fueled by fervor, desperately vying to ascend. They are undoubtedly being covertly spurred on by some ancient figure. In my estimation, those aged relics intend to leverage the lives of these unworthy challengers to utterly wear down that handsome man in black robes before dispatching their own champions to reap the rewards." Huasi chuckled lightly at her words. "That so, sister? You mean to snatch the fruits of another's labor?" Hua Qianrong cast a flirtatious glance at Huasi and replied coyly, "Well, our grandfather's birthday is approaching, and he hasn't yet decided on a suitable gift. If I were to present him with the white emperor lotus, I am certain he would be delighted. Although the white emperor lotus does not extend lifespan for those of imperial cultivation, it can be refined into imperial pills such as the pure spirit pill. The significance of such a pill, capable of cleansing one's soul and thoughts, is far more crucial for those of imperial strength than mere longevity. Do you possess the confidence to defeat him? He appears quite formidable, after all. I have never encountered a Saint Realm practitioner capable of casually producing an imperial herb." Upon hearing this, Huasi's gaze sharpened like a blade as he focused on the dark figure on the duel stage. With a scoff, he ceased speaking, and with a flicker of light, a long black iron spear materialized in his hand. The spear, ancient and dark, glimmered ominously, and Huasi radiated an intense aura of battle. With eyes like lightning, he bent slightly at the knees, and with a thunderous sound, he propelled himself toward the duel stage like a released arrow. Hua Qianrong, witnessing this, called out from behind, "Brother, do not underestimate him." Boom! Another punch. A mere boy of 15 or 16, a genius of the Saint Realm, was struck into blood mist by Yi Wukong's fist. This marked the 367th Saint Realm practitioner to fall. Below, an elderly man trembled as he meticulously recorded each battle with a brush. Luong, 16 years old, mid-stage Saint Realm, killed with a single punch. The elderly scribe, Qian Yaobu, recalled how Yi Wukong had recently tossed him a millennium-old spiritual herb, the blood jade grass, commanding him coldly to document each battle, including the opponent's cultivation levels and causes of death. Naturally, Qian Yaobu had been unwilling, firmly refusing such a demeaning task, considering himself the most senior and beloved figure among the cultivators of the outer city. However, upon receiving another millennium-old spiritual herb, he sighed heavily. The young friend possesses a discerning eye, accurately assessing others. I, an old man, humbly proclaim myself to be the second best in calligraphy, for there is none who can claim the title of the first. You have truly sought out the right person for this task. Subsequently, Qian Yaobu procured a grand writing desk and unfurled a sheet of rice paper, diligently recording every battle. The surrounding practitioners gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Thus, Qian Yaobu chronicled from the 50th battle to the present, having already replaced the enormous paper thrice. This moment, he felt as though the world was spinning, his fingers cramping painfully. Inwardly, he could not help but curse vehemently. Why are these little rascals so weak? At the very least, they could have held on longer to grant me a moment's respite. Just then, a figure descended from the heavens like a shooting star, instantly repelling a saintly realm practitioner who was nearly about to ascend the dueling platform. The young practitioner, his eyes bloodshot, could not help but shout in anger, "Who dares to disrupt the rules of the dueling platform? I was here first." In the sky, Fengyun Mountain, with his dull and lifeless gaze, was startled upon recognizing the newcomer. Suddenly regaining clarity, it was Hua Si from the Hua family. The Hua family had actually made a move. Standing atop the dueling platform, holding a long spear, Hua Si's eyes glinted coldly upon hearing the words of the young practitioner he had just knocked off the stage. He slightly twisted his spear. And the young saintly realm practitioner, who had just been angrily cursing, felt a chill in his chest, followed by a piercing pain that surged into his brain in disbelief. He gazed at the man who had just been on the platform. Now standing before him, having thrust his spear forth, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, then fell backward, lifeless. The onlookers gasped in shock, hastily distancing themselves from the spear-wielding youth. Some Emperor realm practitioners, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of grave concern. The speed and power of the young man's spear was utterly terrifying. Hua family's instantaneous spear. It was indeed Hua Si, the foremost among saintly realm practitioners. An elder from the transmutation realm seemed to recognize the identity of the newcomer, exclaiming in disbelief, "It is the Hua family's ultimate technique, the instantaneous spear, said to transcend speed and traverse space upon mastery." No wonder that young man's strike felt utterly insurmountable. A sense of panic arose within an Emperor realm practitioner, who trembled as he spoke. "I feel an overwhelming dread." In the sky, Fengyun Mountain's expression twitched. Then with a forced smile, he remarked, "Cousin Hua Si, it has been years since we last met. Your spear technique has become even more remarkable." Hua Si looked up at Fengyun Mountain, clasped his fists, and responded with a hearty laugh, "Elder Feng, please don't mind me. I am merely making a fool of myself before my seniors." Fengyun Mountain chuckled, "Very well. Since Cousin Hua Si has made his entrance, it seems this battle holds no suspense. I shall congratulate the Hua family in advance for acquiring this white Emperor Lotus." Meanwhile, some practitioners who had intended to voice their thoughts, urging Fengyun Mountain to punish the rule-breaking spear-wielding youth, fell silent upon discovering his identity as the fourth son of the Hua family. Everyone tacitly agreed to act as though nothing had occurred. Some even attempted to seize the storage bag from the lifeless body on the ground, only to find nothing upon touching it. "What the hell? Who has such swift hands?" A practitioner cursed, "I shall not waste your time. Esteemed seniors, my Hua family is in dire need of this white Emperor Lotus. Thank you for granting me this opportunity." Hua Si bowed to the surroundings, then leaped onto the platform. He gazed at the figure in black robes, who appeared calm and unperturbed, Knight Wukong. Hua Si, spear in hand, inclined it slightly, its tip directed at Knight Wukong, and spoke slowly, "In the name of the White Emperor Lotus, I shall only make one strike. This strike will not kill you. It will merely cripple your cultivation, allowing the arrogant you to pay a price. Remember well, there are heavens beyond the heavens, and people beyond the people." Chapter 97. Unable to endure, yet Knight Wukong remained silent, his deep, dark eyes gazing at Hua Si without any intention of responding. Hua Si, perceiving his demeanor, felt a chill and ceased his words. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as the black iron spear in his hand began to tremble slightly, its tip seemingly alive, inhaling and exhaling. A formidable wave of energy emanated from Hua Si's body, and at that moment, his spiritual energy gradually coalesced, reaching the pinnacle of his battle intent. Unlike ordinary saintly realm practitioners, Hua Si's spiritual power and physical form far surpassed that of the peak saintly realm, even rivaling some initial-stage Emperor realm practitioners. The onlookers held their breath, and those lower-tier practitioners who had been clinging to the edges of the dueling platform in hopes of snatching a storage bag eventually retreated. Overwhelmed by his powerful aura, what a formidable presence! I feel as though I am facing death. No, I can hardly breathe. Let me through. I need to get away from here. Many lower-tier practitioners scattered, unable to withstand Hua Si's impending assault, some even fainting from sheer terror. In the sky, Fengyun Mountain felt a jolt of apprehension. A saintly realm practitioner could reach such heights. Hua Si truly deserved the title of the foremost among saintly realms. In an instant, only a few lower-tier practitioners remained, steadfast in their support of Knight Wukong, loyal fans who believed that the black-robed figure, whom they referred to as the God of Death, could not possibly lose. They were determined that should the god of death prevail and they managed to seize Hua Xi's storage bag, they would immediately return to their mountain village to erect a longevity tablet in his honor. Disregarding the remaining few clowns, Hua Xi's icy gaze fixated on Knight Wukong. Your attitude displeases me, so I have changed my mind. You shall die. With that, Hua Xi's figure and the black iron spear in his grasp twisted slightly, as if he were momentarily phasing out of existence. In the next heartbeat, the spear, moving at a speed beyond limits, plunged towards Knight Wukong's heart. The might of this strike was awe-inspiring, the light emitted from the spear's tip akin to celestial radiance. All practitioners were taken aback, even peak Emperor Realm practitioners unable to discern how the spear had suddenly appeared at the opponent's heart. Incredible! The spear struck before the person even finished the movement. So this is the instantaneous spear, truly deserving of its reputation. A voice of admiration echoed from the void above. However, the elder's praise abruptly ceased, for at that moment, Knight Wukong's left hand accurately grasped the trembling spear tip that was aimed at his heart. Without giving anyone a chance to react, Knight Wukong's right fist smashed towards the empty space behind him. You impudent wretch! In the sky, another voice of elderly shock rang out. Yet Knight Wukong appeared oblivious. His punch obliterating Hua Xi, who was still in shock from having his spear caught, into a mist of blood. A storage bag fell to the ground, and the once glorious spear dimmed, losing its master's essence. Knight Wukong casually kicked the storage bag towards a petrified lower-tier practitioner, then discarded the black iron spear as if it were refuse. You seek death. A furious roar erupted, and an overwhelming pressure descended from the sky. A gray-robed elder materialized, unleashing a palm strike towards Knight Wukong, who stood on the platform. Chapter 98. Embarrassment in the sky. The gray-robed elder's enraged palm strike descended upon the platform. The very fabric of space seemed to collapse, and countless practitioners below were sent reeling, coughing up blood. Tens of thousands of practitioners were awakened from the recent battle, gazing up in terror at the contorted sky. In that instant, everyone believed they were facing their demise. The wrath of a transmutation realm expert was truly terrifying. Hu Yaoyao's delicate face turned pale, her trembling hands struggling to maintain composure. A black spear, no longer than a palm, appeared in her right hand, glowing fiercely. She bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixated on the gray-robed elder above. The aura of the spear intensifying, yet at that moment, an unparalleled pressure surged from the platform towards the sky. The two forces collided, shattering the dark clouds that had enveloped the heavens. Sunlight streamed down, illuminating the entire square. The gray-robed elder, witnessing his strike thwarted, was taken aback, however, when his gaze fell upon the black-robed youth. He found him looking down at him with disdain, as if regarding him as mere trash. Igniting a furious blaze within him, the gray-robed elder raised his gnarled, bark-like hand, preparing to strike again. Hua Yuelu, if you dare to interfere again, do not blame me for showing no mercy to the Hua family. Just then, a lean old man in white robes emerged from the crowd below, appearing on the dueling platform. The elder, thin and somewhat stooped, with disheveled hair, coldly regarded the gray-robed elder and threatened, Hua Yuelu. Upon seeing the arrival of this person, are you truly willing to offend my brother for the sake of an unrelated individual? Feng Qianyang, upon hearing this, coldly replied, it is Hua Xi's own failure to compete. To be defeated on the dueling platform is his own doing. You, an old fogey, insist on intervening in a contest among the younger generation. You truly bring shame to the Hua family. If everyone were to disregard the rules as you do, oppressing the weak with the might of the strong, then could I not simply strike you down with a single blow? Good, good, good. Upon hearing these words, the gray-robed elder's face flushed with rage, his entire body trembling, as he pointed an accusing finger at Feng Qianyang, laughing in fury while repeating the word good thrice. Subsequently, the elder vanished into thin air in the blink of an eyet that moment. The multitude of cultivators in the square finally came to their senses, staring in disbelief at the frail old man in white robes on the platform. He was none other than Feng Qianyang, the lord of Qianfeng City. My heavens! I just witnessed the legendary emperor make a move. Goodness, I nearly soiled myself in that instant. Excuse me, I need to change my trousers. The crowd below buzzed with fervor. Some beautiful female cultivators even shouting and clamoring, expressing their desire to serve the Lord as a furnace, striving to catch Feng Qianyang's attention. In stark contrast to the frenzy around him, Qian Yaobu's eyes nearly popped out upon realizing the elder's identity. Just moments ago, feeling exhausted and dizzy, he had asked this seemingly destitute old man to assist him with ink and paper, and the old fellow had happily obliged. Now, hearing that he was Feng Qianyang, Qian Yaobu was horrified, nearly sending him to meet his long-deceased ancestor. Meanwhile, upon seeing Feng Qianyang, Hui Yaoyao's delicate face lit up with joy as she hurried to the elder's side, slightly bowing her graceful figure and sweetly greeting. "Uncle Feng, hello?" The elder turned to look, astonished, and exclaimed, "Yao Yao, how did you come to be here? Where's your grandfather? Why hasn't he come?" Hui Yaoyao's charming face stiffened, and a hint of sadness crept into her expression. Feng Qianyang, being a man of profound insight, quickly deduced the turmoil within the fiery girl. His expression grew serious as he looked at Hui Yaoyao and said, "Yao Yao, wait for me a moment. I will take you to a quiet place shortly, and you can tell me everything in detail." He then turned his gaze toward Yu Yukong. "My young friend, your talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. To have comprehended the concept of invincibility at such a mere initial stage of the sacred realm is a legendary feat only recorded in ancient texts. It is a rare privilege to witness such prowess today. My eyes have truly been opened." Yu Yukong merely offered a calm smile in response. Feng Qianyang, seeing this, chose not to prolong the conversation and turned back to the tens of thousands of cultivators in the square. "The duel shall continue. I personally assure you that this individual is indeed at the initial stage of the sacred realm, relying solely on his own cultivation, and there is no impropriety in that. Should there be anyone else wishing to challenge, they are welcome to take the stage. However, if anyone dares to bully the weak again and flouts the rules, I shall personally take action to eliminate that individual. I speak with utmost sincerity." As he concluded his statement, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent swept over everyone present, including several peak cultivators in the void above. At that moment, Feng Yunshan, trembling in the sky, suddenly heard a voice of furious rebuke echoing in his mind. "Feng Yunshan, you worthless fool, failing to steal a chicken and losing the rice. How dare you shamelessly seek to act as a referee for the duel? What sort of duty have you fulfilled as the duel referee? You have disgraced the Feng family. If this sacred realm cultivator is slain on the stage, what will others think of our Feng family? Do not forget that you now represent the Feng family in maintaining fairness in this duel. If such a situation arises again, and you cannot uphold the integrity of the competition, then you shall accompany him to the grave." A surge of divine consciousness exploded in the dazed Feng Yunshan's mind. Hearing this, Feng Yunshan's face turned pale as he hastily assured Feng Qianyang that such a situation would never occur again. Feng Qianyang snorted coldly and then turned back to Hui Yaoyao with a warm smile, saying, "Come, Yaoyao, rest assured. I have already given my word. Such a situation will not happen again." Upon hearing this, Hui Yaoyao's beautiful eyes flickered with a mix of emotions as she glanced at Yu Yukong. Seemingly waiting for his words, however, Yu Yukong stood calmly on the platform, his dark eyes gazing into the distance, showing no intention of speaking. With a sigh, Hui Yaoyao bit her lip and followed Feng Qianyang as they transformed into two beams of light, vanishing from the duel stage. After witnessing Feng Qianyang's disappearance, Feng Yunshan swallowed hard and then spoke up. "Are there any challengers left? We may proceed." Qian Yaobu breathed a sigh of relief at Feng Qianyang's departure and quickly steadied his trembling right hand with his left. Writing on the rice paper, "Hua Si, 20, peak of the sacred realm, killed with a single punch." As Feng Yunshan's words echoed, the cultivators below exchanged glances, realizing that Feng Qianyang's earlier threat had exposed a hidden scheme from a peak cultivator concealed in the void. Now, everyone had come to their senses, witnessing the death of Hua Si, the foremost of the sacred realm, at the hands of this black-robed man. Who would dare to take the stage now? The burly lower realm cultivator who had snatched Hua Si's storage bag had long since slipped away to the outskirts of the square amidst the chaos. At this moment, tears welled in his eyes as he knelt on the ground, heavily bowing 3 times toward the distant figure of Yu Yukong. who was but a mere black dot, before rising and departing. Chapter 99. Who has wronged you? Yu Wukong's deep, dark eyes scanned the crowd below, and all the cultivators averted their gazes, unable to meet his penetrating stare. Seeing this, Yu Wukong slowly spoke. Is there no one willing to take the stage? If so, then please publish the battle report on the city walls. Yu Wukong instructed Qian Yaobu. Qian Yaobu, startled, looked at Yu Wukong with a face full of grievance, attempting to explain. My lord, this might not be appropriate. Such an ostentatious display. If the Hua family learns of this, they will surely kill me. I suggest, however, before Qian Yaobu could finish his sentence, Yu Wukong casually tossed a 1,000-year herb at his face. As the unique, intoxicating fragrance of the herb wafted over him, Qian Yaobu grinned widely, saying, Rest assured, my lord. I shall certainly magnify this battle report. I will adorn it with precious silk brocade and hang it in the most conspicuous place on the city walls, so that all who enter may see it at first glance. The surrounding cultivators looked on with disdain. However, at that moment, a young cultivator experienced a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have grasped Yu Wukong's intent. This young cultivator, no older than 17 or 18, swiftly dashed to the front of the stage and knelt, exclaiming, My lord, I can spread news of your invincible form from this battle far and wide. May I ask for your name? Upon hearing this, Yu Wukong felt a stir within and cast an appreciative glance at the clever youth before replying, Yu Wukong. He then waved his hand, tossing another 1,000-year herb to the young man. The boy rejoiced, fumbling to catch the herb, nearly fainting from excitement at the intoxicating scent. This is a 1,000-year herb, worth tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, not mere weeds. Who is this Yu Wukong to give such a gift so freely? At this moment, another cultivator leapt forward, sliding to his knees at the foot of the stage and loudly proclaiming, Lord Yi, my family specializes in flying swords and written messages. No one is better suited than I to spread your invincible fist techniques. Very well, approved. Another 1,000-year herb was tossed to the speaker. Lord Yi, do not listen to them. Very well, approved. Lord Yi, approved. As the situation spiraled out of control, Feng Yunshan hastily isolated the duel stage, finally bringing an end to the farce. Consequently, over 100 cultivators joyfully departed with a 1,000-year herb in hand. Meanwhile, some slower cultivators were filled with regret, wishing they could slap themselves. A task so simple as exchanging a few words had resulted in receiving a 1,000-year herb. What incredible fortune! They had just foolishly boasted of their royal realm cultivation, feeling too embarrassed to ask. This young man named Yu Wukong was so extravagant in his generosity. It was truly breathtaking. Feng Yunshan, witnessing this spectacle, sighed and then spoke. Since there are no challengers left, I declare, wait. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting female voice interrupted Feng Yunshan's proclamation. Feng Yunshan looked curiously at the speaker, his heart skipping a beat as he recognized the voice of none other than Hua Qianrong, the eldest daughter of the Hua family. Adorned in a colorful long dress, she descended like a celestial maiden, the sunlight illuminating her slender, enchanting figure, complemented by her extraordinary beauty. In that instant, the male cultivators in the audience were left mesmerized, while the female cultivators lowered their heads and self-dashed out, as Hua Qianrong came to a halt. Her beautiful eyes shot daggers at Yu Wukong on the platform. She then glanced at Feng Yunshan in the sky and the surrounding void, her alluring voice echoing, We cannot allow this person to win and descend from the stage. For if he does, what will the world think of Qinfeng City? How can a mere initial stage sacred realm cultivator defeat all three major families of Qinfeng City? It would be a laughingstock. Feng Yunshan, feeling a headache coming on, was well aware that Hua Qianrong's words were aimed at inciting her brother's vengeance. Thus, he attempted to dissuade her, saying, Qianrong, if you cannot win, then you cannot win. You have seen it. Even your own brother, Hua Si, fell at this person's hands. Hua Si is recognized as the #1 in the sacred realm. Upon hearing this, tears glimmered in Hua Qianrong's beautiful eyes. She was filled with regret, lamenting why she had allowed her brother to participate in the duel, believing it would be an easy victory, only to discover that he had suffered such a tragic defeat, leaving behind nothing but bones. In the distance of the dual platform, the star-picking pavilion, one can't help but exclaim at the sight of the furious Miss Hua Qianrong. Truly, it evokes a sense of pity. A young nobleman clad in a white robe, gracefully fanning himself, observes this scene with a sigh. Ha! She is courting death. He muses, have they not perceived the unpredictable strength of the one known as Yu Yukong? Hence, they continuously send people to the platform to test his capabilities. While that foolish woman, Hua Qianrong, insists on competing, he shakes his head, pondering why those old men have not commanded their family members to take the stage. Beside the white-robed gentleman stands a burly man clad in silver-white armor. His expression cold as he scoffs, revealing himself as Feng Ling, the young master of the Feng family, and Mu Zhan, the young master of the Mu family. Upon hearing, Feng Ling chuckles lightly, Brother Mu Zhan, if you were to face him with your sacred realm cultivation, what do you reckon the outcome would be? Mu Zhan replies with a chilling smile, it would be certain death. Feng Ling's eyes narrow at this response. Brother Mu Zhan, do you truly believe there is not even a sliver of hope? Mu Zhan sneers, do not speak of the sacred realm. Even if you, as the mid-stage sovereign realm young master of the Feng family, were to step onto this stage, you would meet the same fate. What? Feng Ling exclaims in astonishment, his breath quickening. Is this person truly that formidable? Mu Zhan solemnly states, I have meticulously observed each of his strikes. You know, within my Mu family bloodline, we inherently sense things that you cannot. Each of his punches instills in me a feeling of surrendering everything. You would not comprehend unless you experienced it yourself. He would likely not mind your sovereign realm cultivation. Feng Ling chuckles lightly at Mu Zhan's words. Oh, poor Miss Qianrong. Her only younger brother has met his demise on the battlefield. Mu Zhan scoffs dismissively, do not pretend to care before me. If you truly felt for your sister, why did you not warn her at that time? As the young master of the Feng family, you are quite lacking. Feng Ling remains unfazed, responding with a calm smile. Below the dual platform, Hua Qianrong exclaims, what is wrong, Ronger? Heartbroken, she turns at the sound of a familiar voice, her beautiful eyes lighting up as if she had seen a savior. Brother Mo Feng, she cries out sweetly. Hua Qianrong leaps into the embrace of Lan Mo Feng, who tenderly strokes her hair, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of her presence, his azure eyes filled with concern as he inquires, what troubles you, Ronger? Who has wronged you? With tear-filled eyes, Hua Qianrong gazes at the exquisitely handsome Lan Mo Feng, her voice trembling as she cries, Brother Mo Feng, it was that person on the stage. He killed my brother. Lan Mo Feng is taken aback. What? How could this happen? He then raises his eyes towards the stage, spotting only the silhouette of Yu Yukong. How could a mere early-stage sacred realm cultivator possibly have slain Hua Si? He wonders, perplexed. Hua Qianrong sobs. He must have used some sort of technique that caused Hua Si to let down his guard, leading to his untimely demise. Brother Mo Feng, he is my only brother. Please, find a way to avenge him. Hua Qianrong gazes up at Lan Mo Feng, her eyes shimmering with sorrowful allure. Lan Mo Feng, upon hearing her plea, gazes down at her delicate visage and smiles lightly. A mere sacred realm is no challenge at all. He then looks towards the sky and addresses Feng Yunshan. I humbly request that you seal my cultivation from the peak of the sovereign realm to the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Feng Yunshan, recognizing the visitor, twitches his face and coughs awkwardly. Young Master Lan, perhaps you should refrain from taking the stage. Not to worry, I shall not employ any sovereign realm artifacts. I understand the rules. Lan Mo Feng reassures him. Feng Yunshan, wishing to say more, is interrupted by Hua Qianrong, who states coolly, Elder Feng, do not forget what the city lord said before he departed. Now that you all hesitate to act, do you intend to prevent others from stepping forth? With a sigh, Feng Yunshan recalls the city lord Feng Qianrong's ominous words. As a steward, he cannot obstruct others from entering the fray. After a moment's thought, he concludes that it is not his doing, especially since he has already offered his counsel. Subsequently, a beam of golden light shoots from Feng Yunshan's fingertip, striking Lan Mo Feng, causing his cultivation to descend from the peak of the sovereign realm to the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Seeing Hua Qianrong's delicate demeanor, Lan Mo Feng feels a surge of passion. Sister Rong, wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he vanishes from sight and appears on the stage. Upon spotting the black-robed youth turn to reveal his face, Lan Mo Feng's azure pupils constrict in surprise as he exclaims, "It's you?" Yu Yukong, upon hearing this, scrutinizes the blue-haired youth standing before him, yet finds no recollection. Lan Mo Feng smirks coldly, seemingly guessing Yu Yukong's thoughts, and with a slight smile, he states, "Of course, you wouldn't recognize me. But this creature, you have certainly encountered." With a swift motion, he retrieves a heavily scarred massive beast from his storage bag, which lands on the dual platform. Observing the beast, some sharp-eyed cultivators below recognize it as a once mighty giant eagle. Now battered and broken, its bones shattered, its body a mere heap of ruin, with feathers plucked and flesh mangled, its wings cruelly severed, revealing gaping wounds. A chill runs through the onlookers as they ponder the deep-seated enmity that would lead someone to inflict such brutality upon a beast. Several compassionate female cultivators, their eyes reddening, can no longer bear to look. Others, who have long worked with beasts, seethe with rage, pointing at Lan Mo Feng and unleashing a barrage of curses. Unperturbed, Lan Mo Feng's gaze remains fixed on Yu Yukong, seeking to discern a hint of panic upon his face. However, after a moment's wait, he is met with indifference. Yu Yukong's expression remains unchanged, his ink-black eyes fixated upon him. This lack of reaction irks Lan Mo Feng, prompting him to unleash a beam of blue light that strikes the giant eagle's head. With a muffled groan, the eagle slowly opens its eyes, as the shadow of Yu Yukong reflects in its gaze. A flicker of awareness ignites in its dim eyes. The eagle, with its massive beak, attempts to communicate something to Yu Yukong. Lan Mo Feng bends down to listen, then bursts into laughter. "Oh, how amusing! What did you and the creature do to gain such loyalty? This wretched bird actually possesses some spirit. When we encountered it, we detected the scent of your companion, yet it remained tight-lipped. I exhausted every means of torment, but it held firm. In the end, it even attempted to self-destruct. Ha! A mere waste dared to threaten me with self-detonation. It merely ended up as a fool. Though I gleaned little information from its mind, your visage is forever etched within it, so I shall remember you well." Lan Mo Feng sneers, his gaze locked onto Yu Yukong as he softly adds, "Just moments ago, this foolish bird wished to warn you to flee. Ha ha ha." Yu Yukong listens calmly as Lan Mo Feng expounds his tale, then replies coolly, "Have you finished?" Furrowing his brows, Lan Mo Feng senses a shift in the atmosphere. Despite his lengthy monologue, the black-robed figure before him remains unperturbed, as though his words had not reached him at all. As this realization dawns, Lan Mo Feng narrows his eyes and addresses the man. "Do you not inquire why I seek you?" Yu Yukong, in a flat tone, responds, "Why should I ask? You are destined to die." "What?" Lan Mo Feng is momentarily stunned as he observes Yu Yukong vanish from his view. "Brother Mo Feng, be careful." Hua Qianrong's anxious voice pierces the tension. In that instant, Lan Mo Feng's hair stands on end as an overwhelming sense of danger envelopes him. He instinctively kicks the white eagle in front of him to serve as a shield, attempting to retreat. Yet at that moment, Yu Yukong appears before him, accompanied by a perfectly white fist hurtling towards him. What is fairness? The question lingers as Lan Mo Feng confronts the imminent threat. As he gazes at the approaching fist, his eyes widen in horror, and he fully comprehends the essence of facing death itself. In the face of such raw power, all notions of rules and decorum fade away. With a resolute determination, he summoned his ultimate defensive artifact, the Nightless Fury. The punch from Yu Yukong first shattered the body of the white eagle before him into a mist of blood. Subsequently, the fist's radiance surged forward, striking directly at the head of Lan Mofeng like a bolt of lightning. At this critical juncture, Lan Mofeng's defensive artifact was finally activated. A shimmering blue water wall materialized before him out of thin air. Seeing this, Lan Mofeng let out a sigh of relief. This was indeed his most formidable defensive artifact. So far, it had never been breached by any cultivator of the middle three realms, however, before he could fully relax. The next moment, he was horrified to witness Yu Yukong's fist piercing through the water wall, hurtling towards him. Impossible. This cannot be happening. With Lan Mofeng's final cry echoing, He was subsequently reduced to a mist of blood by Yi Wukong's punch. All the cultivators below trembled at the sight, and gasps of astonishment reverberated through the celestial void above. Feng Yunshan stared blankly at the unfolding scene. No, Brother Mafeng, Hua Qianrong, unable to believe her eyes, cried out in heart-wrenching despair. A gust of wind swept through, lifting Yi Wukong's dark hair slightly, and in that moment, his invincible figure was deeply etched in the minds of all who beheld him. Is it over? Truly, Master Yi. What a magnificent kill! The crowd below erupted in cheers, whistling, and even the kind-hearted female cultivators gazed at Yi Wukong with admiration sparkling in their eyes. Yet, just as the onlookers believed it was the end, a sudden voice from the stage broke the silence. Do you truly think I could be so easily slain by a mere Saint Realm cultivator like you? The chilling laughter jolted the crowd from their stupor. Suddenly, a radiant azure light appeared in the void above the stage. To their astonishment, Lan Mafeng's figure re-emerged slowly. What? Am I seeing things? Impossible. I witnessed him being obliterated by Master Yi. How could he possibly be alive again? He must possess some life-saving artifact. Those damned noble families. It's so unfair. This is utterly unjust for Master Yi. The crowd of cultivators erupted in indignant shouts. Only Feng Yunshan seemed to understand the situation, appearing unconcerned, even yawning. Yet Lan Mafeng paid no heed to the outcries below. He slowly stretched his arms. The feeling of being at the peak of the royal realm is far superior, I admit. I am no match for you in the Saint Realm, but does that really matter? For someone of my status, your invincibility in the Saint Realm means little. One must understand that the path of cultivation is long and boundless. And the Saint Realm is merely the beginning. Upon witnessing Lan Mafeng's return, Hua Qianrong ceased her weeping, exhaling a long sigh of relief, her eyes filled with admiration at his words. After finishing his statement, Lan Mafeng cast a scornful glance at Yi Wukong, intending to turn and leave the stage. However, at that moment, a faint chill emanated from behind him. The corner of Lan Mafeng's mouth curled upward. Make your move. The moment you do, I can retaliate with my peak royal realm cultivation. Yi Wukong indeed moved. He slowly raised his right foot and brought it down. In that instant, a tangible chill exploded from beneath his foot, enveloping the entire colossal battle platform. An immense wall of ice materialized around the edges of the circular arena. The cultivators below were struck with terror at the sight, retreating from the platform in droves. My heavens! What kind of spiritual power could achieve this? Master Yi has accomplished this at the initial stage of the Saint Realm. It's simply terrifying. I'm freezing. As a peak Saint Realm cultivator, how long has it been since I felt such cold? Master Yi's hidden power is too frightening. Oh dear. My high-end-law skirt, customized with thousands of spirit stones, has frozen. Meanwhile, those practicing ice-based techniques marveled at the scene. Rushing forward to gently touch the icy wall at the arena's edge, their eyes glazed over and grinning foolishly, exclaiming, "This is exhilarating. This soul-chilling cold. I can't take it. It's just too delightful." With that, a cultivator of only the returning spirit realm was frozen into a solid ice sculpture, grinning from ear to ear. Heaven! Master Yi, take me. As long as I can feel this cold every day, I'll do anything you ask. A stunning ice, spirit-rooted female cultivator gazed adoringly at Yi Wukong, whose figure was vaguely visible atop the stage. The strong figures in the void above were taken aback by the scene, their expressions filled with shock. Such a powerful ice-based divine ability, it rivals imperial-level techniques. On stage, Lan Mafeng turned to face Yi Wukong and suddenly smiled. So, you truly intend to engage me in battle? I am at the peak of the royal realm. Moreover, there is no enmity between us. I admit my voice was raised, but I see that how friendships are forged. Feeling the overwhelming chill, Lan Mafeng completely lost his fighting spirit, his legs trembling slightly as he turned to Yi Wukong with a forced smile. However, Yi Wukong coldly replied, "You are not dead yet, so you cannot leave." What? Lan Mafeng's expression froze in disbelief, then he laughed in rage, looking up at the heavens and shouting, "Feng Yunshan, are you not going to say anything? I am your distinguished guest from Qinfeng City." Hearing this, Feng Yunshan's expression twitched, realizing he could no longer feign ignorance. And he forced a smile at the two below. Since young Master Lan, as a peak royal realm cultivator, is unwilling to battle, then in my opinion, this contest should end here. However, before Feng Yunshan could finish his sentence, a pitch-black token shot up from below the stage like a meteor, hovering steadily before him. Feng Yunshan furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping over the token. Upon realizing its significance, his eyes nearly bulged out, and he knelt in the void, unable to look further. The crowd below gasped in astonishment. What is that? What could make Elder Feng Yunshan kneel? The several strong figures in the void, witnessing Feng Yunshan's reaction, were equally astonished, extending their consciousness to inspect the token. The sound of kneeling echoed through the void. Hearing this, the thousands of cultivators below were left utterly dumbfounded. Some attempted to extend their consciousness towards the token, only to be blocked by Feng Yunshan. His trembling voice resonated across the square. Below the three realms, do not insult the immortal emperor. In that instant, the entire square fell into a deathly silence. And then thousands of people knelt in unison, not daring to raise their heads. Yi Wukong's cold gaze surveyed the heavens, and in that moment, everyone understood what should and should not be done. What should and should not be seen. Feng Yunshan trembled, speaking, "We understand." Yi Wukong then gestured with one hand, and the black token flew into his grasp, vanishing from sight. Turning back to the astonished Lan Mofeng, he spoke indifferently. Shall we continue? Chapter 102. The young girl's limited experience. The cold wind howled on stage, and alongside Yi Wukong's words, it felt particularly jarring. Lan Mofeng's eyes were fixated on the man ensconced in the chilling aura before him, his gaze gradually turning frigid. So what if you have backing? Do you really think I fear you? I am. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sonic boom erupted from across, and Yi Wukong shot towards Lan Mofeng like a meteor. In an instant, Yi Wukong was upon Lan Mofeng. He raised his right hand and swung a punch towards his face. Lan Mofeng's eyes widened in shock as he roared, "Saint Realm brat, you go too far." Suddenly, his entire body glowed with a brilliant blue light. A deep blue current enveloped him entirely. His right arm, along with his fist, was encircled by layers upon layers of energy, exuding an unparalleled sense of weight. In that moment, he unleashed all his royal realm peak cultivation. Staring intently at the approaching fist, Lan Mofeng shouted in fury, raising his own right arm to strike back. The moment their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, sending hundreds of lower realm cultivators nearby hurtling through the air amidst their screams. The sound of shattering bones echoed on stage. Lan Mofeng, draped in blue waves, stared in horror at his right arm, his prideful Kirin arm having shattered after just 2 fleeting breaths. At this moment, his once arrogant heart was finally crumbled by fear. He attempted to turn and flee, but to his terror, he found himself utterly immobilized. Looking down, he realized his entire lower body had been inexplicably encased in ice. Turning back to face the obliterating fist, Lan Mofeng finally broke down. "No, you can't kill me. I am." Yet, before he could finish, he was obliterated into a mist of blood by Yi Wukong's punch. Meanwhile, the cult, a certain monk, perplexed, inquired of his companion, "What nonsense? Did you not notice that the entire dueling platform is completely enveloped in icy frost? Such astonishing supernatural prowess, coupled with Lord Ye's invincible fist, what does a mere peak emperor realm count for? Indeed, it is only fitting of Lord Ye." Thus, the crowd of cultivators below erupted once more into thunderous applause. Within the star-picking tower, Feng Lingmu and Zhan exchanged a glance, silently observing the scene before them. In a forbidden zone within the inner city of Qinfeng City, spiritual energy swirled like a tangible substance in the air, surrounding the magnificent city lord's mansion. At this moment, within the mansion, the fiery demoness, Hui Yaoyao, sat frostily in her chair, gazing at Feng Qianyang, who was engaged in light-hearted banter with Lan Tu above. "Truly, Lord Feng is remarkable. I did not expect you to effortlessly retrieve Princess Yaoyao," remarked Lan Tu with a hearty laugh, expressing his admiration. Feng Qianyang replied with a calm smile, The young girl lacks experience and does not comprehend the cruelty of the outside world. After this ordeal, I shall consider myself her mentor, teaching her not to trust anyone too readily." Hui Yaoyao trembled in indignation upon hearing this. Just moments ago, as she entered the city lord's mansion with Feng Qianyang, he had swiftly sealed her powers, rendering her as immobile as a puppet, only able to speak. Seeing her astonished expression, she was about to voice her grievances against Feng Qianyang when the rebellious Lan Tu's elder, Lan Tu, slowly emerged from the side. With a peculiar smile etched on his aged face, he circled Hui Yaoyao and spoke, "Princess Yaoyao, it has been quite a while. You have caused us quite the trouble in finding you." Hui Yaoyao, gritting her teeth, glared at Feng Qianyang. "Feng Qianyang, my grandfather has a good relationship with you. He once guided you through your cultivation troubles. Why would you do this?" Feng Qianyang merely smiled lightly. "Indeed, Brother Hualin and I had a good rapport in the past. However, the current elder Lan has provided me with better opportunities, hence my more favorable association with him now." Hui Yaoyao was left speechless, unable to fathom how a dignified second transformation emperor could utter such shameless words. Lan Tu chuckled. "What would a child like you understand? I have idle time on my hands and might as well enlighten you. Our Lan Palace has maintained a close relationship with Qinfeng City for decades. My family's young master, Lan Mafeng, even harbors feelings for the young lady of the Hua family, Hua Qinrong. When we overthrew Emperor Bai, we had already anticipated that you might leave the eastern continent, hence we informed Qinfeng City long ago. Therefore, your arrival here is akin to walking into a trap. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something. On our way here, we encountered a white eagle with your aura. The outcome was quite tragic. How careless of you." Hui Yaoyao's eyes widened in alarm. "What have you done to Xiao Bai?" Ignoring her outburst, Lan Tu sat down at the tea table opposite her. Hui Yaoyao's body trembled, her lips pressed tightly together, tears welling in her eyes. In that moment, she recalled the words of Yu Yukong, "In this world, one must rely solely on oneself. Why? Why did I think to leverage Feng Qianyang's strength? Hui Yaoyao, you are hopelessly foolish." Regret flooded her heart. Feng Qianyang and Lan Tu exchanged glances, their eyes meeting in shared amusement. Come, Brother Lan Tu, do try this exquisite Jinglong tea, which can only be harvested once every 80 years, Feng Qianyang said, as a pot of fragrant tea was placed before them. Delightful tea indeed. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, a figure rushed in, breathless and panicked. "Elder Lan, this is terrible. The young master intends to ascend the dueling platform for a contest." What has happened? Why would the young master suddenly wish to duel?" Lan Tu inquired, leisurely sipping his tea, savoring the flavor. The young master's personal guard quickly knelt and recounted the events. "Oh, so it is to avenge Qinrong, a mere initial stage saint that poses no threat." Lan Tu waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the guard to leave. However, Feng Qianyang suddenly sprang to his feet, startling Lan Tu, who had been quietly enjoying his tea. Just as Lan Tu was about to question him, Feng Qianyang's expression shifted drastically. "This is bad. Young Master Lan's life is in grave danger." Upon hearing this, Lan Tu spat out his tea, rising with a look of alarm. "What, Brother Feng, what do you mean? Why would you say my young master's life is in danger? A mere initial stage saint poses no threat." Feng Qianyang urgently replied, "You do not understand. That young man, despite being at the initial stage, harbors an invincible intent. On the dueling platform, young Master Lan will surely suppress his cultivation to face him. And in doing so, he will be no match for him. We must hurry. We might still make it in time." Lan Tu's face drained of color, the teacup in his hand crumbling to dust. An invincible cultivator, thought to be only recorded in ancient legends, had appeared in the Five Elements star. Though this cultivator's invincible intent existed only at the saint level, it was enough to incite a great upheaval. Just as they prepared to leave, another of Lan Mafeng's guards rushed in, weeping, "It's terrible, the young master. He was struck down with a single punch, his body reduced to ashes." "What?" Lan Tu's vision darkened. Nearly fainting, Feng Qianyang sighed deeply, looking skyward, that moment, as if a realization struck him. Lan Tu shouted, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The young master possesses a life-revoking talisman crafted with the utmost care by the palace master. He could always escape. How could he perish at the hands of an initial stage saint? The guard, tears streaming, recounted the battle's details. Upon hearing this, Lan Tu fell into madness, howling at the sky, "Young master, my young master. How shall I return and report to the palace master?" With bloodshot eyes and a twisted expression, Lan Tu turned slowly, striking down the two trembling guards with a single slap, reducing them to a mist of blood. "No, I must personally flay that little brat." His furious roar echoed through the heavens. Just then, Hui Yao Yao's melodious laughter rang out. "This is too amusing. Ha ha! You two truly deserve it." Lan Tu, enraged, appeared before Hui Yao Yao in an instant. His aged hand raised in disdain. "Since the young master is dead, you shall accompany him, lest he feel lonely on his journey." Hui Yao Yao met his gaze with contempt. "Kill or maim as you please. A mere cry from me counts as your victory." Yet, just as Lan Tu was about to strike, Feng Qinyang appeared beside him, grasping his right hand, and urged, "If you kill her, the old man Hualin will sense it immediately. He will no longer hold back. Do not forget the purpose of Lord Lan." At those words, Lan Tu's frail body trembled, his bloodshot eyes glaring, teeth grinding audibly, before he suddenly erupted into laughter. Then, he reached out and seized Hui Yao Yao's delicate neck, rasping, "Come, you shall witness how I skin and dismember the one who killed the young master." Hui Yao Yao's beautiful eyes widened as she bit her silver teeth. Hua Qianrong pressed her forehead against the ground, her sobs faintly echoing. Upon hearing this, Hua Mingtian narrowed his eyes, his aged fingers slowly lifting as they pointed towards the kneeling, bowed figure of Hua Qianrong. Suddenly, Hua Qianrong's body stiffened, and she immediately clutched her abdomen, opening her mouth to let out a piercing wail. Her delicate form rolled incessantly on the ground. Paying no heed to Hua Qianrong's anguished cries, Hua Mingtian spoke in a calm tone, possessing the legendary invincible intent. Along with a celestial emperor of at least the third transformation as a backing, should you succeed in serving him well and securing his allegiance to our Hua family, you would become the greatest benefactor in our family's history since its inception. Once alluring, Hua Qianrong's countenance now appeared grotesque due to the pain, her eyes fixed intently upon the ancestral figure seated upon the throne. Tio gained the favor of an elusive third transformation celestial emperor. "You forsake my brother Huasi's vengeance. You even intend to offer me as a servant to him, ancestor. Is this truly worth it?" In response, Hua Mingtian slowly rose, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Ignorant child, you are akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you grasp the significance of a third transformation celestial emperor? The disparity between the first and third transformations is as vast as that between mortals and emperors. Such beings can, with but a flick of their fingers, reduce the entirety of Qianfeng City, along with us all, to ashes. You are far too weak. These matters you ought not to be privy to. Yet it is no harm informing you now. You understand why. Since time immemorial, no third transformation celestial emperor has emerged from the five-element star. It is because the spiritual energy here cannot sustain even a single third transformation celestial emperor. The first and second transformation celestial emperors, whom you regard as divine, are but children in comparison to the third transformation. As for the methods of those above the third transformation, I dare not even contemplate them. I have been stagnating at the first transformation for a full 70,000 years. Now, nearing my end, I have yet to break through to the second transformation, and now, a mere opportunity to connect with a third transformation celestial emperor lies before us. You need only to exploit your own physical allure to potentially engage with such a being. Tell me, is that not worth it?" Hua Qianrong lay motionless on the ground, her entire garment drenched in fragrant sweat, her eyes rolling back as if she had lost consciousness entirely. Hua Mingtian took measured steps toward her, gently lifting her up. Gazing at her pale yet still enchanting face, he softly said, "Qianrong, my dear granddaughter, if you truly possess the ability to captivate him and lead our Hua family toward unprecedented glory, I shall willingly forsake my cultivation, allowing you to exact your vengeance as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Hua Qianrong's delicate form shuddered, her eyes fixed intently on the elder before her as she chuckled softly. All right, I will go. I will go. In the inner city of Qianfeng City, a place capable of accommodating only tens of thousands of cultivators, the bustling atmosphere of the outer city faded into silence. Upon entering the inner city, one encountered a spiritual energy far denser than that of the outer city, along with tranquil, empty streets. Beneath this serene inner city lies the spiraling root of spiritual energy, a place forbidden to ordinary cultivators from the outer city. Even members of the three great families cannot dwell here indefinitely. This is due to an ancient agreement among the three families, permitting only 1,000 cultivators from each family to reside within the inner city. Given that the three families boast far more than merely 1,000 members, they periodically conduct rigorous selections, sending those with inferior cultivation qualifications back to the outer city. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared on the previously tranquil street. As the light dissipated, it revealed several elders of the Qianfeng city from the Void Transformation Realm, led by Yi Wukong. They were presently expounding upon the history of Qianfeng City and recounting some extraordinary tales from the past. Hehe, young friend Yi, if you are not in haste, you may consider staying in Qianfeng City for a while longer. We, having previously lacked insight, would now be delighted to extend our hospitality, one elder remarked. Fengyun Mountain, standing nearby, stroked his beard and smiled. Indeed, young friend Yi, the inner city is the very heart of the spiritual energy root. Should you cultivate here for several years, it would be equivalent to hundreds of years in the outside world. Another elder from the Feng family chimed in with a smile of agreement.